Chapter 321 Something fun again. Pretending to be cheating lasts only a moment. But being shameless lasts forever. In Leo's opinion, this is a wise saying. Knowing that Naxxramas had not yet received news of the fall of his home, Leo still continued to ask for supplies from the Blood Elves without any psychological burden. During these leisurely days in his home, his army of mechanical skeletons gained rapid expansion. Brother Leo, there are a lot of people outside. It's so gloomy that it's not fun at all. Thetis ran into the zigurat. When the little girl saw Mildoran grinning strangely at the side, she kicked him bitterly and ran away laughing. The little girl has some objections to Mildoran, who has been following Leo like a follower recently. Speaking of which, Mildoran feels that he is the most aggrieved one. Do you think he is willing to follow Leo? But if he doesn't, there is no guarantee that Leo will feel that he cannot keep the secret and kill him. I'll always be with you. So don't worry. There is a secret room in the Shinma ziggurat. There is a teleportation array leading to Naxxramas in the secret room. People don't know anything about it. Mildoran thought so. Seeing that this skeleton was so smart, Leo didn't kill him. In fact, it would be more or less trouble if this skeleton, who was known to many Blood Elves, suddenly disappeared. Trouble has always been a word that Leo hates. Having long known what kind of existence was coming from outside Dysum through the sight shared by the crow, Leo walked towards the outside of the ziggurat with a sly smile on his face. I wonder if anything interesting will happen. Thetis happened to see the scene, and the little girl giggled. Brother Leo has thought of something fun again. I must let him take me to play. A well-equipped army was marching outside Dysum. Apart from the sound of footsteps, this team of thousands of people made no sound. The withered body, the empty eye sockets, and the slightly stiff movements during the movement were clearly an army of undead. At this time, they were quietly passing through the gate of Dysum under the watchful eyes of the Blood Elves. Marin salutes you, beautiful lady. An undead walking at the front said to Fusel, who greeted him. He looked at Dysum and was surprised that the Blood Elves were able to capture this stronghold of the undead Scourge. It seems that even though the High Elves of Quel'Thalas have experienced a near-annihilation disaster, they still possess a strength that cannot be underestimated. As the senior governor of Silvermoon City, Marin often sees things deeper and more than ordinary Forsaken soldiers. Fusel smiled and was about to explain, when 4 high-pitched dragon roars sounded, and 4 bone dragons flew into the sky from Dysum. The attention of Marlin and the Forsaken army was immediately attracted by these 4 bone dragons. A human rode out of Dysum on a tall and powerful warhorse. The horse stepped on flames, leaving a scorch mark wherever it passed. The epic warlock's nightmare mount. Marlin knew the identity of this human being. When Lydron passed through the Undercity when he went to Stromgarde, it was Sylvanas who he led the way to meet. As the high-ranking governor of the Undercity, the Blood Elves had informed under the circumstances. It was naturally impossible for him not to know about the secret alliance between Silvermoon City and Stromgarde. And a human warlock named Leo was the envoy sent by Stromgarde to Silvermoon City. Marlin had long been mentally prepared for this meeting. No matter how the two sides fought in the Arthi Highlands, since they were now on the territory of the Blood Elves, they had to give Silvermoon City some face. So he did not show any too obvious hostility. Without his order, the Forsaken army had no intention of attacking Leo, and they still entered the city silently. After driving Leo to Marin and Fizzle, Nightmare stopped after breathing out a breath of flames. Leo and Marin looked at each other, both eyes filled with indifference. Leo, Marin. The two stopped talking after exchanging names, and the atmosphere became so cold that it gave Fusel a headache. Just when she was about to open her mouth to break the deadlock, Leo suddenly smiled brightly on his face and said to her, Sister Fusel, I found a very interesting place in the ziggurat. I think you will be interested in it. Marin didn't react at all, but Fusel was quite moved. Based on her understanding of Leo, Fusel knew that since this little soul said he would be interested, he definitely didn't run away. Undead, you should also come and take a look. Since you have encountered me, Sylvanas must have a hand in this matter. After speaking, Leo turned the horse's head and rode Nightmare away. Faisal didn't hesitate and followed immediately. Marin followed the female elf. Leo mentioned Sylvanas in his words just now, so the high-ranking consul, who was loyal to the queen, naturally wanted to see what happened. In the ziggurat, there was no time to be surprised that the guards here were all skeleton puppets that were very similar to the bone-based undead. Marlin followed Leo to a wall that had been dug open. At this time, Marin noticed a person who made him wary. A human with purple hair and aqua eyes. Before I saw this purple-haired human, I couldn't sense any information about him. His strength was much stronger than mine. Marin made a judgment in his mind, but his attention was quickly attracted by a magic circle. Dear Master, as per your instructions, I have searched carefully and found no other information. Dragonako said to Leo respectfully. Leo pointed to the magic circle on the ground and said to Fusel and Marin, this is a two-way teleportation circle. I'm curious, where does it lead to? Fusel and Marin silently observed the magic circle in front of them. Contrary to the calmness on their faces, the appearance of this magic circle caused a huge stir in their hearts. Disam is the stronghold left by the Scourge to restrict the development of the Blood Elves. It is an important chess piece of the Lich King's layout on the mainland. This magic circle is so secretly hidden in Disam's zigurat. Its destination it's been very clear. Either Naxxramas, the home base of the Scourge on the continent, is Stratholme under the rule of the Death Knight Rivendell. Whether it is Naxxramas or Stratholme, they are extremely important places for the Scourge. Did the other party find out? On the way to the ziggurat, Fusel had an exchange with Marin. Although the time was short, Fusel still got an extremely important message. Because the Blood Elves did not return after occupying Disam. They were in a hurry to send troops abroad. So the news of the fall of Disam had not yet spread. Judging from the reaction of the Scourge, they did not know that Disam had changed hands. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Kel'Thuzad for being careless. Even as a great lich, he could not have expected that Disam would fall in such a short period of time. But it happened because of a guy named Leo. Marin was also quite nervous. If the other end of the teleportation array didn't notice anything unusual, they could use this teleportation array to teach the Scourge an unforgettable lesson. A smile appeared on Leo's face, and he explained to Fuxel, according to Nakotha's observation. The teleportation circle has been at least 3 months since it was last used. After blinking, Leo said with a strange expression, maybe we can do something meaningful with this magic circle. Human, I agree with your opinion. But who knows where it leads? Maybe it was Leo's smile that made Marin suspicious. Or maybe it was Leo's identity that kept Marin vigilant. And the undead ruled. The officer is very cautious. Leo shrugged, pointed at Mildoran who was leaning against the corner and wanted to run away, and said, you might as well ask him. Mildoran, do you have anything to say? Mildoran walked over dejectedly, scolding Leo 1,000 times in his heart and said weakly, this teleportation circle is Darkin's escape circle to prepare to escape to Naxxramas in an emergency. Naxxramas! Marlin and Fusel's faces were suddenly very excited. If so, this would be something to see. Mildoran, do you know why you didn't tell me earlier? Fusel quickly thought of an extremely serious problem. She asked Mildoran sternly. She had already seen that Mildoran, who had also successfully awakened his own will like herself, had no intention of helping the ruffian skeleton. Resisting the movement of looking at Leo, Mildoran said weakly, no one asked me. Why did I say it? Why don't you tell such important news when no one asks you? Fusel took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. The destination of the magic circle is already known. It leads to Naxxramas. What should we do next? At this time, Leo came out to smooth things over. He diverted the attention of Fuxel and Marin away from the ruffian skeleton. How to do it? Of course, kill it and give the Scourge Legion's lair a hard blow. Marin acted a little impulsively at this time, but Fuxel could understand it. The forgotten are the souls who died at the hands of the Scourge and were resurrected by them to serve as thugs. These undead, who have escaped the control of their own Lich King and awakened their own will, hate the Scourge as much as anyone else. Are all the Forsaken so impulsive? Leo curled his lips in disdain. Naxxramas is the headquarters of the Scourge, and just as people rushing in are not enough for others to fill their teeth. Besides, such a little trick the formation. The number of people it can teleport is extremely limited. And if we rush in without careful planning, I bet we will definitely be attacked by the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Sapphiron, Anubrican and other powerful natural disasters. Watch. Human. Are you scared? Marlin stared at Leo closely, trying to find something on his face. But the reality disappointed the undead Archon. And he saw nothing. I won't go without a detailed plan and adequate preparations. If you want to die, just go by yourself. Don't even think about dragging us along. Bones. Leo sneered secretly in his heart. He raided Naxxramas, the base camp of the Scourge, with such a big bait in front of him. He was not afraid that the Undercity would not take advantage of it. This does require careful planning. Fusel did not dismantle Leo, which made Leo secretly praise him. Sure enough, he was still reliable. Okay, I will report this to Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 322 The Darkness Comes. After ending the magical communication with Scarlet, Leo's face turned gloomy. During the time he left Arthi Highlands, there was great unrest in Stromgarde. As the 9th Legion of the Kingdom of Stormwind lands in the port of Menethil in the wetlands, a storm is rolling towards Arather. However, what is surprising is that when the 9th Legion wanted to pass the Sodder Bridge, it was blocked. The dwarves who had arrived in Dunmod from Ironforge did not give their human allies permission to pass. The cause of the matter was not that the stormtroopers were working with the dwarves to manage Dunmod, which belonged to the latter, but because the nobles of Stormwind City tried to build a fortress at the Raging Fawn camp in the wetlands without any communication with Ironforge. This eager approach caused a backlash from the dwarves. Leo thought it was stupid to do so at the time. The nobles of Stormwind City couldn't wait to expose their ambition to control the wetlands. It would be really weird if Ironforge didn't resent it. If it hadn't been for something like the dwarves, and the 9th Legion was blocked from the Arthi Highlands, Leo would have returned to Stromgarde long ago. Now that the dwarves are in check, Stormwind's army will not think of Arather causing trouble in the short term. He can continue his plan with peace of mind for the time being. From Leo's point of view, Ironforge's dwarf did a good thing. Some people in Stromgarde wanted to get more, and they would not hesitate to secretly communicate with the nobles of Stormwind City for this. Unfortunately, their plan did not work at all. In the face of absolute strength, what big trouble can these people make? Leo's eyes flashed with danger. Whether it was clearing out a group of people, or letting the cruel reality tell everyone how serious the consequences of standing in the wrong team would be. Although Zul'Aman is not in Stromgarde, he still left a sharp knife in Stromgarde. A knife that only he can command. Master, there is good news. Zul'Aman sent a message to Leo through the telepathy between his souls. With a thought, the slovenly doctor appeared in the zigurat, taking the crystal bottle from Zul'Aman. Leo looked at the bubbling green liquid inside, and waited for his explanation. Dear Master, this is a new potion that I got accidentally when I was doing potion experiments. Its color is so charming. Zul'Aman sighed first, and then said the function of the green liquid. It can make something huge. Leo raised his eyebrows. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Zul'Aman had changed from a Frankenstein to a wretched uncle promoting some adult products. Make something huge? Wow. What a vulgar potion. However, I like it. Giving Zul'Aman an admiring look that said, You really won my heart. Leo asked seriously. Tell me about the usage and limitations of this potion. Master only needs to give me enough raw materials, and a large enough container for the skeleton to soak in. However, its effectiveness will have no effect on bone dragons that have reached the epic level. Is this specially used to bathe skeletons? Leo scratched his face, and admitted that he was thinking wrongly. I shouldn't have any expectations of Frankenstein in anything other than work and assignments. It is better to expect Frankenstein to understand the taste of life, than to think about how to make undead creatures live a happy life. You go and do this. After explaining certain matters, Leo took Zul'Aman back into his private space. And immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Amidst the inaudible footsteps, Sylph walked in, with a cold expression that had never changed for thousands of years. The long pale golden hair and crimson eyes that were casually coiled on her head made Leo feel a little dazed. Every time he saw Sylph, Leo felt like he didn't belong. But he was disappointed every time. Sylph didn't show any pretense to him. Someone is coming from the Undercity. General Fusel said he wants to see you. After speaking, Sylph turned around and walked out, completely ignoring Leo's reaction. Leo was very depressed. He felt that he had never offended Sylph in any way. But he didn't know why the female elf was always inexplicably hostile to him. Is it because I am from MI7? Does this count as hating the house and the bird? Speaking of hate, Leo found that it was very appropriate to put this word on the two forsaken people from the Undercity. The eyes of the undead female warrior named Orisa are full of hatred and hatred for the living. This is a guy who needs to be on guard. Unless you are also dead, you cannot trust her with your back. Leo's heart suddenly tightened when he knew his name. This guy was none other than Putries, the great pharmacist of the Royal Apothecary Society. The Royal Apothecary Putries is an extremely dangerous figure. Leo clearly remembered that the reason why Varamathras was able to launch a successful rebellion was all because of his help. More importantly, it was this guy who tricked the Scourge Legion and Duke Balver's fearless expeditionary force. The son of the orc-strong King Sorfang was also indirectly killed by him. Sylvana sent such a master. Is she still sincere in cooperating? Or is she taking the opportunity to clean up the rebels? Leo became wary. He didn't want to be someone's burial object. Leo, this is an ally from the Undercity. Since the number of people teleported is limited, there is not much we can do. We only need to teach the Scourge a lesson to achieve our goal. Fusel explained first. But Leo could understand it. If Desam's teleportation array could teleport the army, then there would be nothing to say. Sylvanas will most likely bring people here in person. But the problem is that the teleportation array can only transport a few people. And once they enter Naxxramas, they can only do a little fussing. Such a small scene. The Queen of the Forgotten. Well, how could it be possible to take action personally? This sneak attack on Naxxramas is the first cooperation between the three of us. Everyone's target is the Scourge. I hope we can temporarily put aside our prejudices. It was Liadrin who said this. And only her identity could suppress the situation. Fusel was still far behind. Leo smiled and made the I'm okay gesture. As long as we deal with the Scourge, Orisa and I don't have to kill this human. Putri's words made Leo roll his eyes. This guy is so cool. As if he is showing me a huge favor by not killing me. Liadrin didn't express any reaction to Putri's words. Anyway, as long as the two Forsaken Ones and Leo did not have internal strife, it would be considered a success. As for whether the three parties can sincerely join forces to cause trouble in Naxxramas, whether it is Silvermoon City or the Undercity, they have no unrealistic hopes. As the flagship of the Archlich Kel'Thuzad and the base camp of the undead Scourge on the mainland, Naxxramas' strength is not something that any one company can withstand independently. If it hadn't been for unknown reasons that Kel'Thuzad had not activated this city in the sky to launch an attack, the current Scourge would never have stopped in the eastern and western plague regions. Hawksbill and I will go to Silvermoon City. Ms. Orisa and the great apothecary of Putris will go to the Undercity. And Leo will be the representative of Stromgarde. Do you have any objections? Leo nodded in agreement. And the two people in the Undercity had an attitude that it didn't matter who went with them. In fact, Liadrin's question was just a formality. Leo was the only one in Dishalm and Stromgarde. And only Orisa and Putris came to the Undercity. It is self-evident who the representatives of the two parties are. Liadrin and Hawksbill went to Silvermoon City. The Blood Elves were very sincere about this joint operation. Leo quietly exchanged glances with Liadrin. Compared to the two unfriendly Forsaken, the Blood Elves of Silvermoon City were more reliable. After all, Naxxramas is the headquarters of the Scourge. And it is full of dangers. This is a positioning teleportation scroll made by Archmage Ramath himself. It can ensure that we can return to Desam quickly if nothing can be done. Liadrin said, as 3 magic scrolls appeared in her hand, which were for Leo and the 2 Forsaken Ones. The quality of the positioning teleportation scroll made by the Blood Elf Archmage Romans himself was absolutely guaranteed. And Leo immediately took one. To his surprise, Orisa and Putris ignored Liadrin. Seeing that the 2 Forsaken people were not interested in the things in their hands, Liadrin did not force it. The Necromancers in the Undercity are also very powerful. And these 2 forgotten people must have their own way of escaping. If there are no accidents, we will set off tomorrow. As soon as Liadrin finished speaking, Orisa and Putris turned around and left. The rude behavior of the 2 Forsakens made the surrounding Blood Elves so angry that they wanted to draw their swords against each other. If Liadrin hadn't signaled, before going to Naxxramas, the Blood Elves and the Forsaken will stage a full-scale martial arts show. Sylvanas sent these 2 guys here with very deep intentions. Looking at the retreating figures of Putris and Orisa, Leo had a meaningful expression on his face. Leo's half-smiling expression told Liadrin that he had seen through something. Varamathras bewitched a group of forgotten people when he was handling government affairs in the Undercity. The Dread Lord is an expert in the ability to confuse people. So is Sylvanas going to take this opportunity to cleanse? Leo held his chin. Of course he didn't say this directly, but everyone is understanding, and some things don't need to be said so clearly. How can we ensure that there will be no problems during tomorrow's operation? There are many stupid people in the world. And there are also many smart people. Don't think that you are the only one who can see things. Who can be sure that Putris doesn't know Sylvanas' plan? Leo didn't want his plan to be disrupted by the purge of factions in the Undercity. This time we went to Naxxramas, the base camp of the undead Scourge. It was not a tourist attraction. If anything went wrong because of these 2 forgotten people, it would be too late to cry. Don't worry. General Sylvanas is always very confident in everything he does. That's good. I don't want to waste such a good opportunity. Shrugging, Leo turned and walked towards the ziggurat. These 2 guys are coming to the Undercity, so they have to prepare some things. Chapter 323, Entering Naxxramas. Orisa, Putris, Liadrin, Hawksbill plus Leo. This is the 5-person team that raided Naxxramas. If you want 5 people to defeat Naxxramas, their strength is far from enough. So shooting and running has become the core tactical idea this time. However, people's hearts are so different from each other. Who can say for sure what other people are thinking? There is no breath of the living. A very magical potion. As the great apothecary of the Royal Apothecary Association of the Undercity, Putres was a little surprised when he saw that Leo gradually lost the breath of the living and became as lifeless as the undead after drinking a bottle of potion. But it was just a small surprise. It would not be difficult for him to really study it. The alchemical abilities of the corpse hider Abercrombie and the great apothecary Putres are indeed not comparable. The former's painstaking work combined with a flash of inspiration only surprised the latter for a second or two. That's all. By the time Lydron looked at Leo with interest, Hawksbill beside her still had a disdainful look on his face. If you want to avoid being exposed when entering Naxxramas, the first thing you need to do is to hide your aura. The Scourge of the undead is very sensitive to the aura of the living. If you leak it even slightly, you will be discovered. At this point, the Forsaken who are undead are not a problem at all. Lydron and Hawksbill can hide well with the magic jewelry made by Astalar. Only Leo. No one knows whether he can do it. Arrive. But now it seems that this is not a problem for him. Everything is ready. The next step is to activate the teleportation array. Leo blinked at Thetis, who was standing aside. The little girl was originally clamoring to follow her to play with fun things. But in such a dangerous place, no one would agree to follow her, who had not even reached the legendary realm. Besides, teleportation, the number of spots in the formation is also limited. The little girl originally wanted to pester Leo, but Sylph showed her authority as a sister. So Thetis had no choice but to pout and reluctantly stayed. You are all bad people. Thetis stamped her feet and ran out of the zigurat. It wasn't that the little girl was really angry, but that there were 500 skeleton warriors and skeleton mages outside the ziggurat that Leo gave her as new toys to relieve her boredom. The poor skeletons don't know if they will be torn apart. It takes many days to prepare to go to Naxxramas, but it only takes a few seconds to activate the teleportation array. A feeling of dizziness unique to teleportation came over him. The scenery in front of Leo's eyes had changed greatly. Looking around, he found that he was already on a central platform. What a strong power of death! Feeling the breath of the dead spreading throughout the space. The power of death here was actually several times stronger than the trace of death. Leo suddenly felt that there was a force in his body that was about to move, as if something wanted to break out. But when I actually went to sense it, I found nothing. There was a strange thought in his heart, and Leo became more cautious. Is this Naxxramas? But why are the guards so lax? There is no one to even guard the teleportation array. Lydron, who had already looked around, communicated silently with everyone through mental fluctuations. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a place like the entrance to the teleportation array to be unguarded. They had originally planned to use thunder as soon as they entered Naxxramas. He was preparing to quickly kill these guards, but to his surprise, there was not even a ghost in his field of vision. Is Kel'Thuzad so confident? Did he really think that no outsiders could get in if Naxxramas was floating in the air? Which direction? The teleportation array where everyone is located is at the intersection of a road. There are 4 main avenues in it. The question before the 5 people now is, which road should they choose? Choosing the path to travel is very critical. By the way, there is something that can help you when you can't figure out the direction. Its name is a compass. The compass is marked with south and north. That is, an S and an N. If you choose the wrong direction, you will be S plus B. If you choose the right direction, you will be N plus B. So, it is not important where you go, but it is important. The key is to choose the right direction. Leo raised his hand slightly, and a green eyeball the size of a fist appeared. This was the Eye of Kilrog used by warlocks to find paths. The Eye of Kilrog is fragile and can break if touched, but it can share the field of vision with the warlock. To Leo's surprise, Putres also summoned the same thing. This royal apothecary turned out to be Leo's colleague, a necromancer. I'll help you. After Leo told Putres, he directed the Eye of Kilrog to explore the road on the left. Putres had no objection when he saw this. Business is important now, and there is no need to waste time on such a trivial matter. Dispute. Seeing the 2 warlocks manipulating the Eye of Kilrog to explore the way, Lydron and Orissa stood guard for them. As for Hawksbill, the Ranger King's eye shot a ray of light towards the person opposite him. Looking at the third path, the Ranger King is using the supervision given by the Eagle Eye technique to observe the middle path. At this time, people were exploring the left, middle and right roads. There's hatred on my side. Leo ended his exploration first. In fact, when he saw the first tall abomination, he already knew it was the abomination area. Naxxramas has 4 major areas: Golem, Spider, Military, and Plague. In addition to these 4 areas, there is also the internal Frost Dragon Lair, and the top floor where Kel'Thuzad is located. I have a group of Death Knights here. I suggest you choose this place. Putres then ended his exploration, and the path he explored was the military zone. A bunch of construct puppets. After finishing speaking, Hawksbill closed his mouth and stopped talking. The time has come for the vote. And it's a no-brainer. The 2 Forsaken were definitely on one side. Hawksbill was indifferent. Lydrin was non-committal. And Leo made your casual expression. It really doesn't matter which area you choose to go to start a fight with Leo. Anyway, if you go to the military area, you will at most encounter Death Knight Instructor Rezuvios. And you are not going to challenge the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse. But will this really happen? Reality is not a game. And Boss is not a nerd. Has Leo fallen into a misunderstanding of his thinking again? Entering the military zone. The journey was very easy. Surprisingly easy. The 5 of them walked along the avenue for almost half an hour without encountering a single guard. The situation is extremely strange. Even if Kel'Thuzad was more confident that no one would break into Naxxramas floating in the air, it would be impossible not to send guards. Leo and Lydrin exchanged glances, and he had a vague feeling in his heart. Could he have been ambushed? He had a bad premonition and backed down. Bones, didn't you say you saw a group of Death Knights? Why is there nothing? Leo questioned Putres in a bad tone. He had not had a good impression of the Royal Apothecary from the beginning. Now that he saw that the situation he encountered was completely inconsistent with what Putres said, he naturally became more suspicious. Stand up. Is this guy up to no good? Putres snorted coldly. He originally didn't want to pay attention to Leo, but after Orisa also looked at him with questioning eyes, the Royal Apothecary had to explain, I saw those Death Knights. At that time, they were hurriedly heading towards the interior of Naxxramas. This is really a coincidence. The Death Knight was in a hurry in Naxxramas? You might as well say that someone besides us broke into this place. Leo didn't believe it at all. This explanation was too nonsense. Where is Naxxramas? The base camp of the Scourge Legion. An aerial fortress city. Apart from a group of people like myself, who accidentally entered here quietly through Desam's teleportation array. Who else would be there? Wait. Naxxramas. Military zone. Death Knight. Interior. These words suddenly made Leo think of something. A big thing. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Right? Thinking of that matter, Leo did not dare to hesitate. He immediately released an Eye of Kilrog to investigate forward. Lydrin and Hawksbill stopped when they saw Leo's face suddenly changed as he was talking. In their opinion, Leo must have discovered something. Seeing that the other 3 people in the team stopped, Orisa and Putres hesitated and stopped moving forward. The Royal Apothecary then cast the Eye of Kilrog and followed Leo to check the situation ahead. Such an action made Lydrin frown secretly. Putres clearly didn't trust Leo. In the natural disaster base camp where a crisis may occur at any time, this distrust may lead to irreversible consequences. The Eye of Kilrog quickly probed into the military zone of Naxxramas. It was just like before. Not even a single undead bone was seen, let alone the Death Knight. This situation made Leo feel more and more that something was wrong. Could it be that he really ran into that unlucky child? Several knights in armor were fighting fiercely with a group of Death Knights. The leading knight looked a little immature, but his strength was extraordinary. He actually fought with a Death Knight wearing ice blue armor and was inseparable. Wearing ice blue armor, holding a black talisman, and with 2 special marks on his face. Leo recognized him at the first sight. This was the instructor who trained the Death Knights in Naxxramas, Rezuvios. In addition to the strong strength of the leading knight, several other people who fought against the Death Knights were also very conspicuous. A female orc warrior and a dwarf warrior ran around during the siege of a group of Death Knights, constantly providing support to the other knights. Thanks to their efforts, the situation was actually balanced. In the fighting circle, an elf fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Beside the elf, a necromancer was constantly using magic to push away the Death Knights who were trying to kill him. Blood elves, orc warriors, dwarf warriors, a necromancer, and human knights. Leo suddenly felt that his groin muscles were seriously strained, and he was tearing his balls. This time I cheated my father. I cheated my bloody father. Leo was about to cry, but had no tears. This unfortunate incident had really happened to him. Chapter 324 To Help or Not to Help. When climbing Shanku Mountain, Leo once heard someone talk about such a thing. There was a passionate knight and his teammates who ambitiously went to conquer Naxxramas. Along the way, they chopped down spiders and chopped into pieces the hateful fat man. Just as everyone was making great progress, boss appeared. The unlucky blood elf warrior was chopped down to the ground by the sudden appearance of the boss. But the hot-blooded knight did not save him at all, and only urged the forsaken mage to fix the bug. A very evil but fraudulent practice. So the boss fell tragically. But what was even more tragic was that the teammates of the hot-blooded knight also fell. As the only wet nurse, the hot-blooded knight suddenly shouted under the expectation of his teammates, "Transformation!" Suddenly he became a gangster that was despised by thousands of people. He actually picked up the equipment and ran away, leaving only his poor teammates lying on the cold floor to this day. What? Why not release the soul for resurrection? You ask? There is nothing I can do. The server is too stuck and cannot be released. At that time, Leo asked Xiao Baiwan, which guild does the knight belong to? Silver Dawn? Use public channels to swipe him. By the way, isn't the Silver Dawn an NPC organization? Well, this is actually a plot. Pretend I didn't say anything. Because of such a novice incident, Leo was teased by a group of unscrupulous people in the guild for a whole week. So he remembered it particularly deeply, confirming his suspicion. Leo, who had dismissed the Eye of Kilrog, rubbed his face vigorously. It was so unlucky that this happened to him. What a coincidence. What happened? Liadrin saw Leo's actions and knew that something unexpected had happened. Any unexpected situation in Naxxramas, the natural disaster base, would have devastating consequences. One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear? How long has it been, and he is still in the mood to joke? Liadrin rolled her eyes at Leo. She was so charming. But it was a pity that no one appreciated her at such a moment. Don't hold back. Let's talk it out together. Well, since Hawksbill has said so, I can't help but give you face. Can I? Leo curled his lips. To be honest, he couldn't figure out why the Ranger King always had a bad face and was not lovable at all. Someone fought against the Death Knights of Naxxramas before us. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The good news is that the 5 of us have foreign aid and are not fighting alone in this natural disaster base camp. The bad news is that the natural disaster in Naxxramas has been alarmed, and the military zone has caused commotion in other areas. There will definitely be some precautions, and their plan to make a surprise attack has fallen into place. This is what Leo meant. Good news and bad news are really just the same thing. Liadrin and Hawksbill had surprised expressions on their faces. This is the aerial fortress city of Naxxramas. How come someone besides us ran in? When did the base camp of the undead Scourge become a vegetable market? Orisa looked at Putres, who nodded, indicating that what Leo said was correct. Taking this scene into his eyes, Leo sneered secretly. Orisa and Putres didn't believe him. So how could he believe these two guys? Suspect me? It depends on which of us is unlucky. Now that they knew that the Death Knights in the military zone had been attracted by the previous group of people, Leo and the others felt much more at ease as they moved forward. The 5 of them quickly arrived at the place where the group of people were fighting the Death Knights. At this time, this group of people had already reached the place where Resuvio's trained Death Knights. There was a circular square. From Leo and the others to enter the circular square, they had to go down several flights of stairs. In other words, Leo and the others are now overlooking the entire square from a high position. Hiding quietly at the entrance of the square, a human, 2 blood elves, and 2 forgotten people discussed. To help or not to help? This is a question worth considering. When talking about this issue, the 5 people had differences of opinion. Orisa and Putres are naturally strong militants. They came to cause trouble for the Scourge Legion. So why didn't they take action? When Liadrin and Hawksbill saw a blood elf seriously injured and dying, they also stepped forward to rescue him. After all, Liadrin was a priest. As long as the blood elf didn't die, he could still save his life. But Leo firmly disagreed. Just kidding. Didn't you see a paladin below? Since he, as a companion, would not help, there was no need for his group to be exposed. In fact, after his suspicions were confirmed, Leo's tendency was to follow this group of people and take advantage. After all, the paladin was indeed unreasonable in his work. He clearly had time to help the blood elves with the holy light spell. But he was stunned and could only urge the team to rush in. This is your teammate. Do you have the character of a paladin? Have you talked about humility, honesty, compassion, heroism, justice, sacrifice, honor, spirit, the 8 honors and 8 disgraces? The contempt in Leo's heart for the leading paladin was like an endless stream of water, and like the yellow river flooding out of control. Listen to me. The paladin taking the lead is very strong, and doesn't need our help at all. What we have to do now is wait, and see what happens. Leo told his plan. But he didn't get any support from others. In support, he could only tell another piece of news. The leading paladin is Darian Mograine, the youngest son of Lord Alexandros Mograine, leader of the Scarlet Crusade. Bones, you guys, do you really want to help? Orisa, who was about to make a move, immediately calmed down. The Forgotten had deep grudges with the Scarlet Crusaders. The group of bloody lunatics would fight with them when they met. As a Forgotten, Orisa would not hesitate to do anything to Darian without adding insult to injury. It's so great. You still want her to help? Go ahead and dream. Is he Darian? Liadrin shook her head with disdain. Since the death of Mograine, the Scarlet Crusade has become more and more unbearable. This paladin named Darian is worse than him. It's too far away for my father to come. Liadrin was very dissatisfied with Darian's reckless behavior of not rescuing his companions, but only knowing to kill inside Naxxramas. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the person lying on the ground seriously injured and waiting to die was a blood elf. 2 crystal bottles containing unknown potions were held by Putries. The royal apothecary slowly poured the 2 potions together. Amidst a burst of bubbles, an emerald green liquid was generated. Bones, you did a good job. Leo cursed angrily, and his body faded until he disappeared. Although the sound of Putries synthesizing the potion was slight, the gurgling sound of the bubbles had already aroused the vigilance of some death knights. Several knights rode death horses and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the square. The steps were completely inimical to the death horses. Without causing any obstacles, the death knights rode forward, and 2 forgotten ones and 2 blood elves appeared in their field of vision. Intruder. Kill! Several death knights charged at the 4 intruders. Alissa raised her shield to block the front. As a warrior, she consciously shouldered the important task of protecting others. Hawksbill's fingers trembled, and the bowstring of the Skyfire Eagle bow trembled. 3 sharp arrows pierced the sky. The arrows, which had broken through the sound barrier at a speed, easily penetrated the death horse's head, and then nailed the death knight's head. The powerful destruction, the power shattered the fire of their souls. The golden holy light in Liadrin's hand shone, and the bodies of the 2 death knights were purified and decomposed in the holy light. What they also encountered was their mount, the death horse. The fire element in Putries' hand pulsed, and the sacrificial fire burned the last 2 death knights to ashes. When these 3 ruthless men took action, Orisa had no chance to show off. The first group of death knights who rushed up were all killed. What about the human? Looking around, Putries found that Leo had long disappeared. Leo can actually sneak. Liadrin was surprised again. Stealth is a special skill of a stalker. As a warlock, Leo can actually do this, which is really unexpected. The guy who came from MI7 is really secretive. The rumble of horse hooves approached from the circular square to where the 4 of them were. The previous battle had completely exposed their whereabouts, and a large group of death knights rushed towards the exit. Don't worry about that human. I'll stop them, Orisa roared angrily, and the undead female warrior rushed forward quickly after blessing the battle roar, and rushed to the stairs before the death knight arrived. Holding the shield in front of her, Orisa started acting like a road hog, facing the undead female warrior who rushed out to intercept. The death knights paid no attention at all, even if they were rushing upwards on the stairs. Their superb riding skills could still charge as if they were on the ground. For Sylvanas' victory. Looking at the charging death knight, Orisa roared again. The momentum of the death knight was greatly weakened by the demoralizing roar. We are the Forsaken. The moment the death knight in the front was about to hit Orisa, the undead female warrior stepped on the ground with a bang, and a circular air wave blasted out. The bodies of the death knights in the front row swayed, and their speed was greatly reduced. Thunder shock. With a violent swing of the shield in his hand, a death knight, including his man and his horse, was knocked out and fell heavily onto the square dozens of meters below the entrance. Shield bash. While waving the shield, he swung the long sword in his hand, and the 3 death knights were cut into 2 pieces together with the horses at their crotches. Cleave. The undead female warrior killed 4 death knights with just 1 move. Her brave fighting method made Leo, who is hiding in the dark, start to speculate in a bad way. Orisa is so violent despite her human appearance. Does she have the characteristics of a Tauran bloodline? If there is one, is it a bull or a cow? The way forward was blocked by the corpses of his companions, and the Death Knight, who charged immediately, pulled the reins of the horse. With 4 long hisses, the Death Horse leaped into the air, while the Death Knight slashed at Orisa with his sword. The Death Horse's hooves also hit hard, stepped towards her. Orisa was not afraid of the volley attacks of the 4 Death Knights. The undead female warrior held up her shield in front of her, swung her sword again, and a shock wave knocked the 4 Death Knights away with a bang, along with their horses. He fell into the square below, and was so dazed that he couldn't move for a long time. Shockwave. Orisa is a defensive warrior. Chapter 325 Rescue Frelin. The battle at the entrance of the square immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Unexpectedly, in a place like Naxxramas, one could encounter the same people who were looking for trouble for the Scourge. The Forsaken Mage, who was guarding the Blood Elves, looked on. When he reached Putri's behind Orisa, he didn't even think about it. He immediately cast a flash spell to Putri's side, and the poor Blood Elf, who was seriously injured and dying, was just abandoned. Damn the Forsaken Mage. He just abandoned a fellow Blood Elf. Liadrin and Hawksbill were filled with hatred. The Forsaken Mage who came to Putri's obviously did not expect that the former came with 2 Blood Elves, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, without the Forgotten Mage in the way. A group of Death Knights immediately surrounded the fallen Blood Elf. Liadrin and Hawksbill did not dare to neglect when they saw this. They ignored the Forsaken Mage who abandoned his companions, and used all their strength. Rescue a fallen kinsman. A translucent air shield protected the seriously injured Blood Elf inside, and the priest's power word, shield. When the Death Knight rushed to the Blood Elf, Liadrin's recovery spell and prayer of healing had been cast on him. The Blood Elf Countess' hands flashed with light one after another, and the holy light continued to heal like rapidly flashing stars. Seriously injured Blood Elf. Liadrin's fast healing spell was indeed fast, but it was cast 4 or 5 times in the blink of an eye. The Death Knight who rushed up slashed at the air shield protecting the Blood Elves, and he fell to the ground motionless. The Blood Elf was able to stand up with support, but looking at him looking like he might fall down at any time. He is unlikely to be able to fight yet. Hawksbill's Skyfire Eagle bow trembled rapidly, and the arrows formed a dense rain of arrows, hitting the heads of the Death Knights, who tried to kill the Blood Elves one by one. When casting random shots, the Ranger King showed that it was far beyond ordinary people. Archery. When the 2 Blood Elves were rescuing their own kind, the Forsaken Mage and Putri's made a small move, and a container containing an unknown object was quietly transferred from the former's hand to the latter's. Leo hid in the dark and saw this scene clearly. The Forsaken Mage must be Castrian, and the container he gave Putri's presumably contained prototype plague spores. It was thanks to this thing that Putri's developed the incredible Desolation of the Forgotten and became the chief pharmacist of the Royal Apothecary Society. Leo was greedy when he thought about the powerful medicine like Desolation of the Forgotten. Even the Lich King Arthas couldn't stand it. He didn't know if Vislim could come up with it. Although he was moved, he knew that now was not the time to take action. And Leo, who was in the dark, did not launch an attack on the 2 Forgotten Ones who had surrendered to the Burning Legion. In fact, in Leo's view, it is not surprising that Castrian and Putri's joined the Burning Legion. Compared with local forces like the Scourge and the Forsaken, the interstellar conglomerate, the Burning Legion, is obviously more promising. Castrian and Putri's don't want to be young and not work hard. Isn't this the end of their lives in the mainland? People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Is there an outflow of talent? If the purpose of the Burning Legion was not too unconventional, Leo would have found a way to change jobs. Despite the full rescue efforts of Hawksbill and Liadrin, the Blood Elf in the square was unfortunately too seriously injured, and he still failed to regain his fighting power when power word, shield, was broken. I really didn't expect that. Frelin, seeing a group of Death Knights swarming up. The Blood Elf, who could barely stand, had a helpless smile on his lips. Damn it. Can't we really save him? Liadrin and Hawksbill were unwilling to give up. Just when the 3 Blood Elves were about to give up, a wave of magic power suddenly appeared. A mage suddenly appeared next to the seriously injured Frelin. The biting cold air formed an ice ring and froze the charging Death Knight in place. It's Leo's subordinate Satis. Liadrin and Hawksbill were greatly surprised when they saw this, and Leo finally took action. But then a question emerged in the minds of the 2 Blood Elves. Where did this mage named Sardis come from? Purple and white arcane brilliance flashed, and banging magic explosions sounded. Sardis used arcane explosions, blowing all the Death Knights in the first 2 rows into pieces. Seeing that there was someone protecting Frelin, and there was no danger for the time being, Lydrin began to chant spells. With her strength, she actually needed to chant. A few seconds later, she raised her hands, and a blazing white holy light fell on Frelin. The Blood Elf, who had escaped the disaster with the protection of Sardis, clenched his fists and found that his injuries had healed. Most of it. Human. Frelin. Zumu. Oh, you my life. Frelin, who had regained his fighting strength, began to go berserk. He leaned down and picked up the 2 swords used by the Death Knights. The 2 swords fell with a swipe, and the 2 Death Knights were split into 2 pieces, including their horses and men. You rookies in the legendary realm, I will kill as many as you come. Frelin roared and swung his swords in a sweeping sweep. The 4 Death Knights, who rushed up, followed in the footsteps of their companions. Not only were they cut in half, but the death horses under their crotches were also beheaded. Titan's Grasp? This Blood Elf is actually a warrior specializing in violent talent. Looking at Frelin killing among a group of Death Knights, Leo rubbed his chin. This guy was a bit fierce. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. If it weren't for a fierce man, he would dare to accompany Dalian into Naxxramas? Don't waste time on these rookies. They are just a group of trainee Death Knights. Let's kill them. Darian began to urge his companions to kill into the depths of Naxxramas again. He waved his sword vigorously, forcing Resuvios to retreat continuously. Under his leadership, a group of members of the Silver Dawn headed toward the other side of the square. Kill at one end, where there is a path leading to the next level. Frelin ignored Dalian. He was almost killed by a group of legendary rookies who usually looked down upon him. The soldier's temper broke out, and his mind was filled with the idea of killing all these trainee Death Knights. His approach saved his life. If this guy was still rushing downward stupidly with Dalian, Leo would not care about his life or death. If he could save him once, he had fulfilled his duty as an ally of Silvermoon City. And Lydrin and Hawksbill couldn't say anything about him. Dalian and the others went down, but Leo and his group had no intention of following. The Death Knights in the square were divided into 2 groups. One group was led by Instructor Resuvios to resist Dalian, and the other group Dial continued to besiege Frelin. After completing the secret deal and obtaining the target of the trip, Castrian and Pudret went all out. 1 mage and 1 warlock. The 2 used group attack spells to kill all the trainee Death Knights who were attacking Orisa. Kill him! Out of their deep hatred for the Scourge, the 3 Forsakens joined the battle group in the square without any hesitation. Hawksbill and Lydrin did not move their positions. The Ranger King's condescending attack killed the trainee Death Knights. One by one, Lydrin continued to cast spells, trying to completely heal Frelin's injuries. Lydrin, you are too unreasonable. Your people don't seem to be in trouble at all. My Sathas can't hold on any longer. Leo's voice rang in Lydrin's ears. Although Sardis was stronger than the trainee Death Knights, he alone as a mage couldn't withstand the continuous charge of a group of knights. He killed nearly 300 people with arcane explosion. After a Death Knight, Sardis's mana shield was broken. The brat finally spoke up. And I thought he ran away quietly. Lydrin raised the corners of her mouth and showed a victorious smile. The female priest raised her hands slightly, prayed for tenacity, and prayed for spirituality. Everyone in the battle became much stronger in a burst of refreshment, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Leo rolled his eyes. Physical and mental blessings alone could not solve Sardis's current predicament. Lydrin forced herself to put in more effort. Damn Scourge. Here I come! A warrior carrying a big axe suddenly jumped out and jumped from the entrance, dozens of meters high to the square. Using the gravity of the fall, the battle axe split a trainee Death Knight from it. Then he swung the big axe and the man spun twice like a top, cutting the 4 trainee Death Knights around him into 2 pieces. The sound of sharp arrows piercing the air was heard, and the 2 Death Knights who tried to attack Sardis turned over and fell off their horses. The warrior Orga and the archer Darko joined the battle group. 2 pseudo-legendary companions joined in, and Sardis finally had a chance to take a breath, and he began to use Awakening to recover. Lydrin and Hawksbill secretly communicated with each other using mental fluctuations. The appearance of the 3 pseudo-legends made them surprised, and they also understood one thing. That is, Leo must be responsible for this Naxxramas war. The backup plan is ready. Thinking that Leo had led them to discover this teleportation circle, and that the ziggurat in Dysum had always been Leo's residence, The two blood elves suddenly felt like they were being plotted against. What is Leo's plan? Liedren felt a little upset. She realized that the situation during the trip to Naxxramas was out of control. Leo was not as simple as she thought. This human being is difficult to deal with. A careless person may be swallowed by him to the point where no bones are left. As if knowing the doubts in the hearts of the two blood elves. Leo's voice rang in their ears, "Don't worry. As an ally, I will not harm you no matter what. If anything happens to you, where is Sister Fizzle? It's not easy for me to explain." "Why don't you explain it to Fuxel? If it weren't for Fuxel, we wouldn't be able to survive?" Liedren's heart became more upset, and the Blood Elf Countess felt that Leo was talking nonsense, constantly reminding her to be careful, hiding in the darkness. Putre's Leo looked at the fierce battle with the trainee Death Knights in the square, with a sneer on his lips. "I regard Liedren and Hawksbill as allies. But you three guys, hey, just ask for your blessings." Chapter 326 Faltola. There was a lot of commotion in the military zone. Groups of trainee Death Knights, led by Instructor Resuvios, were unable to stop the invading enemies, and were killed and retreated. To make matters worse, another group of invaders appeared at the entrance of the square. Their strength was equally strong. Not long after the battle, the trainee Death Knights under Resuvios had already suffered more than 2,000 casualties. In Naxxramas, the base camp of the Scourge Legion, a few people actually caused such trouble. The strong Scourge men in the military zone felt that they could not keep their faces off. "Go away, you rookies. My patience is exhausted." A Death Knight holding a rune sword was angry. Although his companions at the front were brave, they were just a group of rookies who had not yet completed training. These guys were in the way, and he could not perform at all. Although he felt that the trainee Death Knights were in the way, his companions were companions after all, and his loyalty to the Lich King forced him to find ways to reduce the losses of the Scourge. Feeling the anger of this Death Knight, a group of trainee Death Knights quickly moved out of the way. Amidst the stamping of horse hooves, the angry Death Knight attacked Orisa. "Traitor! In the name of the Lich King, feel my wrath." The Death Knight swung his sword and slashed down. The power of his attack was completely different from that of the trainee Death Knight. Orisa knew that he had met a powerful enemy and quickly put his shield in front of him. Clang! The rune sword struck the shield, and Orisa couldn't stop her body from shaking. The Death Knight followed up with another strike, giving Orisa no chance to breathe. This time, the forgotten female warrior was knocked back 2 steps. Before she could stop her body, a biting cold hit her body. Although the forgotten could not feel cold, her flexible fire, but it flashed twice. This chill mixed with magical attacks is the cold touch of the Death Knight. This guy is different from the previous trainee rookies. He is a real Death Knight. Orisa made a judgment in her mind, and Castrian and Putre's behind her saw a master coming and hurriedly cast spells to attack. The Death Knight ignored the incoming spell, and an invisible force field spread. Under the power of death, the magic attacks of the 2 forgotten ones were greatly weakened, and they had no effect at all on the Death Knight. The Death Knight grinned and stretched out his hand to hold it in vain. Castrian flew towards him involuntarily. Orisa and Putre's were about to rescue them when a group of ghouls suddenly jumped out. The fierce army of the dead summoned by the Death Knight, the offensive forced the 2 of them to seek self-protection first. "I am the darkness." Castrian was about to struggle, but suddenly found that the connection between himself and the magic element was forcibly severed. The rich power of death stood between him and the magic element, making it impossible for him, as a mage, to cast any magic. Castrian, who was photographed in front of the Death Knight by the Death Grip, could only watch helplessly as the rune sword struck his head, and then he knew nothing amidst the clatter of a broken skull, anti-magic zone and death strike. This guy is an evil Death Knight, and his strength is infinitely close to the legend. Leo was secretly shocked when he saw Castrian being easily killed. Naxxramas was worthy of being the base camp of natural disasters. There were so many powerful people here, and even a Death Knight who slipped out was a legendary figure. After Xiao Xiao was startled, Leo secretly commanded the 3 pseudo-legends under his command to stay away from the Death Knight. Faltora, damn the Scourge, he became a Death Knight. Liedren was casting a spell to heal Frelin, who was selfless in the battle. When Hawksbill suddenly exclaimed, the Countess of Blood Elf's hand shook, and the spell was almost interrupted. Leo turned his head and looked over. Unexpectedly, Liedren and Hawksbill met an acquaintance here. It seemed that the Death Knight who killed Castrian was a Blood Elf, and he was also an unknown person. Simple Blood Elf. Faltola, This name seems a bit impressive. Scratching his face, Leo tried hard to recall, but didn't get any useful information. Leo, the famous blood elf among the Death Knights, only remembers Kaltira Deathweaver. As for this Faltola, are you sure he is not a fool? But regardless of whether Faltola is a soy sauce or not, judging from his appearance, he might have been a legendary strongman during his lifetime. Because many strong men have lost a lot of strength after being killed by the Scourge Legion and becoming undead. Faltola is still with a strength that is infinitely close to that of a legendary powerhouse. It is not surprising that he was a legend during his lifetime. With such thoughts, Leo would not let the three sadists get close to Faltola. The blood elves should leave their own problems to be solved by themselves. Leo watched from the sidelines. Although Lydron and Hawksbill wanted to help, they were helpless because they were surprised after recognizing Faltola's identity. By the time the two blood elves thought of taking action, they were already a step too late. Faltola, who killed Castrian, used the power of death in the anti-magic area and slashed the rune sword towards the ground. Amidst the surging power of death, a dark red envelope covered an area of nearly 30 meters in radius. Death and decay, even Orisa and Putres, as forgotten ones, were inevitably eroded in the death and decay. A burst of fine sand fell from their bodies, which was part of their bodies that had been corrupted. At this time, Putres made a move that surprised others. When Faltola rushed up again, brandishing the rune sword, Orisa fulfilled her obligation as a warrior. The undead female warrior bravely faced her again, but Putres behind her spilled the previously mixed potion forward. The potion covered Faltola like a rain of flowers, and part of it was inevitable. The Orisa was included in the attack range. Hey! A burst of black smoke emerged, and the first target hit by the potion thrown by Putres was not Faltola, but Orisa, who handed her back to him. The potion touched her back, and Orisa's body was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The undead female warrior looked back unwillingly, and saw the light of magic appearing on Putres' body, and she disappeared into Naxxas. Ma Dong. Unlike Orisa, who was unprepared, Faltola watched Putres' potion being thrown from the front. When the potion was about to spill on Faltola's body, a ghoul jumped out, used its body to block all the spilled potions. Poor ghoul. The younger brother is still destined to be cannon fodder and block the boss's arrow. Leo withdrew his hand when Putres activated the teleportation circle and escaped. He didn't think about stopping it, but because he had other plans in mind, he held back. He couldn't give up the opportunity to capture it just for the sake of Putres, so let's spare his life temporarily this time. Glancing at Dalian, who was defeating Lasuvios, a mysterious smile appeared on Leo's lips. Traitor. Die! Sacrificing a ghoul to block Putres' potion, Faltola's rune sword glowed with purple-black light and slashed at Orisa, who was suffering from the potion. Clang! Although most of her back was melted, Orisa still held up her shield to block Faltola's attack. Putres' potion, Faltola's death and withering. Orisa was corroded by the potion and the power of death, and her body flashed red. Blessed with violent rage, Faltola swung his sword again. In his opinion, Orisa was just dying. Call! A shield came crashing down. Kung! Orisa's shield slam knocked Faltola's rune sword away. But the price paid by the forsaken female warrior was not small. Her body without the protection of the shield was hit by several ghouls. She deliberately tried her best till Orisa no longer cared about the ghoul, and slashed out with the sword with great destructive power, hoping to destroy Faltola with one blow. A devastating blow? Leo couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Not to mention that Orisa's devastating blow might not hit Faltola. Even if she hit it, she wouldn't be able to kill the Death Knight. A translucent shield appeared from Orisa's body. Lydron's power word, shield caught the ghoul's attack on Orisa's behalf. At the same time, a light flashed in the hand of the Blood Elf Countess. Lisa suddenly felt that the pain that was tormenting her was relieved a lot. It is the painful suppression of the disciplined priest. Is Lydron not a holy priest, but a disciplined priest? Doubts arose in Leo's mind, and his intuition told him that Lydron's strength was definitely not that simple. Faltola took a slight step back, wiping the tip of the sword to avoid Orisa's devastating blow. A dark green light shot out from the rune sword, which was the Death Knight's version of Death Coil. Then he rode up again, intending to kill Orisa in one fell swoop. Something unexpected happened to the Death Knight. When the green light of Death Coil was shot at power word, shield, it actually returned along the original path. Death Coil is reflected. The disciplined priest's reflective shield talent gives power word, shield a nearly half chance of reflecting attacks. At a critical moment, this talent saved Orissa's life. When Faltora resolved, the death coil launched. Orissa had lost track, and the forsaken female warrior appeared next to Lydron. Leo looked at Lydron, who was using the Great Dispel on Orissa in an attempt to relieve her pain, and secretly guessed that this female blood elf priest was indeed not simple. She could actually perform a leap of faith similar to Death Grip. Could it be that she had already about to reach the peak of legend? Is Lydron's strength at the level of Sylvanas? Seeing Faltola coming with a group of trainee Death Knights, Lydron was a little anxious. Unless she gave up Orissa, she would have to rely on Hawksbill to resist alone. Although the Rangers also have melee capabilities, Hawksbill is no match for Faltola. Leo, you still won't take action? Chapter 327 gives you a new life. Does this woman Lydron have to force me to show up? Leo felt helpless. He knew that Lydron was already dissatisfied. But now was really not the time to take action. Roar! A few beasts roared, and several beasts appeared. A huge grizzly bear collided towards Faltola. The powerful collision force shook the death horse, and Faltola's charge was blocked. The thick bear paws ignited with blazing flames, and the huge grizzly bear's flame claws struck out and missed the rune sword that cut off Faltola. This grizzly bear is just entering the epic level of strength, but it can actually block my casual attack. Faltola was a little surprised, but then he became angry again, because while he was fighting the giant grizzly bear, a majestic black lion and a white swamp crocodile attacked the death horse under his crotch. When Faltola realized that his mount had been attacked, it was already too late. His mount was missing 2 legs. Huma and Terror Claw succeeded in the sneak attack, and Faltola had to give up the advantage of mounts and changed from cavalry to infantry. Stuck. 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 The sound of metal friction sounded, and mechanical chariots appeared one after another. Although Leo did not show up, he sent hundreds of Frostwalker chariots. As soon as Faltola landed, the biting cold air hit him, and hundreds of frosty breaths hit his face. A green aura appeared on the Death Knight's body, and he rushed forward against the ice with an anti-magic shield. He is looking for death. Under the cover of hundreds of ices, a sharp roar came out. Darko had already targeted Faltola, and a pseudo-legendary archer locked the Death Knight with a full blow. If it were anyone else, they would definitely stop and defend. But Faltola relied on his own strength. He had infinitely close to the legendary strength and kept his feet on his feet. He just guarded the rune sword on his chest, ready to intercept at any time. A sharp arrow broke through the ice and struck. Faltola swung the rune sword and struck hard. The power of death surged from the rune sword. Darko's full blow was easily caught by him. After breaking the opponent's attack, Faltola should have continued to move forward, but he suddenly retreated sharply, followed by a sharp arrow. It turns out that Hawksbill's aimed shot was hidden behind Darko's attack. The Ranger King's arrow was the real fatal move, and Darko's attack was just a cover for him. Want to run? Can you run? Leo smiled coldly, and while Faltola retreated, Sardis suddenly flashed to his side, and Frost Nova froze Faltola's legs. The Death Knight's rapid retreat suddenly stopped. Hawksbill's sharp arrows struck him, and 3 bone shields protected him. Want to rely on bone shield to protect yourself? I've already guarded against your move. In Leo's teasing eyes, Faltola was shocked to find that the 3 bone shields disappeared as soon as they appeared. At this time, the sharp arrows that were chasing after him had already been shot at his forehead. It turned out that after casting Frost Nova, Sardis summoned his magic power to shoot 3 arcane missiles at him. It was these 3 arcane missiles that blasted away Faltola's bone shield. General Faltola reacted quickly enough and raised his head at the last moment. Hawksbill's aimed shot grazed his forehead and shattered his forehead bones when it knocked his helmet away. The soul fire hidden in Altola's skull was greatly impacted, and the fire became sickly and depressed, being plotted by Hawksbill and Leo. Faltola ended up being seriously injured despite his strong strength. It's really Faltola. Hawksbill's sharp eyes could clearly see Faltola's face despite the obstacles of ice. The Ranger King couldn't help but be disappointed. He originally held on to a glimmer of hope that he might have recognized the wrong person, but he didn't expect reality to crush him ruthlessly. Hearing what Hawksbill said, Lydron sighed sadly. Has General Kaltira's brother also become a puppet controlled by the Lich King? When Leo heard this, he staggered and almost slipped to the ground. After spending a long time, the origin of Faltola was so deceptive that he was actually the temple general of the original Blood Elves, and now the Death Knight Kaltira Deathweaver. Younger brother. Should we kill him and resurrect him? Leo thought about it. Maybe he could use Faltola to win over the corrupt butcher Kaltira. If he could win over Kaltira, the Death Knights of the tribe would not be able to escape from his grasp in the future. The more I thought about Leo, the more I thought this deal was a good deal. The Soul Fire was seriously injured, and Faltola covered his face and retreated. He had not ignored the ice spewing from the Frostwalker chariot before, but now that he was seriously injured and his defense was greatly reduced, he felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. How could I let you run away like that? Go to H.L. and I will give you a new life. Leo chuckled. Huma, Terraclaw and Wild Wolf blocked the way for Faltola to retreat. These beasts that were not considered by the Death Knight before have now become the biggest obstacles to his escape. Damn beast. Faltola cursed secretly. He did not dare to count on the support of the trainee Death Knights now. Under the attack of hundreds of Frust mechanical chariots, the trainee Death Knights were struggling. The two trainee Death Knights who rushed at the front were far away. Faltola is still 7 or 8 meters away. The distance of 7 or 8 meters seems short, but in this moment of life and death, it is fatal. After calming down his surprise, Hawksbill drew the Skyfire Eagle bow again and aimed at him again. At the moment of life and death, Faltola didn't care about anything. He swung 2 swords with all his strength. After forcing away the Huma and the mad wolf that besieged him, he rolled over and fell straight to the square dozens of meters below. He looked so embarrassed. Absolutely. The strong image he had when he appeared on the stage has completely disappeared. But compared to the fire of the killed soul, losing one's image may not really be a big deal. But Leo was determined to give him a new life. So how could he let him run away so easily? Just as Faltola turned over and fell, a figure suddenly jumped up from the ground and hit Faltola like a SHL. The Death Knight did not expect that someone would launch such an attack. He was knocked all over his body, and his fallen body flew back together with the person who hit him. This person is Leo's pseudo-legendary warrior Auriga. Damn human warrior. I will kill you. Faltola waved his sword angrily. At this time, he already felt that he was locked by Hawksbill again. The Ranger King's fatal attack was about to come, but the human warrior hugged him tightly and was determined to kill him. Die. Puff. The rune sword penetrated the warrior's body, and as soon as the tip of the sword passed through the skin, it was slapped away by the giant grizzly bear's flaming claw, leaving only a long wound on Auriga's body. One blow failed to kill Auriga. Faltola only felt a coldness in his body, and he knew that Hawksbill's attack had arrived. With no other choice, Faltola could only try to turn around, trying to avoid the fatal blow. But a green vine suddenly appeared and wrapped him up like a rice dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. Click! Hawksbill's aimed shot hit without any suspense, and the sharp arrow penetrated Faltola's skull. The powerful impact blew off his skull and extinguished his fire of flexibility. Without the soul fire, Faltola's body immediately stopped moving. Well, Lyadrin, who was treating Orisa, sighed, while Hawksbill kept pulling the Skyfire Eagle bow, shooting the trainee Death Knights one by one. Although killing a familiar kinsman with their own hands freed him from the control of the Lich King, Lyadrin and Hawksbill also felt very uncomfortable. While the two blood elves were feeling uncomfortable, Leo had already commanded his pets to collect Faltola's bones. Being able to establish a relationship with Kaltira Deathweaver seems to be very rewarding in the future. Leo smiled proudly. He was very satisfied with this harvest. Even if the next plan failed, it would not be a big deal. It was my life to lose that thing, but it was my fortune to gain it. Faltola is dead. 2 Death Knights came out with a group of ghouls and stopped the advancing Dalian and others. With their help, Rezuvios finally had a chance to take a breath. Although the other Knights of the Silver Dawn are very weak, Darian's strength is truly formidable. After all, he is the son of Lord Ash, and what Mograine taught him is by no means mediocre. Besides, the dwarf warrior and the female orc who were with Dalian were also very powerful. If Rezuvios had not had the numerical advantage, they would have killed them long ago. Rezuvios, our powerful Death Knight instructor, you are in such a mess right now. A gloomy voice sounded after him. Rezuvios waved his sword and continued to fight with Darian. He also fought back. Godic, your movements are too slow. Your fragile body may not be able to withstand this kid's blow. Sword, a natural disaster mage wearing a sheep bone helmet, blue robe, and a big beard appeared from the lower passage. Although his face was old, bursts of powerful magic escaped from him, showing as his strength is not inferior to that of the strong Rezuvios. 3 strange skulls were locked with gray magical iron chains at the hem of the blue robe. The skulls and the iron chains swayed back and forth as the Scourge mage moved around. and the skulls and the iron chains made clanging sounds from time to time, beating in everyone's hearts like a heavy drum. A trace of blood seeped out from the corners of the mouths of the weaker Silver Dawn Knights. Goddick the Reaper, another boss-level character in the Naxxramas military zone. Seeing Goddick's appearance, Leo secretly became wary. This natural disaster mage has a very powerful curse that reduces the opponent's strength by harvesting souls. Moreover, this curse can be superimposed 9 times. In other words, he can turn the strength is reduced by 90%. Considering that Darien is only focused on urging the team to kill downwards, the appearance of Goddick the Reaper will undoubtedly cause a major crisis for the Paladin's companions. Liadrin, Hawksbill, be careful. That old guy is difficult to deal with. Chapter 328. The situation is out of control. In fact, Leo didn't need to remind Liadrin and Hawksbill to know that Goddick was not easy to mess with. The aura and oppression brought by this natural disaster expert when he appeared was completely different from the minions. Although the sound of the controlled collision between the skull and the magic chain could not hurt the 2 Blood Elf masters, it still made their moods become restless for a moment. For strong men like Liadrin and Hawksbill, their hearts are as solid as a rock and difficult to be shaken. But now such a situation has arisen. The 2 strong Blood Elves can't help but react to what seems like a gust of wind. Goddick, who could be knocked down, was very wary. You have foolishly entered the path that leads to death. Unaware of powers beyond your imagination, you are fighting bravely into the realm of the dead. And now there is only one path before you. The lonely road of damnation. Farther. Goddick's emotionless voice echoed in the square. The bodies of the Knights of the Silver Dawn, who had been injured when he appeared, were in pain. The evil power was corroding their souls. The attacks of these knights became weak, and their movements began. Slowly. Even the full assistance of the female orc warriors and dwarf warriors could not stop the tragedy from happening. Injured knights died one after another under the siege of ghouls and death knights. Goddick's voice sounded again. Death is the only way to escape. The female orc warriors and dwarf warriors were very anxious when they saw this. They were already alone. And now their companions were killed one after another. Even though they were powerful, they were in danger under the siege of a group of natural disasters. What's worse is that since entering Naxxramas, the leader Dalian seems to have changed. He only knows how to fight hard and ignore others. It was precisely because of his actions that another powerful teammate Frelin became dissatisfied. The Blood Elf warrior did not follow them to kill in, but stood at the other end of the square to protect his 2 in front of fellow racers. Dwarf, the situation is very bad. Darien seems to have been bewitched and lost his mind. If we don't want to die here, we must find a way to break out. During the battle, the female orc warrior took the opportunity of the 2 passing by to tell the dwarf warrior her plan. Although she was mentally prepared to die in battle before entering Naxxramas, this was based on the situation where her team was fighting alone. Because the female orc warrior knew that the chance of raiding Naxxramas was only this time. But the appearance of Leo and the others gave the female orc warrior other ideas. The fact that this team composed of 2 Blood Elves, 2 forgotten people and 3 humans could enter Naxxramas meant that someone had cracked the code. Learn how to enter this natural disaster base camp. This time they followed Dalian without success. And there will be other opportunities in the future. Hearing the female orc warrior call him a dwarf, the dwarf warrior was not happy. He shouted loudly, "Glenhold, you barbaric orc. I am the great Brannigan Thunderhammer. Be careful if you call me a dwarf again. I'll beat you up." The shouts of the dwarf warrior Brannigan caught Leo's attention. Not to mention this short bastard. He had really forgotten that this guy who received the lunch box extremely quickly was an important figure in the Wild Hammer clan. Among the 3 dwarf hammers, a royal member of the Wild Hammer clan. Brannigan's shouting was even heard by Leo. Rezuvios and Goddick couldn't miss it. The former was dealing with Darien and couldn't get out, while the latter quickly targeted Brannigan. Body? Obez. Kill him! As soon as Goddick finished speaking, a group of death knights emerged from the passage behind him. The leader of them was of extraordinary strength, no less powerful than Faltola. This group of death knights are not trainees with only the legendary level of strength, but real death knights who have truly passed the training of Rezuvios. The death knights in the Scourge Legion can be said to be a truly elite force. Usually, death knights are only assigned to troops at all levels as battlefield commanders. However, once there is a decisive battle, all death knights will be organized into one team. They will use their skilled combat skills and powerful dark magic to let the enemies of the Scourge know what painful death is. In the Battle of Mount Hyjal, it was their rapid insertion from the left wing that killed all the shaman troops of the Orc Legion, which forced Chief Thrall to order the withdrawal from the battlefield. During the Forsaken Rebellion, When Arthas was besieged by the Banshee Queen Sylvanas and Lordaeron, Kel'Thuzad immediately gathered all the nearby Death Knights to break in with no warning. Lordaeron fell and rescued Alsos, who was in danger, during the battle for the Frozen Throne. Arthas held Frostmourne high and commanded the Death Knights to break through the obstruction of the Blood Elves and Nagas, directly defeating Illidan's direct guards and driving out the new king of Outland. Illidan's torn rage. The Frozen Throne defended the Lich King Nazul. How could the Death Knights, with such a brilliant record, be so easily disrupted by others in their defense zone? Becoming a real Death Knight is not that easy. In addition to having excellent fighting skills, you must also be proficient in using advanced dark magic. Although Rezuvios is an excellent teacher, his skills are limited to how to destroy the enemy's body. The highest level of the Death Knight's ability to destroy the enemy is to use terrible dark magic to torture the opponent's soul. Tick is the master of soul torture. The reason why Dalian and the others were able to make trouble now was because they had not met the real main force of the Death Knights. A group of trainee rookies, who had not even passed Rezuvio's training, were naturally no match for them, even though these trainee Death Knights all possess legendary level strength in the eyes of real Death Knights, not to mention the powerful dark magic. These trainee rookies cannot pass the test in terms of combat skills alone. It's no wonder that the two groups of invaders, Darian and Leo, were able to slaughter them like chopping melons and vegetables. Now that the real Death Knight has rushed out, it seems that the leader of the natural disaster in Naxxramas is going to take action. Rezuvios, who was fighting against Dalian, quickly struck out with a sword. The speed of this sword was far faster than any previous attack. Dalian was hit in the chest without noticing. If the armor on his body hadn't been hard enough, this would have been impossible. A paladin must be injured. Even so, Dalian, who had been struck by the sword, shook his body and took several steps back. Rezuvios, who used Chaos Strike to knock back his opponent, did not pursue him. The Death Knight instructor shouted, "I am so disappointed. My students, boys, stand up and fight." In the shocked eyes of Glenn Holder and Brannigan, the opponents who had been knocked down by them stood up one after another. Could the loud voice of Instructor Rezuvios have the effect of group resurrection? The instructor is the instructor, and the resurrection of the dead is actually a group one. The calamity of the heifer standing on its head reaches the sky. Leo secretly cursed. This is so unreasonable. The real Rezuvios is much stronger than Yamaguchi Mountain. Training time is over. Show your true skills. Do as I teach, and let me see what you got. No mercy. Rezuvios scolded the trainee Death Knights under his command. His roar echoed in the square. After the roar, Leo was shocked to find that the attack power of the trainee Death Knights, who were originally only in the legendary realm, increased rapidly. His strength is not inferior to that of an epic warrior. A hopeless roar that makes the Death Knight more excited than taking an injection and taking drugs. Not so. The trainee Death Knights, who suddenly became stronger, caught the three of Darian by surprise. Glenn Hodd and Brannigan quickly lost the battle. Especially Brannigan. His opponent Obetz was originally about the same strength as him. In hopeless with the blessing of the roar, he actually had an attack power comparable to that of a legendary strongman. The two people who were originally fighting back and forth immediately turned into a one-sided brutality. Leo felt that things were starting to get messy. That wasn't what was written in the script. It wasn't because Kel'Thuzad and Arthas had the same bad taste that Thessarion cut off his mother's head under the control of Arthas' will. Two wanted to see father and son fight each other. So the Death Knights in the military zone let Dalian kill him in front of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Who would have expected that Dalian's small universe exploded, killing his father, and then successfully escaped? Why have things become like this now? If there were only Darian and his team, the natural disaster warriors in the Naxxramas military zone would naturally play with their prey as if they were playing. But Leo and his group, who were obviously intruders from another group, suddenly appeared and made these natural disasters the strong ones, corrected their mentality, and began to pay attention. It can be said that it was an accident that only one group of invaders appeared in Naxxramas. But when the second group of invaders appeared, the natural disaster experts had to consider the interests and risks. Could it be that someone had already found a way to enter Naxxramas? Methods? Although there were only two teams in front of me, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a third or fourth team? It can be said that when Putries exposed the whereabouts of Leo and his team, the incident inevitably deviated from the original trajectory, and the course of the world was changed again. After thinking about this problem, Leo couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that there would be no surprises during this trip to Naxxramas. I originally wanted to plot against the fallen Ashbringer, but now it seems that this idea is impossible to realize. The vigilant natural disaster master will not let Dalian succeed. Judging from the current situation, let alone being able to kill the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Dalian can't even say whether he can get out of this square. That's right. When Leo found out that Dalian's team collided with him, he was moved by the fallen Ashbringer. That thing was an evil weapon that could cut even Frostmourne after purification. If Leo didn't do it, Heartbeat is nothing but a time traveler. Leo, who has been hiding in the dark, is waiting for an opportunity, looking for an opportunity to snatch the fallen Ashbringer. Unfortunately, the development of the situation has seriously deviated from his understanding, and he has to consider more practical issues. Since the fallen Ashbringer has little hope, what can be done to maximize the benefits of this trip to Naxxramas? Chapter 329. Do you want a shot? It's strange. Why Alice's body never recovers. Liedrin was wondering why spells that were so effective in healing before have become more and more useless now. Is Putri's potion really so powerful that it can't even cure me? Liedrin has always been very confident in her own strength. She never thought that there was no injury that she could not heal. But today she happened to encounter one. Curse! The weak Orisa grabbed Liedrin's hand. And the forsaken female warrior, who was so tough before became weak, making people doubt that they were 2 people at all. You mean we're cursed? Liedrin asked in surprise. Was there a sneak attack? But if someone were to secretly curse him, there was no way he wouldn't be able to detect it. Even the demigod Liedrin was confident that he could find him out. With half belief, Liedrin cast a great dispel. The priest's great dispersion is said to use holy light to purify all impure existences. Cursing such a spell is naturally trivial, unless the priest who casts the great dispersion is too far inferior to the one who cast the curse. Liedrin immediately felt the difference as soon as the great dispersion effect came into play. Only then did she realize that her strength had actually dropped a lot, and she had fallen to the realm of ordinary legends. Hawksbill, Frelin and Leo were also secretly surprised. They didn't feel that anyone was casting a spell on them at all. So why were they cursed? Sound. Orisa's words woke everyone up. And Leo couldn't help but secretly scold Goddic for being treacherous. There was definitely something wrong with the old guy's skull and magic chain. People who don't know it would think it was Goddic's decoration. In addition, the curse of harvesting souls is silent, so it is easy for people to die without knowing it. It is unknown how many people have fallen into his trap. Looking at Goddic, Leo was very unhappy about being plotted against. Dare to trick me. If I don't beat you until your face is full of peach blossoms, you won't understand why the flowers are so red. After clenching his fists and cracking his finger bones, Leo decided on his next target. Since the fallen Ashbringer has little hope, let's do something practical. We can't go back empty-handed. It seems it's my turn to appear. Frelin, who was blocking the attack of the trainee Death Knight, who had roared hopelessly, saw a human with black hair and black eyes suddenly appear next to Liedrin. And then he saw this human gesture towards him to retreat. The Blood Elf warrior was feeling strange when the black-haired and black-eyed human suddenly pointed out a finger. Boom! The Death Knight that was charging towards him suddenly exploded without warning, sending broken bones flying all over the sky. A name appeared in Frelin's mind, Finger of Death. The Blood Elf warriors were shocked and quickly retreated. The scattered bone fragments collided with other trainee Death Knights. This collision was terrible. The trainee Death Knights whose armor blocked the broken bones were fine, but those who had some part of their body directly in contact with these broken bones were unlucky. Bang 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded, and the trainee Death Knight whose body was hit by broken bones exploded one after another, and scattered broken bones shot into the sky. A large number of bone fragments were fired in succession. Even if the trainee Death Knights were wearing armor, they could not stop it. The raging impact shattered their armor, leaving their bodies exposed without protection. After that, a piece of broken bone when it hit. The miserable trainee Death Knight made a bang and became part of the broken bones in the sky. Like a fire in a gunpowder magazine, all the explosives stored in it exploded. The training square for the trainee Death Knights exploded with bone-crushing flowers. It was a glorious spring. 100 flowers blooming is truly lovely. 1,000 colors and colors are spring. TSK TSK TSK. Leo blew his fingers and started clicking his tongue, pretending to be cheating. So what if the hopeless roar is blessed? The legendary realm is always just the legendary realm. My mental strength is too far behind me, and my soul fire is not strong enough to compete with my corpse explosion technique. Integrating the method of using the power of death that he learned in the death mark into the corpse explosion technique, coupled with the magic skills he consulted with Fucusel during his stay in Desan these days, Leo successfully created a corpse. A group attack version of the explosion technique with serial corpse explosions. Although it is difficult to perform a serial corpse explosion, it is very simple to say. It is to compress the spell energy like casting Shadow Arrow Rain. Compressing the energy of dozens of spells into one. And then casting it all at once. Each of those bone fragments flying all over the sky contains the power of death that can trigger the corpse explosion technique. If a trainee Death Knight's body is hit by them, it is equivalent to withstanding one of Leo's corpse explosion techniques. If the strength is strong, it will be fine. But if the strength is not enough, it will explode with a bang. Therefore, the finger that Leo pointed out seemed to be a single corpse explosion. But it actually consumed the total mana of hundreds of corpse explosions. If it were not for his strong mental power and sufficient magic, the serial corpse explosions would not have been so powerful. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the trainee Death Knight was suppressed by a large step by him. If you are dealing with a truly epic powerhouse, unless all your opponents are seriously injured, it will be impossible to defeat them in seconds. Leo is naturally happy when his efforts are rewarded. Unlike many of his fellow time travelers, Leo didn't meet any cute lowly or mature ladies when he first time traveled. He didn't even have a dragon suit armor with a discerning eye for talents. He only met the Philistin Duhan and nearly the Defias thief who killed him. It was the experience of narrowly surviving at the beginning of time travel that made Leo dare not stop his pursuit of becoming stronger. He did not want to experience the feeling of being slaughtered by others again. By the way, other time travelers would just pick up girls, grab treasures, take away treasures, and trample people, etc. And their life was so leisurely. But Leo continued to learn magic knowledge in his free time. He was really a diligent time traveler. The trainee Death Knights in the square below were being devastated by a series of corpse explosions. Above them at the entrance of the square dozens of meters high, Leo had a calm expression on his face. And the expressions of the three strong blood elves could not hide the shock. Frelin, who didn't know Leo's identity, secretly guessed who this human being was. The effect of his finger just now was too powerful. Thousands of legendary level trainee Death Knights might be wiped out under this finger. Girl, do you want to have one too? Leo looked at Arisa with a joking look on his face. At this time, the forsaken female warrior, whose injuries had improved, was staring at him. That kind of natural hatred of the living made Leo very unhappy. I'll be embarrassed if you stare at me like this. Do you have a crush on me? Arisa did not show any weakness because she was seriously injured. She replied to Leo, Survivor, I will kill you sooner or later. The joking look on Leo's face became even stronger. And he just heard him say, oh, sure enough. You want to kill me and make me become an undead to accompany you. Are you really lonely? Although I have always been right, I am very confident in my appearance. But I never expected that even the undead would be attracted to me. Arisa was excited by being so provoked. She reluctantly picked up the weapon and wanted to attack Leo. Unfortunately, her body was not able to perform such a difficult task. Anyway, we are companions now. Leo. Liadrin saw that Leo was even teasing the injured, and quickly stopped him. Shrugging, Leo ignored Arisa. If it weren't for the forgotten female warrior's gaze that made him unhappy, Leo would not have ignored a seriously injured number. Standing at the entrance, Leo said condescendingly to Rezuvios and Godic at the other end of the square, two lackeys of the Scourge. Do you want to fight? Rezuvios and Godic were not afraid. Others were blind and could not see the serial corpse explosions. But they were different. The damage of the serial corpse explosions was limited to trainee Death Knights. This was obvious to the two natural disaster experts. Very clear. Godic laughed loudly, his words full of disdain. A mere epic-level human wants to show off your cleverness in front of me? You must know that you are facing me. Soul Reaper Godic. So what? Knowing that he couldn't scare the two old ghosts below, Leo stopped acting. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and gave Godic a weak grip. The Soul Reaper felt that his body was bound by a force, and he couldn't help but fly towards Leo. Death grip. Is this human really a Death Knight? Godic was shocked. Although he didn't feel the breath of the living from Leo, he always thought that the other party used a special method to hide it. But after experiencing the Death grip personally, Godic had to think of the worst as a Death Knight escaping the Lich King's control. Godic, who was controlled by the Death grip, mobilized his magic power and was about to break free, when Leo struck out with a strangulation shot at the right time, silencing him. Feeling the dark element eroding his body, Godic, who knew what kind of spell it was, once again confirmed his suspicions. There was actually an alien among the Death Knights of the Scourge's elite force, and he got rid of the control of the Lich King. Seeing Leo taking action to capture Goddic, Hawksbill immediately drew his bow and took aim. The target was Goddic, the Soul Reaper. Goddic's soul harvesting curse is so weird that it's hard to sleep without killing him. Frelin clenched the weapon in his hand, and when Goddic came closer, he gave him 2 swords. Lydrin began to chant spells, and the golden holy light shone in the natural disaster base camp Naxxramas. The death at the entrance of the square, the power is in vain. When Goddic saw 3 powerful blood elves opposite him, he knew that he was being photographed, which was probably a disaster. As one of the 18 natural disaster leaders in Naxxramas, Goddic was indeed very strong. But after all, he was a mage, always has a physical disadvantage when facing opponents of the same level, especially when there is a priest who is not inferior to him in strength. The hateful holy light has a strong restraining effect on him. Bring Goddic back. Rezuvios, who faced Darien again, saw this and quickly asked the Death Knights to use Death Grip in an attempt to rescue Goddic. But the dazzling arcs of lightning that surged like waves of the sea silenced everyone. A group of Death Knights could only watch as Goddic was photographed towards the exit at the other end of the square that was illuminated by the holy light like a gate to heaven. For members of the Scourge, heaven is not a benign existence. Chapter 330 Playing Dafa. Goddic was a little panicked. The surging arc waves silenced him just before he escaped from Leo's strangulation. The Soul Reaper was still unable to cast spells, and his body had crossed the center of the square. A strange kobold holding a scepter, about 2 meters tall and with bulging muscles all over his body, turned out from behind Leo. The light on the scepter flashed, and it was none other than the kobold geomancer Flintag. The taste of millions of volts is very unpleasant. Leo smiled at Goddic, showing his white teeth. A standard smile with 8 teeth. Powerful warlocks all bring dogs. Goddic felt that he had been teased. The warlock's dog clearly referred to A.H. Hellhound. Not a kobold? You kid is entertaining me. Just as he was thinking this, A.H. Hellhound ran out from behind Leo. Goddic was stunned. Could this kid be a warlock? Oops. After being stunned, Goddic's heart skipped a beat. There was also an epic H. Hellhound. Doesn't that mean that the other party could also cast a spell to block it? 3 black energy lines shot towards Goddic. The Death Knights were now too far away from Goddic. Most of the Death Knights were powerless. Only the elite masters among the 3 Death Knights could cast the Death Grip that far. It can be seen that the Death Grip used by Leo after he understood the use of the power of death from Golden Finger is actually very flawed because its casting distance is far enough. 2 white wolves and a white swamp crocodile suddenly appeared behind Goddic, blocking the death grips of the 3 elite Death Knights. Now the Death Knights were completely helpless. Damn beast. The 3 Death Knight elites cursed and slashed wildly with their swords. 3 beasts were beheaded by them, with the help of the Hopeless Roar. The attack power of these 3 people was comparable to that of the legendary strong men. 1-on-1. They killed the Terror Claw and the Mad Wolf. Easy as pie. As expected by Goddic, when he was about to regain his ability to cast spells, the Hellhound cast a spell blockade on him, and the Soul Reaper could only watch as he was photographed at the exit of the square shrouded in holy light. Are you heading to heaven? When the distance between the 2 sides was only 10 meters, Hawksbill's aimed shot went straight to Goddic's head. The Ranger King's attack was extremely fast, and the distance between the 2 sides was so close that Goddic had no time to react before the sharp arrow hit his face. Unfortunately, a translucent shield blocked the arrow, and Goddic's mana shield saved his life in a critical moment. Drink. Frelin brandished the 2 stolen rune swords, his body filled with rage and fighting spirit. The Blood Elf warrior turned on his violent rage and used a bloodthirsty blow, slashing hard on Goddic's mana shield. The translucent air mask shook violently, but in the face of Frelin's disappointed eyes, it finally survived and was not shattered. Goddic remained unscathed. I don't see how old you are. Your tortoise L is quite hard. Leo cast Death Grip with one hand, and fired Chaos Arrows with the other hand. The 2 intertwined green mists passed through regardless of the protection of the mana shield, denting Goddic's chest, and the 2 bone spears also had pierced his body and opened 2 big holes in the Soul Reaper's chest. At this time, Goddic had been photographed next to Leo, and the H. Hellhound spell blockade failed. Hawksbill, Frelin, and Lydrin used the arcane torrent without hesitation. The 3 strong men did not care that they were in Naxxramas, which was filled with the power of death. They forced themselves to endure the pain of death. The pain of force erosion combined to drain the nearby magic power. Goddic wanted to cast magic, but found that there was no element for him to call. Without thinking, the Soul Reaper turned around and jumped out of the exit, falling straight towards the square. The idea is good, but the approach is wrong. It's a pity that Godok came out too late and didn't see what happened to Faltola. Otherwise he would not dare to do this. Orcs, help! The magic power in Leo's body surged endlessly. The damage deepened. Aging and other curses plus corrosion spells, soul-eating plague and other status magics were all thrown at Godok. Just like a seasonal clearance in a store. A large-scale sale regardless of cost. Not only that, he also shouted loudly to Glenhold. At this time, the female orc warrior retreated just below the exit. Godok, who was falling, saw a blurry figure rushing towards him quickly, and a big axe coming towards him with the sound of whistling wind. After suffering a fatal blow from Glenhold, Godok's mana shield finally shattered, and the Soul Reaper, without this layer of obstruction, was knocked back to the exit by Glenhold. Glenhold, who hit Godok, lost his upward momentum and quickly fell towards the ground. However, the orc female warrior knew that there was only so much she could do. Whether she could keep Godok next would only depend on the few figures at the entrance. Personal strength. As soon as Godok was knocked back to the exit, a blazing pillar of light fell. The golden holy light turned white due to being compressed too much. Liadrin took action at this time. Godok couldn't help but tremble as Liadrin unleashed the sacred fire on his body. The holy light had a strong restraining effect on him, as a natural disaster of the undead. Thanks to Godok's strength. If it had been any other natural disaster of the undead, their bones would have been wiped out. Their souls would have been wiped out. And they would have been wiped out in ashes. Holding back the pain in his body, Godok, who was greatly weakened, used the magic element to refill the vacancy in the upper exit and reluctantly used the flash technique to appear 30 meters away from the entrance. Escaped. Godok felt relieved. He was about to continue running when a strong wind pressure suddenly came over him. Old guy, just be on your way. The dark element surged in Leo's hands, and he had long been prepared to intercept Godok. He used the Wrath of Shadow at the right time. The dark elements around him suddenly exploded, and Godok was hit by the energy and unable to move. At this time, a huge palm covered him. Boom! A painful wail erupted from the square, and a large handprint half an inch deep appeared on the magic-reinforced ground. It is said that even a piece of rotten stone on Naxxramas has been reinforced by magic. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. The attack on the war fortress can only make a small dent appear in it. Kill Soul Reaper Godok, the extraction of equipment is successful, and the host obtains Undead Killer, Death Bell, and Mirror of the Soul World. Do you want to extract it? 3 item. There are actually 3 pieces of equipment. When he heard that he had successfully extracted the magic equipment, Leo was still secretly regretting his bad luck. You must know that he was very greedy for Godok's harvesting of souls. Demigods may also be killed. For some slow and sleepy beast demigods, harvesting souls is a great weapon. Thinking silently in his mind to extract, and letting Goldfinger put the extra reward into his pocket, Leo directed the war fortress to grab Godok's bones with all his strength. And this huge robot would be smashed to pieces by him at the first opportunity. The Soul Reaper's bones were delivered to his master. Ignoring the strange looks from the other 4 people, Leo carefully put it away. The last time he killed Varamathras, he didn't leave any bones behind. Leo wouldn't make the same mistake again this time. Ha ha ha. What about the legendary strongman? Who told you? A mage? To be so careless? When a mage without magic protection encounters a violent machine like a war fortress, it becomes a big lunchbox full of tableware. Upgraded again. Taking a glance at his level, Leo found that he had risen to level 67, and he felt very satisfied. In fact, the reason why Godok was killed was not because of his carelessness. If Liadrin, Hawksbill, Frelin and Glenhold hadn't helped him, Leo's strength would have really broken Godok's mana shield. Not an ordinary effort. Even if he lets Dragonikov take action, he may not be able to keep Godok, and the war fortress's 1,000-gun salvo is only suitable for sneak attacks. And the success rate of frontal kills is less than 1 level. When encountering Leo and Liadrin, Godok, the Soul Reaper, could only admit that he was unlucky. The 5 guys who attacked him, except Frelin and Glenhold, were not as strong as him. Liadrin, the outcome of the one-on-one duel with Hawksbill is still unknown. Although Leo is the weakest, he has the most methods. He uses control skills one after another, and it is difficult for Godok to fight back. As one of the 18 powerful natural disasters guarding Naxxramas, the death of Soul Reaper Godok who is responsible for the dark magic training of Death Knights, completely alarmed the undead in this natural disaster stronghold. Who dares to attack Naxxramas? How brave! A cold and biting voice echoed in Naxxramas. The lifeless Naxxramas suddenly became lively. The power of death that filled every corner of this aerial fortress city was restless. Leo and Leodelin and other strong men suddenly felt like they were being spied on. This time we are playing big. The Great Lich Kel'Thuzad has been alerted, and all the undead natural disasters in Naxxramas have been dispatched. If we don't want to die here, we must leave now. Leo didn't want to face the onlookers of a large group of natural disaster experts. He knew that the feeling of being spied on was because Kel'Thuzad had discovered them. At this time, the Archlich, who is the leader of Naxxramas, is definitely mobilizing natural disaster experts from various districts to encircle and suppress him. If he doesn't run away early, he will die if he stays behind. My life has just begun to go wrong, and I don't want to die just like that. Liedrin first used a leap of faith to pull Brannigan Thunderhammer to her side. Then she gave the positioning teleportation scroll originally prepared for Putris, and Orisa to the dwarf warrior, and Gu who hurried up. Lenhold, several people, including the dwarf Brannigan, looked at each other and opened the teleportation positioning teleportation scroll without any hesitation. What? What do you think about Dalian? Who is still trying to rush in? We will always remember this brave warrior who is willing to stand up for everyone. Chapter 331 The Sword of the Silent Crusade. There was a flash of magic. And then nothing happened. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They still stayed in place. And the teleportation scrolls that had been torn apart in their hands did not have any effect. How is this going? As the Archmage of Silvermoon City and the leader of the mighty legion of Magisters, why did the positioning teleportation scroll he made become ineffective? How could it fail? Leo was about to cry. Romance had cheated on his father. He had cheated on his father. Liedrin, I need an explanation. A wry smile appeared on the face of the Blood Elf Countess. She really never thought that she would encounter such a situation. How could they get out of Naxxramas when the positioning teleportation scroll failed? The Scourge mages under Kel'Thuzad have blocked Naxxramas. Their combined power is too powerful. The teleportation scroll made by Ramath cannot tear open the space to teleport us out under their blockade. We want to go out and fight your way to the exit on your own. In this situation, if everyone works together, there is still a glimmer of hope. But if they are divided and start internal strife, and each does his or her own thing, there will be no other result than being hunted out and killed by the Scourge Legion one by one. For this reason, she had to explain patiently. At this point, Liedrin was very helpless and fought her way to the exit. It was easier said than done, but extremely difficult to do. The undead natural disaster in Naxxramas has been alarmed. How easy is it to fight to the exit? The most important question is, where is the exit? Leo, Liedrin, and Hawksbill turned their attention to Frelin and the others. Since we don't know, what about these three guys? Let's find a place to take shelter first. The faces of Hawksbill and Frelin were ugly. In order to kill Goddic, the three Blood Elves ignored the power of death that filled Naxxramas and used Arcane Torrent to drain the magic energy at the entrance. Now the sequelae set in. Liedrin was a powerful priest, and she had the power of the Holy Light that could restrain the power of death. So it was no big deal. After drawing the power of death close to her body, the powerful Holy Light immediately engulfed it, and the negative power of death turned into the magical energy for her to cast the sacred fire. But Hawksbill and Frelin are not okay. They must remove the power of death from their bodies. Otherwise, their bodies will be eroded bit by this negative energy, and the final outcome will be to become a member of the natural disaster. Avoid? As long as Kel'Thuzad can sense our position at any time in Naxxramas. Can we avoid it? Leo's words made everyone fall into silence. Every corner of Naxxramas was filled with the power of death. Through them, Kel'Thuzad could control everyone's movements. No matter where they ran, they could not escape his surveillance. There is only one way now, and that is to kill. If the information Dalian gave us is correct, there is a passage that was originally used as a vent for the fortress in the area guarded by the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Maybe we can find an opportunity. The words of the orc female warrior Glenhold gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Fighting to the defense area of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse to find possible vents is a complete gamble. If you win, a few people may be able to escape. But if you lose, everyone will be blocked inside. Leo's heart moved when he heard this. He remembered that Dalian had used this method in the Yamaguchi mountain plot before the time travel. It was really a perfect path. Then what are we waiting for? Do we have to wait until the natural disaster experts from other places come to besiege us? After speaking, Leo commanded the war fortress to kill the Death Knight on the other side of the square, providing strong support to the lonely Darien. Gun barrels protruded from the body of the war fortress, and the sound of bombardment echoed over the square. The trainee Death Knight, who survived Leo's serial corpse explosion, was smashed into pieces by the dense rain of bullets. Others didn't hesitate when they saw Leo's actions. They couldn't just stand there and wait to be attacked by the undead scourges. Besides, it was better to have hope than no hope. There are not many genuine Death Knights left in Naxxramas. Only 300 to 400. This is indeed very few in terms of quantity, but it is very high in quality, because the strength of the genuine Death Knights is at the lowest epic level. With the help of Rezuvioza's hopeless roar, the attacks of these Death Knights were abruptly improved. The attack power of the ordinary epic level Death Knights has reached a level comparable to that of pseudo-legends. Several elite level Death Knights, it is even closer to the legend. And the leader of the team, OBs, and the other Death Knight captain, who led the second group to kill, have attacks comparable to those of the legendary powerhouses. Dalian was not killed under the attack of this group of people. Leo really admired his vitality, that was even stronger than Shiqiang's. Paladins are indeed masters who can withstand beatings, and they understand the essence of Grandfather Taizu's theory of protracted warfare. Falik, take someone to deal with that mechanical puppet. Rezuvio's hated war fortress so much that Godek would not have died if this mechanical puppet hadn't attacked him secretly. Falik, another Death Knight captain who came out of the second group, led hundreds of Death Knights to charge towards the war fortress. The barrage offensive of the war fortress is extremely lethal to the trainee Death Knights of the legendary realm, but its effect drops several notches against the real Death Knights, who are all at the lowest epic level. When Falik leads the Death Knights to rush into it, when they were around, the bullets fired could only shatter their armor, tear it down. Falik, who was wielding the rune sword in high spirits, made Leo's balls hurt. By the way, this guy must be wearing one too. Why does he look like a demolition captain instead of a Death Knight captain? However, if you want to demolish my war fortress, do you have the ability? Just when the Death Knights were about to attack the war fortress with their rune swords, the barrel of the roaring gun on the giant robot disappeared suddenly, and the sound of machine gun shooting suddenly stopped, replaced by cold frost. When the Death Knights rushed to their side, War Fortress instantly replaced the skeleton walking tank with a frost mechanical chariot. The Death Knights, who did not expect the target to have this skill, were hit on the spot without any suspense. Thousands of icy air spewed out, completely freezing the air within 20 meters in front of the War Fortress. A huge ice block appeared in the freezing air, which was frozen by the freezing air of hundreds of Death Knights, with their bodies sealed by the ice. The Death Knights immediately struggled. Amidst the crackling sounds of ice cubes, cracks were rapidly expanding. Just when the huge ice block was about to shatter, the War Fortress once again sprayed out cold air. The ice block that froze the Death Knight was reinforced, and all the cracks disappeared. Hawksbill. Leo suddenly shouted the name of the King of Games. This powerful Blood Elf Ranger did not disappoint Leo. He immediately opened the Skyfire Eagle Bow, targeting the Death Knight Captain Falik. The cracking sound of cracking came again. The Death Knights, who knew that the freezing air in the War Fortress could continuously erupt, struggled even harder this time. Before the third freezing air eruption arrived, the strongest Falik broke through the ice. Out. After shooting the first bird, your little brother is still trapped in the ice, and you stupid bird ran out. I would be embarrassed if I didn't kill you. Leo chuckled and pointed out. Falik felt the power of death in his body stir up, and his body felt swollen to the point of bursting. Thinking of the trainee Death Knight's self-destruction, he quickly gathered his strength to suppress the restlessness. When Falik mobilized his strength to suppress the discomfort, his movement slowed down a beat, and a large purple net with electric arcs covered him. The earth shackles added with lightning trapped Falik, while the Death Knight captain was struggling hard. A sharp arrow shot through his skull and helmet with a bang. Hawksbill's aimed shot wiped out Falik's body. Soul Fire. Killing Falik. The extraction of magic equipment was successful. The host obtained Silent Crusader Sword. Do you want to extract it? No skills. Leo was a little unhappy. But if he didn't draw it, it would be useless. The sword drawn by the Death Knight captain must not be much different. Besides, the name of the sword of the Silent Crusader means that Falik was a soldier during his lifetime, and the quality of military products must be guaranteed. Frelin, go on. The rune sword in the hands of the blood elf warrior Frelin was taken from a trainee death knight, and the quality was not good. When he needed to fight hard to find a way out, Leo would not be stingy with a weapon. As soon as he took the weapon out of the space, Leo felt his hand sink suddenly, and a large sword as thick as a person appeared in his hand. The real blade of the big sword is actually only as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. The top of the sword has a strange shape. It is not an ordinary sharp sword tip, but a ring with 7 spikes on it. The spikes are evenly distributed on the ring. Look! It looks like a sun radiating heat. The sword body exudes powerful magic power and condenses thick ice, which expands the size of the sword body several times, reaching the point where it is as thick as a person. This is the sword of the Silent Crusader. In accordance with the will of the Lich King, I killed Thessarian with this sword. Inadvertently, he glanced at a line of small characters engraved on the sword. Leo's hand slipped, and he almost dropped the sword to the ground. Could this guy named Follick be the guy who, driven by Arthas, killed Thessarian in a sneak attack and turned him into a Death Knight? Will Thessarian Deathweaver cause trouble if he has it? This sword is cheating. What a sword! Frelin's eyes lit up. This Silent Crusader sword was much stronger than the rune sword in his hand. More importantly, this guy knew just by looking at it that it was heavy enough, and it would be extremely satisfying to swing it to kill people. Leo nodded, and quickly put the Silent Crusade sword into Frelin's hand. With a generous look on his face, and an admirable pride in his tone, this is a peerless sword. Frelin, now everyone must be united. Let's work together, and hope you can use it to find a way out for everyone. Go ahead, kid. The glorious and arduous task of charging into battle will be left to you. Swirling the sword twice, Frelin's face was full of excitement, and the heavy sword made him eager to kill people. The Blood Elf warriors roared and rushed forward. You lackeys of the Scourge, suffer death. Chapter 332 Desperate Couple. Frelin, wielding the Silent Crusader, rushed to the war fortress. With a burst of shattering sounds, the ice blocks that had frozen the Death Knights were broken, and hundreds of Death Knights broke out of the ice. This time, the war fortress did not spray any more freezing air. A palm the size of a city gate was covered with strong wind pressure. With a loud bang, ice shards flew and bones shattered. The Death Knight, who had just escaped from the trap, was hit by this blow. Nearly a third of the bottom disappeared. A strong wind blew in his face, and the Silent Crusader's sword struck. Frelin, who saw the opportunity, struck 4 seriously injured Death Knights, including their horses and men, to pieces. Relying on his own strength, the Death Knight was also damaged by the attack power of the war fortress. Frelin fearlessly fought in, not afraid of being surrounded by the Death Knight. Seeing Frelin's fighting skills, Leo was helpless. This guy didn't even think about it. How could he attack the war fortress after he rushed in? It would be bad if an accidental injury killed you. Just as he was thinking about this, 2 figures suddenly appeared. It was the female orc Glen Old and the dwarf Brannigan. Leo rolled his eyes, and was speechless to these 3 warriors. Can you not be so impulsive? Leo had no choice but to let Darko's 3 pseudo-legendary brothers appear again. Seeing these 3 people suddenly appearing again, a trace of doubt flashed in Liedron's eyes. These 3 pseudo-legends obviously have no ability to escape their own induction. The first time it could be said to be an accident, but now it is absolutely impossible this time. Could it be that purple-haired human named Knuckles who is causing trouble? Thinking of this, Liedron suddenly understood. No wonder Leo had the courage to break into the defense area of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. If Knuckles was secretly protecting him, it would be enough to protect him in a short time. Leo is a mysterious guy. It's really hard to find out his details. Liedron became very curious about Leo. 3 pseudo-legends joined the battle group to clean up the Death Knights injured by the war fortress. The efficiency was greatly improved. Amidst the flying ice chips and broken bones, the Death Knights led by Follick were being killed one by one. Rezuvios, who was fighting with Darien, slowly retreated with the Death Knights blocking the road. The Death Knight instructor knew that his own strength here could not stop this group of people, and forcing the road to block the road would definitely end. The same ending as Gothic became the opponent's record. After Rezuvios deliberately retreated, the Death Knights quickly retreated into the passage. Seeing Rezuvios retreating, Leo could not let the lone boss run away. He grabbed the death grip with his right hand and forcefully grabbed Rezuvios, trying to pull him over, feeling a force pulling him to fly towards the other side. Rezuvios was shocked. He didn't want to be beaten to death by a group of people like Gothic, and he struggled quickly. Although Leo's death grip was very flawed, His own strength was much inferior to that of Rezubio's, and the latter broke free before he could pull the opponent a few meters closer. A golden sledgehammer suddenly fell, and knocked Rezubio's into confusion. At this time, Dalian gave Rezubio's a hammer of punishment, then ignored the opponent and rushed in with a big sword. Channel below. Well done. Leo greatly appreciated Dalian's strike, regardless of whether Dalian cooperated intentionally or not. His strike gave him enough opportunities. When the three Frelons who were clearing out the Death Knights saw Rezubio's alone, they immediately abandoned their opponents, turned around and crashed into Rezubio's. Their speed was so fast that they brought several cripples in the air. Before he could escape from Darian's hammer of punishment, he was intercepted and collided by three warriors. Rezubio's was knocked to the ground by his opponent. Before he could get up, several weapons were chopped down. Rezubio's, who was not dizzy, could not react at all, and the three Frelons were about to kill this powerful man with their swords. A figure suddenly collided with him, and the powerful collision force knocked the three soldiers away. The four of them suddenly became a gourd on the ground. Rezubio's escaped with his life. After losing the great opportunity to kill Rezubio's, the three Frelons were very angry. They were about to cut the troublemaker into pieces, but found that the other person was actually Darian. Dalian, who was chasing the Death Knight, was actually blasted out. Amidst the sound of horse hooves, a figure riding a skeleton horse was slowly entering the square from the passage. I must be the one who opened the scoring. Does anyone want to bet? Contempt? Onwood was contempt. As if Leo and the others were just lambs to be slaughtered, and were not considered in this person's eyes at all. Upon hearing these opening words, Leo's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The knight who appeared from the other end of the square gradually revealed her true identity. A female elf Death Knight masked with a blue scarf. Duke Bromius, Liadrin and Hawksbill's faces showed regret and anger. The female elf Death Knight who came out of the passage was Bromix, one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, a high elf duchess who died fighting against the Scourge. When Bromix appears here, doesn't it mean that at least two of the four horsemen of the apocalypse are here? Leo looked with a headache as another human Death Knight appeared in the square. Sir Sarajek, Bromix's husband, a paladin who was trapped and killed by the Scourge Legion with his wife. Rubbing his brows with a headache, Leo stared nervously at the passage across the square. When he discovered that it was Obetz and a group of Death Knights who came out of it, his heart dropped. Fortunately, the four knights of the apocalypse did not arrive at the same time. If the entrance to the passage was blocked by the four of them, there would really be no hope for a group of them to break through. Even so, it is difficult to deal with Bromius and Sarajek, the desperate couple who staged a love tragedy in the East Wall Tower. Two of the four horsemen of the apocalypse have already arrived, and the other two must be not far from here. We can't stay here any longer. Let's rush, Leo said as he climbed onto the back of the giant grizzly bear. And along the way, he pulled Liadrin beside him in front of him. Orisa, who was seriously injured, was carried by Huma. As for Hawksbill, he is a ranger known for his agility. His speed is much faster than Leo's pet, so he naturally does not need help. Dalian, who was blasted out of the passage, stood up and swung his sword again. Sarajek murmured, "When will I be freed?" With a wave of the weapon in his hand, a golden holy light shot towards Dalian, hitting Dalian right in the chest. Holy arrow. With an undead body, but able to use the power of the holy light. Sarajek is the second special case Leo has seen. The first special case is the original owner of his current paladin clone, Morgan Lattimore. Dalian, who was hit by the sacred arrow, took a few steps back. Compared to Sarajek, he was much weaker. Coupled with his abnormal mentality, the two had suffered losses twice in the confrontation. "I'll catch her!" Frelon roared and rushed towards Bromius with the silent crusader. It seemed that Bromius's contemptuous words, when he appeared, made him very angry. It's not just brainless arrogance that Bromikos treats everyone like they're nothing. She has enough strength to back her up. A shadow arrow hit the charging Frelon. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. Bromius's shadow arrow was different from what he knew. The dark element was actually mixed with a strong power of death. The shadow arrow shot out actually contained a skull made of the power of death. Death and shadow. The shadow arrow that combines the power of death and the power of shadow. What is the effect? Frelon roared, and a blood-red light appeared on his body. The silent crusader's sword slashed towards the shadow arrow with a bloodthirsty attack. Trying to defeat this magic, Leo screamed in his heart. Frelon was too confident in his own strength, so it was unwise to rush into magic with unknown effects. The silent crusader's sword struck the shadow arrow, and the shadow arrow disappeared instantly. Not useful or attractive? Leo was surprised that Bromix's spell could be broken so easily. But Frelin groaned and almost fell to his knees. At this time, Leo discovered that the sword of the Silent Crusade had been dyed with a ray of black. And this wisp of black extends from the sword body to Frelin's palm holding the sword. This spell is sinister, with the turbidity of the power of death and the corrosion of the power of shadow. As long as it touches you, it will quickly penetrate into your body, destroy your vitality, and make you injured. Those who are not strong enough will even be corrupted into undead in an instant. Secretly alert in his heart, Leo immediately gave the order to the Hellhound to assist Frelin. The Loun's tentacle swayed, and the energy that had invaded Frelin's body was drawn out. Its devouring magic relieved Frelin's pain. The Blood Elf warrior was saved. But the Hellhound was pitiful. The energy contained in the shadow arrow shot by Bromix was far beyond its endurance. The Hellhound twitched in pain, and its life was gradually leaving it. 3 sharp arrows shot at Bromix, as fast as lightning. Hawksbill's multi-shot release. Following these 3 sharp arrows were 2 intertwined green mists. And Leo's chaos arrow was also pointed directly at Bromix. A ray of holy light fell on Frelin, healing most of his injuries, and Liedrin concentrated on her job as a priest, rescuing the wounded. Be careful of Duke Brumix's domain attack. Unlike Frelin, Liedrin and Hawksbill knew the details of Brufamix. The ability to be promoted to Duchess Brufamix was no joke. Before she was killed in battle, she had already initially understood the arcane field. Even if she became after becoming an undead natural disaster, his strength decreases, but he can still perform small-scale domain attacks. If Rivendell and Les Whisper hadn't joined forces, and the endless sea of undead was too terrifying, the Duchess might not have died. It's useless to lament now. Now that Bromix has become a Death Knight, she is the enemy of the Blood Elves. Chapter 333 Void Realm. Frelin, who knew that Bromix was capable of exerting his domain, did not dare to be careless in the slightest, even if this fellow clan member was transformed into a minion of the Scourge after his death, and his strength was much lower than in life. He was still not something he could defeat. Although the Blood Elf warriors were against him, he is quite confident in his strength. But confidence does not mean arrogance. Frelin, who was no longer reckless, prepared to play a steady hand, intending to hold off Bromia so that Leo and the others could pass through the square smoothly. But his opponent did not give him a chance. A black moon appeared and swept across the field as fast as lightning. Everyone, including Leo, was hit. The everlasting pain was so severe that it broke my shadow protective barrier with one blow. If it hadn't been for a layer of mana shield. As a warlock who plays with dark power, I would have tasted the erosion of dark elements. Leo was a little worried. If Bromix's eternal pain was so powerful, how strong would the Void Realm be? Maybe Leo really has the potential of a crow's mouth. Or maybe his pig's feet aura played a role. The passage at the end of the square suddenly became blurry, as if someone had covered it with a dark gauze. Got up. Just stay here obediently. Bromix rode a skeleton horse to block the entrance of the passage. At this time, Frelin had just escaped from the damage caused by the eternal pain, and was entangled by the recovered Resuvios. The aura of pig's feet that comes out of nowhere has shown its evil properties. Although this is not a good thing for Leo. Void Realm. Leo hurriedly asked the pet to stop. In his own domain, Bromix's strength had multiplied exponentially. If he rushed in, he would only be violently tortured by her. What to do? Liedrin and Hawksbill communicated with Leo. Before arriving, no one thought that the matter would make such a big fuss. Even the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse came out to block the road. Facing such a powerful roadhog, the 2 blood elves looked at Leo with eyes. Why are you 2 looking at me? Leo rolled his eyes speechlessly. Liedrin and Hawksbill were clearly waiting for him to play his trump card again. Dragonikov. It's true that people are drifting in the world, and they are afraid of being stabbed by their friends. It seems that a person must disguise himself appropriately. Knowing that I have a backup plan, he started to rely on me. Leo, who was complaining in his heart, also understood that facing Bromix's Void Realm, they really had no way to break through the opponent's obstruction in a short time except for using the killer weapon of Devourer of all things. Fortunately, I have many cards. Otherwise this trip to Naxxramas would be extremely dangerous. Life is like a deck of cards. Fate is responsible for shuffling the cards, and it is up to you how to play the cards. Catching a good hand of cards is your luck. Being able to play a good hand of cards is your wisdom. Now Leo is going to play his cards. A purple-haired young man appeared next to Leo. It was Dragonakos. Half-realm? Twilight Dragon's face was solemn. With his current strength, he could defend himself against an opponent who could use his domain. Fortunately, Bromix's strength was much lower than before, so he could still handle such a situation with confidence. I'll hold her back, and the master will take this opportunity to leave quickly. Leo noticed that Dragonakos was talking about holding back, not defeating. It seemed that the strength of Bromix and the Twilight Dragon were very close. Of course, this is what happens when fighting in Bromix's Void Realm. Without the Void Realm, Dragonakos has a 70% chance of winning. Hold them off. Although he didn't know why Leo and the others rushed in desperately. Razuios followed the principle of I am against anything the enemy wants to do, and ordered Obeis to lead the remaining 200 Death Knights forward to intercept Leo. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? All these troublesome minions. Get out of here. As his mind turned, War Fortress, who received Leo's order, slapped the Death Knights in the face. Obez, who took the lead, showed no sign of weakness and slashed at the big hand that came towards him with his sword. Two opponents whose attack power was comparable to that of the legendary strong men had a head-on confrontation. The fierce slash of the ruined sword collided with the big hand shot by War Fortress, and Leo suddenly felt an uncomfortable feeling. After the two men's powerful attacks collided, no sound was made. An invisible impact spread quickly from the intersection of the ruined sword and the big hand. As the saying goes, loud music sounds loud, but elephants are invisible. The aftermath of the fight between the legendary strong men is enough to kill ordinary epics below pseudo-legends. Even if he is as strong as Leo, he will definitely be injured. But don't forget, there is Liadrin in front of him as a shield. Liadrin, who shielded Leo from the aftermath of the battle with Orbez at the War Fortress, glared at him fiercely. The Blood Elf Countess finally saw through that Leo had no good intentions at all in bringing her together. As Fusel said, he is just a little soul. With Liadrin's protection, not only Leo himself was safe, but even the grizzly bear beneath them was unscathed. It's just that their side is safe. But Orisa is in misery. The seriously injured Forsaken female warrior could barely protect herself, let alone help Huma. Poor Huma was directly shocked to death by the aftermath, and Orisa fell down without a doubt. This time it will be more painful. The forgotten female warrior was feeling helpless when a spider monster suddenly appeared. The spider monster opened its mouth and spit out a ball of translucent gelatinous spider silk. It pulled Orisa over before she landed, and then carried her forward. Okay. Is this spider monster Anaxuda, who was conquered by Leo and Disam? Liadrin looked at Leo, and saw this guy smiling mysteriously at her. Hi. Beauty? You are addicted. Addicted? Does this dark soul mean that I will fall into irresistible love? How can it be? Liadrin was confused at first, and then felt angry in her heart. So narcissistic. Broken HL. The warlock controls destiny. No one can see my mystery. Humming a tune, hugging a beautiful woman, and riding a mount. Leo passed by a group of Death Knights who were dealing with an attack on a war fortress. Provocative. This human is clearly provoking us. Several Death Knights used their death grip to deal with the attack on the war fortress, trying to pull Leo to their side and hack him to death with swords. So tragedy happened. A layer of air shield suddenly appeared to protect Leo and Liadrin. The death grip did not pull Leo over, but instead pulled the Death Knight over. Spell reflection barrier. Liadrin was extremely surprised. Leo knew too much. I was surprised that the movements of my hands were not slow at all. The holy light surged out, and several unlucky Death Knights were purified into powder under the golden light. The epic-level Death Knight was attacked by Liadrin, a priest who was also ranked among the legendary powerhouses, with a holy nova, and was completely unable to resist. To the strong men who stand at the top of the world, they are all just ants in legend. Leo laughed and took advantage of the Death Knight's opportunity to deal with the war fortress and rushed into Bromix's Void Realm. It feels very different once you enter the Void Realm. There are completely two worlds inside and outside the realm. Being in the Void Realm, Leo felt as if he had entered water, with a huge amount of dark elements hindering his movements and eroding his body like a viscous liquid. Before taking 2 steps forward, the grizzly bear wailed and lay on the ground without moving. Its body was corroded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. With one move, Leo caught Orisa close to him, and layers of aura flashed one after another. This was the anti-magic shield of the caster's nemesis. Although the anti-magic shield could not prevent the dark elements in the Void Realm from attacking Bromix, Its magic-repelling properties protected the 3 Leos from the erosion of dark elements at this time. Hawksbill's eyes lit up when he saw this. And the Ranger King, who always had a stinking face, shamelessly squeezed in. His appearance was extremely vulgar in Leo's eyes. Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the ability, don't come in. While moving forward, Leo secretly despised Hawksbill. At this time, Leo felt the pain of the turtle. In the Void Realm, their moving speed was so slow that it actually took 3 seconds to take 1 step. Fortunately, there is Dragonakoth. Otherwise the game will really be over this time. Leo was deeply touched by the difficulty of moving in the Void Realm. It was so difficult for them to move forward when Dragonakos was holding back Bromix. If Bromix was blocking them, could they still make it through the Void Realm? If Bromix's domain is so troublesome, how many abuses does Kale that Sunstrider have? After personally experiencing the power of the field, Leo secretly determined that he must learn the arcane field. Little did they know that while Leo was surprised, Bromix was also uneasy. The appearance of Dragonakos made her put away her arrogance. Facing the purple-haired young man who could move freely in the Void Realm, she had to raise her head. Spirit to cope. The two kept testing their opponents. Although there was no head-on collision, everyone could see that once someone showed a flaw, they would be fatally struck. Such a battle would be even more dangerous, seeing that almost 2 minutes had passed since he entered the Void Realm. But he hadn't even traveled a third of the way. Leo became anxious. Although he used the materials provided by Silvermoon City to make a lot of caster nemesis, they could not withstand such consumption. It was not easy to hold up an anti-magic shield to protect 4 people in the Void Realm. I can only hold on for another 100 breaths at most. You guys need to think of a way. 100 breaths is not enough for everyone to cross the scope of the Void Realm. What should we do on the next journey? Even Leo was not confident that he could complete that journey. Don't force me to use a trick to kill you. Leo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he clenched his right hand quietly. This was the last trump card to deal with possible crisis, and it was also the backbone of his pride. Just play it out like this? Liadrin, who was secretly observing him, felt her heart skip a beat when she saw this. Could Leo have a backup plan? At this moment, a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart, and from the corner of Leo's eyes, he saw a pitch-black knife, ignoring the pull of the dark elements in the void field and shooting at him like lightning. Then came Frailing's cry, "Look out! Rezuvio's cracked knife?" Got attacked by this guy. With a crisis in their hearts, Leo, Liadrin and Hawksbill, who wanted to help him, found out that their actions were too slow in the void field. And before they could take action, the cracked knife had already hit Leo. Before, the mana shield, magic armor, and bone armor were like nothing under the crackle knife. The crackle knife broke through the 3 layers of protection and thrust straight into Leo's eyebrows. Chapter 334 The Mark of the Leader. If Leo was really shot between the eyebrows with the cracked knife, no matter how bad Leo was, he would be killed immediately. There was no problem in shooting him through the head with the force of this knife. At this time, it was too late for Leo to perform the demon transformation. When he completed the transformation, the day Lily was cold. Even if he summoned the paladin clone and was restrained by the void field, it was too late to give him a protection blessing. The host encounters an irresistible crisis, and the protection deduction is in progress. The voice in his head gave Leo hope. Seeing that Leo was about to die, Frelin was furious. The Blood Elf warrior had been fatally wounded by Rezuvio's cracked knife in a surprise attack before. After Dragonakos took over Bromix, he faced Rezuvio. See, he was always on guard against his opponent repeating his same tricks. Unexpectedly, Rezuvio's took advantage of Leo's limited movement in the Void Realm, changed the target of attack, and launched a sneak attack. Asshole! I'm going to chop you up! Frelin roared angrily and swung the sword of the Silent Crusade, like a mad tiger, forcing Rezuvio's to retreat continuously. The cracked knife went straight to the center of his eyebrows. Leo had already felt the biting chill. The feeling of death almost froze his mind. Without his driving magic reflection shield, it immediately dissipated, and the dark elements in the Void Realm were filled with. The power of death surged up from every corner of Naxxramas. Discovered usable energy. The deduction is completed. The equipment is activated. A skull the size of a finger shot out from between Leo's eyebrows, blocking the cracked knife. At the last moment it penetrated his body. The cracked knife that could severely injure Frelin was bounced away, but the finger-sized skull did nothing. After blocking Leo's fatal blow, it quickly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye it transformed from a finger-sized pocket version, a normal version of the head that is no different from an ordinary person. After completing this change, the skull stopped, and the power of death and shadow in the void realm seemed to have encountered a high-power exhaust fan, and all rushed towards the skull. The mark of the leader of Tagio's wings is activated. Tagio is a poisonous dragon. Legend has it that it is the envoy of an evil god. Later, the dragon was killed by a hero, and various parts of its body were made into the incarnation of Tagio. The wings of Tagio are made of the wings of a demonic dragon. After magic, it becomes a skull-shaped shield. The master who made this set of equipment calls it the mark of the cantor. Looking at the skull floating quietly in the air, Leo's wild laughter echoed in the square. The leader's mark. It's actually the leader's mark. It's hard for Leo not to be excited even if he wants to. Where does the leader's mark come from? It was obviously brought with him when he traveled through time. Why did someone notice at a glance that his equipment was abnormal before traveling through time? You are wearing a necromancer suit, and you can actually summon wolf, poisonous flower vine, and other skills that do not belong to the necromancer. Everyone will see that there is something wrong. What's more important is that since the mark of the cantor has appeared, other components of Tagio's incarnation must also be present. Reaching out to catch the leader's mark, Leo looked at the skull with great interest, which was so black that one wanted to put his soul into it. A huge amount of magic flowed into his body from the leader's mark. Leo suddenly felt that the strength has been greatly enhanced. This leader's mark is different from what I remember. Why does it feed back magic to me? Okay. Leo admits that he is persistent, and even time travel can happen. So what else is impossible? Different worlds have different laws. After being modified by the ubiquitous laws to adapt to this world, it is not surprising that the leader's mark is different from before. Thinking of this, Leo no longer paid attention to why the leader's mark became different. He only knew that because of the appearance of the leader's mark, Brahmix's void domain had been declared broken, and the leader's mark directly absorbed the void domain. What is this? Feeling the huge dark power on the leader's mark, Lydrin felt a sense of depression in her heart. The skull in Leo's hand made her feel extremely evil, if it weren't for the fact that the power in it hadn't reached the level that would have made her tremble, to the point where she must have thought it was the skull of Gul'dan in Illidan's hand. Where did Leo find this skull? Did he want to refine an artifact comparable to Gul'dan's skull? Too crazy. Rezuvio's. Suffer death. Gently letting go of the leader's mark, letting the black skull keep circling around him. Leo used the death grip in his right hand again, with the target being Rezuvio's, who was sneaking up on him. Rezuvio's, who was fighting Frelin, felt his whole body suddenly tighten, and a force restrained him and flew towards Leo. Death grip again? You can't even try to pull me away. Rezuvio struggled hard. He thought he could easily break free with his strength, but this time the result was far beyond his expectation. The pulling force of the death grip was several times stronger than last time. Even though he was struggling with all his strength, his body was still getting closer to Leo. Sneak attack on me? I have saved you. A golden sledgehammer hit Rezuvio's head, and the paladin's hammer of punishment knocked the Death Knight instructor unconscious again. But this time it was not Darien who was fighting with Sarajek, but Darien who was fighting for his life with Sarajek. It's Leo's paladin clone. The paladin clone holding the bloody sword appeared again, full of anger at the Rezuvio's paladin clone who almost killed Leo and asked him to play with him. Although the Blood Blade Great Sword is an epic weapon, it is obviously not as good as the undead killer. After the paladin clone appeared, Leo took out the newly acquired sword and stuffed it into the hands of the paladin clone. Saltzman's Sword of Prophecy. Let me choke you. Isn't this the legendary otaku killer sword? The paladin clone gave Leo a look of disdain. I am so unkind to give me this thing. However, thinking that this sword was indeed much better than the Blood Blade Great Sword, the paladin clone did not refuse. Boom! The frantic Frelin wielded the Silent Crusader and slashed hard at Rezuvio's, who was stunned by the hammer of punishment. The heavy sword was like a sledgehammer and sent the Death Knight instructor flying, Leo taking advantage of the force of his death grip. Rezuvio's flew towards him much faster. Sinner, accept the judgment of the Holy Light. The paladin clone wielded the newly acquired undead killer and slashed at Rezuvio's, and the judgment of the Templar Crusaders came. Seeing that the situation was not good, Orbez teamed up with several Death Knight elites to use the death grip. The force from the slanted stab pulled Rezuvio's away from the attack range of the paladin clone. Rezuvio's was saved, but Orbez and the Death Knights immediately regretted it. The clone of the Holy Knight, who was about to hit the air, showed a triumphant smile on his face. He turned his sword and a holy power erupted like a whirlwind, targeting Obeis and his Death Knights. It turned out that this guy had no intention of actually killing Vesuvius from the beginning. His target was Obets's Death Knight Brigade. Boom! The impact of the dark element made it difficult for the Death Knights to turn around. And Leo's Shadow Fury struck them just when they were about to activate the anti-magic shield. Strong wind pressure hit. And the large handprints of the War Fortress were photographed at this time. Boom! Most of the Death Knights were killed or injured. The soul fire in Obeis' eyes became weak. And the Death Knight captain was seriously injured. Before he could take a breath as he staggered, 2 intertwining green mists shot out and hit him in the forehead, killing Orbez. Failed to extract magic equipment. Ability extraction is in progress. The host has acquired a transferable ability, Hand of Destruction. Transfer? Transfer? Definitely not. The name Hand of Destruction sounds like it's a cheating attack skill. In fact, its function is to reduce the cooldown time of strangulation, allowing you to use strangulation more frequently to silence your opponent. Without Orbez and his group of Death Knights, Leo's side has liberated a combat force that cannot be ignored. Braumix's Immortal Pain and Serajek's Holy Wrath were used at this time. A wave of a black crescent moon and hundreds of arrows full of sacred power filled the square. The 2 bosses launched group attacks and forced everyone to defend themselves. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the 2 Death Knights took the opportunity to mobilize their skeleton horses to escape into the passage. Don't even think about running away. The opponent suddenly escaped, and Dragonikoth was extremely angry when he saw a strong figure wearing ice blue armor trying to follow him into the passage. The Twilight Dragon, who was worried that no one could vent his anger, roared and blocked the entrance of the passage. It was a tragedy for Vesuvius. He originally ran away with 2 Death Knights, but who gave Bramius and Serajek mounts. As a result, the latter 2 ran away. But he was a step too late and was blocked by the Twilight Dragon. Seeing Vesuvius alone, everyone's eyes flashed fiercely. Isn't this a good opportunity to deal with a powerful natural disaster man? Kill him! Everyone shouted and launched an attack together, targeting the lonely Vesuvius. It's not that easy to kill me. As a Death Knight instructor, Vesuvius has a lot of skills. Invincible armor, frozen toughness, bone shield, anti-magic shield. Before everyone's attacks overwhelmed him, Vesuvius blessed himself with 4 defensive spells. At this time, his defense power was more durable than the warriors who had activated the shield wall. When the first round of attacks came to an end, Vesuvius was half kneeling on the ground. The combined attacks of Dragonikoth, Leo, Lydron, Hawksbill and others failed to kill him. The first attack failed, and everyone was about to attack together again, when Leo's expression suddenly changed. Leave him alone and let's go! After saying that, he grabbed Lydron and ran towards the passage. With a swish sound, a thick iron chain was drawn against the backs of the 2 people. A tall abomination with a pale body and a big hole in his stomach appeared at the entrance on the other side of the square. Behind this abomination, several powerful auras were moving rapidly, close to the square. Seeing this, everyone ignored the pursuit of the seriously injured Vesuvius and ran towards the passage as fast as possible, because the natural disaster experts from other districts in Naxxramas arrived. Chapter 335 Bigworth. Under the collective attack of everyone, Vesuvius survived with all his protective skills. The Death Knight instructor survived with miraculous luck. Leo thought that it was a pity that those natural disaster warriors came at the wrong time. They only had to arrive a few seconds late to become Vesuvius, and they would become his trophies. After entering the passage, Leo suddenly pulled hard, and Lydron was pulled into his arms without any preparation. Just when the Countess of the Blood Elf was feeling strange, an arm wrapped around her waist, and she jumped lightly. Before the 2 landed, a big hand reached out to catch them, and Leo and Lydron were placed on top of them by the War Fortress. When it comes to strength, War Fortress is indeed inferior to Lydron. But when it comes to running speed, this giant robot is much faster than her. Fortunately, the passage to Naxxramas is big enough. Otherwise, I would have to put the War Fortress away. Under Lydron's vicious eyes, Leo looked happy, as if he didn't find anything wrong with his actions. Do you dare to be more precise? The Blood Elf Countess's suppressed angry voice reached Leo's ears. The latter had a puzzled expression at first, and then realized that his hand around Lydron was a little irregular. So someone made a move. An expression of sudden realization. Haha. Get used to it. Just get used to it. By the way, the weather is really nice. Talking about the weather in Naxxramas. Soul Dan, can you be any more false? Liadrin snorted and ignored him. After scratching his face, Leo had a thought in his mind. So what? Actually, what I want to say is that this feels really good. As soon as everyone rushed out of the passage, they saw Bromius and Sarajek riding back on skeleton horses. Leo secretly thought that it was dangerous. If he had just tried to kill Rezubios, he would be blocked in the passage now. Kill it! There were pursuers behind and interceptors in front. Leo, knowing that he could not afford to delay, became furious. Under his order, 2 corpses appeared in the hands of the war fortress. It was the bodies of Falik and Obese that had been secretly put away. The big hand like a city gate moved towards Bromix and Sarajek. Sarajek shot a sacred arrow in his hand to deal with the attack of the war fortress, while Bromikos released Eternal Pain to attack everyone, using the attack as a substitute for defense. They assist in the attack on the war fortress. The sacred arrow blocked the war fortress. The giant robot let go of its hand, and 2 corpses fell down. Leo pointed 2 fingers in succession. Boom! Boom! 2 near-legendary Death Knight captains, Falik and Orbez, were used by Leo for the final time. Bromix and Sarajek did not expect their opponents to have this move, and were blown away. While the 2 Death Knights were in a hurry, Leo and his party rushed past them. Where to run? Bromix and Sarajek fired 2 death grips, but they didn't choose the right target. They actually tried to pull away Leo and Liadrin. The magic reflection shield appeared again. The death grip was reflected, and the 2 Death Knights flew towards Leo and Liadrin. Stop them! When Leo saw this, he knew that he was missing a move. Bromius and Sarajek had somehow chosen the wrong target. They clearly did this on purpose. The desperate couple had long seen the scene where Leo used the magic reflection shield to kill several Death Knights in the square. So they planned to use the magic reflection shield to send themselves to Leo. 2 old ghosts with rich fighting experience. So treacherous. A large purple net with electric arcs covered Sarajek, and at the same time Dragonikoth launched an attack on Bromix. Hawksbill didn't even look at it, and the Skyfire Eagle bow was drawn in the opposite direction, and the bowstring trembled. 2 sharp arrows shot out, hitting the 2 Death Knights. Bromix and Sarajek didn't care about the interception of everyone. Their original intention was to attract Leo's attention. The one who was really responsible for the attack was another person. A dwarf Death Knight, wearing a green cloak and riding a skeleton horse suddenly came out. The skeleton warhammer in his hand waved at everyone, and a huge meteorite with flames suddenly hit them. This dwarf Death Knight is another one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Kurtaz, known as the Twilight Hammer. Kurtaz Wildhammer was one of the first dwarf lords to explore Northrend. His bravery was praised by the Mountain King Andalmar. But Kurtaz didn't know how happy the Lich King was when he knew that there was such a guy in his territory. Unfortunately, Kurtaz was turned into the Scourge after being killed by the Lich King, a member of. In order to get Kurtaz to work for him, the Lich King successfully tricked Kurtaz into thinking that he was still fighting hard for the tribe. In other words, this is a guy who is still deceived by the Lich King even after death. How tragic it is. Seeing Kurtaz coming out, Leo knew that he didn't have much time left for him. The last of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the fallen Ash Lord Mograine, might appear at any time. When this lord shows up, things will not be good. Of course, it's not necessarily true that Mograine's appearance may bring unexpected surprises. Thinking of this, Leo glanced at Darian, who was rushing at the front. This good boy was shining with blazing holy light, and bravely blocked the impact of Kurtaz's meteorite for the others. Puff! The huge impact knocked Darian to the side, and the blazing flames on the meteorite burned his body. Leo hit a strangle. The silence effect came into effect, and the second meteorite impact Kurtaz was about to use was suppressed. Rush quickly, and leave this little brat alone. The clone of the paladin struck out a confession, and the holy light made Kurtaz become confused. Sitting on the skeleton horse, he muttered to himself as if he was talking about something. Ugly lanky man. What did you just say? Brannigan was not happy when he heard the name dwarf. Who are you scolding? Is it okay to point at a monk and call him a bald donkey? The paladin clone glanced at Brannigan. This stinky dwarf is not cute at all. I didn't tell you. Why are you so excited? Besides, am I ugly? I'm just too handsome to look at. Passing by Kurtaz, Leo felt excited. This time Naxxramas was really exciting. He saw a cat appearing in front of him. A completely harmless kitten. A harmless kitten appeared in the natural disaster base camp of Naxxramas, and everyone except Leo was stunned for a moment. This cat is too evil. How did it get into Naxxramas and get so deep? Could it be that the undead scourges who destroy living creatures suddenly realize their collective conscience and all join the Small Animal Protection Association? This is even more nonsense than the Cenarian animal rights activists saying they want to eat meat. It is true that this kitten is cheating. It walked elegantly like a cat, ignoring the pressure of a group of legendary strong men. And Sir Shiran walked over to welcome everyone. Frelin and the others felt strange. The soldiers rushing forward clenched their weapons, preparing to strike at this strange kitten. When Leo saw this, he immediately became anxious. He could cut this cat with anything, but he couldn't cut it. Someone would go berserk if it died. Don't hurt the cat. Anxiety could be heard in Leo's words. Although the others felt strange, they didn't say anything. They carefully avoided the kitten and continued rushing inward. But the kitten didn't react when a group of strong men who could kill him countless times with just one strike passed by. He still walked unhurriedly, as leisurely as a walk. He was calm and unfazed. It's really embarrassing. What is the origin of this cat? Hawksbill couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Leo first, while the others pricked their ears and waited for Leo's explanation. Leo ignored them and waved to the kitten. Big Worth. Say H. Low to your master Kel'Thuzad for me. Meow. Hearing someone calling his name, the kitten finally reacted. It turned its head and meowed at Leo. A very cute and adorable cat meow. Hawksbill stumbled while running and almost slipped to the ground. Did you hear that right? Leo just said that the owner of this kitten is Kel'Thuzad? Archlich Kel'Thuzad has a harmless kitten? Is the Archlich of Naxxramas from the Scourge or from the Cenarian Circle? Could it be that Leo is deceiving us? Sweet Bigworth, come to me quickly. A voice echoed in Naxxramas, and the kitten disappeared after hearing its owner's call. Hearing Kel'Thuzad's voice, Hawksbill had to admit that it was the truth, even if he thought it was ridiculous. Kel'Thuzad would keep a kitten as a pet, and the Taurans should also have a profession like these. The Archlich Kel'Thuzad kept a kitten as a pet. How did Leo know about this? Liedrin felt that Leo's sense of mystery had increased again. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that Kel'Thuzad actually had a pet cat. However, Leo told him where his information came from. Where? No matter how strong the intelligence capabilities of MI7 are, it is impossible to find out even this. Could it be the Lothar family? Liedrin thought of the possibility that with the existence of a strong man like Dragonikov and his powerful intelligence capabilities, it seemed that the alliance between Silverman City and Stromgard was really a wise choice. Don't look at me like that. What if I mistakenly think you are in love with me? Leo winked at Liedrin, his face full of teasing. Who knows why Kel'Thuzad wanted to raising a harmless kitten? Maybe the Great Lich of the Scourge is actually a very loving person. Or maybe Kel'Thuzad was a cat in his previous life? Am I listening to your nonsense? Liedrin glanced at Leo. You don't even believe what you said, and you want to deceive me? I am a devout priest with firm faith. How can I be so easily deceived as I am protected by the holy light? Chapter 336 The Fallen Ashbringer. I saw it. The exit is over there. While running, Hawksbill suddenly pointed forward and shouted. The Ranger King's tone filled with joy. The purpose of rushing to the innermost part of the military zone is to find the vents in Naxxramas, so that everyone can escape from this natural disaster base camp. Although everyone is doing this is after all a gamble on luck. No one can be sure about this. Does the Sky Fortress City really still have a vent facility? Leo originally wanted to give it a try. After all, there was no other way if he didn't do this. However, when he saw Big Worth, Kel'Thuzad's pet cat, he was sure that the vent did exist. Yes, the undead Scourge in Naxxramas does not need to breathe. But the pet cat does not. The loving Archlich did not seal the vents for his kitten. If he hadn't figured this out, how could Leo be in the mood to joke? Everyone became excited when they saw the exit in sight. And it only took them 10 breaths to reach the vent at their speed. It seemed that the god of destiny did not want to see them run away so smoothly. A death knight riding a skeleton horse appeared from the depths of the military zone. He happened to stand between everyone and the vent. A strong aura of death emanated from this knight, and the intimidating aura made Leo feel like he had difficulty breathing. The death knight held a thick-edged sword in his hand, and floating on the sword was a skull exuding the aura of plague, which was ferocious and terrifying. One person and one rider are blocking the way of escape. Once one of the 7 giants of silver, the leader of the Scarlet Crusade admired by countless people, and now the leader of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the fallen Ash Lord Alexandros Mograine. Life itself is meaningless. Only death is the true meaning of life. Frelin, Glenhold, and Brannigan, who were rushing at the front, had to stop. The 3 warriors leaned together with solemn faces. Mograine put too much pressure on them. At this moment, Leo shouted at them, "Don't stop. I have a way to deal with him. Die! Let's see which one of us dies." Leo was already prepared for Mograine's appearance. And his response was, "Origa, Darko." And Sada suddenly rushed out and attacked Sarajek like a life-threatening attack. And Flintag also threw the Earthbind at the right time to drag Kurtaz down. "Dalian, come and save me!" At the same time, Leo forcibly pulled Dalian over with a death grip. Dalian, who had become delirious after entering Naxxramas, did not resist during the process because his focus was entirely on Mo. On Glennie. "Is it really you, father?" Dalian murmured to himself. And he suddenly burst out, "Damn Scourge Legion! How dare they do this to you?" A pair of golden wings appeared from behind Dalian. And the hot holy light burned blazingly. The hatred for the Scourge triggered huge anger. And Dalian unconsciously started the wrath of revenge. "This kid's wings are more than twice as big as mine. How much does he hate me when he sees me?" The paladin clone was secretly stunned. The blessing of the fury of revenge on the paladin was not fixed. The higher the strength, the stronger the hatred in the heart. And the bigger the golden wings became. Although Dalian's rage of revenge is only twice as powerful as the paladin's clone, the blessing effect is definitely more than 10 times greater. However, even with the addition of Wrath of Vengeance and the strength gap between Darian and Mograine, he still cannot defeat him. As one of the few strong men who can compete with Arthas, Ash Lord Mograine, even though his strength was greatly reduced after his death, and I was still a top master. But Mograine's reaction at this time was very wrong. The fallen Lord of Ashes had a struggling look in his eyes after seeing his youngest son, as if his soul was engaged in an invisible struggle with some kind of power. Leo's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Mograine's performance proved that he had not been completely controlled by the Lich King. His soul was still waiting for redemption. It was usually invisible. But Darian's appearance triggered a stir in his soul. Resistance. "It's now! Now is the best time to save this Ash Lord." With a flash of light in his eyes, Leo's paladin clone rushed forward quickly. He passed the 3 Frelons who were still hesitant, followed closely behind Darian and headed straight for Mograine. "In the name of the Holy Light, let you enter eternal sleep." Darian's sword struck out. But Mograine, who was fighting against the Lich King's will, had no reaction. Even with Mograine's strength, Mograine would definitely be killed by this sword strike. Leo felt nervous, as the paladin clone following Dalian had already assumed an attack stance. Just when he was about to kill the fallen Ash Lord Mograine, an iron chain with a cold breath appeared unexpectedly and suddenly came out. Darian's body was tied up by the iron chain, and he was stunned. A layer of ice spread rapidly on his body, and the blazing holy light was extinguished wherever the ice passed. With this chain, Darian's sword struck Mograine, but its lethality was reduced by half. After Mograine was knocked off his horse, the fire of his soul did not go out, but the weapon in his hand, the thick-edged sword, fell from his hand. When Dalian saw the thick-edged sword, he didn't care about the iron chain on his body, and quickly reached out to grab it. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind him and grabbed the hilt of the thick-edged sword. Lian's hand grabbed the empty space. This figure is Leo's paladin clone. "Mine." Dalian was angry. How could this sword fall into the hands of others? How could this guy do such a shameless thing when he and he were both paladins? "Of course it's mine if it falls into my hands." The paladin clone ignored Dalian and immediately ran towards the vent after grabbing the thick-edged sword. It turned out that while they were fighting, Leo, Lydron and others had already passed Mograine and ran to the vent. A golden sledgehammer fell, and the paladin's clone was knocked dizzy. The angry Dalian attacked the sword thief. Nima's soul is dull. Amidst the angry curses, the clone of the Holy Knight, who had been prepared, blessed himself with the blessing of freedom. And the stunning effect of the hammer of punishment was lifted. Just as the paladin clone took steps to continue running forward, a dark force suddenly restrained him and pulled him flying backwards. Sarajek's death grip. After all, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are top-notch warriors, who could even rank at the top of the legendary level. How can these 3 pseudo-legends, Sadis, stop him? Even if he risked his life, it would only hinder him for a moment. Boom! 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 There were 3 explosions in succession, and the bodies of the 3 Sadis exploded suddenly. Sarajek had no choice but to give up pulling the paladin clone to protect himself. "You short-legged knight. Run quickly." Leo, who used the corpse explosion technique to drag Sarajek, shouted to his clone. His face was full of nervousness. What the paladin clone was holding was nothing else. It was the famous Ashbringer, one of the top weapons in the entire world. Snap! Flintag's million bolts were fired, and the lightning spread out. Liadrin's leap of faith was also used on the paladin clone, hoping to transfer the latter to her side. A pitch-black crack suddenly appeared, and the most powerful person shattered the space with powerful dark power. This pitch-black crack was the gap after the space was shattered. Shadow Rift. Puff! The paladin clone fell from the crack covered in blood. If he hadn't used the holy shield in time to protect himself, he would have been torn into pieces by the power of the shattered space. Kel'Thuzad, you great-grandson. The clone of the paladin with the holy shield technique forced his way through the shadow fissure. In a state of embarrassment, he started to curse loudly, showing no trace of the grace that a paladin should have. Seeing Liadrin, who also believed in the holy light, was sweating. But this was more in line with Leo's image in her heart. The paladin clone was cursing when a cold breath suddenly exploded around him, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the invincible holy shield. It's just talk. Don't be so excited. Let's talk carefully if you have something to say. The clone of the paladin was not happy at first sight. He knew that the strength between himself and Kel'Thuzad was too far apart. An ice blast from the Archlich almost broke his holy shield. If he did it again, wouldn't he be able to kill him? Seeing that the situation was not good, a certain clone rolled and crawled back. A lich appeared, and after he appeared, an extremely strong aura of death hit his face. It was so cold that it made people's souls seem to freeze into ice. This lich puts more pressure on everyone than the fallen Ash Lord Mograine. He is Arthas' most trusted comrade in arms, the Archlich Kel'Thuzad who controls Naxxramas. An iron chain with an icy air was wrapped around Kel'Thuzad, and the other end of the chain was tied to Dalian. At this time, a layer of ice had formed on the paladin's body. When Leo saw this chain, he knew that Kel'Thuzad had arrived. It was impossible to kill Mograine with his current strength. Otherwise, Leo would not have fallen when he broke through the interception. The Lord of Ashes delivers the fatal blow. Another blast of frost came, and the paladin clone was horrified when he saw this. If anyone wanted to live, he would definitely not be able to withstand the ice blast this time. When the situation was critical, the fallen Ashbringer held by the paladin's clone suddenly burst out with powerful dark energy. The holy shield of the paladin's clone could not withstand such an impact and shattered, and his palms were corroded by the dark energy. Under this sudden turn of events, the fallen Ashbringer fell to the ground, right between the ice blast and the paladin clone. The cold breath disappeared, and Kel'Thuzad's ice blast was swallowed up by the fallen Ashbringer. The paladin clone gritted his teeth in hatred and turned around to run towards the vent. The powerful dark energy emerging from the fallen Ashbringer made him dare not touch it again. He couldn't do anything about it, and he couldn't do it without giving up. At this time, Mograine stood up. He stretched out his hand to hold it, and the fallen Ashbringer disappeared from the place and reappeared in his hand. Chapter 337 Kel'Sujia's Plan. Leo knew that he was thinking too simply. Top weapons such as the Ashbringer have long been marked with the soul of their master. As long as Mograine still exists in the world, no one else can take him away. This is why he wants the reason why Lich King Arthas, who said that fusing Frostmourne and Ashbringer would produce a more powerful weapon, did not take it away. Unless the Lich King abandons such a powerful subordinate as Mograine, he will not be able to use Ashbringer freely. If it doesn't work this time, there will be a next time. Let's ride on the donkey and read the songbook and see. Be careful underground. Just as he was about to jump off the war fortress, Leo's expression suddenly changed, and before he finished speaking, rows of spikes emerged from the ground. Crypt Lord's ground thorn attack. A giant little beast. Wrong. It was a giant beetle that emerged from the ground. It was a Nabrakan, one of the two Crypt Lords under the Lich King. As the Crypt Lord directly under the Lich King, he has always been a mysterious warrior in the Scourge. They are huge in size yet extremely fast, and they are fierce in combat yet extremely cunning. When they first appeared in the ranks of the Scourge, everyone was shocked by their abominable appearance and cruel methods. The sharp thorns tear the weak human soldiers into two pieces. The strong and barbed carapace protects the huge body of the Crypt Lord. The shining black forelimbs constantly harvest the lives of the enemy and send terrifying parasitic eggs into it. In the body of the deceased, countless hungry and bloodthirsty carrion scarabs frantically attack all surrounding creatures after devouring the host. Cursed locust swarms fly around the Lord, sucking up the surrounding living creatures while also draining the victim's body. Flesh passed to the Crypt Lord, a Nabrakan, the most loyal subordinate of King Anubarak of the Spider Kingdom. was resurrected together with Anubarak as the Crypt Lord of the Scourge after the Scourge destroyed the Spider Kingdom in the Spider War. I heard some tiny heartbeats. Anubarak blocked the vent, and where it came out could be scattered several pieces of Leo's poisonous flower vine. The ground in Naxxramas is very hard, but this is for invaders other than the Scourge. For example, Anubarakan's own people. The reinforcement magic applied to Naxxramas will not work. And because Leo's poisonous flower vine cannot penetrate into the ground, it is impossible to detect this big bug in advance. Kill him! The three warriors were furious. They were all injured in Anubarakan's sneak attack. Only Hawksbill narrowly avoided it by relying on his agility. As for Orisa, Leo used the leader's mark to block her. It was this that made the forgotten female warrior look at him less hatefully. Living person. If you die, I will have you perform the undead transformation ritual so that you can continue to exist in this world. The Forgotten's way of repaying his kindness was indeed unique. And Leo broke into a sweat. Well, it's jumping faster. The anger of the three warriors was answered by Anubarakan, which ignited the warriors' violent temper. The three Frelins swung their weapons and slashed at Anubarakan. The beating will stop soon. Anubarakan revealed its sharp mouthparts ferociously. And just when Frelin thought it was about to fight back, it suddenly stepped aside. Dozens of spider webs shot out from the hole left by Anubarakan's departure, and the three of Frelin covered him. The tough spider webs wrapped them into rolling gourds. The poison carried by the spider webs invaded their bodies, and the faces of the three warriors gradually turned green. A patterned tarantula, even bigger than Anubarakan, crawled out of the hole. Maxner, named after the legendary pet of the god in the Spider Kingdom, is a giant spider from the Plague Lands that was transformed by the Archlich Kel'Thuzad. If you thought the Scourge were just made up of ugly ghouls, mindless skeletons, and foul-smelling stitches, then you're in for a nightmare. Although the plague given to Kel'Thuzad by Nazul, the first Lich King, only turned humans into undead creatures, this terrible plague still affected other non-human creatures. The Plague Land is full of animals and plants that have mutated due to the plague, among which arachnids have mutated the most. Kel'Thuzad, the true master of the Plague Lands, retained a scientist's curiosity even after his death. When he heard the news that a huge patterned wolf spider had appeared in the Plague Land, he immediately set out personally to imprison the huge creature with magic and bring it back to Naxxramas for research. Sadly, the spider died, but fortunately, it left behind some eggs. Kel'Thuzad hatched these eggs, and these cute creatures in the eyes of the Archlich killed each other as soon as they were born. In just 20 minutes, they used their own way to decide who was the final king. The final winner spent another 3 days, becoming bigger, stronger, and greedier than its mother. Ordinary plague-infected corpses can no longer satisfy its appetite. Only the giant scavenging maggots unique to the Plague Lands can fill its belly. The war fortress spurted out scorching flames, melting the cobwebs covering them before Maxner dragged the three of them over. However, although the three of Frelling were able to escape, they were seriously injured. It is better to be injured than to lose your life. The three warriors have no resentment towards Leo. Anubarakan and Maxna blocked the road. The Archlich Kel'Thuzad and the four horsemen of the apocalypse had already restrained Darien, and several powerful auras from behind were rapidly approaching. Leo and his party were trapped in Naxxramas. The most dangerous moment. You can't escape. Join us and serve the Scourge. Kel'Thuzad's icy cold smirk echoed in Naxxramas. After killing Leo and the others, the Scourge could get a few more powerful generals. When the time comes, let them lead troops to attack Hearthland of the Scarlet Crusade. Hand of Tyr in Remnant of the Silver Hand or Light's Hope Chapel in Argent Dawn will do. Anubarakan and Maxna are one of the 18 natural disaster warriors guarding Naxxramas, and they are very durable beast-shaped natural disaster warriors. They are determined to defend and defeat them in a short time. It was impossible to retreat, and this period of time was enough for Kel'Thuzad and the four horsemen of the apocalypse to rush over. The situation is extremely dangerous. What should I do? A thin layer of sweat formed on everyone's forehead. Do they really want to die here and become the lackeys of the Scourge Legion after death? Before I kill you, I will let you watch a good show. Kel'Thuzad threw Darien, who was chained by ice chains, in front of Mograine. The Archlich's gloomy voice sounded. Kill he, Alexandros. Kill this man. A look of struggle appeared on Mograine's face. Kill him. Just give him a sword, and you will completely fall into the embrace of darkness. Kill him. Seeing Kel'Thuzad bewitching Mograine to kill his son, Leo felt that he understood why Darien became so abnormal after entering Naxxramas. This was not because Kel'Thuzad and Arthas had the same bad taste and wanted to see a tragedy of father and son killing each other, but because they wanted to completely corrupt the Ash Lord. As long as he kills his most beloved son, the Ash Lord's soul will truly fall into darkness. And then Mograine, the boss of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, will become the truly fallen Ash Lord. After entering Naxxramas, Darien only knew how to rush downwards, which was completely influenced by Kel'Thuzad. After entering Naxxramas, he was discovered by Kel'Thuzad and exerted a secret charm on his mind. Magic. That's why he was indifferent to the life and death of his companions, and kept beating and charging. If Leo and his team hadn't joined, if Leo hadn't killed Goddick and created a sense of crisis in Kel'Thuzad, Darien would have come to Mograine. But Kel'Thuzad would not have come in person. In this way, Mograine will be saved by his youngest son, and Kel'Thuzad will end up accompanying his wife, but losing his army. It's a pity that this world doesn't have so many assumptions. When Leo, the little butterfly that traveled through time, has enough abilities, the trajectory of this world will inevitably be changed. Kel'Thuzad, a pervert. If his plot succeeds, Mograine kills Darien. The Ash Lord is completely corrupted, and the Scourge will no longer get a Death Knight whose strength has been greatly reduced, but a strength that has been restored. Corrupt Ash Lord Alexandros Mograine. The war situation in the eastern and western plague areas will undergo huge changes as a result, and the situation involved in this change will be huge, and the situation of the entire world will change. He knew Kel'Thuzad's plan in his heart, but Leo couldn't control it yet. He rescued Darien from the hands of 17 natural disaster experts in Naxxramas, including Kel'Thuzad, and crushed Kel'Thuzad's conspiracy. Leo asked himself that he didn't have that ability now. Fight them. Glenold and Brannigan saw this and wanted to rush forward, but the war fortress blocked them. Don't go there. Kel'Thuzad is deliberately provoking us. Don't be fooled. Are we just going to watch Dalian being killed? Faced with Brannigan's rhetorical question, Leo stretched out his right hand to hold the leader's mark in his hand. With a sly smile on his lips, of course, no. If you can't fight, I can outwit you. A rich dark aura emanated from Leo. A pair of demon wings extended from his back, and a surge of magic power surged from his body toward the leader's mark. Due to the influx of a large amount of magic power, black mist suddenly emerged from the leader's mark. The black mist quickly covered Leo's entire body, and a pressure so powerful that even the legendary experts trembled came down. What a powerful pressure. What a rich dark power. Kel'Thuzad couldn't help turning his head and looked at Leo. What came into his sight was a skull exuding a powerful dark aura, and a pair of demon wings that were about to spread their wings. Chapter 338, May the Holy Light Always Fool You. Skull. Demon. Kel'Thuzad had a bad feeling. A voice full of anger echoed in Naxxramas. I have been imprisoned for 10,000 years, and expelled from my hometown. Skull of Gul'dan. The Archlich thought of a divine item. The Eye of Sargeras. Illidan's Storm Rage. Kel'Thuzad screamed, and his figure flashed and disappeared. The Eye of Sargeras is a divine object fused by Illidan, the overlord of Outland, and Storm Rage. Its effect is so powerful that it ignores space distance. It was with the Eye of Sargeras that Illidan was able to raid the Frozen Throne and severely injure the Lich King Nazul, forcing him to recall Arthas. After the war, Illidan was forced to give up his body and fuse his soul with Arthas. The second Lich King Arthas was created. Illidan can even challenge Nazul, let alone kill him. Kel'Thuzad, the Archlich, who has already died once, is not willing to experience the taste of death again. There is no second well of eternity in this world to resurrect him. Kel'Thuzad, the leader, ran away, not to mention the others. Anubrikan and Maxna slithered into the hole and disappeared. Although these two are beasts, it does not mean that their intelligence is inferior to humans. Even Kel'Thuzad ran away. What are they doing here? Why don't you leave quickly? Leo suddenly lost his momentum. A moment ago, he was full of evil and seemed to be killing everyone. At this moment, he turned into an embarrassed fleer, dragging Liadrin and ran into the vent. Upon seeing this, Hawksbill and others put away their questions and hurriedly followed behind. When Brannigan, the last one, ran into the vent, an icy breath hit him quickly. Kel'Thuzad, who had realized that he had been deceived, was back. Unfortunately, everyone ran away after such a delay. However, the Archlich was an Archlich after all. His spirit had been locked on Brannigan. An ice blast pursued him, wanting to keep the dwarf alive. Brannigan was very depressed. With his short legs, he was lagging behind others even in escaping. However, as a member of the royal family of the Wildhammer tribe, He was not without tricks. Knowing that he had been targeted by Kel'Thuzad's attack, he did not hesitate. Throwing out a trump card. A heavy hammer shining with violent electric energy faced the impact of the ice. The dwarf clan's famous secret skill. Storm Hammer. Sensing the fierce collision between the violent electric elements and ice elements behind him, Leo couldn't help but think highly of Brannigan. The guy who could understand the Storm Hammer must have a high status among the dwarf royal family. Damn you guys. You can't run away. Sapphiron. Stop them. Kel'Thuzad's angry voice echoed throughout Naxxramas. And the faces of the group of people who were running through the vents became ugly after hearing his words. Naxxramas is not an ordinary place. This natural disaster base camp floats nearly 10,000 meters above the ground. So what if they successfully reach the end of the vent? Sapphiron, another extremely powerful man in Naxxramas, has already been waiting for them with a group of frost dragons. As soon as they show their heads, they will be greeted by overwhelming frost breath. Knuckles, can you break out? Leo quietly asked Dragonakos. Although the Twilight Dragon was strong, its opponent was Sapphiron and its frost dragon army. One by one, he picked a group, and Leo was naturally worried. As long as the master is fine, I will not die. I can protect the master's safety by rushing out at any cost. But others cannot guarantee it. Dragonakotha's answer was helpless. Before entering Naxxramas, the Twilight Dragon had always been stuck in his own flawed understanding. Unexpectedly, there were so many masters in this ghost place, which really shocked him. Hearing this, Leo was relieved. As Dragonakos said, as long as he is fine, the Twilight Dragon can recover no matter how seriously injured it is. As for the others, no one here is weak. Except for the seriously injured Orisa. There is no need to pay any attention to anyone else. Of course, it would be best if Dragonakoth is not injured. Who knows how long it will take for him to recover from an injury. It seems like there will be some blood this time. Leo curled his lips. But after earning a lot of corpses in the land of ghosts, he was now wealthy, and didn't have to worry about paying them much. The exit of the passage was already in sight. And Leo suddenly ran to the front. Lydron and the others only heard him say, "Don't worry about anything. Just follow me." As the base camp of the Scourge, Naxxramas has always been the focus of attention of all major forces. All the powerful forces have arranged spies to watch its every move from a distance, fearing that the Scourge may make some big move. I can't get the news right away. Of course, due to the strength of each force's ability, their ability to detect Naxxramas varies. Not everyone can map out magical images from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. However, these forces all have one thing in common. That is, they can only see the periphery of Naxxramas, and it is extremely difficult for them to enter Naxxramas to find out. Today is obviously an unusual day, and I don't know what the Scourge Legion wants to do. The powerful Sapphiron and a group of frost dragons angrily flew out of the frost dragon lair in this aerial fortress city and circled around. It kept circling. Isn't it that the Scourge Legion is about to make a big move? The spies became nervous. They were paying close attention to every move of this natural disaster base camp. They were just paying attention to the spies. They were just onlookers. Just treat them as soy sauce. It didn't take long for a surprising scene to appear. Several dragon-shaped mechanical puppets about 50 meters in length suddenly jumped out of Naxxramas. They were obviously land dragons, but they fiercely pounced on the frost dragon. Isn't this looking for abuse? Just when the spies were puzzled, these dragon-shaped mechanical puppets suddenly self-destructed collectively. With a loud bang, the frost dragons, who had not expected such a situation, were knocked apart by the spreading shock wave. The originally tight formation was there was a gap in the siege. Roar! Amidst the thundering roar, a real giant dragon appeared. The purple scales reflect the sunlight, making the 1,000-meter-long body look noble and mysterious. A giant purple dragon thousands of meters long. The powerful dragon clan at the pinnacle of legend. The spies who were watching carefully finally figured out what happened. Looking at the size of this dragon, they knew that it was definitely not a good kind. And its strength was at least on the level of Sapphiron. A giant dragon has come to Naxxramas to cause trouble. No wonder Sapphiron and his frost dragon army reacted so fiercely. Kel'Thuzad must have failed to keep it. Sapphiron, the gold medal thug, had to lead his younger brothers to run out to intercept. This purple dragon came to destroy the Scourge Legion. Could it be that the five-color dragon was going to attack the Scourge Legion? The spies were excited because they thought they had dug up some big news. But in their excitement, they did not notice a group of people standing on the back of the purple dragon. But it's no wonder. After all, it is very rare to see Naxxramas at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If you want to see it clearly, even the legendary mage may not have that ability. The current situation is because Kel'Thuzad feels there is no need to waste energy on them, and ignores them. Otherwise, once the magic illusion appears, you will not be able to see anything. Knuckles is actually a giant dragon. Liedron was astonished. Although she followed Leo and jumped out of the vent in Naxxramas without hesitation. She just thought that Leo's solution was to use the 4 dragon-shaped mechanical puppets to carry them to fight. It was just a try. But unexpectedly, after a group of people jumped into the air, Nkosi, a purple-haired young man, turned into a 1,000-meter-long giant dragon. Since Knuckles is a giant dragon, it must not be from the Lothar family. This dragon was previously called Master Leo. Could it be that it is Leo's pet? Would a giant dragon at the pinnacle of legend recognize an epic-level human as its master? Just kidding. Seeing Liedron slightly open mouth with a look of surprise, the paladin clone chuckled, cast the king's blessing on Dragonakoth with a serious look on his face, and muttered, "May the holy light always fool you." As if being reminded, Liedron also hurriedly blessed the Twilight Dragon with the prayer of fortitude and the prayer of spirit. "May the holy light protect you forever." Dragonakos was very fast, and with the blessing of Leo's energy aura, he was like lightning. He rushed out of the gap exposed by the frost dragon in the blink of an eye. With a silent roar, a huge bone dragon chased up with ice. Judging from the dragon's skeleton, its size in front of it was no smaller than Dragonakos. The cold air followed this dragon. The appearance of the bone dragon attacked Dragonakos and Leo's group on its back. Dragonakos' movements became much slower after being affected by the freezing air. Sapphiron, the only frost dragon in Naxxramas that has such ability and size, is Sapphiron. Sapphiron was a blue dragon during his lifetime. During the Battle of the Frozen Throne, Arthas met the blue dragon Sapphiron in Northrend. At that time, Sapphiron was the capable general of the blue dragon king Malygos, a very powerful blue dragon among the blue dragon clan. But when he encountered Alsos and Anubarak, 2 powerful natural disaster men who joined forces, they couldn't resist it. After Sapphiron was defeated and killed, Arthas used the power of corruption to resurrect Sapphiron into a frost dragon. The arrogant frost dragon Sapphiron became a minion of the Scourge. Dragonakoth was slowed down, and Leo knew that this was the effect of Sapphiron's frost aura. Even with the blessing of the energy aura, it was not easy to get rid of Sapphiron. If he was entangled by it, follow Sapphiron. The frost dragon legion behind Philin will have a chance to catch up. Sapphiron, use your death to vent the anger in my heart. A man with demonic wings stretched out, holding a skull exuding a powerful dark aura, and covered in black aura entered Sapphiron's field of vision, and a powerful pressure pressed towards it. Illidan Storm Rage? Sapphiron hesitated, and Dragonakos happened to turn sideways at this time, as if he wanted to turn around and kill him. I can't stand Illidan and this dragon joining forces. The frost dragon hurriedly retreated, but unexpectedly, the purple dragon in front spread its wings and took this opportunity to accelerate and fly away. By the time Sapphiron reacted, he realized that he had been fooled and the other party had already fled. Damn liar! The frost dragon roared angrily. A word came from the distance. May the holy light fool you forever. Chapter 339. Things have changed. Ha ha ha. Leo couldn't help laughing proudly. It was very exciting to go to Naxxramas to destroy the Scourge, especially when Kel'Thuzad led a group of powerful Scourges to block him. If he hadn't reacted if it's fast enough and the deception is successful enough, a group of people will probably be ruined. After being fooled twice in a row, Kel'Thuzad and Sapphiron must be furious now. But who told them not to explain the situation clearly to each other? Therefore, communication is very important. Hearing Leo's laughter, the 3 Frelins couldn't help laughing wildly. This time they went to Naxxramas to cause trouble, originally with the determination to die, but they didn't expect that they could come back alive. The 3 warriors, how could you not laugh? Hawksbill and Liedron were much more reserved. Although the 2 blood elves did not laugh out loud, the smiles on their faces betrayed their true thoughts. Only Orisa is still gloomy. But the Forgotten have always been like this, so don't expect their mood to fluctuate too much. At this moment, a powerful dark aura came from the direction of Naxxramas, as if some tyrannical existence had awakened from the darkness. This aura was even more powerful than Kel'Thuzad, and even Sapphiron couldn't match it. The laughter on Dragonakoth's back suddenly stopped. Dalian, Brannigan sighed, and there was a sadness on Glenhold's face. Only Freyling's face looked normal. This is not that the Blood Elf warriors are cold-blooded. but that Darien only urged his teammates to move forward despite being seriously injured and dying in Naxxramas, which made the Blood Elf warriors very angry. Although there was Kel'Thuzad's magic influence in it, it was dangerous. Frailing, who is still alive, is angry. What can you expect from him? If it hadn't been for the appearance of this group of people, I would have died in Naxxramas long ago. And maybe I would have been resurrected as a lackey of the Scourge. Frelin was very grateful to the four Leos. Looking at the sky, Leo murmured to himself, the sky is going to change. Yes, things are indeed changing today. Dalian is dead. Ash Lord Alexandros Mograine completely fell into the embrace of darkness. There is one less Soul Reaper Godic in Naxxramas. But there is one more Death Knight Darien Mograine in the Scourge. After their group made such a fuss, Kel'Thuzad and the Lich King would find that the number of Death Knights was far from enough. Akira sounded the war horn, and the Ebon Blade Fortress, which trained Death Knights in batches, should also come into being. But who is in charge this time? Is it still Darien? Or is it replaced by the more powerful Mograine? However, without Godic, the Master of Dark Magic who trained the Death Knight, it would not be easy for the Death Knight to have sufficient combat power. It is conceivable that in the future, although the advantage of the Scourge Legion in the Plague Land will still be overwhelming, they will not make much action. During this period, Leo can continue to increase his strength. As for Darien's failure to bring the Ashbringer out of Naxxramas, Leo didn't pay much attention. What did Darien do after snatching the Ashbringer from Naxxramas? Renaud, who is now in charge of the Scarlet Monastery, is dead. Later, the sword pierced Darien's chest in the Holy Lights Hope Chapel, although it triggered a great reckoning of thousands of Silver-Hand souls buried under the chapel. The undead who besieged the chapel, the natural disaster caused heavy losses. But this did not mean much to Leo. Without Butcher Zhang, we have to eat pigs with hair? Without Darien committing suicide at Lights Hope Chapel and triggering the Great Reckoning, wouldn't it be possible to defeat the Scourge in the Plague Lands? Leo really didn't believe it. Since the trajectory of this world has been changed by me, then I simply let it change enough and become more thorough. Don't be timid in order to maintain the so-called prophetic advantage. Who knows how the so-called events that will happen in the future will change after there are time travelers who do not belong to this world. Speaking of the prophet's advantage, a sneer appeared at the corner of Leo's mouth. What should happen will naturally happen. And what should not happen will never happen as long as I am here. It is absolutely correct to say that strength brings confidence. Leo is completely different now than when he first crossed over. The timid little man before now has the mentality of a strong man. A strong man who controls the general trend of the world. Mentality. Your Majesty the Dragon, can you take us to the Holy Lights Hope Chapel? Brannigan asked cautiously. The dwarf knew that dragons are proud creatures. And if you don't pay attention, it will make it lose its temper. Take this opportunity to get in touch with the Argent Dawn? Leo rubbed his chin and quickly rejected the idea. The Silver Dawn is an organization that transcends the differences between races and camps between the Alliance and the Horde. They are committed to uniting all forces in the world that can be united to resist the invasion of evil forces. To put it simply, this is an organization that unites all forces that can be united to jointly deal with evil forces. Whether you are a human or an orc, whether you are from the Alliance or a tribe, as long as you deal with evil forces, they will accept them. This organization is one of the main forces in containing the Scourge of the Undead in the Eastern and Western Plague regions, together with the Forsaken in the Undercity and the Scarlet Crusaders. It has supported the defense lines in the Eastern and Western Plague regions and restricted the expansion of the Scourge of the Undead. Among these three forces, the Argent Dawn also acts as a mediator. After all, the Scarlet Crusade is too extreme. Even if the Forsaken are also fighting on the front line against the Scourge, they still regard them as those who must be eliminated. Object: the purpose of the Argent Dawn is good, but it is too influenced by the Kingdom of Stormwind. This can be seen just from the fact that their commander Ashram Valafist is the ambassador of Stormwind City. Let alone there is also the Holy Light Cathedral mixed in. Wouldn't it be great to go to the Argent Dawn's territory now to give Stormwind City a piece of ironclad evidence? Look! This is Leo. He is with two senior officials of Silvermoon City. This guy betrayed the Alliance. Leo swore in the name of the Holy Light that such rumors would soon be confirmed through the deliberate promotion of some people. Leo would not do such a stupid thing as giving someone a handle. So he rejected Brannigan's proposal and asked the dwarves to keep the meeting of him and Lydrin and others a secret. Personality, even if Brannigan is a loudmouth, he can keep it secret for a while. And Leo needs just such a small period of time. After watching Brannigan disappear from sight, Leo turned to the others and said, Okay. The person who is leaving has already left. So let's go back to Destin next. Glenhold nodded solemnly. The Ash Lord has fallen into the embrace of darkness. I must let the War Chief know about this as soon as possible. I want to return to Orbermar through the teleportation circle in Silvermoon City. As for Frelin, Leo didn't ask, because the Blood Elf warriors had already been taken care of by Liedrin and Hawksbill. It was when the newly born Silvermoon City needed the help of its people that a master like Frelin could not stay away. In fact, if Dysum of Darkon had not blocked the road to Silvermoon City, and Frelin was unable to break through his blockade and teleport back to Silvermoon City, the Blood Elf warriors would have gone back long ago. Liedrin once again took out the positioning teleportation scroll and distributed it to everyone. Leo raised his eyebrows teasingly, clearly teasing about the failure of Ramatha's scroll in Naxxramas. Good luck to the Blood Elf Countess. A moment of helplessness. There shouldn't be any problems this time. Leo seemed to be talking to himself, and then opened the scroll. A burst of magical light flashed, and the person disappeared. This guy. Liedrin and Hawksbill shook their heads slightly in amusement. And then, they opened the scroll together, with the others, and teleported back to his home. Leo's first feeling, when he returned to Dysum, was surprise. He saw a group of blood elves in Dysum watching the skeleton warriors, and skeleton mages he had left for Thetis. What was going on? Seeing Leo coming back, Thetis clapped her hands and ran towards him. Brother Leo. This is so fun. Fun? Just these skeletons? Leo was confused. He found it difficult to understand Thetis's thoughts. Could it be because he had lost his childlike innocence? Brother Leo doesn't believe it? Huh? Just watch. Seeing the confused expression on Leo's face, Thetis pouted, and she began to command the skeletons to rise. Following her gestures, the skeletons put on strange poses, and there was nothing murderous about them at all. It feels like a machine. But I find it cute no matter how I look at it. A strange feeling arose in Leo's heart. The skeleton is also acting cute? Don't wait to play like this. Why did my skeleton become like this? Leo suddenly had black lines all over his head. Who can tell me what happened? In the midst of depression, Leo suddenly saw Mildoran, who was secretly hiding aside and laughing evilly. He immediately knew what was going on. This ruffian skeleton must have taught Thetis. How could the little girl expect to get this? Mildoran, get here. With a false grasp of his right hand, the death grip directly grabbed Mildoran, who was secretly proud. Seeing Leo's unkind expression, the ruffian skeleton panicked. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Taking a breath, Leo said to Mildoran, why am I excited? Don't think that no one will dare to step on you anymore after you become a piece of shit? Let me tell you, this sentence is correct. But in this world, in addition to people, there are dogs. If your bones are tight, I will let you loosen them. Lound appeared next to Leo and rushed toward Mildoran. At this time, Leo let go of the ruffian skeleton, and the latter hurriedly ran away. If you want to lead such a pure lowly as Thetis into evil, how can you do that? If I don't take care of you, you won't give me a long memory. Brother Leo, doesn't it look good? Seeing Leo getting angry at Mildoran, Thetis suddenly felt a little aggrieved. It was not easy to command the skeleton to behave like this. After ruffling Thetis's hair, Leo said with a smile on her face, it's very beautiful. I like it very much. Thetis blinked in confusion. But in her opinion, as long as Leo liked it. Come, Thetis, tell me how you did it. After saying that, Leo held Thetis's hand and walked towards the ziggurat, leaving his back to Liedrin, who wanted to ask him about the skull and Dragonakoth. This soul is weak. You can't even think about getting away with it. I will find out. Chapter 340 Tossing. In Dsom's ziggurat, a human mage wearing a blue magic robe, a sheep bone helmet, and 3 skulls on the hem of the robe with 3 magic chains was explaining to Leo tirelessly. From time to time, he had to Leo pause while he was thinking, waiting for a signal to continue or for other inquiries. Because he was older, the human mage with white hair and a long beard had a surprisingly good temper. He didn't have the usual pride of a mage at all, and he didn't care about Leo's interruptions from time to time. Rotan? That's all for today. Leo rubbed his eyebrows. It wasn't that he didn't want to hear more, but magic was really complicated. What he had heard now had reached his limit today, and he had to spend some time to digest it. Rotan bowed and saluted, turned around and walked to another room in the ziggurat, leaving this place to Leo and Liedrin, who had been waiting for more than half an hour. Watching Rotan leave, Liedrin's eyes were full of doubts. If she hadn't confirmed that the human mage was a living person with a kind look on his face, She would have thought that Goddic, the sole reaper of the Scourge, had appeared again. Glancing at Liedrin, Leo said to the Blood Elf Countess, who always came to check on him with excuses from time to time, "If you have any questions, just ask me." I said, "You don't care about that. A set of equipment, right? If it weren't for Goddic's equipment, do you think I could ask a great warlock who is proficient in dark magic to guide me?" "You can still get some useful information if you don't ask. But you won't get anything if you ask." Liedrin rolled her eyes at Leo. This guy was very good at rambling. He just made up a reason about the skull and Dragonakoth that he didn't even believe. The most depressing thing is that when Liedrin asked him again, this kid couldn't remember what he made up. So infuriating. I really don't understand why you still devote yourself to the research of dark magic when you can go further in arcane arts with your talent. When it comes to the study of magic, Blood Elves say that humans are second to none. Dare they say that they are first? The admiration for magic has penetrated into the Blood Elves' bones. Leo rolled his eyes and said to Liedrin as if he was joking, "I am a warlock, so I can't neglect my job." "Right. By the way, where is the thing I asked you to find? Have you brought it?" Liedrin took out a few magic notebooks and handed them to Leo, with some reluctance on her face. These magic notebooks are the accumulated experience of several warlocks who have studied dark magic in Silvermoon City for many years, although they are not very precious in Liedrin's eyes. She is not willing to hand them over like this. What's even more disgusting is that this boy Leo's attitude towards her is terrible. The Countess of Blood Elf dares to swear in the name of arcane magic. This hateful little Hun and completely regards herself as a rough maid and instructs her to do things. That made a person feel at ease and unburdened. And Liedrin wished she could purify him with the holy light. After briefly looking through the contents, Leo was very satisfied. It was full of knowledge about cursed spells, which was exactly what he lacked now. Don't underestimate warlocks. I've always been curious as to why among the Blood Elves, there is only the Magister Corps and not the Summoner Corps. You must know that warlocks are a top-notch existence. The effectiveness of integrating powerful warlocks into a legion is compared to that of the Magician Corps. It's not necessarily inferior, and it even has advantages in some aspects. It's not as simple as you think. Warlocks who can summon demons to help fight do have their advantages, but warlocks are too arrogant. Even mages are inferior to them in this regard. How many powerful warlocks can you expect to gather? Just get these few now. I only found the warlock who produced the magic notes after searching all over Silvermoon City. Liedrin replied to Leo angrily, but received an even more contemptuous look from him. No, not enough people. Don't you know how to train yourself? Oh my god. Don't say stupid things like everyone is going to join the Magisterium. You still don't know what is going on in Silvermoon City now? I believe it. There are many Blood Elves who want to go more smoothly and further on the path of shadow than the path of arcana. Why don't you guide them? If it's easy to do, what does Kaeldats want you to do? Leo curled his lips and said with a sigh, poor Prince Kaeldats, who shoulders the important task of reviving Quel'Thalas, actually has such a group of subordinates. It is really sad. He can do it alone. Can he bear the burden of an entire race? TSK. I'm really worried that he will be crushed. What does he mean by this? Are we all deadbeats? Liedrin admitted that Leo's words made sense. She also felt that as one of the top leaders of Silvermoon City, she had indeed neglected something. Now was not the time to focus on voluntariness. For Sindorii, she must mobilize all the members of the clan. The power is exerted, and even if it requires some people to make personal sacrifices for this goal, it is worth it. Seeing that Liedrin was moved, Leo raised his eyebrows. How about it? Can you accept what I said? Just as she was about to nod, Liedrin suddenly became wary. This soul was not so kind. What you up to? Leo spread his hands, with an expression that said, I'm a warm-hearted and good person, so don't be wary of thieves. I don't mean any harm. I just want Silvermoon City to send a few warlock trainers to Stromgarde to improve our relationship with each other. Just communication. If you want to train warlocks on a large scale, aren't you afraid that the Holy Light Cathedral will have an overreaction? Liedrin was surprised. She didn't expect Leo to be so bold. He was cultivating warlocks, a profession that uses dark power, in the human race that believed in the Holy Light. The Cathedral of the Holy Light would not sit idly by. Originally, Leo and the nobles of the Stormwind Kingdom were at odds with each other. But now he is preparing to provoke the Cathedral of the Holy Light. Isn't this pushing Stormwind City to oppose him? Is he crazy? Arather should focus on cultivating warriors now. Otherwise, Even if you really establish an organic summoner army without a strong warrior army at the front, you will only be able to bully the weak. Leo curled his lips and said with a relaxed expression, speaking of powerful warrior legions, doesn't Aratha already have one? Is there any legion in the human race that is more powerful than the 7th Legion? Looking at Leo with a shocked face, Liadrin felt that this guy was really crazy. Okay, no matter whether your idea is feasible or not, I can promise you on behalf of Silvermoon City that when Stromgarde is in need, there will be Blood Elf Warlock trainers there. Looking at Liadrin's retreating back, Leo pouted, does this woman really think I'm crazy? The reaction of the Cathedral of Holy Light? Considering the current situation in Stormwind City, they already have too much to take care of themselves. So what energy do they have left to cause trouble for Stromgarde? As for the 7th Legion, Leo laughed strangely and whispered, I really want to go to the Outer Lands. Master, the female elf is gone. Dragonikoth appeared next to Leo, waiting for his instructions. Godic, come to me. As soon as Leo finished speaking, Rotten appeared at the door of the room. Dear Master, Godic is waiting for your orders. The mage called Rotund in front of outsiders is the Soul Reaper Godic. He was resurrected by Leo with the rebirth of the Necromancer, and is now called Rotund Godic. After handing several magic notebooks obtained from Liadrin to Godic, Leo said to him, read these first, and then give them to me after sorting them out. The magic notes contain some experiences, but these are the mage's own notes. Except for himself who can understand them at a glance. Others must spend a lot of effort to integrate and summarize them. This kind of time-consuming and labor-intensive thing, of course, Leo wouldn't do it himself. So poor Godic was captured. Yes, my master. Godic had no objection. This kind of thing was really trivial to him. If it takes Leo 10 days and a half to sort this out, Godic can do it in a day or two. An invisible blood elf wearing heavy black armor hurriedly walked in. He handed a letter that looked like a list to Leo. Master, this is a message from Durnhold Castle. Leo took it and looked at it. Oh, there are quite a lot of names on it. It seems there are a lot of restless guys. Faltola, go tell the singer that I am very satisfied with her efficiency. Leo said, and threw a space package to the blood elf. There are 200,000 gold coins in it. Give this to her. Singer, one of the leaders of the original syndicate, was captured as a prisoner after Leo killed Fauculist and recaptured Stromgarde, and was also the female thief Leo accidentally saved from the gallows. Leo originally saved her life because of her singing talent when fighting against the Defiler Legion led by Varamathras in the Valley of Refuge. It was her singing in the war fortress that inspired the morale of the Arathar's soldiers, and that made this such a beautiful victory. After the war, in order to continue to survive, this woman contributed her own value to Leo, taking advantage of the current chaotic state of the syndicate without a leader. She quietly incorporated this organization, which has weak intelligence capabilities, but is ranked among the best in the world, into Leo, the mastery of Austria. Knowing the importance of having an intelligent source, Leo accepted the singer's surrender and made her directly responsible for him and Scarlet. No one except him and Scarlet knew that the syndicate had been under the control of Stromgarde. To be more precise, this organization is in Leo's hands. Originally, it was impossible for the singer to control the entire syndicate with her abilities. But everything changed when there was an elf warrior with a mysterious origin wearing black heavy armor beside her. All the opponents were reduced to nothing in the face of the offensive of force and money. Strength Castle must be very lively now. After the thing that the Blood Elves made for me is completed, I will go back and join in the excitement. Leo sneered. Go ahead and make a fuss. I'm not afraid of you making a fuss. I'm just afraid that you won't make a fuss without going through a lot of trouble. How can we find out those who are interested? Only a cleansed team can maintain its purity. Chapter 341. Pets are not allowed in here. Stromgarde, a great city, is the starting city of human kingdoms. After experiencing the painful memory of being captured by the enemy, this city that is returned to the control of the kingdom of Aratha is gradually glowing with its due glory, vitality, a state of prosperity. The kingdom of Aratha, which has great potential, has a renewed momentum, which is not what many people want to see, whether they are enemies or so-called companions in the same trench. As a result, undercurrents began to surge under the booming atmosphere, especially after the 9th Legion of the Kingdom of Stormwind entered the Earthy Highlands. The undercurrents surged to the extreme, with the potential to set off huge waves. Faced with such a situation, even the strong men of the Lothar family found it difficult to resist. Those damn traitors. They came close to us as soon as the guys from Stormwind City arrived. Do they want to put pressure on us? In the meeting hall of Stromgarde, the powerful men of the Lothar family were discussing the current situation. They were very angry when they mentioned the 9th Legion coming from Stormwind City. Originally, the kingdom of Arathar was already on the rise. The kingdom's vitality was recovering, and the newly recruited soldiers were also training hard. As long as they were given a little time, these recruits could grow into qualified soldiers under the guidance of the veterans who participated in the fight against the Defiler Legion. Warrior. However, the 9th Legion from Stormwind City insisted on starting a war with the Forsaken immediately, leaving no time for them. If you say you want to start a war, then start a war. If you want to fight, just fight it yourself. Why are you dragging us along? Do you want to continue to deplete the strength of our Arathar? The most hateful thing is that some people in Stromgarde completely disregarded the entire kingdom for their own interests. Instead of objecting, they actually supported it. This group of hateful traitors really makes people want to tear them apart. Peace. Scarlet sat on the throne and did not react much to the quarrels of others. She had communicated with Leo as early as when the 9th Legion was stopped by the dwarves in Dunmont. The current situation was also caused by her deliberate form by indulgence. According to Leo, since the kingdom of Stormwind wants to force Arathar, then simply give them a chance. This will allow some people to jump out on their own. And it will also allow those who originally had illusions about the kingdom of Stormwind to understand the situation. People with bad intentions must be eliminated. If you want to be a qualified queen, you must not be soft-hearted. No matter whether you are willing or not, these people will not survive. Thinking about Leo's words over and over in her mind, Scarlet felt a little tired. Without Leo by her side and facing these dirty things, she always felt that she couldn't cheer up. Although this guy's attitude towards her was getting worse and worse. Too domineering. The discussion in the hall was intense, and the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside the hall. The strong men were very surprised. What happened? A bunch of despicable guys. How dare you stop me? Kill them! An unfamiliar voice shouted, and the sound of fighting became more intense. The strong men of the Lothar family were immediately furious. Who has the courage to make such a fuss here? A group of epic warriors went out and saw Whaley fighting with a dozen dragon-blooded guards and 3 human officers. It's Bagley, Gaiman and Pumillo from the 9th Legion. Seeing these 3 strong men who were already very dissatisfied with the 9th Legion were even more angry. It seemed that they were stopped by the guards when they were about to enter the meeting hall. But these guys were preparing to force their way in, so they made such a fuss. One out. These guys from Stormwind City are so arrogant. Do they still care about Stromgarde? Several strong men from the Lothar family rushed into the arena and replaced the dragon-blooded guards. The 3 officers of the 9th Legion were epic warriors. These dragon-blooded guards, who had not even reached the legendary realm, could block them like this. In addition to their own bravery, the reason why these 3 people have not used their strength is also an important reason. Seeing that the strong men of the Lothar family were alarmed, Bagley and the other 3 quickly jumped out of the battle circle, and the 2 sides confronted each other outside the meeting hall. Who can tell me what is going on? Adelaide looked at the 3 officers of the 9th Legion with an angry face. What they did could be regarded as a provocation to the Lothar family. Without a reasonable explanation, they would not be able to leave today. Otherwise, the majesty of the Lothar family would be ruined. Where? How do they rule Arathar? I am an envoy from the kingdom of Stormwind. I am here to discuss with you about sending troops to attack Hammerfell. These despicable guards dare to stop me. I deserve to be damned. Now, go and call that Scarlet out for me. A middle-aged man wearing aristocratic robes walked up with an arrogant look on his face. His bossy look made people feel that it was an honor for the Lothar family that he came to Stromgarde. Now he was stopped outside the meeting hall by the Dragonblood guards. I suffered a great injustice. The strong men of the Lothar family couldn't help but frown when they looked at this middle-aged man. If they saw it correctly, he should be dressed as a count. Based on his title, he did have the ability to be arrogant. You must know that in terms of status, even Adelaide, who is in charge here, is only a viscount. To suppress him based on his status, Scarlet must personally take action. But with Scarlet's status as the future queen of Arathar, how can anyone meet her whenever they want? What's more, this guy has such a bad attitude. No wonder the 3 Bagleys started fighting with the Dragon Blood guards. Presumably it was this guy who did it. It seemed that God couldn't stand the arrogance of this so-called messenger from Stormwind City. Before he could finish his words, a powerful pressure suddenly descended on Stromgarde. The invisible pressure made the Earl, who was no more powerful than a high-ranking Earl, obediently shut his eyes. Mouthed. Even though this momentum faded as soon as it started, the strongmen present knew that there was a legendary strongman coming to Strongguard. Surprise appeared in the eyes of the strongmen present. Judging from the momentum displayed by the opponent, this legendary strongman was very strong. Even at his level, he could rank high. He was not like Varamathras. The existence of the crane tail. Is the person coming an enemy? Is it a friend? Hey, is it so lively? You all knew I was coming back. So you came to greet me? A voice came from a distance. The strongmen looked at the sound and saw 3 figures walking from a distance. There was one person with black hair and black eyes. Who could it be if he wasn't Leo? Grown-ups. Viri and his dragon-blooded bodyguards bowed to Leo. Leo raised his hand and was about to say something. Dragonakos behind him suddenly pinched his nose and stared at the Earl of Stormwind City with an unkind look on his face. There was uncontrollable disgust in his tone. It stinks. I smell the stink of a mixed-race bastard. The Earl's face became extremely pale when Dragonakos appeared. This young man with purple hair and blue eyes gave him a sense of pressure from a superior, which was even greater than when he faced that noble highness. He could only hold himself up from falling to his knees. The superior dragon clan. That young man with purple hair and blue eyes is definitely a high-ranking dragon in human form. Hearing Dragonakos say this, Leo smiled as if he understood. He glanced at the pale Earl with disdain, and said jokingly, Viri, I told you a long time ago, don't be a cat or a dog. Let them all in. Although I am very caring. This is not a petting zoo. After saying that, Leo waved his hand and started to chase people away as if he was impatient. Don't you know pets are not allowed here? Get out of here. When Leo finished saying the word get out, the pale Earl felt the pressure increase suddenly, and he fell to his knees without being able to stand still. At this time, he was facing Leo. Leo blinked, with a look of surprise on his face. It's really strange. You and I are strangers. It's too polite for you to give me this gift when we meet for the first time. The messenger from Stormwind City is so polite. Very nice. But then again, I said get out, not kneel down. Is there something wrong with your ears or your brain that you can't even distinguish between these 2 words? Seeing that the count who came with him was in such a bad state, the 3 legions of the 9th Legion were about to take action. The kind-faced mage following Leo suddenly looked towards them. With the sixth sense of perennial battlefield fighting, the officers were on guard. Bagley and the other 3 froze in place, not daring to move at all. They knew that they were in an invisible crisis, and any movement would result in a fatal blow. That seemingly old mage turned out to be a legendary powerhouse. And that aura just now came from him. Bagley, Gaiman and Pumillo knew that things were completely out of their control at this time. They did not expect that Strongguard would have such strong foreign aid. Judging from the vague aura of the purple-haired young man, they could guess that this master was also promoted. The legendary fierce man. Isn't it said that strong men are extremely rare? How come we meet 2 here at once? And they clearly have bad intentions? Bagley and the 3 of them shouted in their hearts. We are really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Don't talk. You'll expose your IQ as soon as you speak. No matter how complex the facial features are, they can't hide the simple IQ. Leo looked at the sweating Earl, who was kneeling in front of him. This look is really grandma's. It hurts. My uncle doesn't like it. The left cheek needs a slap, and the right cheek needs a kick. Forget it, because you look like a loser. Get out of here, and I'll spare you. The pale Earl could no longer hold on under the pressure of Dragonakoth. How could he, a low-level draconian with some dragon blood, resist the pressure of the Twilight Dragon? Dragonakos was the first Twilight Dragon created by Zenesaria. It may be an exaggeration to say that he is the Twilight Dragon King, but he is worthy of the title of Prince. Ah, that's right. Leo, who was about to step into the meeting hall, suddenly turned around. Help me bring a message to Oni. Any conspiracy and trickery are scum in the face of absolute power. If she dares to follow me again, if you do the right thing, be prepared to be ripped off and cramped by me. Okay, don't get in my way here. Nax, let him go. The Count shivered in shock when Leo said the word Oni. This guy had no pressure to mention his master. So wouldn't he have no scruples at all about killing himself? Under Dragonakoth's increasing pressure, he couldn't stand it any longer. So he used his sore hands and feet to escape from the Twilight Dragon's sight by rolling and crawling. Anyway, the task of stalemate the relationship between Strongguard and Stormwind City has been completed. But the most important thing is to save one's life. The Bagley trio, who were unwilling to come in the first place, naturally did not want to stay. They left quickly after Goddic relaxed his murderous intention towards them. The strong men of the Lothar family felt extremely relieved when they saw it. But they also had to consider the consequences of doing so. After Leo's interference, the relationship between Stromgarde and Stormwind City will probably reach a complete stalemate. Master Leo doesn't seem to be a reckless person. What is his plan? Also, who is the Oni he mentioned? Judging from the performance of the Earl, this person is clearly obeying this person. Is there another powerful person hidden in the kingdom of Stormwind that we don't know about? Chapter 342. Does anyone object? There are two kinds of power in the world. When a person has nothing, he is powerful. And when he reaches a certain height, he is also powerful. However, the former thinks he is powerful, and is not afraid of wearing shoes without wearing shoes, while the latter is a strong person in the true sense of the word in the eyes of others. When Leo first traveled through time, he had nothing. So well, in fact, he wasn't strong at all at that time. This kid didn't have the proletarian spirit to risk everything. But now, he has reached a certain height, and is truly strong in the eyes of others. The three Bagleys of the 9th Legion, and the Earl, who claimed to be the envoy of the Kingdom of Stormwind, were driven away. The already cold relationship between Stromgarde and Stormwind City was frozen. During the whole process, Leo did not ask for other people's opinions at all, and was completely arbitrary. Walk alone. But people like Adelaide were not angry at all. As if Leo's attitude was natural. This was the power of the strong. After passing Silvermoon City and his party, and then destroying the Scourge in Naxxramas, Leo's vision has already been relaxed. Having scared Kel'Thuzad, Sapphiron, and having powerful thugs like Dragonikoth and Goddic, he really wasn't afraid of what would happen to the nobles of Stormwind City. As long as Stromgarde still acknowledges that it is a part of the alliance, strong men of Balver's level will not interfere at all. Without the interference of strong men of this level, others are just looking for a beating. As for Stromgarde not accepting the leadership of Stormwind City, who are you kidding? I wonder if Arathar has always acknowledged that they are a part of the alliance. But they never think that Stormwind City has a higher status than themselves? Your order is perfectly normal. Stepping into the meeting hall, Leo immediately saw Scarlet sitting on the throne. He felt that he had discovered a beautiful scenery. The impression left on him by the female knight has always been that of a heroic and strong woman. But now Scarlet has a lazy feeling, as if she has just woken up from sleep, which is very different. Flavor. Seeing that it was Leo who came in, Scarlet's face showed a look of joy. She wanted to stand up, but after moving her body, she sat back down again. She just blanched hard and seemed to be drooling. One look at the guy. This soulless man must be messing around with others outside again. Let's take a look. What is that on his body? A delicate silver iron chain hung diagonally from the shoulder, floating around the body. The chain was also decorated with a crystal clock that resembled a small bell, and a crystal round mirror the size of a baby's palm. It must have been given to him by some elf. And it must be a woman. Seeing Scarlet staring at the new decoration on her body, Leo understood the reason after thinking about it for a moment. He rubbed his nose and asked with a strange look on his face, "Why do I smell a sour smell?" Sour? Adelaide and the others who were following him sniffed their noses vigorously. They were surprised that they didn't smell anything. Scarlet looked at Leo, who was walking towards her angrily, her expression clearly indicating that she was jealous. The female knight is very unhappy. Are you jealous? You think beautifully. Walking up to the throne, Leo gently held Scarlet's hand and explained before the female knight broke away, "This is a gadget rotander made for me. It has some small uses that others don't know about." Goddic stepped forward at the right time and bowed and saluted. "Rotan Goddic greets you, Her Majesty the future Queen of Arathar." "It turns out I misunderstood." Scarlet breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little embarrassed. This is the great warlock Rotund. He will be responsible for the selection of the Arathar Summoner Legion. With his legendary strength, there will be no problem in doing this kind of thing. Leo introduced Rotund to everyone. Although the identity of Goddic's legendary powerhouse was dazzling, it was not the focus of everyone's attention now. "Lord Leo, do you mean that Stromgarde is going to establish a warlock army? With the current situation of the kingdom, I'm afraid there won't be enough manpower." Adelaide looked very depressed as he spoke. It was undoubtedly great news that a powerful legendary man was willing to come to Stromgarde to help the Legion. But what was embarrassing was that even if all the warlocks under the rule of Stromgarde were included, even if all the talented people were gathered together, they would not be enough to make up 1/10,000th of a legion. There are very few people with magic talents, let alone those who have to designate them as dark talents. Just leave this issue to me. Godok is not bragging. Who is he? The sole master who is responsible for training the dark magic of Death Knights in the Scourge. No magic talent? No problem. As long as you drink my medicine and you have no talent, you will become talented. Is magic practice too difficult? This is simpler. Every night, I will make you have nightmares just like I tortured the Death Knight. Just keep fighting and practicing spells in the dream. Of course, the brutality of the battle will be reduced many times, so it won't turn you into a murderer. In Naxxramas, the strength of the trainee Death Knights is only at the legendary level, but after they become the real Death Knights, they have the strength of the epic level and have extremely rich combat experience. Godok has a great contribution here, and Balasuvio's is even bigger. Leo's request is that all members of the Summoner Legion and Storm Guard have the strength of high-level warlocks, and those who are talented can let them break through to the legendary realm. As for the epic level, they can only rely on themselves. This was easy for Godok to say, but it was by no means a problem. Rotand, you will come with Adelaide to discuss this later. Remember, talent and strength are secondary. The most important thing is loyalty and perseverance. It goes without saying that loyalty is important, but toughness of will is very important. Otherwise Godok will drive you crazy. Yes. Godok bowed respectfully and stood next to Adelaide, seeing that Leo actually spoke to a legendary strongman in a commanding tone. And Godok not only did not get angry but acted as if it was natural. Everyone in the hall looked at him sideways for a while. This is a legendary and powerful man. And he is not just an ordinary legend. Who can support him wherever he goes? Why was he being ordered around like a subordinate when he was in front of Leo? Adelaide nodded to Godok, and received a kind smile on his face, which made the epic master feel flattered. When would a powerful legend take an epic like it seriously? It's already good if he doesn't look down on you. Especially since the other party is a warlock who is known for being aloof. I think the reason why this great warlock can let go of his arrogance must have something to do with Leo. Adelaide, tell me about Victor Nefario's situation. Adelaide, who was just glad that Leo and Stromgard were on the same boat, heard Leo's words and stood up quickly. Lord Leo, there is very little information about this person. Now we only know that he is the general of Stormwind Kingdom. Countess Risto's brother has no other clues about his origins, where he lives, and his current whereabouts. Victor Nefario's. The name Leo is no stranger to, because this guy is the pseudonym used by the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian after he turned into a human. And the human pseudonym used by the Red Dragon Cleistra as the same is true of Crassus. After Leo went to Silvermoon City, Adelaide, who had finished the secret alliance between the two parties, remembered to inform Leo that there was such a person with the same characteristics as him who was deeply hostile to Stromgard. When he first learned about Nefarian, Leo was very uneasy because the name Nefarian reminded him of many things. For example, Countess Presto called Nefarian her brother, which meant that she was not human. It's the Black Dragon Princess. The only Black Dragon Princess that Leo could think of was Onyxia. No wonder the water in Stormwind Kingdom has become so muddy. It turns out that black dragons are mixed in it. Although he knew that the Black Dragon was causing trouble in Stormwind City, Leo had no immediate plans to withdraw from Silvermoon City, because he knew that the purpose of the Black Dragon's trouble in the Stormwind Kingdom was to prevent them from increasing their troops in Lakeside Town, thereby threatening the ongoing threat to Blackstone Mountain. With the Black Dragon Legion fighting against the Flame King's younger brother, there won't be any big changes in the Storm Kingdom in a short period of time. Just at this time, the singer who had taken refuge in him brought him another shocking news, which was about the missing former King Varian of the Kingdom of Stormwind. He didn't expect that an inconspicuous singer would actually bring him such shocking information. So Leo became even calmer. Mix it up. Onyxia, all you get now is nothing more than clouds. What's the situation in the Kingdom of Stormwind? Although there is information about the singer, Leo obviously will not be exposed just like that. The situation in the Kingdom of Stormwind is very unstable. Although they were able to mobilize more troops after quelling the Defia's rebellion in the Western Wilds, the political chaos has made it difficult for the entire kingdom to deal with it. Especially recently, Stranglethorn Valley has been very unstable. Stormwind the city had to mobilize its remaining forces to the Dusk Forest to guard against the orcs of Gromgol. Leo held his chin and asked jokingly, in other words, the battle between the royal party and some nobles in Stormwind City has intensified? Yes, because Balver's attitude suddenly became very ambiguous. The nobles of Countess Presto's family gained the upper hand. As a last resort, the Holy Light Cathedral was also involved in order to seek checks and balances. But this approach did not work. but instead dragged ourselves into the whirlpool of fighting. It is a great opportunity for us to establish the summoner army. Adelaide looked excited. Indeed, the politicians in Stormwind City are always fighting among themselves, and it has become their tradition to punish others. It was precisely because of their intrigues that the High Elves felt so upset that they broke away from the alliance in anger. Adelaide was originally tired of the fighting in Stormwind City, but now he found that this situation was not without its benefits. Because the fight among the politicians in Stormwind City gave Arather the time he needed to rise. The politicians in Stormwind City just want to let them fight. We can just do our own thing. In addition, in view of the unrest in the kingdom, I suggest that the coronation ceremony be held as soon as possible so that Scarlet can legitimately manage the entire Arather kingdom. Leo's eyes swept across the meeting hall. Does anyone object? Chapter 343 Cleanup. Be opposed to? Of course not. Everyone here is a member of the Lothar family. Isn't it the goal they have been working hard to complete Scarlet's coronation and officially become the queen of the kingdom of Arather? Preventing yourself from achieving your goals? You're out of your mind. Glancing at the crystal round mirror that showed no reaction at all, Leo was very satisfied. The only drawback was that there was a pain in the soft flesh of his waist at an angle that no one else could see. When did Hanyo learn this trick? Is it true that there is such a thing as self-taught? Very well. Let's discuss the specific details of the coronation ceremony. Leo is back. This news quickly spread throughout Stromgarde, just like the impression he left on many nobles in Stromgarde. This baron from the kingdom of Stormwind is still as strong as ever. As soon as he came back, he made a count of Stormwind City extremely embarrassed. And by the way, the 9th Legion also lost face. Many people clapped their hands and applauded. Many people were extremely angry. And a handful of people shouted bad. Before Leo came back, no one could have expected that he would be able to bring back a legendary strongman. With the legendary strongman sitting in Stromgarde, the kingdom of Arathar's voice would be greatly increased. Originally, this news was shocking enough. But not long after, even more shocking news came. A new recruitment point appeared in Stromgarde. This recruitment point wanted to recruit recruits who were interested in becoming warlocks. In other words, the people of Stromgarde, the administrator, wants to form an army of summoners. When they first heard the news, many people thought it was either a joke or that the Lothar family had collectively lost their heads. There are very few people with magic talents, and even fewer people must be talented in dark and fire magic. Do you think it's to recruit soldiers? And you can just pull a warrior out on the roadside and dance a few times? But after hearing that the great warlock who came to Stromgarde with Leo was personally responsible for the selection of the Summoner Legion, anyone with a little bit of brains knew that the above problems would not be an obstacle at all. A great warlock who is proficient in soul research. A legendary strongman personally takes action. Do you think he will do it if you are not 120% sure? So many people were moved. Warlocks study the power of darkness and control demons that make ordinary people afraid. Most people stay away from them. But there is no doubt about their power. For many people, if they can enter the field of magic and become a spellcaster, they can never ask for this opportunity. So who would care whether they become a warlock or a mage? A large number of warriors began to gather in Stromgarde. For those warriors who had some magical talent but could not access the magic field due to their status and other reasons, this recruitment from Stromgarde was undoubtedly an opportunity they could not miss. An opportunity that could change their destiny. Even some warriors and hunters who wanted to become spellcasters came to join in the fun. Every day, you can see long queues at the recruitment office of the Summoner Legion, where applicants are tested all night long. Faced with the enthusiasm of the warriors, even an epic warrior like Adelaide couldn't stand it. The war workers have gathered more in Stromgarde, and many problems seem to have arisen. The biggest of which is public security. Since the Summoner Legion began to recruit new soldiers, nobles have been attacked one after another by some lawless guys. However, if you check carefully, you will find that all of these unlucky nobles who were seriously injured or even died on the spot fell to Storm, that faction in the city. Of course, the nobles who supported the Lothar family were also attacked, but not many times. And because Leo's dragon-blooded bodyguards and the strong men of the Lothar family arrived in time, no one was injured. The nobles were not fools. When things like this happened one after another, they understood that someone had issued a warning. Those who secretly defected to the kingdom of Stormwind had to either get out or wait to be killed. Realizing that the situation was not good, the nobles wanted to gather together to discuss countermeasures. But they sadly found that those who were on the same front as them were all killed. And those who might cause trouble also died of serious injuries. Go. Now only a group of minions like myself are left. Silently, the forces opposing the Lothar family collapsed. And there was no voice of even the slightest weight in opposition in the entire Rother kingdom. The nobles were horrified. Such a cruel and quick method. The person who issued this order really deserved to be called ruthless. More than 1/10 of the nobles in Rother disappeared. Cruel? Leo didn't agree with this word. He was just cutting through the mess quickly with solid evidence. Beating all the guys who had jumped out to death with one stick. And getting rid of them before they caused trouble to him. That's all. As the saying goes, the grass on the wall will fall on both sides when the wind blows. If they are not dealt with in a thunderous manner, more centrists will be attracted by these guys. And the solution will be much more difficult by then. During this purge of the Rother kingdom, the 9th Legion, which had been stationed in the Deadwood village after entering the Earthy Highlands, showed no reaction. The power struggle between the royalists in Stormwind City and the nobles of Countess Prester's family has reached a fever pitch, and no one can spare the energy to pay attention to the distant kingdom of Rother. Their attitude made the nobles who turned to Stormwind City regret it, and even made those who supported the Lothar family shout that they were in the right position. It also made some wavering centrists secretly say that they were in danger. Without the support from Stormwind City, it would be easy for Leo to deal with these traitors. While the struggle for power in Stormwind City was still going on, the dust had settled on the kingdom of Rother. Those who are in the wrong team are lucky enough to be able to leave Stromgarde and return to a farm in the countryside to retire. And the position they leave behind will naturally be filled by others. Officials, people with such power, no matter where they are in the world, they don't have to worry about being unavailable. Especially for such a blatantly privileged dynasty. The whole of Rother was in turmoil. But Scarlet's residence in Stromgarde was extremely peaceful. Even a little cozy. Leo, let go! Scarlet's embarrassed voice came from the room. Willie, who was standing outside the door, moved his ears and quietly moved away, holding Scarlet's hand. Leo looked at it carefully. He found that the calluses on the female knight's hand from years of sword practice were gone. The entire hand was round and smooth, and he couldn't bear to let go of it when he held it in his palm. Have you ever used magic to recover? Is this another annotation of a woman's desire to please her own appearance? Leo's smiling eyes made 2 red clouds fly on Scarlet's face. In the past, Scarlet didn't care at all whether there were calluses on her hands or whether her palms were rough. But now she has done this. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? I'm a fool to let you go. Leo chuckled, showing the potential of a bad boy teasing a good woman. Look at those little hands that are so slippery. They really make you want to take a sip. You scoundrel. The female knight spat softly and turned her head away from him. Experience tells Scarlet that it is not a wise choice to argue with Leo. Anyway, as long as this guy does not exceed certain limits, just let him do whatever he wants. Surrendered again? Brave girl. I find you are becoming more and more gentle. But the gentler you are, the more I like you. Holding Scarlet in his arms, Leo gently rubbed her cheek against hers. The so-called friction between ears and temples. Nothing more. The female knight looked shy, but did not dodge. She knew that if she dodged, Leo's hands would definitely not be as honest as they are now. Besides, it felt good. The internal disputes in the kingdom have come to an end. You and Adelaide need to deal with the rest. I have to go to Ironforge. Are you leaving again? Scarlet felt a little disappointed. She knew that Leo went there this time to win over a powerful ally for Stromgarde, which would have a great impact on the development of Stromgarde. The female knight leaned her whole body into Leo's arms, half closed her eyes, and said softly, "Be careful. You have to be careful when going to Ironforge. Although it is the territory of the dwarves and is geographically far away from Stormwind City, there is a high-tech subway between Ironforge and Stormwind City. Note that it is a subway. Don't worry. Reduced to high-speed rail. With such high-tech stuff, it only takes a day from Stormwind City to Ironforge. If the nobles of Stormwind wanted to do something against Leo, this would be a perfect opportunity. Select an assassin who is proficient in assassination to sneak attack on Leo in the crowded Ironforge. The possibility of success is very high. Assassinate me? There was a hint of disdain at the corner of Leo's mouth. Don't forget where I come from. Not to mention that these nobles couldn't recruit the group of high-level assassins from MI7. So what if they could? Unless Passonia takes action. Leo really doesn't take anyone else seriously. Your Highness, that boy simply doesn't take you seriously. Look what he said. This uneducated country bumpkin actually said he would skin you and cramp you. In the residence of Countess Presto in Stormwind City, a middle-aged man was crying to his master. But what he received in exchange was a loud slap from a strong guard next to him. And the middle-aged man quickly shut up. This middle-aged man was the envoy who was forced to flee from Stromgarde by Leo. Remember? I am now the Earl of Stormwind Kingdom. Countess Presto's indifferent words made the middle-aged man sweat all over his body. He knew that he had just walked through the door of H.L. How could he say these 4 words? Princess. So casually. That guy knew my identity, but had no intention of revealing it. What was he paying attention to? A charming smile appeared on Countess Presto's face. And she realized that things were starting to get interesting. Go and help me prepare. I want to go to the palace of the Grand Duke Bolvar. What a wonderful love. Even a powerful paladin like Bolvar will fall into it. Chapter 344 Mechatork. Ironforge. The main city of the dwarves. Dwarves have long been humanity's most loyal allies. With a special penchant for battle and storytelling. Well, there's also spirits. Actually, in years gone by, dwarves rarely left their fortified castles. However, when the horn of war is sounded, they will display unparalleled courage and fighting spirit, fighting to defend their friends and allies. While many dwarven strongholds fell in the war, Ironforge, perched atop the snowy peaks of Dunmorrow, was so impregnable that it was never breached. As a model of the dwarves' exquisite masonry, Ironforge was built in the center of the mountains and became a huge underground city, where countless craftsmen, adventurers, miners and warriors gathered here. Under the leadership of King Magni Bronzebeard, the dwarves of Ironforge are working to create a better future. The dwarves were created from stone by the almighty Titan of creation when the world was in its cradle. So they felt it was their mission to search the world for more relics of their race's history, as well as the legacy of the Titans. To this end, the dwarves have sent out surveyors across the world in hopes of uncovering clues to their enigmatic past. They left their footprints all over the continent, leaving behind dwarf excavations there. Some of these excavations became forward outposts, and some became bases for the dwarves to defend against enemies. However, Leo's target in Ironforge was not the dwarves, but the dwarf cousins, the gnomes, who temporarily lived in Ironforge after the fall of Gnomeregan. Although the dwarves in Ironforge are also proficient in technology and mechanical manufacturing, the great and magical ideas were proposed by the dwarves, including most of the dwarven weapons and steam vehicles. This shows that when it comes to actual technology, dwarves have many disadvantages than dwarves, and many core technologies are in the hands of dwarves. Of course, you have to find the right person to find someone. Besides, as long as you win over the dwarf, are you afraid that the dwarf will stand against you? Speaking of winning over dwarves, it would be very difficult to deal with it without Gnomeregan. But who makes the dwarves homeless now? There's a saying that goes well. Adding icing on the cake is not as good as giving help when the time is right. Helping this dwarf at its most difficult time will definitely yield hundreds, or even thousands of benefits. Not to mention information related to Gnomeregan. I have always thought that dwarves are a unique contradiction. They are smart, energetic, and optimistic, but have an unstable personality. But overall, you are still an unshakable and powerful race. Facing a bald dwarf whose height was less than his knees, Leo talked eloquently. The dwarf waved a big wrench that was about the same height as himself and said in a very impatient tone, "Human, if you are here to talk nonsense, please leave immediately, and don't disturb me from my great invention." This bald dwarf is Mechatork, the great craftsman and the current leader of the dwarf clan. Seeing Mechatork starting to chase people away, Leo shrugged helplessly. He turned and walked outside the craftsman area that the dwarves had vacated for the dwarves. You really have an unfriendly personality. I originally wanted to ask why there are dark iron dwarves in Gnomeregan. Forget it. I'll go find out myself. As he was walking, a figure suddenly stopped Leo. It was Mechatork. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. The speed Mechatork showed at that moment was really amazing. It seemed that this dwarf craftsman was not a weakling. Well, human, I think we can talk now. Mechatork's face was serious, and the previous impatient expression disappeared. Leo's mouth drew a slight arc. Although Mechatork seemed to be focused on invention and creation and didn't care about anything, the fall of Gnomeregan was definitely a heavy blow to him. Mechatork was unprepared for the invasion that engulfed his beloved city, and he took the advice of his trusted advisors and rushed to counter the invasion, resulting in many unnecessary casualties. Now, Mechatork is very concerned about how to liberate Gnomeregan and how to recapture this fallen city. Using news about Gnomeregan to whet the appetites of the great craftsman would be a surefire success. Especially what Leo brought was a powerful piece of news. Why are there dark iron dwarves in Gnomeregan? This is definitely Mekatork's biggest concern. After telling him as briefly as he could about his trip to Naxxramas, Leo quietly waited for Mekatork's reaction. Human, you brought me very useful news. Things are going in a very bad direction. The enemies we need to face to recapture Naxxramas are far from simple trogs. Perhaps you can help. I'm just a little busy. In Mekatork's view, Leo was not using the goblins to secretly explore bad news about Naxxramas that they thought was confidential to gain friendship with him. This had already created a good impression in his mind. Then he brought Mekatork some really useful information. And the great craftsman slightly distinguished him from the others and began to let him help tentatively. However, Leo was not willing to waste too much time testing his abilities. He directly summoned the Mechanical Thrust Walker Battlefield, the Mechanical Flame Walker Battlefield, and the Spellcaster Nemesis. Of course, these three were all skeleton versions. Oh! Mekatork was surprised when he saw these three things. He looked at Leo carefully. Did you make these yourself? I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything else. I'm just proficient in engineering. It's really rare for humans to learn. The other party was proficient in engineering, and Mekatork's attitude changed drastically. For the dwarves, the power of technology was as great as magic. As a human, Leo was able to master engineering to the point of proficiency, which allowed Mekatork to give him a lot of points. In the eyes of dwarves, the vast majority of humans only know how to practice magic and martial arts. The race's engineering accomplishments are really not worth mentioning. Leo, who had expected this to happen, smiled without hesitation. I think I should be more than just a little help. Of course. Mekatork nodded solemnly. Leo was proficient in engineering, so he could go further in Naxxramas and discover more things. Tell me, what do you need? What kind of reward? Human being? As the leader of the dwarf clan, Mekatork would not be so naive as to think that Leo would come to provide information about Naxxramas without any purpose, and then help them find out about Naxxramas for free. This is a very big deal. In the real world, there are not so many kind-hearted people who sacrifice themselves for others. Just the friendship of the dwarf. That's all. Leo said it very easily, but Mekatork sounded very heavy. The friendship of dwarfs may sound like there are no restrictions, but in fact if the dwarfs truly sacrifice their friendship, their stance on many issues will have to shift. This will definitely affect the future of the entire race, because Mekatork knows that behind Leo is Stromgarde, and the relationship between Stromgarde and Stormwind City is very delicate. Quietly waiting for Mekatork's answer, Leo was secretly glad that this was a world with gods. People in this world valued oaths far more than the society before the time travel that swore to deflate chrysanthemums. He was not worried about Mekatork not agreeing. To put it nicely, the dwarves were temporarily living in the iron forge of the dwarves. At worst, they were living under someone else's roof. No one wanted to live like this forever and take back Naxxramas. It has always been their #1 priority. Actually, as long as the gnomes remain neutral between Stromgarde and Stormwind City, Leo stated the bottom line of Stromgarde. The dwarves remain neutral, and the dwarves would also be affected by them. Since it is neutral, once Stromgarde comes into conflict with Stormwind City, the latter cannot get help from the gnomes and dwarves. This is definitely a huge problem for Stormwind City, because the distance between Arather and the Kingdom of Stormwind is too large. Gnomes and dwarves are neutral and have a great influence on the Kingdom of Stormwind, but have little influence on the Kingdom of Arather. In this way, Stromgarde had the advantage. If just staying neutral is not a problem, we should first find a way to take back Naxxramas. Mekatork made a decision in his heart, and Leo smiled when he saw his expression. He said to the great craftsman, "So, happy cooperation. Alright humans, we should now talk about Naxxramas." Mekatork didn't want to waste time on other things, and the great craftsman, who had a vague guess in his mind, went straight to the topic. Leo made a gesture to please speak, and he seemed to be listening. In fact, he had already made plans before coming to Ironforge. He would definitely continue to explore Naxxramas, whether it was a war fortress integrating mountain giants and group strikers, or a kobold geomancer and electrocution device. The fused Flintag has excellent performance and great potential. The first reason for contacting the dwarfs is to maximize the effectiveness of this trip to Naxxramas, and the other is to make this trip easier. After all, the dwarves are the founders of Naxxramas. They are extremely familiar with the city's defense system. With the information they provide, Leo will be more confident about his next actions and be able to predict possible dangers in advance. Take precautions. After discussing for a long time, the result was not as expected by Leo. The dwarfs provided information, and Leo provided efforts to explore Gnomeregan in depth and find out why there were dark iron dwarves inside. Having achieved his goal and obtained the defense map of Gnomeregan from Mekatork, Leo left the craftsman area where the dwarves were with great satisfaction. Although the defense map in his hand is only of some value now. After the dwarves take back Gnomeregan, the defense system will be changed beyond recognition. But what Leo needs is that it can work now. As for what will happen after the dwarves take back Gnomeregan, what would happen? Leo never thought of going there to cause trouble. Chapter 345 Meeting in the Tavern. If you don't go to a tavern in Iron Forge, your visit will be in vain. The dwarves' preference for spirits makes the tavern here lively and comparable to other places. Drunk warriors, adventurers who talk loudly about their treasure hunting career, bards who can play and sing, intelligence dealers who sell out information. You can see all kinds of people in the tavern. Being in it, Leo felt that this was actually a good place to relieve his boredom. A human man sat opposite Leo, his long hair covering his face, and the shadow made it impossible to see his face clearly. When Leo saw this person, he knew that the person he was waiting for had already arrived. Wolson. Long time no see. Indeed, Leo and Watson have not seen each other since he went to Arather. Although he and Wolson didn't speak much before this. Wolson, as Pasonia's best assistant, taught him a lot during the year when Fuxel trained Leo. Of course, Leo learned the skills of killing people and dealing with assassinations in actual combat every time. There is always a sinister flavor in Watson's voice, which is a unique temperament of an assassin. When it comes to strength, he is indeed inferior to Pasonia. But when it comes to the number of kills, Pasonia is far inferior to him. What's the matter? Wolson's words were simple, and Leo understood what he meant. Pasonia couldn't come, so he came. And Pasonia and Leo needed to interview each other in person. This must be a big deal. Tell me, and I will convey it. Can't you say a few more words? Leo curled his lips. Fortunately, he was used to Watson's way of speaking. This guy was a dull man of few words. This matter is important. It concerns King Varian. After speaking, Leo looked at Watson's shocked expression with satisfaction. The assassin's eyes suddenly lit up, like two sharp knives unsheathed. As we all know, King Varian disappeared when he went to Theramore to sign an agreement with the tribe. I have information here that shows that this was not an accident. Evidence. Watson was not moved at all. In fact, MI7 had already suspected it. With Varian's strength, it was more difficult to have an accident occur than to create certain incidents artificially. Even before his fall, Arthas, the disciple of Uther the Lightbringer, was envious of Varian's powerful martial arts. However, the people from MI7 have never found any useful clues, so this matter has never been determined. Defia Van Cleef, Paranold, the former ruler of Alterac, and Countess Prester of Stormwind City. Although Van Cleef has been brought to justice, and the Defia's thieves have been wiped out, the things they did will still leave traces. Not to mention that the Syndicate was also involved in the original incident, and indirectly controlled the power of the Syndicate through the Singer. Leo obtained this big secret from the exiled nobles of the Paranold family. This is a big secret that can change the political situation of the Kingdom of Stormwind. Changing the Kingdom of Stormwind, the strongest among the human race, will change the situation of the human race. Once the situation of the human race changes, the pattern of the entire world will also change. A small syndicate doing great things. The sharpness in Watson's eyes grew brighter, and his urgent tone revealed his inner uneasiness. Is there anything you can prove? Leo spread his hands with a helpless expression. I don't have any conclusive evidence here. But as long as Varian himself is found, wouldn't it be okay? It doesn't work without evidence. Defias has been destroyed, and the Paranold family, which has long been ruined, can be slowly dealt with later. But Countess Presto is a presence that cannot be ignored. If King Varian's disappearance is really related to her, with her current power in Stormwind City, the Kingdom of Stormwind is in danger. Watson's body suddenly stiffened, and he noticed a problem in Leo's words. Do you know the whereabouts of His Majesty the King? King Varian is missing, and various forces in the Kingdom of Stormwind have searched the sky and failed to find him. Does Leo have any clues? I heard that a human warrior named Lagash Ghost Wolf has recently started to make a name for himself in the arena over there in the tribe. You know, Leo was quite certain that the singer had asked the exiled nobleman of the Paranold family to confirm that this man looked exactly the same as Varian. And this alone was enough. Watson stood up with a roar. Damn it. Did the tribe imprison His Majesty the King and treat him as a gladiator? This is really a great insult to the human race, and must be investigated as soon as possible. Pasonia and I will verify this ourselves. After leaving a word, Watson left in a hurry. It's a rare meeting, but we left in such a hurry. You have abused me so many times before, and I still want to abuse you back. But you didn't give me a chance. Leo's face was full of regret. But he couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. He was not 100% sure whether the human warrior named Lagash Ghost Wolf was Varian. Maybe he just looked similar to the former king of Storm King. But as long as Paso could win Nia leaves Stormwind City, which has now become the center of the storm, and stays away from that dangerous place, Leo has achieved his goal. The circle of right and wrong in Stormwind City is too dangerous. When those politicians are causing trouble, you'd better not get involved. My dear sister Pasonia. Pasonia and Wolson left Stormwind City and sneaked into the Horde's territory to find Lagash, who was suspected of being Varian. Without them, Erbil Youngdin would not be able to handle MI7 without them. In this way, he could protect the king. The party will definitely lose to Onyxia, who is the incarnation of Countess Prester. In order to prevent the imbalance of power in the kingdom, the Cathedral of the Holy Light will do their best. At that time, they will not be able to care about the establishment of strong guard with mainly warlocks. Summoner Legion? Gently shaking the bitter ale in the cup. An intriguing smile appeared on Leo's face. He murmured to himself at a volume that only he could hear, although gentle country is good. It is the tomb of heroes. The tomb of Bolvar. Duke, I wish you will use your wisdom to cut off the love thread soon. Cheers to the Alliance. Yes, for the Alliance. Not just Stormwind City. Boom. Leo was sipping wine and thinking about how to deal with tomorrow's trip to Nomarigan. Two heavy axes hit the table heavily. A red-bearded dwarf wearing heavy armor sat across from Leo and asked Leo to surprisingly. The dwarf was wearing a pair of engineering goggles. Hey, kid. What are you looking at? Have you never seen my thief catcher? Nyan Thunderwine? When the red-bearded dwarf saw Leo staring at him, he slapped the table and jumped onto the wooden bench. People who didn't know the menacing look might have thought that Leo had provoked him. Thief catcher? It seems that his engineering goggles are for anti-submarine use. It is really difficult for a stalker to deal with this guy. This dwarf named Nyan Thunderwine must be the security captain of Ironforge. Wait, how can the security captain be so impressive? I think the urban management team leader is still reliable. Leo was not prepared to pay attention to him. From the smell of alcohol coming from the other side, he could tell that the short guy in front of him was probably drunk. But many times you can't avoid trouble just because you don't want to cause trouble. Boy, why don't you say anything? Are you looking down on me, Nyan? Or are you feeling guilty? Nyan scolded Leo with arrogance. The guy who was sitting here just now. I knew at a glance that he was not a good person. Look at you two, you look so sneaky. You are not a good person either. Poor Watson was shot like this. Leo shrugged funny. You are right. I am indeed not a good person. And the guy just now is indeed not a good person. But I will leave Ironforge tomorrow. So there is no need for you to come here to warn me. This is the territory of the dwarves. And I don't want to add unnecessary trouble to my journey. Leo didn't see it at first. But when Nyan mentioned Wolson, Leo understood it immediately. Nyan Thunderwine, who is responsible for the security of Ironforge, is clearly warning him. We will always pay attention to the strangers in Ironforge. Your actions cannot be hidden from us. Don't make trouble here. After all, the dwarves are the local gangsters here, and Leo didn't want to cause unnecessary conflicts with them. So he made it clear that he was just a passerby. In fact, it cannot be said that Nyan was troublesome. Leo and Volsun, two epic masters, quietly interacted with each other in a crowded tavern. No matter who stood in Nyan's position, they would have done something. Don't think that since there are so many dwarf masters here in Ironforge, no one dares to cause trouble. There is no shortage of daring guys in this world. After taking a deep look at Leo, Nyan took back his heavy axe and staggered away. Now that Leo had made his attitude clear, Nyan would naturally not say anything more. But the precautions he should have would still not be reduced. Leo only glanced briefly at Nyan's departure, and he shook the wine glass intently, as if the bitter ale in the glass hid a big secret. The dwarves have a strong control over Ironforge. Someone came to see me and Wolson just after we met. So my going to the craftsman area to find Mechatorp definitely fell into the eyes of the dwarves. But my gurney said nothing at all. What was his plan? Do you not care at all? Or do you have other ideas? Who said dwarves are simple-minded? Can Magni's mind be simple if he can manage the dwarves into one of the world's most powerful races? Leo didn't believe it. What is this dwarf king planning? The bitter ale in the cup reflects light of various colors, bright or dark, as it keeps shaking. Just like this world composed of various forces, all kinds of involvements, all kinds of grudges, all kinds of plans, numerous and complicated, which makes people feel sad. I was dazzled by what I saw but found it interesting and exciting, and couldn't bear to look away. If you are simple, the world will be simple. Leo drank all the bitter ale in the glass in one gulp, curled his lips and said, "That doesn't make sense. The world is complex, and without great wisdom, it is impossible to figure out any clues from it. The so-called truth, in Leo's opinion, is just a lie told by a smart man to 10,000 ordinary people. And this smart man may not be able to pinpoint where the liar came from." Chapter 346 Machinery versus Machinery. This is the second time that the city of Naxxramas has been visited by Leo. The first time he failed to complete the task because he found that the Dark Iron Dwarves were worried about their lack of strength. This time, he had the city defense map provided by Mechatork. AO has a good chance of breaking into the innermost part. However, some troubles had to be solved to achieve this level, because Leo found that the current Naxxramas had changed a lot from the dead city in his impression. A large number of trogs have occupied the first half of the city that was emptied by Leo. They are contaminated by the ubiquitous radiation in Naxxramas. Lines of light green gas can be seen coming in and out between their mouths and noses. These stones the Palatine has mutated. If other creatures had been so severely contaminated by radiation, they would have been finished long ago. But the trogs were still vigorous. They wandered aimlessly in Naxxramas, searching for possible intruders. Leo couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed worthy of being the first product created by the creation titan to manage the world. This vitality was a mess even though they were failures. The trogs are a savage race close to cavemen. Although they have low intelligence, they possess an astonishingly violent character. They were the product of the creation titan's first failed attempt to create life from natural rock. Dwarf scholars theorize that this failure was due to the influence of the old gods, which distorted the course of the entire attempt. When the titans saw how savage and twisted the trogs were, they buried them deep in Zul'Aman. After that, the creation titans made a second attempt. This time, they successfully created a creature called the Earth Spirit. Some of them are the ancestors of the current dwarves. The trogs slumbered in the ancient titan city of Zul'Aman in Cosmodon for countless years, until the dwarves began to excavate Zul'Aman. Because the dwarves dug too deep, the trogs woke up from their long slumber, and the latter swarmed out of the caves everywhere, spreading terror in the dwarf kingdom. The trogs are extremely hostile to their dwarf cousins. They may be dull, but they show extraordinary perseverance in attacking the dwarves. It's a pity that the dwarves are still alive and well. But the dwarfs have suffered. As a cousin of dwarves, the dwarf who was attacked by the trogs as a dwarf was really unlucky. The troglodytes wandering around caused great obstacles to Leo's progress, since these guys were running around in groups. Many times a group of troglodytes blocked Leo's path, which made him want to move forward. Leo was furious when he wanted to sneak into the lower levels of Naxxramas. Originally, Leo didn't want to pay attention to these guys at all. He was only thinking about the dwarf city defense machinery in the lower level of Naxxramas. But now it seems that ignoring them is not an option. A huge war fortress appeared, and along with it came an army of mechanical skeletons. Compared with before, the army of mechanical skeletons has something extra, a magic circle that gathers, stores, and releases the three elements into one. Boom boom. Naxxramas, which had been silent for a long time, once again heard the sound of gunfire. The heavy machine gun of the skeleton walking tank spit out a string of magic bullets the size of a little finger. The magic bullets shooting all over the sky formed a powerful barrage offensive. In just a few seconds, in a matter of minutes, the thousands of stone jaw monsters around them all became the raw materials for Leo's skeleton army. The commotion here alerted more trogs. They ran over with strange screams, and were torn into pieces by the magic bullets fired from them. Groups of trogs fell under the gunfire of skeleton walking tanks. The number of corpses collected by Leo continued to increase, from 1 or 2,000 at the beginning to 30,000 or 40,000 at the end. When the last trog fell down with a heavy machine gun after the gunfire stopped, the number of corpses absorbed had reached nearly 40,000. Leo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were so many trogs this time. Compared with the last time he came, it was completely geometrically doubled. What does the number of 40,000 corpses represent? In Leo's opinion, these were 40 swift bone dragons. The harvest was not bad. These are only the trogs on the first level, and there may not be less than this number on the second level, before entering the deeper realm of Gnomerigan. Cleaning up the trogs is like collecting the corpses. With this thought in mind, Leo, who stood at the head of the war fortress, led the army of skeleton machines in an array and stormed into the second floor. After entering the second floor, Leo was quickly surprised. Rows of caster nemesis and mechanical sentries similar to mechanical chocobos blocked the front, and walking tanks were set up behind them, with their black barrels facing the entrance of the passage. The leper gnomes were busy behind them, and they seemed to be ready to counterattack the trogs on the first level of Gnomerigan. When did the leper dwarfs become organized? They actually want to counterattack the Stonejaw monster. Right? Enemy! Just as Leo was stunned by the formation on the opposite side, a leper dwarf, who saw the army of mechanical skeletons rushing and screamed. The high-pitched voice allowed Leo to directly determine her gender. Boom boom! The leper dwarf's walking tank opened fire first, and in the streaks of flames from the muzzle, metal barrages of bullets poured out. Machine versus machine. Interesting. Leo became interested. He wanted to see whether his skeleton version of the mechanical army was stronger, or the original version made by the dwarfs. Boom boom! The skeleton walking tanks began to fight back, and magic barrages poured out. Bing bing! Streams of flames spurted out from the skeleton mechanical army, burning the metal bullets fired by the walking tanks into molten iron. In the scorching heat, the skeleton flame chariot neutralized all the attacks of the walking tanks. Leo's mechanical skeleton army was unscathed, but the leper dwarfs suffered a lot of losses. Since their lineup was used to deal with the trogs, they never expected that Leo, who was also playing the mechanical army, would break in. Come on! As soon as the two sides fought, hundreds of mechanical sentries were beaten into a pile of broken metal. However, the leper dwarfs did not get it in vain. After they discovered that the opponent was shooting magic bullets, the caster nemesis began to show off their power one by one. The magic reflection shields lit up one after another, and all the magic bullets shot by the skeleton walking tanks where it was reflected back. Fortunately, Leo replaced the skeleton walking tank with metal bullets in time. Otherwise, there would be nothing we could do against them. Fortunately, I was prepared with both hands, and did not give up metal bullets just because I had magic bullets. I had both physical and magic attacks. Leo was secretly glad that he was not biased. The skeleton walking tank replaced the metal bullets. The leper dwarf, who did not expect the opponent to have this skill, suffered another disadvantage. They only reacted after a small part of the caster nemesis in front was blown away. A stream of flames spurted out, and part of them leper gnomes joined the battlefield in mechanical flamewalkers. Plagiarism. This is plagiarism from Hongguoguo. Leo despises leper dwarfs. These pimple-covered dwarfs are really unlovable. But I have the upper hand. Can you stop me? The metal barrage suddenly changed and turned into a magic barrage composed of small light points. The row of mechanical flame-walker chariots that rushed to the front were beaten into scrap metal. In desperation, the leper dwarf had to send the spellcaster nemesis to the front. As a result, the magic barrage turned into a metal barrage. After several cycles like this, the leper dwarf suffered considerable losses. In terms of strength, there is no problem for the two sides to tie in a short period of time. But who made Leo use an extra method? With the addition of magic bullets, Leo was able to devour the leper dwarf's mechanical army. Leo was happy to see the current fighting situation, but the leper dwarf was very reluctant. A buzzing sound came from the depths of Gnomerigan, and thousands of leper dwarfs joined the battlefield in fighter jets. Hey, the army can't do it. So it's time to play the Air Force instead? Okay, I'll stay with you until the end. Dozens of large holes suddenly appeared on the shoulders of the war fortress, and skeleton mechanical fighter planes took off amidst the roar of machinery. Hundreds versus 1,000. From a quantitative point of view, Leo's skeleton mechanical fighter suffered a disadvantage. But in terms of quality, the skeleton mechanical fighter was much better than the leper dwarf's fighter. Duh. The machine gun on the fighter plane made a clear sound, and the two flying units began to tangle together. The combat power of both sides was about the same. One side had quantity, while the other side had quality. If the stalemate continued, even if the opponent could be annihilated, both sides would suffer considerable losses. The skeleton mechanical fighter suffered heavy losses, which was not what Leo wanted to see. The silver chain floating around his body shook slightly, and the small crystal clock attached to the chain made a pleasant collision sound. The clear and empty sound echoed in Gnomerigan, directly reflecting into the minds of the leper dwarfs. Let their souls throb with it. The sound of the bell penetrated the soul, and an inexplicable discomfort arose in the hearts of the leper dwarfs. and their vision suddenly narrowed. The leopard dwarf driving the chariot on the ground was not too much of a hindrance. But the one flying the fighter plane in the air couldn't stand it. The mechanical fighter planes flew very fast, and they were in a group fight. The narrow field of vision made it difficult for the leopard dwarfs to see the situation ahead. As a result, tragedies involving one of their own occurred one after another. Looking at the mechanical fighter planes that kept falling in the own crash, Leo had a look of satisfaction on his face. According to Godic's suggestion, the effect of this item made by the Blood Elves of Silvermoon City is really good. Godic is really a master at using curses to inflict evil on people. Using sound to spread curses is more secretive than directly casting spells. As early as in Naxxramas, even Lyadrin and Hawksbill were silently affected by the curse. Not to mention the little leopard dwarf. Leo was very interested in this method of casting spells. What was very impressive was that the equipment extracted by Goldfinger happened to have the necessary props for casting spells like this. In the first actual battle, Leo just gently rang the death knell and used the Necromancer's dim spiritual vision. The leopard dwarf's mechanical fighter fleet was messed up. If it were the curse of the Necromancer and the Warlock, if you exert it with all your strength, how powerful will the effect be? Chapter 347, the second card. Strictly speaking, curses have always been Leo's weakness. Regardless of his dual professional ability as a Necromancer and a Warlock, he has many more curse spells than other warriors. But when it comes to the research and blessing of curses, it is far inferior to his other abilities. Curse spells that others may consider powerful and diverse are lame for Leo's overall strength. Fortunately, there is Soul Reaper Godic, who is proficient in dark research and curse casting. This great warlock, one of the 18 powerful natural disasters in Naxxramas, is gradually making amends for Leo with his experience and knowledge. His shortcomings, dealing with the leopard dwarfs in Nomerigan, is just a small test. Buzz buzz. The dull roar of machinery came from the depths of Nomerigan. Leo, standing on the war fortress, looked inside and saw a large fighter plane about 10 meters long flying out from the depths of Nomerigan. The mechanical fighter planes that were flying around like flies found their commander. The leopard dwarfs gradually recovered from the chaos, and the situation was brought under control. Leo's eyes lit up when he saw this large fighter plane. Judging from the posture of the large fighter plane, it was probably a special type of machine. In other words, this guy was actually a boss. For this special type of machinery, Leo accepts all comers and accepts whatever comes. There are still 2 of the 4 major confinement circles left in Earthy Highlands. And I just caught you for fusion. Leo's grasp was weak, and the death grip pulled the large fighter plane forward. This caused the leopard dwarf, who was piloting it, to panic. In order to save himself, he actually gave up command of the mechanical fighter plane. The mechanical fighter plane that lost its command once again fell into chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the skeleton mechanical fighter plane launched an all-out attack, turning its opponents into fireballs one by one and crashing to the ground. Several gun barrels as thick as arms appeared on the large aircraft, and fist-sized missiles flew out of the gun barrels, aiming directly at Leo on the war fortress. This was clearly an improved version of the mortar dwarf rocket launcher, and it can fire continuously. Leo was even more happy about this situation. It was really good that this special machine had such a weapon, compared with the light machine guns of mechanical fighters. The missiles are significantly more lethal. The only drawback is that the attack speed is slower. The right hand continued to use the death grip. The left hand waved the staff, and the arcane barrage was shot out. Purple and white light spots rushed towards the incoming missiles. When the two met, the missiles were detonated one by one. Live ammunition attacks are still flawed, but if they can be changed to attack with magical energy, they won't be so easy to take down. At this time, Leo had already entered the state. This large fighter jet seemed to him to be his own, and he began to analyze its shortcomings and ways to improve it. The remaining arcane light points after detonating the missile hit the large fighter plane, making small dents on its surface. The protective capabilities are not perfect yet. There is no magic shield or anti-magic device. It can only resist large-scale magic attacks by itself. The dwarf simply did not cut corners. This fighter is still quite strong. Leo continued to analyze. At this time, the large fighter plane had been pulled into the attack range of the war fortress by Death Grip. The latter waved his huge palm and slapped it away. Stab! Stab! Faced with a blow that was enough to destroy the war fortress, the controller on the large aircraft started to use life-saving means. Suddenly, several 1-meter square high-speed rotating gears were shot out from the outer SH L of the aircraft, as big as a chainsaw. The gear collided with the big hand of War Fortress, and dazzling metal sparks fell like rain from the sky. The power of the rotation of the big gear also bounced War Fortress palm away at the same time. A purely mechanical defense method. Interesting. Leo became more interested in this large fighter plane. War Fortress waved its big palm repeatedly, hitting the protective gear of the large fighter plane. Sparks flew, and the rotation speed of the large gear was gradually slowing down. The fighter plane itself was damaged. The damage also gradually increased. There were scratches on the palm of War Fortress, but these scratches were not even skin injuries to it. Let's see how long you can hold on. War Fortress failed to capture the large fighter plane for a while, and Leo was not worried at all. Even if the large-scale fighter plane as a special machine can hold on, the leopard dwarf riding inside may not be able to withstand the continuous violent vibrations. The development of the facts did not exceed Leo's expectation. Just when the big gear slowly stopped turning, a voice sounded in his head: "Kill Lucino. Broken wheel. Failed to extract magic equipment. Failed to extract abilities. Acquisition of secret data storage card successful. Do you want to obtain it?" "It is indeed a boss." The voice in his head confirmed his suspicion. But Leo's attention was not focused on the name Rachito's shattering wheel, because he obtained another secret data storage card. Why do gnomes always like to store data in special machines? It's a strange hobby, but it just makes it easier for me. Leo checked the contents of this data card, and the expression on his face showed his inner satisfaction. There is only one content on this data card, and that is the production process of the dwarf mechanical fighter. Mechanical fighters that can fly into the sky and fight are 10 times more complex than walking tanks and mechanical walker chariots. The dwarfs specially used a data card to record them. What Leo's skeleton army currently lacks is skeleton mechanical fighters. In the past, because the production drawings of the mechanical fighters were not available, they could not be mass-produced, so they had to make do with the pitiful hundreds of fighters. During the operation in Naxxramas, if Leo had tens of thousands of skeleton mechanical fighters, he wouldn't just run away when Saffron chased him alone. With his character, he would probably fight back. Go back and do one thing, and try to kill Saffron before the Frost Dragon army from behind arrives. Extracting the contents of this data card. The mechanical fighter is no longer a weakness in the skeleton army. Don't ask Leo why he didn't hand over this data card to Mechatork, the dwarf master craftsman. How could such a thing be handed over? Besides, it's not like dwarves don't know how to build mechanical fighters, so leaving it to them would be of no use. When Leo showed 3 things including the caster's nemesis in front of Mechatork, it was also a test to see if the great craftsman had any special reaction. As a result, the guy looked indifferent. From then on, Leo knew that the dwarves did not have much resistance to the so-called outflow of these things, because they believed that their clever minds and endless creativity were beyond the reach of other races. So what if you learned how to make a spellcaster bane and a mechanical walker chariot? These things get outdated quickly in my place. This is a kind of strong self-confidence and sufficient confidence. Mechatork's attitude reassured Leo. He did not want to have disputes with the dwarfs in the future because of the use of the skeleton mechanical army, although there was no so-called copyright ownership in this world. When Leo extracted the information from the secret data memory card and added the ability to produce mechanical fighter planes to his engineering, the battle in the air was coming to an end. The leopard dwarfs' mechanical fighter planes once again fell into chaos after losing their command. Aircraft crashes involving one's own and others' collisions occurred frequently. In addition, the skeleton mechanical army attacked Xing Na to take advantage of the situation, and the leopard dwarfs' mechanical fighter planes crashed one by one like a queue, and the number of them was quickly reduced from nearly 1,000 at the beginning to less than 50 now. Under the encirclement and suppression of the skeleton mechanical army, it only took a minute or 2 for them to be annihilated. The mechanical fighter brigade was annihilated, and the battle situation on the ground was not easy for the leopard dwarfs. Since the skeleton walking tanks had 2 attack methods, they were always restrained. When the spellcaster nemesis came up, the opponent would attack with metal bullets, and the mechanical walker chariot would attack them and be greeted by an overwhelming barrage of magic bullets. Later, the leopard dwarfs simply let the 2 go into battle together, and imitated their opponents in conducting mixed combat, and the situation gradually stabilized. Calmed down. But at this time, the leopard dwarf's mechanical fighter plane was annihilated by the opponent. Not only that, even the flagship driven by Lucino Broken Wheel, who led them, was also destroyed by the opponent. Without the suppression and command of the leader, the leopard dwarfs returned to their crazy nature. These little dwarfs covered in abscesses actually started beating their own people, and the whole formation was thrown into disarray. Seeing that the leopard dwarf was starting to mess up Leo, he was not in a hurry to attack with his army. Instead, he continued the previous offensive, letting the skeleton mechanical army slowly press forward, and annihilated all his opponents in a steady manner. The mechanical army that the leopard dwarfs had finally assembled to save themselves and deal with the Trogs was destroyed by Leo. If Leo arrived a day later, what he would see after entering Gnomeregan would definitely be a battle between leopard dwarfs and Trogs. Ragnir Shatterwheel, the follower of Zyko Thermoplug, the great tinker who deceived Mechatork, received the latter's order to organize manpower to open up Gnomeregan and the outside world. Contact. It's a pity that the radical dwarf who worshipped Thermoplug was killed before he could start his mission. He really died before he started his mission. Not only did he die himself, but he also took the leopard dwarf from Gnomeregan with him to finish the game. He was truly a deceiver. Since Rachino, Broken Wheel concentrated the entire second floor's power near the passage leading to the upper floor. After Leo eliminated these leopard dwarfs, he never encountered any enemies on the second floor. It was useless. It didn't take long before he came to the big iron gate that trapped him outside last time. Last time Leo used the poisonous flower vine's ability to burrow through the ground. But this time, he would not go through the tunnel again. He has not been bored to this extent yet by taking the small roads instead of the main roads. Following the opening method explained in the defense diagram given by Mechatork, Leo operated the matrix console in front of the iron gate. Amidst the friction and rotation of gears, the large iron gate that had not been opened for a long time made a rattling sound and slowly but firmly rose upwards. 10 seconds later, the large iron gate rose to the highest point, and an empty avenue appeared in front of Leo. Along it, Leo could continue to explore the deeper secrets of Gnomeregan. Black Dwarves. I'm here to take care of you. Chapter 348 The Resentment of the Dark Iron Dwarves. The passage behind the big iron gate is still spotless, and the traces of cleaning for a long time are very obvious, indicating that there are still people coming and going here from time to time. Stepping into an unexplored place, Leo became more vigilant. After leaving behind thousands of skeleton mechanical guardian matrix consoles, Leo led the skeleton mechanical army toward the depths of Gnomeregan, where no outsider had been for a long time. The long-term comfort has reduced the vigilance of the dark iron dwarfs to a minimum, especially after Lazino. Broken Wheel integrated the leopard dwarfs on the second level. The so-called vigilance was almost thrown out of the sky by the dark iron dwarfs, when the mighty army of nearly 10,000 mechanical skeletons appeared in front of them. The black iron dwarfs who occupied the magpie nest looked at these uninvited guests in a daze, completely forgetting what they should do most at this time. Black dwarf, your vigilance is too poor. You should be killed by me. Boom boom. The skeleton walking tank roared, and the light of magic bullets bloomed again in the depths of Gnomeregan. Blood splashed and rows of dark iron dwarves fell to the ground. The death of their companions made other dark iron dwarves react. Some of the brave dark iron dwarves shouted and attacked the skeleton mechanical army, while others rushed to the nearest console. Only a few dark iron dwarves were like headless flies, running around everywhere. How can an army of skeleton machines arranged in an array be so easy to attack? The dark iron dwarves who rushed towards them were killed one by the magic bullets passing through them. None of the dark iron dwarves could rush within 100 steps of the target. After killing all these brave dark iron dwarves, a small number of black iron dwarves who were running around were also named one by one. The sound of clicking machinery was heard, and a city defense machine rushed out. The dark iron dwarves running towards the console were gradually activating Gnomeregan's defense system. The first to appear were rows of powered security armors. To Leo, these guys were just food delivery men. The magic barrages of the skeleton walking tanks hit them. The magic bullets shuttled between them, and balls of fireballs were born. The powered security armors were powerful. All of them were destroyed under the firepower offensive. Although the powered security armors were terrible, their sacrifices bought time for the defense machinery behind them. Thousands of walking tanks formed a formation at the rear, slowly approaching the army of skeleton machinery. Boom boom. The barrel at the front of the walking tank roared and emitted streaks of fire. Metal barges and magic barges intertwined, and the two sides began to fight. The sound of burning flames erupted, and the skeleton flame walkers began to show off their power. The metal bullets of the walking tanks were burned into droplets of molten iron, and fell to the ground before they could get close. They formed a pool in front of the skeleton mechanical army. They looked harmless, but could actually burn people. Get the water that separates the flesh from the bones. The molten iron on the ground was accumulating more and more. In order to prevent the molten metal from hurting the skeleton mechanical army, Leo had to direct them to retreat slowly, as if they were being beaten back by the walking tanks of the Dark Iron Dwarves. Seeing that the skeleton mechanical army was retreating, some impatient Black Iron Dwarves sped up the speed of their walking tanks. These walking tanks came out in large numbers and formed a chasing posture. As the saying goes, the first shot is the first, and they who broke away from the large army were all blown up when faced with the incoming magic bullets. The fate of these people made the Black Iron Dwarves at the rear become more honest, and no one dared to advance rashly. Their approach just gave Leo time to arrange things calmly. When Leo's skeleton army retreated to a certain distance, dozens of large holes suddenly appeared in the iron wall beside the road, and groups of mechanical sentries rushed out of them. The freezing air sprayed out, and the skeleton frost walkers fulfilled their duty to protect the two wings. Before the mechanical sentry jumped out of the hole, the freezing air sealed the entrance. The thick ice layer would try to surprise. Mechanical sentries blocked the passage. Want to trick me? Do you have that ability? Leo curled his lips in disdain. With the defense map of Nomarigan given to him by Mechatork, he knew the way to defend the city very well. But it was not as good as the Dark Iron Dwarves. There was a crackling sound of frost, and ice rings exploded on the ground under the feet of the walking tanks. The ice froze the movement of some walking tanks, preventing them from moving forward. But other walking tanks were not affected, frozen and blocking the advance of the rear. The Black Iron Dwarves' walking tank cluster was in chaos, and a large number of walking tanks were crowded together in one place. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions came from the walking tanks, and the powerful impact of the explosions overturned the tanks. Are the frost grenades and bomb boxes delicious? Can you afford to play engineering with me? As early as Leo commanded the army of mechanical skeletons to retreat, Poisonous Flower Vine and a Noxu Tower had already set up underground. They first used frost grenades to crowd the Dark Iron Dwarves' walking tanks together, and then set off the bombs. Put them in a pot. The Black Iron Dwarves were blown away. Leo took this opportunity to let the skeleton mechanical army launch a counterattack. The dense magic barrage turned the walking tanks into piles of scrap metal in the firelight. As the skeleton mechanical army advances, the number of Dark Iron Dwarves' walking tanks is drastically reduced. Seeing that the situation was not going well, some Dark Iron Dwarves quickly turned around and fled back with their tanks. Their actions shook the morale of the army. Seeing someone taking the lead and escaping, other Dark Iron Dwarves stopped fighting. Most of the Dark Iron Dwarves did not want to become someone else. The latter died while escaping for his life. Mob. Leo was very disdainful of the performance of the Black Iron Dwarves. These Black Dwarves could actually use the Dwarf's chariot to such a virtue that one had to say to them, "Scum!" If the Dark Iron Dwarves fight for their lives, when the skeleton army presses forward, Leo's side will definitely suffer losses, because the figure of the spellcaster's nemesis has already appeared in the ambush channel beside the road. The ice sealing the cave entrance was broken open by them, and the caster nemesis with the magic reflection shield jumped out and began to attack the two wings of the skeleton mechanical army. The skeleton walking tank turned its gun and replaced it with metal bullets to pour firepower on both wings of the army. The powerful barrage attack made the ambushed troops on both wings unable to raise their heads. When the magic reflection shield of the caster's nemesis was exhausted, the skeleton frost walker, the cold air was sprayed out again, freezing these city defense machines. Originally, the Dark Iron Dwarves were going to implement a three-sided attack tactic, which sent their opponents into a panic. However, after the walking tank group advancing from the front was defeated, the ambushed troops that rushed out were completely defeated. They were treated as regards by the fleeing Dark Iron Dwarves. Abandoned son. Leo did not rush to pursue the defeated Dark Iron Dwarves. He took his time to deal with the ambush on both wings before continuing on the road. At this time, the city defense machinery he collected in Nomarigan was enough to form a skeleton machinery army, provided that he has enough materials for the repair robot to repair it, and a sufficient number of skeleton warriors for fusion. Our own side suffered heavy casualties, but their opponents suffered almost no losses. The Dark Iron Dwarves had their courage broken after the first battle with their opponents. With no fighting spirit, they could only rely on the defense facilities in Nomarigan to block Leo's advance. Pace. However, with the Nomarigan defense map given by Mechatork in hand, Leo had an insight into their various methods. The Dark Iron Dwarves' methods failed to stop him, but he got a lot of loot. They used the city defense facilities to set up many traps, but the opponent did not step into them at all. They even used the trap to annihilate the ambushed soldiers one by one. The Dark Iron Dwarves were completely helpless against such an opponent. You bunch of losers were actually killed here by the enemy. A black iron dwarf was cursing his incompetent subordinates. And Leo quickly dispatched this boss-level guy. War Fortress suddenly stepped forward with a few big steps, slapped it down, and with a loud bang, the leader-level black iron dwarf and his cronies became several humanoid objects embedded in the ground. Killed the black iron master. Failed to extract magic equipment. Failed to extract abilities. A guy who has not even reached the legendary realm dares to call himself a master. This guy is really thick-skinned. The black iron master was killed by Leo. The black iron dwarves, who had no fighting spirit, became even more unbearable after losing the restraint of their leader. The final destination of these black dwarves, who were shouting crazily and wanting to escape, was to become the raw materials for Leo's skeleton army, being chased by the army of skeleton machines with nowhere to go. The dark iron dwarf, knowing that he could not survive, burst out with infinite hatred. If you don't let us live, we won't make it easy for you. A dark iron dwarf screamed, and he was immediately beaten into a pile of flesh and blood by the bullets fired. What I hate the most is guys who are incompetent and like to chirp. Leo was not interested in the dark iron dwarves saying they would not make things easier for him. The attacks of the skeleton mechanical army never stopped, and the number of dark iron dwarves was still declining sharply. The sharp sound like a poisonous snake spitting a letter echoed in Nomarigan. A red fire illuminated the depths of Nomarigan, and the fire element began to stir. What are these black dwarfs doing? An uneasy feeling arose in Leo's heart, and he found that something seemed to be coming out of the place where the dark iron dwarves finally gathered. A stone altar. Its appearance in the depths of high-tech Nomarigan makes people feel very awkward. Needless to say, it must have been built by the dark iron dwarves later. Now, in desperation, the dark iron dwarf used this altar in some unknown way to summon some kind of powerful existence in order to cause some trouble for Leo. Seeing this scene, a similar image suddenly appeared in Leo's mind. The altar built by the black iron dwarves of evil teeling in the heart of the mountain. But he was not worried. Leo had already learned from Polition that the fire element in evil teeling only had the strength of the epic primary level. Even Polition before becoming a Dracolic could kill it. Now the altar is nearly twice the size of the one in evil teeling. So the summoned fire element must be better. The hissing and sharp sound became louder and louder, and the fire element became more and more restless with the harsh sound. A vague voice vaguely sounded, "Lord of Fire." Chapter 349 90% full. Fire Lord? Why is this guy here if he isn't guarding Ragnaros in the Molten Core? Although he knew that the Dark Iron Dwarves were actually the coolies of Ragnaros the Balrog, and could be related to the Balrog's men, Leo really didn't expect that he would meet the Lord of Fire during a trip to Nomarigan. A big flaming hand as big as a war fortress appeared in the altar, summoned by the Dark Iron Dwarf. A Fire King was about to break through the space and come here. The Fire King only showed one hand. Nomarigan. The fire element in the body became restless. And I don't know what will happen if I wait for it to come. The strength of this Flame King is by no means comparable to the epic primary fire elemental that Polition encountered. Its true strength is much stronger. Leo made a judgment in his mind based on the degree of restlessness of the fire element. The magic power on his body swelled, and the silver metal chain floating around Leo's body began to shake with the waves of magic power. The death bell was sounded, and the clear and sweet bells echoed in Nomarigan. Unfortunately, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. When the bell rang for the first time, the black iron dwarves gathered around the altar became dull, and their skin began to wrinkle. After a while, they turned from strong men into little old men, as if they had already spent time in this ringing of bells for many years. The first ring of the death knell is the curse of aging. The big flaming hand stretched out from the altar was affected by the aging curse, and its movement slowed down a lot. Upon seeing this, Leo knew that the curse was effective, and the second bell of the death knell came. The Dark Iron Dwarves did not show any obvious changes this time, but if you observe carefully, you will find that the skeleton walking tank's lethality against them has increased a lot. The second sound was the curse of deepening damage, and the Dark Iron Dwarf fell faster. Immediately afterwards, the third sound of lowering resistance came. The bells that rang one after another had already imposed several negative states on the Flame King before it even showed up, weakening its strength a lot. Amidst the hissing sound, a spiritual power locked onto Leo, and the flames the king has found his enemy. Are you worthy of being called the King of Fire? Even if you carry Ragnaros' shoes, he still thinks your fingers are too thin. Feeling that he was locked by the Fire King's spirit, Leo responded immediately, and a spiritual wave passed over, making the Fire King furious. Although this is true, it is your fault to say it so bluntly. The furious Flame King tried his best to squeeze out his head, and then stretched out most of his body. During this process, Leo did not take too drastic action, but only blessed the Flame King with several negative states, and threw curse of pain, corruption, and soul-eating plague onto it. The skeleton mechanical army is still clearing out the remaining Black Iron Dwarves. When the Black Iron Dwarves were killed by the skeleton mechanical army until only single digits were left, the Flame King finally squeezed out from the altar. It stretched its body, and saw that its size was indeed no smaller than that of a war fortress. The Lord of Fire, an elemental creature composed purely of the fire element, has arrived in Nomarigan in its entirety. This is the trouble that the Dark Iron Dwarves brought to Leo in order to take revenge. However, who can tell whether this is looking for trouble or giving Leo a big gift? Burn, you weak soul! The Flame King roared at Leo, and flame surged from its body. Leo felt a sharp pain in his body, as if something had attacked his soul. This move is the soul burning of the Flame King. His soul was burned. In addition to the pain, Leo also found that the connection between himself and the magic elements was completely cut off. He was temporarily unable to cast spells. Moreover, the pain from his soul also affected his body. He found that his body was not as good as before. Powerful. It burns the soul while preventing the opponent from casting spells, and also reduces physical attacks. This is the effect of soul burning. Very good ability. It would be a bit troublesome for me to challenge you in a duel. But who wants me to have more younger brothers? The purple-haired and blue-eyed Dragonakos appeared next to Leo. The Twilight Dragon stared at the King of Fire with gleaming eyes, staring at it with the eyes of a pervert seeing a beauty, and a villain seeing a delicacy, and couldn't bear to let go. That expression made one drool. Hungry and thirsty. An elemental creature made of pure energy. Master, let me eat it. Twilight Dragon felt that his belly was pounding with hunger. In his eyes, the Fire King was a delicious meal. Knuckles, I'll leave it to you. Enjoy it slowly. With Leo's permission, Dragonakos rushed forward with joy on his face. When the King of Fire saw someone dare to attack him, he immediately turned his target to him. The flames rolled again, and the soul burning struck out again. But this time, the Fire King was disappointed. Dragonakos opened his mouth slightly, and the restless fire element entered his stomach, without even touching a piece of his skin. The failure of soul burning was obviously beyond the Fire King's expectations. He tried again without giving up, but the result was still the same as last time. Dragonakos took this opportunity to rush to its side. The Twilight Dragon opened its mouth. The Fire King was shocked to find that the fire elements that made up his body shot towards the opponent's mouth. The loss was so fast that it shocked. What kind of monster is this? The Flame King was in a panic. The amount of fire element in its body directly determined its strength. Now that it was sucked away by the opponent, Dragonakos' move was tantamount to killing it. Realizing that the situation was not good, the Flame King waved his hands continuously, and the soul burning hit the Twilight Dragon that was sucking him one after another. However, what frightened him was that the other party had no reaction to his skills, as if soul burning had no effect at all. Lethality. With a hissing scream, the Fire King retreated, but unexpectedly at this time, Dragonakos' feet suddenly accelerated, and he jumped into its body with his big mouth sucking in the fire element. The high temperature in the Fire King's body can vaporize even mithril. Others would naturally not dare to do this. But Dragonakos has strong magical defense, and does not take such a temperature seriously. There was a parasite in his body that was knocking bones and sucking marrow. Knowing that something was wrong, the Flame King struggled hard. But no matter what it did, Dragonakos was like a tarsal maggot, unable to get rid of it. With a massive loss of energy, the Flame King became weak. When most of the elemental essence inside was absorbed, its size began to shrink. However, the size of the Flame King shrunk by 3/4 in a few breaths. At this time, it had become weak because all the elemental essence in its body had been sucked away by the Twilight Dragon, and it could no longer resist. When Leo saw this, he knew that the battle between the two sides was over, and the King of Fire would be swallowed whole by Dragonakoth. As long as a creature composed of pure spiritual power and pure energy is not too powerful, Dragonakos can turn it into nourishment for his own growth. The Twilight Dragon that grows by devouring its opponents is really perverted. Here! When the last ray of flame entered his mouth, Twilight Dragon burped with satisfaction. This time he was 90% full, which was really comfortable. How is it? Knuckles? Has your strength increased? After witnessing the entire process of Dragonakoth devouring the Lord of Fire, Leo felt that he needed to care about this subordinate. Hearing Leo's question, Twilight Dragon looked respectful. Dear Master, my strength is in the recovery period, and I cannot make any progress before returning to its peak. Is this strength still recovering? Leo was surprised. It seemed that the Twilight Dragon, which had died once and was abandoned in the wilderness, was seriously damaged, although he resurrected him with the help of the Death Mark. For a strong man like Dragonakos, it cannot be brought to a perfect state all at once. It must take a period of time to recover. This is the case with Dragonakoth. So is the same situation with Soul Reaper Gothic? Leo found that he didn't know enough about the heaven-defying skill of rebirth. It could resurrect the dead and give the dead new life. Rebirth had broken the world's laws of life and death. It was impossible for such a skill not to be affected by the ubiquitous rules. Limit. After thinking about this, Leo no longer dwells on the strength of Twilight Dragon and Gothic. What he now cares about is the reward for killing the Flame King. Killing the King of Fire. Failed to extract magic equipment. Absorbing ability. Obtain transferable ability. Soul burning. Do you want to absorb it? The Flame King has two abilities. One is to summon a lot of lava minions, and the other is Soul Fire. Leo considers himself lucky because he has no shortage of goons. Summoning lava minions doesn't mean much to him. But soul burning is different. This is a powerful attack skill. It can damage the enemy while banning magic and reducing attack. It is indeed rare. What's particularly important is that its effect lasts relatively long. Even if Leo's effect is not as strong as the Fire King composed of pure flames, there is no big problem if it lasts for 10 seconds. 10 seconds of magic ban and attack reduction. With one more skill like this, many battles will become much easier. Soul burning, strangulation, arcane torrent, hellhound spell blockade, coupled with death coil and fear. Leo is confident. Can such a skill not be described as powerful when playing against enemies of the same level, or even one level higher than oneself until they die? If you add the paladin clone and the curse, the person who challenges you can only be described as looking for abuse. If I eat more of these elemental beings, my strength will be restored soon. Dragonakos' tone was full of meaning, and Leo's heart moved. Isn't the Molten Core, a place with many elemental life forms, a good place to go, in order for the Twilight Dragon to return to its peak state as soon as possible? It seems that it is necessary to take time to visit the Molten Core, as long as it does not make too much noise and alert the fire demon Ragnaros. Leo was lost in thought when a bolt of lightning shot towards him. Someone was making a sneak attack. Chapter 350 Return to Ironforge. Snap! The electric light encountered a transparent shield in front of Leo, and this sneak attack was blocked. Oh! Damn! An annoyed voice reached Leo's ears. He turned around and saw a machine that was very similar to a group striker holding a thigh-thick cannon barrel. The black muzzle was facing Leo. This is the guy who attacked Leo. I hate being attacked the most. So you have to die? Leo stretched out his right hand, and the death grip pulled the opponent towards him. At the same time, the big palm of War Fortress had been raised. Don't even think about destroying my dream. Unable to break free from the shackles of the power of death, a vicious voice came from the machine, and a large missile was shot out. The missile was as thick as a person and headed straight for Leo. It looked very lethal. What kind of high-tech gadget can actually produce missiles? Leo's balls ached for a while, and Dragonakos stood in front of him, reaching out to grab the large missile that was being fired. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and smoke filled the air. Ha ha ha! Die! Crazy screams came from the machine. Seeing the large missile hitting the target, the man in the machine danced with joy. In his knowledge, this hit was enough to kill the enemy. But he ignored one thing, and that was that the restraints of the death grip had not disappeared, and the machine he was riding in was still being pulled to fly in the direction of Leo. The smoke dispersed, and two figures were revealed. The wild laughter in the machine suddenly stopped, like a rooster that was crowing to announce the dawn, and suddenly suffered a slit throat. Dragonakos looked at his hand. There were two extremely thin scars on his palm. The Twilight Dragon's face was full of surprise. He was actually injured. He was actually injured by a small machine, although it was just two cracks as thin as hair. The large missile broke through his defense after all. Leo, who was standing behind him, saw the situation of Dragonakos clearly. The missiles that could break the Twilight Dragon's defense immediately aroused his interest. One or two of these missiles might not have much effect. But what if there are thousands of them? Thousands of bullets were fired at once, and the legendary strongmen were all doomed. Good things are meant to be shared with me. Green flames burst out from Leo's left hand. And the chaos arrow hit the sounding part of the machine. When the chaos arrow was shot, a layer of magic protective shield lit up, protecting the machine inside. However, facing the extremely penetrating chaos arrow, the protective shield had no effect at all. The chaos arrow treated it as if it did not exist. It penetrates easily. No! A shrill scream sounded. And another prompt sounded in Leo's mind. Kill McNeil Thermoplug. Failed to extract magic equipment. Failed to absorb abilities. Successfully obtain the secret data access card. Do you want to get it? Is this the big boss in Nomorigan? McNair Thermoplug? Isn't it? It's so easy, and I gave him a second. I remember. Doesn't he have infinite bombs? Leo felt very strange. In his mind, although it was not very difficult to get rid of Thermoplug, it would never be so easy. This guy's bomb-making machine was very annoying. In fact, Leo thought wrong. Thermoplug's bombers are indeed annoying. But they are scum when facing the skeleton mechanical army. Skeleton walking tanks alone are enough to blow them up one by one. That's right. Because of seeing this, Thermoplug sneaked out and wanted to attack Leo. And without his bomb-making machine, the strength of Thermoplug, a combat machine driven by himself, dropped exponentially, and it was expected that Leo would easily kill him instantly. Unexpectedly, the dwarf tinker was solved so easily, Leo felt a little relaxed in his heart in surprise. Thermoplug was killed. So this trip to Nomorigan was about to end perfectly. Don't ask why it's about to end instead of immediately. Isn't there still Thermoplug's bomb-making machine that hasn't been obtained? Follow the avenue and walk into the crafts hall in the deepest part of Nomorigan. The place where the members of the Dwarf Crafts Council once discussed important matters has been transformed beyond recognition by Thermoplug. There are machines that Leo can't figure out the use of, taking up most of the middle space. Thick metal pipes seemed to be connected together in a chaotic manner. Not long after Leo stepped into the hall, bombs the size of basketballs appeared in the hall. And their target was Leo. It seems that the device here was activated because I did not use the correct entry method. The bombs fired at the skeleton walking tanks were exploded one by one. Leo ignored these, and gave the war fortress a very simple order to excavate. The giant robot perfectly explained what violence is. He stretched out his hands, and inserted them into the iron wall, and then tore it apart with all his strength. The thick iron wall was torn in half, like a thin piece of paper, revealing what was hidden behind the wall. The true core component of the device's bomb-making machine. Move away. Move them all away. To carry forward my tradition of loving cleanliness. Don't leave a single screw cap behind. Quickly cutting off the energy supply to the core components of the bomb-making machine. Leo's extraordinary private space once again demonstrated its powerful ability to store objects. A huge mist-like vortex enveloped the entire hall, sucking all the equipment in. After just a few hundred breaths, the place became cleaner than the streets passed by the city management. Seeing that all of Thermoplug's bomb-making machines had been removed, Leo stopped the sweep operation and began to read the contents of the data access card in Chapter 3. The data access card is being read. The host has gained new abilities: charging gear, electromagnetic fusion activator, universal central module manufacturing diagram. There are no large missiles that can break down Dragonikotha's defenses. Leo was a little disappointed. He was still expecting to fire thousands of bullets and make the legendary strongman run away with his head covered. But this time he really didn't do much. It seems that luck is not always on my side. Shrugging, Leo looked at the production drawings of the 3 newly acquired items. There is nothing much to say about the charging gear. Its function is to charge and extend the combat endurance of combat machinery. The electromagnetic fusion activator and the universal central module are a set. With this combination, a magic protective shield can be activated for the city defense machinery to enhance the survivability of the machinery. All 3 items are practical items. Leo secretly made such a definition in his heart, and the regret of not acquiring large missile technology disappeared. Taking out the magic communication stone, Leo sent a communication request to the dwarf master craftsman Mechatork. Now that even Thermoplug has been killed, the mission assigned by Mechatork during the trip to Nomorigan has been completed. Now that all the enemies in Nomorigan have been cleared, Leo of course has to inform the dwarf. As for whether the dwarfs can take over Nomorigan, which has now become an empty city and may have trogs appear in the future, this is not what Leo cares about, and he has no need to care. He didn't need to worry about how the dwarfs solve the problem. Thank you very much for all you have done, my friend. Please come to Iron Forge again if you can. After Mechatork learned that Thermoplug the biggest traitor of the dwarf clan, had died. He was silent for a while, and extended an invitation to Leo. Leo was a little surprised that Mekatork inviting him to Iron Forge again seemed nothing special. But he instinctively felt that there might be some story in it. But, will Leo refuse? This is a good opportunity to continue to get closer to the dwarfs. Why refuse? Although Leo didn't say anything. In fact, this kid was very coveted for the dwarf steam chariot. The size of that thing was comparable to dozens of mechanical walker chariots. It was big, heavy and heavy. No matter it was used for defense. Both the city and the attack are good things. A large group of steam battlefields nearly 20 meters long and 10 meters high rumbled out. The scene was definitely 100 times more spectacular than the skeleton mechanical chariot. Arriving at the craftsman area of Iron Forge, Leo found that Mekatork had already been waiting there. Next to him was a strong and powerful dwarf. The dwarf's beard was very long, reaching to his knees and waist. 2 heavy hammers similar to his size were tied between them. The heavy hammers glowed dark red, showing their extraordinary status. The most important point is that the dwarf wears a crown on his forehead. The fist-sized purple gem in the middle of his forehead shines with purple light, making him appear noble and extraordinary. Leo immediately recognized the dwarf's identity from the crown he wore on his head. This was Magni Bronzebeard, the king of the kingdom of Cosmodon, and the true master of Iron Forge. Mekatork called me here, and Magni was by his side. What was the reason? Are the dwarves planning to immediately take over Nomorigan, which has become an empty city? So Mekatork has found a way to deal with radiation. Thoughts raced in Leo's mind. But things were not at all what he imagined. I heard that you saw the dark iron dwarves in Nomorigan. So humans, have you discovered anything more special, such as powerful fire elemental creatures? Magni went straight to the point and asked before Mekatork could introduce Leo's identity. Do the dwarves of Iron Forge know something? Leo was secretly surprised. But he had no intention of hiding it. Yes. The dark iron dwarves built an altar in Nomorigan. They used this altar to summon a powerful fire elemental creature. I remember it called itself for the Fire Lord. It is indeed them. Magni and Mekatork both sighed, and the 2 leader-level figures had some anxiety in their eyes. Leo knew what they were worried about. But it shouldn't happen so quickly. Nefarian's Black Dragon army was plotting against Ragnarok's elemental servants. And the Balrog in the Molten Core was still sleeping for countless thousands of years. The battle of the elements has not yet begun. But of course Leo would not express his thoughts just like that. Magni's action of asking Leo questions directly, without waiting for Mekatork's introduction, showed that the Dwarf King did not take Leo seriously at all. If so, let him worry about it. Chapter 351, Selecting the Target. It has been a full month since he returned to Stromgarde from Iron Forge. During this period, except for the 2 fixed hours every day when Leo absorbed various magical concepts from Gothic, he spent all other time stay with Scarlet. Don't think wrongly. Leo is not thinking about shameful things that little friends should know about all day long, but is doing serious things. Scarlet's coronation date has been set, and it is important for the female knight to be crowned as the king and her majesty of Arathor. As the saying goes, if the name is not right, the words will not be right. If you want to do many things, you must have a justifiable reason. Don't you see that the ancestors also have to say that a teacher has a reputation? As long as Scarlet is successfully crowned, Stromgarde can legitimately command the entire Arathor. At that time, anyone who violates the orders can be convicted. Instead of like now, if you want to take them down, you will be punished. What authority do you have to block me back? Governing a country requires force. But if you want to govern a country well, you cannot always use force. Big fists are hard power. But if someone resists softly, can you really kill his whole family one by one? When it comes to governing the country, Leo is very troubled and says that he doesn't understand it at all. But it doesn't matter, as long as the Lothar family understands, and as long as Scarlet understands. As for me, now I can wait peacefully, and wait to be the prince of the Arathor kingdom. When Leo, who was holding her, whispered these words in Scarlet's ear, 2 red clouds flew up on the female knight's face. She tried her best to break free from someone's evil hands and ran away. There was a triumphant laugh behind her. After struggling in this world for so long, he was finally going to live a happy sexual life. Thinking of the beautiful female knight who was about to become his woman, someone started to giggle. Master, there are some things here that you need to take a look at. Dragonakos appeared next to Leo, and what the Twilight Dragon had in his hands was the information from Faltola. Although the Syndicate is not a first-class organization in terms of military force, it is very powerful in acquiring intelligence. From the moment two powerful human stalkers set foot on the continent of Kalimdor via the Goblin airship, Leo already knew their whereabouts. Pasonia and Wolson have already gone to find Legesh, who is suspected of being Varian. As they planned, the two humans have gone deep into the tribal territory, and they cannot expose their whereabouts. In this way, just traveling requires 2 or 3 people. Months of time. Plus trying to find a way to contact Legesh and confirm his identity. It would take less than half a year to get it done. Half a year is enough time for Leo to do a lot of things. Sister Pasonia, don't blame me for being scheming. The White Lady tricked Su Xian into taking her umbrella when it rained on purpose. Zhu Yingtai gave her 18th-year-old fashion clothes and sold them like crazy to tease Brother Liang. The 7 fairies blocked Dong Yan's way. The cowherd took away the weaver girl's clothes while she was taking a bath. These stories tell us about the relationship between men and women. When something like that starts, someone has to be the first to do something scheming. I didn't even get it in the beginning, just because I didn't know how to play tricks. In fact, it's nice to say it's scheming, but to be honest, it's just being a hooligan. Tell Faltola to pay more attention to the gladiator named Legesh. In addition, the situation in Air cannot be relaxed. It won't be long before Scarlet's coronation. I don't want any accidents to happen. Leo gave a few instructions to Dragonakos, who bowed and retreated. The coronation of Scarlet of the Lothar family is something that many people do not want to see. Although there are legendary strong men in Stromgarde now, who have an advantage in strength. Who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? If someone makes a scene during the coronation ceremony, it will have a huge impact on Scarlet's control of the kingdom of Arather. Leo would never allow this to happen. However, many things will not change according to one person's will. As Scarlet's coronation day gets closer and closer, the atmosphere in Stromgarde becomes more and more festive, and the undercurrent hidden in the shadows becomes more and more turbulent. When the news that several priests suddenly came to the recruitment office of the Summoner Legion to obstruct the recruitment reached Leo's ears, he knew that some people could no longer bear it and began to test. I have already cleaned the inside of Stromgarde. Isn't it too late for you to come and cause trouble? A cold smile appeared on Leo's face. Have you never heard of the saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? The Cathedral of the Holy Light has been tied up by the political disputes in Stormwind City. Now they don't have the energy to trouble us. Don't pay attention to those priests. If anyone applies, they will be tested. I want to see what happens to them. How long can a one-man show last? If the paladins had come, they would still have enough deterrence to the adventurers who were eager to join the Summoner Legion and become spellcasters. But now it was the priests who had always been benevolent and kind to others. And this was completely different. Who is being bullied in this world? The one being bullied is you. A good old man. I really want to know if these priests will tear off their friendly masks and show their violent side to the world when they find that no adventurers pay attention to them. That scene must have been very interesting. As Leo expected, the cold treatment of these priests who obstructed the recruitment of the Summoner Legion was very effective. The adventurers were a little wary at first. But when the first person came to eat the crab, they boldly ignored the priest's dissuasion and went in. After entering the recruitment department of the Summoner Legion, worries were gradually put aside. Several priests were helpless. Although the strength of these adventurers who went to serve as soldiers was not taken seriously by them at all, they could not take action at all. The kind image promoted by the Holy Light Cathedral for so many years could not be destroyed in their hands. They can't take action, and the adventurers don't care about them. So what else can they do? After discovering that staying here had no effect, several priests had no choice but to leave. In the first round of trial confrontation, Leo won. After failing to prevent the Summoner Legion from recruiting troops, some people turned their attention to the goblins. The reconstruction of Stromgarde is still ongoing. City repairs, harbor construction, military consumption, etc. all depend on purchasing materials from the Blackwater conglomerate. Once the Blackwater conglomerate cuts off material supplies, the progress of Stromgarde in all aspects will be reduced. Will come to a standstill, and then they will have a reason to delay Scarlet's coronation date. It can even be used to question the Lothar family's ability to govern and reduce their prestige in the kingdom. Unfortunately, when they secretly contacted the Blackwater conglomerate, they said they were helpless because Stromgarde had already signed a very detailed contract with them. Although the goblins love money and are known as gold coin locusts, their credibility cannot be said. No matter how hard they tried, they could not make the Blackwater financial group hesitate in the slightest. When the syndicate sent this information to Leo, who was discussing with Goddick how to better use curses to harm people, was very disdainful. As a person who came from a developed business society, how could he forget about signing a contract? A group of sneaky guys can only do little tricks secretly. What kind of climate has it created? When Leo made such a comment, he didn't even think about it. If these guys could really become a leader, he wouldn't be able to be so leisurely now. Instead, he would have a headache trying to find a way to deal with it. Our own troubles can be easily solved. Stormwind City, the biggest resistance, has no time to take into account the changes in Arather because of the internal fighting between the royalists and the powerful aristocratic faction. And Arather's opposition forces were defeated when Leo came back. Defeat them quickly, but external enemies are not so easy to deal with. Undercity has sent more troops to Hammerfell, when the date for Scarlet's coronation as king was approaching. The Banshee King Sylvanas once again sent troops to Hammerfell for unknown reasons. As more Forsaken armies join in, the situation in Arthy Highlands becomes tense again. Although we have a communication channel with the Forsaken through Silvermoon City, this does not affect Sylvanas' decision. After you are crowned, you will definitely fight a battle to declare your authority. And the outcome of this battle, 90% of the targets will be in Hammerfell. If we join forces with the 9th Legion, it will be difficult for the Forsaken to effectively block our attack with the current strength of the Arthy Highlands. Leo pointed to the map of Arthy Highlands and discussed with Scarlet. It can be seen from the map that the Arthy Highlands now has a confrontation between the north and the south. The Forsaken of the Undercity took Hammerfell in the north of the Arthy Highlands and Tarren Mill in the north of Hillsbrad as the two ends of a straight line, and controlled Norfold, Dabire, and Shack, the northern region, while the kingdom of Arather is centered on Stromgard in the south of the Highlands, with the dwarves of Dangarok as the link, connecting the South Sea town in the south of Hillsbrad, and controls the Arthy Highlands and Hillsbrad. In the southern part of the hills, he has all the coastlines of these two areas under his control. If you include the 9th Legion stationed in Deadwood Village and Dunmod, who controls Sodder Bridge, the Forgotten Ones in the Undercity would not have any advantage on this battlefield if they did not send reinforcements. Scarlet looked at the map and kept weighing it. To be honest, she was not willing to fight this battle. This is not because she is timid, but because she considers the overall situation. Now that she is about to become the Queen of Arather, she can no longer consider the issue as one-sided as before. In the past, she was an officer and was only responsible for charging, marching, and fighting. Now she is the queen. The development of the kingdom and the living conditions of the people are her most important issues. Fighting with the Forsaken just to claim authority, and draining the little energy that the kingdom of Arather had finally recovered, was simply not what a wise king should do. But how not to fight this battle, and how to declare her authority? You have to know that according to convention, well, many times the power of tradition cannot be ignored. Otherwise it will cause many problems. Especially when someone is trying their best to cause you trouble. Moving north will touch the sensitive nerves of the Forgotten and trigger a war. This is not in the interests of Arather. If that is the case, then what about another place? Leo said, pointing to a corner of the map. Scarlet's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked in the direction Leo pointed. Our navy has just been formed, and we are attacking here in the name of training the navy's combat capabilities. What a brilliant idea. Chapter 352, The First Battle of the Navy. Stromgard nominally controls the entire coastline of the Arthy Highlands, but the ability of their navy to do this has been questioned. After all, this newly formed army has not been baptized by war. Who knows whether it was the mule or the horse that didn't pull it out? There's a saying that goes well. Don't let others snore on the side of the bed. If you want to test the combat power of the navy, you must find an opponent for them to fight. And the candidate for this opponent is really easy to find. Isn't there one in Falder Bay not far from Stromgard? The Blackwater Bandits were the targets chosen by Leo and Scarlet. Falder Bay is too close to Stromgard, and the Blackwater Bandits are not peaceful masters. Both Leo and Scarlet are very worried about them. Who knows if these guys will suddenly go crazy and come to attack Stromgard Harbor? To strike first is to be strong, but to strike later is to suffer disaster. Instead of waiting for these bandits to come and cause trouble, it is better to knock on the door yourself. 2 days before Scarlet's coronation day, a naval force quietly set out from Stromgard Harbor under the cover of night. No one except Scarlet and Leo knew where they went. If everything goes well, I can still rush back before Scarlet's coronation is completed, just in time to use a victory as a gift for her to be crowned king. Leo, who was sitting on Parishan's head, thought so. The Dracolic used its illusion ability to hide itself, secretly followed the Stromgard navy, and set off with them. Although this battle is to be won in the end, It also has a purpose to test the combat power of the Navy Army. And the way to test it is to let them fight the Blackwater bandits with real swords and guns. We have now arrived outside the reefs of Fadil Bay. The night is getting thick now. It is a good time for us to get through here. A general motioned to his companion wearing a magic robe next to him, who chanted a spell to kill a basic bird. The Eye of Arab was summoned. And then this fist-sized eyeball entered the sea to explore the way for the ship. If you don't pay attention when entering the reef group, you will run aground on the rocks. In serious cases, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. Fortunately, this time, the Summoner Legion, which has not yet officially formed an army, has sent some warlocks to accompany the army. With them exploring the way, there is no risk of a fleet appearing. A difficult situation in the reefs. The warlock's Eye of Kilrog is very good for exploring paths. This small green eyeball can fly and dive. It is still invisible and has night vision. As long as you are careful, you don't have to worry about being discovered by the enemy. The only thing the disadvantage is that the warlock must concentrate when using it, and his own safety protection is much lower. With the warlock's Pathfinder, the Stromgarde naval force passed through the reefs very smoothly. None of the nearly 20 large ships and hundreds of small boats ran aground on the rocks. It was the middle of the month, and the Blackwater bandits in Falder Bay were sleeping soundly. The Stromgarde navy has quietly arrived. Bandits are robbers. A bunch of rabble. They think they can rest easy with the natural protection of underwater reefs? Let's use your heads as the first stepping stone for my Stromgarde navy. The Navy General issued the order to attack coldly. The shrill sound of the bugle tore through the tranquility of the night, and beams of light illuminated the sky. Boom! 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 The roar of magic cannons resounded throughout the entire Falder Bay, and the first salvo of hundreds of magic cannons stunned the Blackwater bandits, who were enjoying their nightlife in the bay. Boom boom boom! A second volley followed, and the bandits finally realized what had happened. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Such a strange word. Something that has never been encountered since the establishment of the Blackwater bandits actually happened tonight. The Blackwater bandits settled in Fadil Bay not only because of the natural protective belt of the underwater reef outside the bay, but more importantly, there was no strong naval force nearby. Although Stromgarde has recently established a port under construction and established a navy, who would take him seriously for a newly formed navy that is still in training. The sea is no joke. A group of sailors who have never even set sail on the sea, and the Blackwater bandits, who have been running rampant for many years, do not take him seriously at all. Not to mention the loose and undisciplined Blackwater bandits. Even the master behind them, the Blackwater conglomerate, did not expect Scarlet to be so bold and let the navy sail out of the port for the first time to launch an attack on Fadil Bay. But it just happened. In fact, many people have overlooked one point. Although Stromgarde has not built a port before, they also have naval experience. You must know that the Kingdom of Theramore was their territory before, and they used the power of the Lothar family to win over some unwilling naval forces. Officers can still do it, like Bindle, who is now commanding this navy, with an experienced general leading the troops. There was no way anything could go wrong. Besides, Leo was secretly watching over them. So why didn't Scarlet dare to let them out to fight? Isn't it the way to win that is to take the enemy by surprise and attack them unprepared? Judging from the current battle situation, everything is going very smoothly. After the third salvo of Stromgarde naval forces, the Blackwater bandits swarmed towards the port, hoping to enter the port's defenses to resist. Even though they were not directly defeated, these Blackwater bandits were not vulnerable to a single blow. Leo overlooked the entire battlefield from a high altitude. It was good that the Blackwater bandits were not defeated by the sudden attack. The resistance of these bandits could just test the true combat power of the navy. After the fourth round of volleys, sporadic beams of light shot out from the port that had been bombarded. This was the prelude for the Blackwater bandits to start fighting back. You want to fight back after I took the lead? Bindle's face was full of confidence. 20 large ships in the fleet were bombarding the port with volleys of magic cannons. Under their cover, nearly 100 small ships in the fleet had already docked. Thousands of sailors who came ashore were divided into teams of 50 people by boat and attacked the port fortifications respectively. When the Blackwater bandits hurried towards the port, they found that there were already groups of soldiers in neat armors who had seized these places first. The Blackwater bandits could be vaguely seen by the light of the magic cannon shooting. The red emblem on the opponent's armor. It is the emblem of the Kingdom of Arathar. These guys who sneak up on us are Stromgarde's army. The Blackwater bandits couldn't believe it. The new recruits from Stromgarde, who only practiced near the port, actually successfully attacked us while we were traveling at sea. These guys were still playing in the mud on land. We didn't bother them, and they actually dared to sneak attack us. Feeling insulted, the Blackwater bandits became angry. They clamored and rushed forward, only to be greeted by a hail of enthusiastic arrows. Not all the sailors in Stromgarde are close combatants. 1/3 of them are archers. After the rain of arrows, the Blackwater bandits, who rushed forward, suffered many casualties. But these injuries did not make the Blackwater bandits retreat. After seeing the blood, they became more fierce. Those who embark on the road of piracy are all desperados. Although they have poor discipline, their bravery in fighting may not even be matched by veterans. The Blackwater bandits rushed forward under the rain of arrows. The injured beast was very dangerous, and the injured desperado was even more dangerous. As soon as the two sides fought, the number of casualties among the Stromgarde navy suddenly increased. The Blackwater bandits attack very fiercely. Often you will chop them down, but they will not dodge. They will attack you even though they are injured. Some soldiers were killed by the opponent in this way. Fortunately, when recruiting the Navy Army, many adventurers with rich practical experience were added. These adventurers have been out all year round, and were desperados before joining the army. So they are no strangers to this kind of scene. With the presence of these people, Stromgarde's navy quickly stabilized its position after the initial panic. With the help of these adventurers, the newcomers on the battlefield are adapting to the life and death battlefield. It seems that I don't need to take action anymore. Leo nodded secretly. This was the first battle after the formation of Stromgarde Navy. Relying on their own strength to defeat their opponents would give them more confidence than relying on their own help. There would be no problems for the time being at the port where the fighting was fiercest. So Leo turned his attention to the rear. He suddenly found a group of people sneaking towards the mountains behind Fadil Bay. Several goblins are protecting two dwarfs. What is going on? Leo was curious, and he asked Parashion to come to them quietly. And the voices of this group of people reached his ears. Professor Fitzthorpe, Dr. Delacrig, I think this group of people today is not that simple. Let's escape from the secret passage first. A goblin said this to the two dwarfs they were protecting between them. But he didn't know that it was these words that led to his death. PhD? Professor? Looking at these two dwarfs wearing engineering glasses. Are they engineering talents? Goblins themselves are a race that is proficient in engineering. If these two dwarfs were not extremely accomplished in engineering, these goblins would never attach such importance to these two people. Two engineering talents. Isn't this exactly what I need? We already have Vislim in pharmaceutical research. Wouldn't it be even more powerful to have these two dwarfs in engineering? Although Leo may have profound engineering attainments in the eyes of others. In fact, he is just a pseudo-engineering master. He can't make anything except a few limited items in the project list. The inability to innovate and research more engineering items meant that it was difficult to improve engineering capabilities. But it would be a different story if someone could help with research. Polition. Kill. The goblins who were fleeing towards the secret passage suddenly found strong wind pressure coming from above their heads. Before they could react, a sharp pain came, and they knew nothing. One by one, the bone dragons took advantage of the cover of night, and crushed several goblins, and two dwarfs to death, with one claw. The dragon's claws writhed on the ground, holding the bodies of the two dwarfs in their hands, and quietly disappeared into the night. What happened here was that the Stromgarde sailors and the Blackwater bandits were fighting fiercely. But no one noticed. When the sky got brighter, the victorious Stromgarde naval forces hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield and then set a fire, burning the pirate lair to the ground. Under the scorched earth, any trace was covered up. Chapter 353 Crowned as King. In the revitalized Stromgarde, a grand ceremony was being held. Countless people gathered in the large square in front of the castle in the city center. Although many people could not see clearly, they still set their sights on the highest point of the castle. Rows of palace guards in heavy armor stood as straight as the spears in their hands. Their strong bodies, thick armors, and spear points reflecting the sun swore their strength and set off the majesty of the castle owner. Nobles in gorgeous ceremonial robes stood and waited under the castle in an orderly manner according to their respective status. Only a few nobles with enough status could step into the castle. Following a beautiful female knight and looking at her, step by step, he walked towards the throne on top of the castle and accepted the worship of his subjects. Even if everyone is a noble, there is a big gap in their status. These few people can witness with their own eyes how a new king ascends to the throne, making the nobles, who can only stay in the castle, turn red with envy. Witnessing the birth of a new king. Glory. This is the supreme glory. At this moment, when the vast majority of people in Aratha were waiting to cheer, a few people felt very unhappy. Several officers of the 9th Legion, who came to watch the ceremony, looked serious on the outside, but were extremely unhappy inside. The emergence of a queen in the kingdom of Arathr is not in the interests of the kingdom of Stormwind. Due to the power struggle between the royal party and the nobles, the kingdom of Stormwind has no time to care about Arathr's affairs. But no matter which side wins, they will have to face Arathr. The impact of the kingdom is an impact on the position of the leader of the human race in the kingdom of Stormwind. But what if you feel unhappy? Do they dare to come out and stop Scarlet from being crowned? Look at that kind-faced old man. He is a legendary great warlock. Even though he looks harmless now, the officers of the 9th Legion dare to bet that as long as they show any intention to ruin the coronation ceremony, if you think about it, you will be ruthlessly suppressed by him immediately. No one is willing to try the legendary sorcerer's invisible curses that kill people, and the dark magic that tortures people's souls. Scarlet walked step by step up the steps to the throne at the top of the castle. The right thing to do now was to complete the coronation ceremony as soon as possible. But the pace of the female knight was a bit slow. She was deliberately stalling for time, because no one had arrived yet. Leo, can you come in time? Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the throne, but there was still no sign of Leo, Scarlet was anxious. If Leo could not appear at such an important moment, the female knight knew that she would definitely have regrets in her heart. Regrets for a lifetime. She hoped that in her Leo was able to be with her during the coronation moment. Roar! Just when Scarlet was on the last step away from the throne, a shocking dragon roar resounded throughout the world. He came. Scarlet happily looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a giant purple dragon flying over from the port of Strongard. Its huge body, which was more than a kilometer long, caused a huge sensation. Dragon! A real dragon! Seeing this giant purple dragon, both the common people gathered in the square, and the nobles in front of the castle were amazed. Even the few high-ranking nobles around Scarlet looked straight at it. Generally speaking, if a giant dragon can reach 100 or 200 meters in length, it is considered to be in size. A few powerful dragon warriors can reach 400 or 500 meters in length, and dragons with bodies that are 1,000 meters long can only be found in legends. Only a dragon whose strength is close to that of a dragon king can be so huge. The strength of this giant purple dragon is either at the peak of legends or at the peak of legends. It is said that the entire dragon clan is also extremely powerful. Not a red dragon? Scarlet originally thought it was Parashion, a 50-meter-long red dragon. But who would have thought it was actually a 1,000-meter-long purple dragon? The female knight was unsure of the situation. After marveling at the size of the purple dragon, all the nobles behind him couldn't help but worry secretly. What on earth did this purple dragon want to do when it appeared at this time? If it were an enemy, it would be a devastating disaster for Strongard. If it were a friend, Strongard would naturally have more confidence. I believe that many people who still have their hearts would not dare to think otherwise. Several officers of the 9th Legion glanced at each other. They were ready to evacuate. If the dragon was hostile to Strongard, they would immediately escape. No one wants to fight to the death unless necessary. Besides, Strongard is not the territory of the Kingdom of Stormwind. Is it necessary to fight for it? The purple dragon flew to a place 200 to 300 meters away from the castle and folded its wings, relying on the power of magic to float itself in the air. Its move made the noble Arathr behind Scarlet relax. If the dragon has evil intentions, it doesn't have to do this. Instead, it flaps its wings and blows up strong winds that can blow people away. General Bindle led his army to destroy the Blackwater bandits as a gift to Her Majesty the Queen for her coronation. A voice came from the purple dragon. Hearing this familiar voice, Scarlet's face burst into a happy smile, and he rushed back. A man with black hair and black eyes slowly stepped onto the top of the Stromgard castle using the purple dragon's head as a ladder, and stood in front of Scarlet. It seems I arrived just in time. Leo looked at Scarlet with a smile on his face, his smile full of tenderness. He stretched out his hand, and Scarlet gently placed her hand on his palm, took a step forward, and sat down with Leo's help, took the throne. Leo took his role, but the etiquette officer didn't complain at all. He silently placed the box with the crown in front of Leo. "You don't mind if I put the crown on your head?" Leo said, as he solemnly took the crown out of the box and put it on Scarlet with a serious face. Finally, he carefully trimmed her hair. "In the name of Lothar, let us pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Scarlet Lothar, the new owner of Stromgard." Leo drummed up his magic power, and his voice spread throughout Stromgard. Before he finished speaking, he lowered his body and made a kneeling gesture. The nobles who were also in the castle knelt down and said, Her Majesty Queen Scarlet. The nobles outside the castle began to kneel down and chanted, Her Majesty Queen Scarlet. At the end were the civilians, who were the loudest and most numerous. The cheers for Scarlet to become Queen of Aratha echoed over Stromgarde. The people of Aratha were cheering. They had a new king who would lead the entire kingdom on the road to revival. That's it for the coronation ceremony. Several officers of the 9th Legion were helpless. In fact, they had received the news a long time ago. Someone wanted to make some small moves during the coronation ceremony. On the one hand, it would embarrass the Lothar family. And on the other hand, it would damage Scarlet's prestige. It will not be so smooth for her to control the kingdom in the future. But no one expected that Leo actually got a 1,000-meter-long giant dragon. Its huge body made people unable to think of being hostile to it. It took away their anger, their courage, and its shocking power that directly defeated it. The psychological defense line of the rebels was broken, so that they did not dare to make any changes at all. I didn't expect Leo to be so capable. How did he conquer that purple dragon? The officers of the 9th Legion sighed in their hearts. Leo was originally from their Kingdom of Storm, and this purple dragon should also be the power of their Kingdom of Storm. But now it has turned into this situation. It is really an irritating political dispute. Those hateful politicians. After experiencing the shock brought by Dragonikoth, many people's minds started to wonder again. The 1,000-meter-long purple dragon looked like the dragon in recent rumors. Could it be that he went to Naxxramas to cause trouble? Is this the purple giant dragon? By the way, wasn't Leo not in Stromgarde some time ago? Thinking of this, some people turned their attention to Leo, and they were surprised. Could it be that Leo had been to Naxxramas? This kid is so brave. He actually dares to go to the headquarters of the Scourge, including several officers of the 9th Legion. Some people who were qualified to know the news looked at Leo completely differently. But Leo didn't care about them at all. He was flirting with Scarlet. So how could he have time? Pay attention to other idle people? Scarlet's face was serious, but the female knight's hateful eyes flashed past Leo from time to time, which betrayed her mood. Others couldn't see Leo's movements due to the distance and angle of view, but she could see clearly. When Hunden knelt down, his knees didn't land on the ground at all. He just made a gesture to deceive others. What's even more disgusting is that, after Scarlet noticed his little move, instead of being embarrassed at all, he kept winking at the female knight. At the moment when she was crowned king and enjoying the cheers of the kingdom's subjects, the man closest to her teased her with a playful face. It was really disgusting. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to maintain her image in front of her subjects, Scarlet would have wanted to rush up and kick him hard. Such a weak soul. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to come in time, but I didn't expect that he would be angry with me as soon as he came. Can't he just bow his head to me? The citizens of Aratha, who were shouting excitedly, had no idea that their newly crowned queen was sulking at someone. Boom! 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 There were muffled sounds from the direction of the port, and beams of magic light shot straight into the sky. The Stromgarde navy, which had just returned from the sea, was celebrating the birth of the new owner of the kingdom in its own way. The sailors carried boxed loot one by one into Stromgarde. Only then did many people remember what Leo said when he showed up. The Stromgarde navy annihilated the Blackwater bandits, who had been entrenched in Faller Bay for many years without anyone knowing. The goblin's face that was watching the coronation ceremony turned very ugly. As the representative of the Blackwater conglomerate, how could he not know who was behind the Blackwater bandits? The goblins looked at the boxes of objects that were carried into Stromgarde as trophies by the human soldiers, and their faces turned green. Fortunately, they had green skin, and it was not easy to tell. The navy of Stromgarde captured the Blackwater bandits' lair? An officer of the 9th Legion couldn't believe it. The navy of Stromgarde had just been established. This battle should be their first battle. Are the Blackwater bandits so good? Besides, why did Stromgarde send people to destroy the Blackwater bandits? The Forsaken are their greatest enemies. Leo stood up and smiled coldly, and said pointedly, how can we allow others to snore on the side of the bed? Chapter 354. Take a sip. Some people are happy and some are sad. Scarlet was successfully crowned as Queen of Aratha. Most people in Aratha are very happy, but a few people are not so happy in their hearts. Especially Leo's words at the coronation ceremony. The snoring made these people's hearts beat, wondering if this extremely powerful warlock would raise the butcher's knife again. Many people are regretting it now. Even though the kingdom of Stormwind is the most powerful among the human race, they are still having internal disputes. It is impossible for them to interfere too much with the kingdom of Aratha, and the opposition within Aratha alone cannot lift it off. A little bit of spray. If something goes wrong, People from the Kingdom of Stormwind can just pat their butts and run away. But how can we give up all our family property here? After all, the Lothar family is not comparable to Trollbane. As a result, the opposition began to divide. Some people put aside other thoughts and focused on being nobles. Some people changed their houses to express their loyalty to the new master of Stromgarde. Only a handful of diehards were still holding on. But these diehards didn't know that they had become some people who had changed their family background. And even the color of their underwear was sold to the Lothar family. When the kingdom was undergoing its second purge, Leo was meeting with the naval generals poached from Theramore Kingdom. The situation is roughly like this. Jaina led her men to launch a rebellion. Although this is correct in the eyes of many people, the death of General Proudmoore has always been difficult for us to let go. Otherwise, the kingdom of Arathor would not be so easy to win us over. As the boss of the navy, Bindle was telling Leo about the circumstances before and after the Theramore mutiny. Of course, Leo could hear that many of the words here were not objective enough, and added a lot of Bindle's own subjectivity. View? However, these biased arguments are exactly what Leo needs. Dalen Proudmoore, Alliance Admiral, the father of Jaina Proudmoore, the current king of Theramore Kingdom. As a human admiral, he stubbornly believed that Geroder would take root under the leadership of Thrall. Orcs are still bloodthirsty and brutal monsters. The admiral led a fleet on a long journey from distant Kultiras and began to attack the orc tribe. Thrall, who gradually couldn't stand it anymore, turned to Rexer, the warrior of the orc tribe, who sneaked into Theramore alone, met with Jaina and asked for her help. At the same time, Dalen Proudmoore's situation was not much better. The months at sea were exhausting, but Dalen Proudmoore was still looking for any alliance survivors he could find. Eventually, he also found his daughter Gianna. It's a difficult choice for Jaina: support her father against the orcs and betray her new alliance, or go to war with her biological father to preserve the fragile, hard-won peace between the alliance and the Horde. After some ideological struggle, Jaina chose the latter. Jaina informed Thrall overnight of the location of her father's shipyard. Ultimately, she helped Thrall defeat her insane father. Admiral Proudmoore was killed in this battle, and out of Jaina's loyalty to the Horde, the orcs agreed to allow her troops to return to Theramore safely. In return, Theramore became a city that the Horde would never attack. In other words, Jaina betrayed her father in order to maintain the hard-won peace between the tribe and the alliance. As the so-called righteous annihilation of relatives, this is indeed a difficult decision. This woman, who is known as the first mage in the human race after Antonida's very big picture. However, this has also become an important excuse for others to criticize her. At least in the eyes of a large part of the Kultiran navy, Jaina is a shameful betrayer. Leo understood that Bindle's group was just a stepping stone for the Kultiran navy to oppose Jaina's forces. If they thought Stromgarde had enough capabilities, these people would definitely lead the alliance without hesitation. The most powerful fleet in the world joined Stromgarde. It happened that their goals did not conflict with the kingdom of Arathor, and Leo was very confident that he could win them over. Although Leo, who traveled from the earth, is not a real military fan, nor has he studied books such as on sea power as deeply as some experts, he attaches no less importance to the navy than to the call that has not yet been established. Legion of soldiers. For seaport cities like Stromgarde and kingdoms with long coastlines like the kingdom of Arathor, having a powerful navy is a guarantee of the kingdom's security. Leo was noncommittal about Bindle's words. With a thoughtful expression on his face, I heard that His Majesty Varian, the former king of the Kingdom of Stormwind, disappeared while heading to Theramore. Did he reach Theramore's territory? Woolen Cloth? Bindle and other navy generals began to communicate in a low voice. Leo's words sounded very strange. Could it be that he wanted to deal with Theramore? What? Don't you? As the general of Theramore at that time. Not know. Looking at Bindle with a half-smile, Leo looked at Bindle's frown getting tighter with satisfaction. The people who went to greet His Majesty Varian were Jaina's direct descendants. We don't know much about the situation. Welcome? In other words, Varian disappeared after entering Theramore's sphere of influence. TSK. A sly smile appeared on Leo's lips, but his words shocked Bindle and the navy generals. Sir, you mean, no way? Bindle stood up in shock. To be honest, the thought of doubting Gianna had never occurred to him. But every time the thought arose, he was forcibly cut off. It wasn't that he didn't doubt it, but that he didn't dare to doubt. Are you saying that Jaina, a woman, may have done something with people from the tribe? A navy general said what Bindle did not dare to say. These words were like a collective silence spell. All sounds disappeared at this moment, and everyone even became cautious about breathing. Although they were very dissatisfied with Gianna, no one had ever doubted her character. But what if that was really the case? What a headache. Leo rubbed his brows and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. Storm doesn't have any intelligence sources in Theramore. We can only investigate this matter slowly. Bindle and his group bowed to leave, but they gathered together after leaving the hall. Stromgarde did not have an intelligence network in Theramore, but they, the generals of the Kultira's navy, did. How could such a big thing happen? Can you check it? Little did they know that every move they made fell into Leo's eyes, kidnapping the Kultiran navy to enhance Stromgarde's strength, and causing trouble for Jaina. I want to see if Dalaran, hidden behind her, will stretch out its claws. Leo knew very well that there seemed to be little contact between Stromgarde and Dalaran now. But that didn't mean there wouldn't be any in the future. This so-called neutral city's reach was not that long. Their people have penetrated into Stromgarde, and Leo would still be in the dark without the Syndicate's information. Maybe the mages of Dalaran didn't mean any harm. But who can guarantee this? When the strength of Stromgarde gradually extends to the Hillsbrad Hills, there will inevitably be contact between the two. How can we wait until there is friction between the two sides to find a solution? After all, Dalaran is one of the 7 kingdoms of Arathar. Scarlet's desire to revive Arathar will inevitably touch some people's nerves, and a conflict with Dalaran is very likely to occur. Due to various considerations, Leo must test this force that huddles in the magic barrier all day long to prevent outsiders from knowing what's going on inside. What are you thinking about? I don't know when Scarlet came to Leo, who reached out and pulled the female knight into his arms. Nothing. I'm just wondering when Her Majesty the Queen will give me a title and let me taste what it's like to be a prince. Leo laughed evilly, and Scarlet rolled her eyes at him. This guy always teases her about this. Don't think that you don't know what his intentions are. With the title of prince, he can legitimately do evil to you. Can you wait a little longer? According to the rules, you can't do it for at least 1 year after the coronation. Scarlet really didn't expect that Leo would be so bold. Just as she was talking, he opened his mouth and sealed her mouth completely, and a foreign object entered her mouth arbitrarily. The female knight, who had never experienced such an encounter, suddenly went blank in her mind. She had no idea how to deal with such a situation. She instinctively wanted to get up and run away, but Leo held her tightly with both hands, making it impossible for her to break away. Bite his tongue hard, but it will hurt him. This scoundrel knows how to bully me. Feeling a little aggrieved in her heart, Scarlet pinched Leo hard twice. Just when she gave up resistance, Leo stopped, leaving the female knight's lips reluctantly. Leo smacked his lips in recollection. So soft, so fragrant, so smooth. Scarlet was greatly embarrassed. The blush on the female knight's face extended to the root of her neck. If it weren't for Leo's strong hand, she would have run away. The prince's treatment is really good. It's really worthy of all the things I have done so hard. Leo laughed and gently pecked the female knight's dissatisfied Hongsha's face, admiring the shyness of the knight in her arms. You scoundrel. I came to care about you, and you did this to me, Scarlet whispered, and pinched Leo's waist hard twice with her jade hands, burying his head in Scarlet's neck. Smelling the faint body fragrance of the female knight, and feeling the touching warmth and smoothness, Leo finally understood why heroes have been saddened by beauties since ancient times. Leo, don't be like this. Someone is coming from Silvermoon City. Scarlet couldn't help feeling ashamed as she felt the nasty big hands around her waist sliding downward. Silvermoon City? Leo's eyes regained clarity. Was it for the Summoner Legion or... Girl, let me take another sip. Scoundrel, well... Chapter 355 News from Silvermoon City. There were only 2 things Leo wanted to do when the Blood Elves of Silvermoon City came to him. The first was about the instructors of the Summoner Legion, and the second was about matters related to smuggling into the outside world. The former was originally a big problem, because the proportion of warriors among humans is not high, and there are even fewer magic talents, especially the magic talents of Dark and Fire. But after Goddic, this is no longer a problem. Goddic, the Soul Reaper, is a great expert in souls. The Death Knight who serves as the commander of the Scourge is trained by him in dark magic, tortured by Goddic's magic potions and nightmares. You can become an experienced warrior even if you have never been on the battlefield by practicing magic and fighting all the time. Why the Death Knights of the Scourge Legion can be trained on such a large scale. Goddic has a huge contribution. Now let him train some warlocks. And the requirements are so low. Only middle and high levels are required. There is no reason why Godok can't do it. After this period of training, the foundation of the Summoner Legion has been laid. These people have the theoretical possibility of becoming warlocks. The rest is qualified instructors and their own efforts. If it's the latter, Leo understands that this means he has to leave Stromgarde again. And he and Scarlet have to be separated again. Although he didn't want to. There were some things he had to do. Unfortunately, Leo's guess was not accurate. The Blood Elf Silver Moon City sent people to find him this time for the above two things. But that was not the main purpose. Under the pressure of the kingdom's genocide, the senior officials of Silvermoon City such as Lord Themar and Lydron acted very quickly in forming the Summoner Legion. For the continuation of the race, many Blood Elves enlisted to join the Summoner Legion in the hope of becoming warlocks. The powerful warlocks, who usually lived alone and arrogantly, all accepted the army's invitation and agreed to serve as instructors for the Summoner Legion. The warlock instructors that Lydron promised to support Stromgarde are also being selected. And I believe they will be seen in the military camp of Stromgarde soon. And this also means that the relationship between Stromgarde and Silvermoon City will be exposed. But what about exposure? Knowing that Silvermoon City is related to Stromgarde, how will the four major races in the Alliance react? Will the Night Elves and Darnassus object? Just look at Sylph and Thetis to see their attitude. The gnomes and dwarves are busy working for Gnomerigan. Not to mention Leo's previous agreement with Mekatork. It is impossible for these three races to interfere in the affairs of Stromgarde. The only ones left are the Kingdom of Stormwind, which is also a human race, and Theramore, who may intervene. The power struggle in the Kingdom of Stormwind has now entered a fierce stage. And even the Cathedral of the Holy Light has been involved. They have no energy to interfere in the affairs of the Kingdom of Arather. Even if the Royalists are willing to reconcile with the nobles. Will Onyxia, who has transformed into Countess Presto, agree? As for Theramore, who might interfere with it, Leo should not ignore it. Jaina should take care of her own territory before meddling in other people's affairs. The undercurrent caused by the Kul Tiran Navy's pursuit of Varian's disappearance was enough to keep her busy for a while. Going to Ironforge to meet Mekatork was part of the plan. It was also part of the plan to let Passonia and Wolson go to the tribal territory to track down Lagash's true identity. It was also part of the plan to provoke the Kul Tiran Navy to suspect that Jaina was still part of the plan. Leo feels that he has a talent as a chess player. It's just that his game of chess is very big, and every move affects one or several powerful races in this world. Leo, your actions this time are reckless. You are just trying to kill the Blackwater bandits for a moment of pleasure. The Blackwater conglomerate behind them has been angered. Fusel nodded Leo's forehead, as if I was having a headache with you. And the latter blinked at her narrowly. It's not that Leo is heartless. In fact, if the Blackwater conglomerate really gets angry and wants revenge, the rest of Stromgarde's life will definitely be difficult. But if this situation really happened, Leo's understanding of Fukusel would definitely not be like this. This little soul is getting smarter and smarter. Faisal rolled her eyes at Leo, and she found that Leo's previous sense of awe towards her was gradually disappearing. The goblins without the Blackwater bandits have to face the Bloodsail pirates, who specialize in robbing coastal cities. Their life is not easy. After learning about the destruction of their old rivals, the Blackwater bandits, the Bloodsail pirates of Faraville are hiding unscrupulously. They are showing off their power outside Balwan Bay. Leo spread his hands, with a look of confusion on his face. Why was Fusel talking to him so much? Does she want the Stromgarde Navy to help the goblins deal with the notorious racists of the Bloodsail pirates? Fusel stopped talking after saying this. The female elf looked at Leo with a half smile, and she knew that Leo had understood what she meant. It's not easy to deal with the Bloodsail pirates. They are all Kul Tirans, and Farewell was once the main competitor of Admiral Proudmoore. It is difficult to defeat them with the current strength of the Stromgarde Navy. Even though the Stromgarde Navy destroyed the Bloodsail pirates' old rival, the Blackwater bandits, and thought they could defeat the Bloodsail pirates, Leo was not dazzled by the victory. The Stromgarde Marines were able to defeat the Blackwater bandits because of the Blackwater bandits' carelessness. They thought there was no one near their lair who could threaten them, and they were too confident in the underwater reefs of Falder Bay and lost their guard. It's not surprising that they were killed. But the Bloodsail pirates were different. The former Duke of Far Yule would definitely not make such a mistake. And the Bloodsail fortress on Plunder Island was not that easy to win. If you add in the exhaustion after a long journey, the winning rate of the Stromgarde Navy and the Bloodsail pirates is not even 10%. You'd better agree to this. Besides, the Stromgarde Navy won't fight alone. The goblins of the Blackwater conglomerate will also send their own forces. Leo could guess what the power of the Blackwater conglomerate was. And it must be a goblin airship. If there were goblin airships to assist the Stromgarde naval forces, their chances of winning would be much greater. And even in the worst case, they would be able to retreat into Booty Bay. It seems that the Bloodsail pirates have pushed the goblins too hard. How much money do they lose every day by blocking Booty Bay and the Blackwater cartel? A large amount of goods are backlogged at the port. Cheap and large volume sea transportation cannot be used. It takes a long time to transport at least the things that can be transported by land. The goblins must ensure their credibility. The sudden increase in burden can be imagined. Leo estimated that the Blackwater conglomerate's profits had dropped by at least 40%. No wonder they were furious. After thinking about it carefully, Leo felt that this battle could actually be fought. The Bloodsail pirates used to be Admiral Proudmoore's competitors, and the Kultiran Navy would definitely not have much favorable impressions of them. If Bindle and others who now lead the Stromgarde Navy knew that their opponents were Bloodsail pirates, I will definitely go there happily. And the long journey to Booty Bay will also give the newly formed Stromgarde Navy a great workout. After this battle, their strength will definitely increase a lot. At this time, going to Booty Bay to fight against the Bloodsail pirates is used as a training exercise. It would be a good opportunity. Sister Faisal, it is impossible for me to refuse your request. But if it is just for the Blackwater conglomerate, there is no need for you to come in person. Am I right? Faisal smiled sweetly. Although she knew that Leo agreed to let the Stromgarde Navy go to Booty Bay after careful consideration, Faisal was still very happy to hear what he said. This little Hundan's mouth has always been good at talking. I have nothing to hide. Orgrimmar sent a message to Silvermoon City. Vol'jin of the Dark Spear tribe must use the power of Silvermoon City to do something. Thrall wants to play the role of a middleman. You know, there have been conflicts between us elves and trolls since ancient times. In ancient times, the powerful Troll Empire went to war with the Beetles. Although the Trolls successfully repelled the Beetles, the Elves who occupied the Well of Eternity later went to war against the Troll Empire, creating a prosperous Troll Empire. Crash. The feud between the Elves and the Trolls was thus forged. This is why Dathramar later led the High Elves to establish a kingdom in Quel'Thalas, but was attacked by the Amani Empire established by the Forest Trolls. How could the Amani Empire established by the Forest Trolls allow a group of elves to take root around them? Although Woking's Dark Spear tribe belongs to the Jungle Troll family, they are still trolls after all. Naturally, they will not be so friendly to the Blood Elves of Silvermoon City. As the chief of the tribe, Thrall certainly doesn't want to see such a situation. This is why he asked a troll to deliver a message to Silvermoon City last time, in order to ease the relationship between the two families. But Vol'jin would agree. Has his own plan. Leo's heart moved, and he thought of the Shamonkwash hunter who brought a group of Dark Pine trolls back to Duroder last time. It seems that the situation of the Dark Spear tribe is not good. The troll witch doctor named Zalazane has brought a lot of trouble to Vol'jin. Faisal was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Leo could actually learn about the internal affairs of the tribe. Seeing the surprise of the female elf, Leo curled his lips. Wajin's Dark Spear tribe was forced to leave the Echo Islands and go to the Sinjin village established in Duroder. How could I not know such important news? It's ridiculous to say that. Razane's dark magic is really powerful. He can actually deprive others of their will and make them serve him. And he can also control them on a large scale. This guy was so quiet before, but he didn't expect to be so powerful. Faisal nodded solemnly. With a serious look on his face, you are right. The situation of the Dark Spear tribe is very bad. Otherwise, they would not have their thoughts on the forest trolls, let alone us. Since many tribesmen in the tribe were controlled by Zalazane using dark magic, the number of tribesmen under Vol'jin was insufficient. So he had to find ways to replenish new blood. Leo's eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked at Faisal and said with a surprised look on his face, "Isn't it that you have your mind set on Zul'Jan's Amani troll?" Chapter 356 Faisal's Illusion. Go and deal with the remnants of the Amani Empire. The plan brought by Faisal was indeed beyond Leo's expectation. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. If the Blood Elves have not solved the threat of the Death Mark, and if Disholm's Dark Hand is still consuming the strength of the Blood Elves, Silvermoon City can barely cope with the harassment of the Scourge. So how can it take the initiative to provoke the ancestors? Trolls in Oman? But now everything has changed. Leo cooperated with them to capture Disholm. The big cancer of the Death Mark was solved by Leo. The Blood Elves no longer had any stumbling blocks that hindered their recovery of strength. They now have more strength. Deal with the trolls in Zul'Aman. The Blood Elves now have control of the Quel'Thalas Islands, Eversong Forest and the Land of Ghosts. And the only ones who can threaten them in this area are the Amani Empire trolls. Just clean up their blood elves. Take these 3 places under your absolute control. More importantly, the trolls of the current Amani Empire have not recovered much strength. Judging from the last news obtained, Zul'Aman's 4-spirit sacrifice plan is being implemented and has not yet been completed. If we don't take action at this time, we will wait. When? Even if Zul'Aman of the Dark Spear tribe hadn't come to Silvermoon City, he would have attacked Zul'Aman. Leo rubbed his chin and looked at Faisal. The latter rolled his eyes at him. Faisal knew that he couldn't get Leo to join Silvermoon City without paying a certain price. Among the Summoner Legion instructors sent by Silvermoon City to Stromgarde, there will be 3 epic-level warlocks. They will bring a House of Shadows and a Tower of Fire to Stromgarde. The House of Shadow is a magical building that gathers the power of dark elements. The rich dark elements allow the warlock inside to better understand the power of dark elements. The effect of the Tower of Fire is similar to that. Good. Leo had no reason not to agree. The establishment of the House of Shadows and the Tower of Fire would not only help improve the strength of the entire Summoner Legion, but would also be of great help to himself. Cultivating in these 2 magic buildings was better than other places. Efficient. If Stromgarde hadn't been able to build such a magical building, Leo would have had it built long ago. Seeing Leo agree, Faisal stood up and said, "In that case, let's set off." He is really impatient. Leo shrugged. Are the Blood Elves impatient to deal with the remnants of the Amani Empire? But why did Faisal locate the teleportation scroll for me? It's not like I didn't go to Silvermoon City? With a murmur, Leo was about to tear open the magic scroll in his hand when a hand suddenly grabbed him. I also need to go. Leo turned around and saw Scarlet looking at him stubbornly, with a hint of coquettishness in her expression. You have just been crowned, and Stromgarde wants you to take charge of the overall situation. Before Leo could finish his words, he heard Scarlet snort. The female knight turned her head to look at Faisal, and Leo suddenly understood. Perhaps it was the intentional or unintentional intimacy between Leo and Faisal that made Scarlet aware of the threat. Or perhaps it was because the 2 of them had spent less time together and separated more during these days. Anyway, Leo could tell from Scarlet's expression what the female knight means. Don't even think about leaving alone this time. Faisal didn't seem to notice Scarlet's gaze at all. The female elf once again took out a scroll and handed it to Scarlet. It would be great if Scarlet tags along. This might be a good opportunity for a conversation. Dialogue? Are you referring to the exchange between Silvermoon City and Stromgarde? Leo vaguely felt that something was wrong. But Scarlet and Faisal had already activated the scroll, so he had no choice but to follow closely and tear the scroll open in his hand. 3 rays of magic flashed, and the 3 figures disappeared. Adelaide and the other 2 strong men from the Lothar family looked at each other. As the head of the family, Scarlet should have no problem leaving Stromgarde like this. Her Majesty is more proactive than we were when we were younger. Finally, Adelaide expressed his thoughts. And then the 3 of them voluntarily concealed the news and went about their own business as if nothing had happened. Anyway, with the magic communication stone and positioning teleportation scroll, there is no fear of not being able to contact Scarlet, let alone that she will not be able to come back when needed. Underfoot is the land as red as fire, and what comes into view are rough but heroic civil buildings. Rows of guards with toughness in their bones guard the city to guard against possible intruders. In the distance, there are all kinds of mottled marks on the city wall, all kinds of spikes, and all kinds of simple but practical weapons for defending the city. How can it be described simply and crudely? This is where. Scarlet's voice reached Leo's ears, looking at the familiar scenery in front of him. Leo put his arms around the waist of the female knight and said with a smile, "Of course, it's Orgrimmar." Wait. Orgrimmar? The main city of the orcs? Leo's face suddenly froze. If it were someone else, his first reaction would be that he had been tricked. But it was certainly impossible that the person who sent him the scroll was Faisal. If Faisal had ill intentions towards him, wouldn't the female elf have a higher chance of success by doing it herself? Turning his attention to Faisal, Leo waited for the female elf to give him an explanation. Don't you think it's inappropriate to discuss cooperation in Silvermoon City based on our relationship with the trolls? There was a small sense of pride on Future's face that the prank had been successful. The relationship between trolls and elves is indeed very disharmonious. Only by finding a place that is acceptable to both parties, and with the presence of someone who can control the situation, can we ensure that the agreement is reached. Otherwise, there is no telling when the negotiation will take place. Become a full martial artist. It turns out that Orgrimmar, with Thrall at the helm, is an ideal place. And through this negotiation, the connection between Silvermoon City and the tribe will inevitably increase. The Blood Elves put aside their arrogance and began to try to cooperate with the orcs and Darkspear trolls. When did Lorthamar and Lydron become practical? Leo still doesn't know. But for what he said about the Summoner Legion, how could the Blood Elves have changed like this? In order to enhance the strength of Silvermoon City, the Blood Elves and even Warlocks have organized themselves. What's so strange about coming into contact with Thrall and Valjean, who are both from the Horde camp? What's more, this time it was Valjean and Thrall who took the initiative. It was in the interests of the Blood Elves to attack Zul'Aman. So why didn't they do it? A group of orc guards guarding the teleportation array surrounded them. Humans and elves suddenly appeared in the teleportation array. As guards, they naturally had to be on guard. Fortunately, Thrall is a wise leader. Although the orc guards are not interested in the humans and elves of the Alliance, they did not attack immediately. I am an envoy from Silvermoon City, and I have something to discuss with Chief Thrall. The current situation is, of course, that Fizzle has come forward to reveal his identity. As a war chief, Thrall naturally cannot meet anyone he wants. If he does not want to waste time on identity checks and reveals his identity as an envoy of the allied race, he will undoubtedly be able to do so in the first place. Time to meet him. It's just 2 humans and an elf. Why are you nervous? An orc warrior emerged from the crowd, and Leo looked at him. Wasn't this guy wearing a warrior's courage suit? It seems that he has some identity. Humph. Orc. Scarlet didn't have a good impression of the orc. Not to mention, the orc's words were very unpleasant. The orc warrior looked at Scarlet and said in a disdainful tone, Paladin? The warriors of the tribe don't believe in your bad light. Oh my god. Leo had the urge to cover his face. Don't talk about issues like religious belief. This kind of thing can't be explained clearly. It can only be compared with fists. Is there going to be a fight when we come to Orgrimmar? The orc's welcome is truly unique. Scarlet surprised Leo and did not get angry immediately. The female knight flexed her wrist and curled her lips. Holy light is naturally not as simple as shamanism. It is a philosophy rather than some ghost. Ghost. The souls of ancestors are actually compared to ghosts. The orc warriors were angry. Thrall, the current chief of the tribe, was a shaman prophet. Scarlet even scolded Thrall when she said this. Are you going to take action if it doesn't make sense? Let's do it together. Scarlet looked around at the angry orc guards. The contempt in the female knight's eyes made the orcs really want to chop her down. But Glory as a warrior told them that they would be insulting themselves if they killed her together. A human female knight came to Orgrimmar, and a group of orc warriors besieged her on her own territory, not daring to give her a fair fight. Is this ridiculous? Human, do you dare to give me a fair fight? The battle axe in the hand of the orc warrior is pointed directly at Scarlet, and he wants to challenge the female knight to a duel. The big sword appeared in Scarlet's hand. The female knight's body ignited with blazing golden holy light, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at the orc warrior. What is this thing called? Leo shook his head speechlessly, and as his body moved, a clear and sweet bell rang. The orc guards looked at the silver chain wrapped around Leo's body, and the exquisite crystal clock and crystal round mirror tied to it, and were not interested in the luxurious decoration of human nobles. Leo, won't you stop me? This orc's strength is at the epic level, much higher than Scarlet. Fuzel whispered in Leo's ear. At this time, Scarlet had walked out of the teleportation array and was confronting the orc warriors. A group of orc guards dispersed, leaving enough space for both sides. Epic? Leo looked at Fuzel in surprise. Are you mistaken? He obviously only has the strength of the legendary realm. While talking, Scarlet and the orc warrior had already exchanged hands. The female knight's big sword collided with the orc warrior's big axe. The 2 blades made a clanging sound. The orc warrior was unable to use his strength. Take advantage of Scarlet. A golden sledgehammer fell at the same time as the weapons clashed, smashing the orc warrior's eyes into confusion. The taste of the hammer of punishment was not pleasant. Scarlet swung the sword, and the holy light formed a golden cross at the tip of the sword. The crusader's strike hit the orc warrior's chest and knocked him back. The female knight was unyielding, and rushed forward with her toes. She slashed with her sword again, hitting the orc warrior's shoulder hard. The golden holy light then erupted, almost forcing the orc warrior to his knees. How so? Fuzel never expected that such a situation would occur. An epic-level orc warrior was almost beaten to the ground by a legendary-level paladin. Was his feeling really wrong? Chapter 357 The Power of Prophet. If you look at me like this, I will misunderstand you. Sister Fusel. Leo winked at Faisal. And the latter's eyes fell on the small crystal clock and silver chain that were ringing on his body. The silver chain was made by Ramath and Astaler, the archmages of Silvermoon City, as part of repaying Leo for his help to the Blood Elves. At Leo's request, this item was made using the essence of the abandoned spring of the Well of Eternity that had been abandoned after being polluted, plus some precious magic materials. Its function was not very clear to Fusel, but she knowing that this silver chain can hide magic fluctuations. Leo put a weakening curse on the orc warrior? That must be it. Fusel figured out the whole story. This little soul was secretly plotting, and was not afraid of being discovered by the orcs, and causing a bigger dispute. It was really lawless. And this was Orgrimmar. In fact, what Leo imposed on the orc warriors was not just a simple curse of weakness. The damage was deepened, weakened, aged, and resistance reduced. Elemental curses were not included, since Scarlet had turned on the disciplinary aura, which had the ability to rebound damage. Leo also applied attack backlash to the orc warriors. The orc warrior has so many curse spells on him. If his strength didn't drop a lot, Leo would be embarrassed to say that he was playing curses. What Fuxel didn't expect was that Leo had quietly activated the energy aura, concentration aura, and blood-sucking aura. Scarlet was using 4 auras to challenge the orc warriors, one after another. The battle between the orc warriors was so frustrating. Except for the axe he had struck in the first fight, he had not been able to catch his breath since he was knocked unconscious by the hammer of punishment. Scarlet slashed with her sword again, and saw a dazzling golden light surrounding the orc warrior. He kept retreating as he fought. If this was not a life and death battle, and if Scarlet didn't know how to behave, the orc warrior who was so misled by Leo would have long since laid down. Stop! A figure quickly intervened in the fight between the two, punched Scarlet, and smashed her sword away at the orc warrior, stopping this so-called fair fight. A female orc stood in the middle, separating Scarlet from the orc warrior. Master! Scarlet stood with her sword in hand. The strength of this female orc warrior far exceeded her. But instead of being timid in fighting, she was full of fighting spirit. Glenn Hod. We meet again. Seeing the appearance of the female orc, Leo knew that he could no longer let Scarlet fight. Glenhold was too strong. Even if she took all of Leo's curses, the female knight would not be her opponent, let alone the female knight. The orc seemed to see through Leo's methods, and her eyes kept wandering on the death bell and the mirror of the soul world. If it was exposed, the group fight of the orc warriors would be a minor problem. But the key point is that Scarlet would definitely feel even more unhappy. Leo didn't want his good intentions to have a bad result. It was the female orc warrior Glenhold that Leo met in Naxxramas, who came out to stop Scarlet and the orc warriors. Glenhold watched Leo's lips move, and finally turned into a trace of helplessness. She did not expose Leo's tricks. She was just guessing without any solid evidence. If she guessed wrong, wouldn't it mean that the orcs couldn't afford to lose? The chief knew that guests were coming and asked me to greet you. It seems that the identity of the envoy is to be popular. How could an ordinary person be received so quickly? Glenhold led the way, and the 3 Leos followed behind and slowly enjoyed the scenery of Orgrimmar. Behind them, only a group of guards, who had to fulfill their duties to continue to protect the teleportation array, and a dejected orc warrior were left behind. Boom! A fist struck, and the powerful force knocked the orc warrior to the ground. Has a small setback made you lose your fighting spirit? Corcrone doesn't need a warrior like you. The orc warrior stood up with difficulty, only to see a strong back that had gone away. In a corner not far from the teleportation array, an orc carrying a long bow saw everything that happened in the teleportation array. Next to him was a poisonous scorpion about 1 meter long. This was an orc hunter. It seems to have failed. I didn't expect that they had become so strong. But I will not give up revenge. Human being. Leo didn't know that he and Scarlet were already being taken care of. If he knew, he might take action. Although the orc hunter had just entered the legendary realm, it was not okay to let the enemy peek at him in the dark. Leo's character, Thrall, originally meant slave. It was a humble name, but now it is the name of a great orc. The Black Warhammer, black plate armor, and wise eyes were Leo's first impression of Thrall. Standing next to Sal was a dark blue-skinned troll. Although Leo reminded himself repeatedly, he found that he always ignored this troll intentionally or unintentionally, and naturally ignored his existence. Even if the troll points his weapon at you, you may not pay attention until your life is taken away by him. This is an extremely dangerous guy. If Thrall is a being walking in the sun, This troll is a hunter in the shadows. The identity of this troll standing next to Thrall is obvious. He is the leader of the Dark Spear tribe. Valjean. Death to you, War Chief. Leo bowed to Thrall, and then nodded to Valjean. Scarlet stood silently next to Leo. And the female knight couldn't help but look at Thrall and Valjean. The two tribal leaders paid no attention to Scarlet's gaze. They first chatted with Fusel for a few words, and then turned their attention to Leo and Scarlet. Leo knew the meat show was coming. Young man, do you understand shamanic culture? What surprised Leo was that Thrall did not mention the joint attack on Zul'Aman when he opened his mouth, but asked this question. Pretending to understand is not a good habit, especially in front of a wise man. So Leo simply shook his head. But he also understood why Sal asked. He reached out to the ground and summoned the clay stone demon. Then he dismissed the stone demon and summoned the flame stone demon. Leo said to Thrall, I think this is what the chief said. I'm not sure. Knowing where they come from comes naturally. It was impossible for Leo to explain why he was able to summon the clay stone demon and the fire stone demon. And it was impossible for him to reveal any information about Goldfinger. Although it is very similar to the elemental creature summoned by the totem technique, it is not the same power. It seems that the rumors are wrong. Sal gave Leo a slightly apologetic smile. It seemed that he had also heard some rumors about Leo. But now it seemed that this was just nonsense. The clay stone demon and the fire stone demon are indeed very similar to the stone and fire elemental creatures summoned by the shaman using totem techniques. But they are only similar in appearance and fundamentally different on the inside. This should be related to his natural awakening. Chief Thrall, why not try to see if the shaman's prophetic power is effective on him? Valjean suddenly intervened at this time. This troll became famous for giving Thrall a lot of constructive opinions. Even Thrall should consider his words carefully. Leo smiled and nodded to Valjean. He knew that Valjean was repaying the Dark Pine troll for what he did. Although Thrall is not the only shaman of the tribe, it is only this chief who can obtain the title of prophet and be recognized by everyone. Prophet. This title is not simple. To get it, you must have a certain ability to foresee the future. Maybe it is a fragment, or it may be just a sentence. The power of the prophet is the power that the prophets use to predict the future. This power cannot be used at will. But it does not hinder Leo from using Thrall's ability to feel it. Feeling the power of the prophet has a very big benefit for a spellcaster like Leo. That is, it can sort out his mental power, which is equivalent to improving his mental power in disguised form and helping him to control the magic power. Take control. Thrall is not a stingy person. Even if Leo is a human, he will not be stingy in helping a younger generation. Under the threat of the Scourge and the Burning Legion, it is always beneficial to have one more strong man to fight against them. The so-called suppression is just a stupid joke in the eyes of wise people when the survival of the race is under threat. A ball of pure energy enveloped him. Leo did not resist but opened his spiritual world because he knew that Thrall was using the power of the prophet to help him sort out his spiritual power. Scarlet was a little nervous at this time. After Leo let go of his spiritual world, his protective ability would drop to a very low level. The female knight was afraid that something would go wrong in the process. Although she knew in her heart that this would happen, it was almost impossible. But she was worried. Seeing Scarlet's nervousness, Fusel said to her, Scarlet, the safety here is very guaranteed. The Corcron trained by King Sorfang are all powerful warriors. They will not let there be any surprise here. Leo will be benefited this time. But it's a pity that he is not a shaman. Otherwise, as Fusel was talking, something suddenly changed in Leo. The prophetic power that entered his spiritual world seemed to be drawn by something, and was gathering towards the center of his eyebrows in the form of a mist visible to the naked eye. The female elf stopped talking when she saw this. She and Scarlet looked at Leo nervously. This situation was definitely abnormal, because Leo was not a shaman at all. Could it be said that Leo really has the blood of an orc? At this time, Thrall's face became serious, and Valjean also stared at Leo closely for a while. The two tribal leaders looked at each other, and Thrall's eyes shone, as if he had discovered a new world, full of exploration and joy, while Valjean was purely surprised. All guards are out. Eitrig, you will guard the door, and no one will be allowed to come near. Chapter 358. The deduction is not completed. I've been playing Dafa. Now I'm really playing Dafa. Leo found that he had overlooked an extremely important issue. He only thought about letting Thrall's prophetic power sort out his mental power. But he forgot that there was a shady existence in his mind. Discovering unknown energy. Leo knew something was going to happen when the sound sounded. Under normal circumstances, Goldfinger must obtain Leo's confirmation before absorbing the unknown energy discovered. But when he opened the spiritual world and Thrall poured the power of the prophet into it, Leo's consent was not required to absorb the energy. Absorbing unknown energy, deduction in progress. Another deduction? Leo couldn't help but smile bitterly. At other times, of course, he couldn't ask for it, which deduction didn't benefit him a lot. But the problem is that now that Thrall has given him power, will this wise orc prophet discover his secret? Stop absorbing. Stop reasoning. Leo screamed in his heart. But it was a pity that Golden Finger didn't care about him at all. He still absorbed energy in his own way, making Leo lose his temper at all. But at this moment, Thrall actually increased the amount of prophetic power poured into his body, making him feel like he was dumbfounded. Chief Thrall, don't you know how precious the power of the prophet is? It will take a long time to get it back after you have consumed it. You'd better stop. It's a pity that Sal didn't know what Leo was thinking about at all. The power of the prophet continued to pour in, and a familiar picture appeared in Leo's mind. A suffocating giant dragon appeared, with blazing flames burning on its body, and an exaggerated armor covering its body. I am Deathwing, the destroyer, to end everything, cannot escape, cannot shake, I is catastrophe. Isn't this a certain scene when Deathwing appears? Leo was wondering. What the HL? Why did he think of him? This old dragon also cast a spell on himself that he couldn't remove. Leo, who was wondering, didn't know that when this picture appeared in his mind, the corresponding scene also appeared in the prophet's power that was entering his body in an atomized state. The giant dragon appears. The sky turns gray. The earth cracks. And the flames of destruction turn countless lives into nothing in an instant, creating an apocalyptic scene. What's particularly amazing is that intermittent sounds actually came from the screen, making everyone in the room understand who the culprit behind all this was. Earth Guard Neltharion, the strongest black dragon. Deathwing. When did this happen? In terms of the characteristics of prophetic power, what it shows is definitely something that will happen in the future. Doesn't this mean that the world will suffer a great disaster? As the atomized power of the prophet entered Leo's body, this scene quickly disappeared. However, the solemn atmosphere in the room did not slow down at all, but became increasingly serious. Knowing part of the future is not necessarily a good thing. Everyone, including Thrall and Valjean, was silent. No one spoke. The world was in catastrophe. This picture was too shocking. The unknown energy is insufficient, and the deduction is not completed. Hearing these words, Leo felt full of regret. Thrall was not strong enough. His prophetic power could not support Goldfinger to complete the deduction of this ability. Otherwise he might have the ability to foresee the future. By the way, it would be nice if you could foresee the future and become a magician. Of course, Leo was just thinking these words in his mind. In fact, even if the deduction of the prophetic power was not completed, Leo had already received huge benefits. New abilities are activated, the deduction is not completed. And after the abilities are activated, it will be in semi-growth mode. Still in semi-growth mode after new abilities are activated? If you say you grow, just grow. Why do you need to add a half word in front of it? Leo cursed endlessly. But when he saw the new ability opened, he felt pleasantly surprised and even had the urge to curse. A simulated talent panel appeared in his spiritual world. Leo had seen this panel many times. If he hadn't improved his strength and gained talent points, he wouldn't have bothered to take a look at it. But now Leo could only stare at it, because in this talent panel, in addition to the two major sections for Warlock and Necromancer, there is also a new small section. The emergence of a new talent section means that Leo has a new profession. Although this new profession is definitely a deleted version, the appearance of a new profession will inevitably double his strength. In many cases, the extra ability and strength will not be improved. It's as simple as 1 + 1. Do you think Leo can't be surprised? Warriors who believe in the power of totems use weapons infused with elemental energy to attack enemies. When Leo saw this sentence, he collapsed speechlessly. Isn't this the shaman's enhancement talent? Shamans are spellcasters who harness the destructive power of the elements and nature. This is the elemental branch of the shaman. There are healers who summon the souls of ancestors and use the purifying energy of water to heal the wounds of their allies. This is the shaman's elemental branch, the healing branch of the priest, and the enhancement shaman rushes forward and cuts people with weapons, but adds magic attacks when cutting people. Simply put, it is very similar to the magic swordsman. Logically speaking, Leo should be happy to get a new ability. But the question is, as a spellcaster with many subordinates, does he need to rush forward and attack others with real swords and guns? This kind of thing has never happened in Leo's memory. Dan, why did you come up with this thing? Isn't it good that you gave me the elemental talent? Do you really want me to rush up with a weapon and kill someone? Leo rolled his eyes and cursed Goldfinger countless times in his mind. But he didn't want to think about it. What Goldfinger was analyzing was Thrall's prophetic power. Based on Thrall's experience, he was first an excellent warrior, and then he mastered the power of the shaman under the guidance of Drekthar. In terms of knowledge, Golden Finger must first analyze the melee ability. It would be strange not to have enhancement talents. Leo shouldn't scold Goldfinger now, but should thank it. If it had a warrior talent, it would really be a scam. After all, the shaman's enhancement talent also has magic attacks, unlike pure physical attacks like warriors. Next, Leo deeply understood what the semi-growth mode was. Any talent ability actually required the consumption of talent points. For example, Lava Slam, Dual Weapons, Mental Acuity, Elemental Wisdom, and Enhanced Elemental Mastery, which the Enhanced Shaman will automatically understand when he activates his talents. Actually, all require a certain amount of talent to activate, and only after they are activated can he proceed to the next step. I don't even have enough talent points to activate a Warlock. Where can I find the time to add you? Leo shook his head secretly. He felt that Goldfinger was completely teasing him this time. But then, he was stunned because he saw that there were 30 assignable talent points on this talent panel. This discovery turned Leo's worries into joy. He quickly opened the Warlock talent panel and prepared to use the 30 talent points to activate the remaining Pain talent. However, he found that the number of 30 suddenly became 0 again. What the hell is going on? When Leo switched back to the enhancement talent, he found that the 30 points were back. So he understood that these 30 points were prepared for the enhancement talent. Goldfinger teased me again. I thought I could use these talent points to fully activate the Warlock's Pain talent to become a full-talented Warlock, in order to obtain the qualifications to achieve the path of demigods. After scratching his face, Leo didn't hesitate. Anyway, if you have some, just add it. You never know when it will be needed. I spent 5 points of talent to activate 5 abilities including Lava Slam. Then opened the talent panel and spent the remaining 25 points of talent in one go. It wasn't that Leo was impatient, but he found that something was wrong with the atmosphere at the scene. Especially the way Sal looked at him, which was called eager. I feel that you have the same prophetic power as me. Although it is very weak, you have the ability to become a prophet. Work hard, young man. Sal patted Leo on the shoulder and encouraged him with a generous senior image. A human prophet. Haha. It seems that humans can also believe in the souls of ancestors. Valjean looked at Leo with a strange look. The leader of the Dark Spear Trolls was teasing the human in front of him. Leo rolled his eyes at Valjean. This guy's mentality is too dark. You might as well just say that I have orc blood and am a mixed-race descendant. Mixed race? Your whole family is mixed race. He was very reluctant. But Leo was having trouble explaining now. How could he explain that he could easily accept Thrall's prophetic power? Leo couldn't explain it. And he didn't want to explain it. After discovering that he had accepted the power of the prophet, and had the potential to become a prophet, Leo clearly felt that Thrall and Valjean had a different attitude towards him. Before that, there was absolutely no such close feeling as now. Since this misunderstanding has such a beautiful effect, why not let it continue to be beautiful? Chief Sal, that scene just now. Fuzel was worried. The scene of the catastrophe just now made her very worried. What would happen to the Blood Elves? What will happen to Silvermoon City? Will your own people suffer another fatal blow in this disaster? Leo was shocked. Wasn't he? Did they see what I just saw? Speaking of which, Deathwing was really shocking when he appeared. The power of the prophet only predicts a possible future. The role of the prophet is to guide people to solve the source of the disaster, or avoid the harm of the disaster before it occurs. Thrall has recovered after the initial shock. There are countless possibilities in the future. The power of the prophet predicts only the most likely one. It is the most likely but not certain. As long as enough efforts are made, such a disaster is not avoided. Fuzel breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not inevitable, it would be better to have a chance to prevent it than to have no chance. Leo's eyes flickered unnoticed. He knew where Deathwing was now, but he couldn't say. Leo didn't dare to say anything nonsense until the magic cast by Deathwing on him was removed. Life is no joke. Then now, let's discuss the matter of the Amani Troll. Chapter 359 Stay. It is not easy for the 4 forces to jointly send troops. It does not mean that a few leaders can just talk and agree. The things involved are very complicated. Fortunately, although Stromgarde also participated this time, it was only Leo and Scarlet. They only had to follow the army in time. Leo didn't need to worry too much with Scarlet at his side. Listening to the discussions between Thrall, Valjean, Fuxel, and Scarlet, Leo responded one after another. But in his mind, he was thinking about the tactical changes that his new ability would bring to him. Regardless of how much trouble he made before, it seemed like he had suffered a lot from the shaman's enhancement talent. In fact, the emergence of the enhancement talent benefited Leo greatly, allowing him to have more power when facing the enemy at close range. Many ways to cope. Physically, warlocks are not inferior to warriors of the same level. Leo was trained in close combat in Stormwind City, although the focus at that time was how to effectively dodge attacks. If he did not understand the opponent's close attack tactics, he would not be able to dodge. How can it be effective? It seems that I need to find someone to teach me the advanced skills of close combat. It just so happens that Scarlet and Fuxel are both ready-made candidates. I can learn skills from them and enhance my relationship with them. Killing two birds with one stone. No matter how you think about it, you can get it. Okay. The matter of sending troops is settled. Leo was just thinking about the wonderful thing when Thrall's voice came over, calling someone who was serious on the surface and coquettish on the inside back to his senses. It turned out that the four of them had already completed their discussions, and the details of sending troops to attack Zul'Aman had been decided. They were waiting now. After all parties coordinated, the army was dispatched. But this was already a month later. 1 month plus my previous foundation. I don't know if I can practice anything in close combat. Leo was thinking about his own affairs, and Sal suddenly waved to him, motioning for him to come forward. This is the information I recorded about shamanic culture. It will be helpful for you to become a prophet. Thrall handed an object to Leo. Any power has its origin. Just like magic is based on arcane research. And the power of holy light is based on faith and philosophical attitude towards dealing with things. Shaman, of course. The power also has its inheritance principle. If Leo wants to understand the power of the shaman more deeply, he must understand its internal culture. The message Sal gave him is quite precious. After all, it was recorded by him himself. And there may be a lot of his experience in it. Thank you, War Chief. Leo did not make unnecessary humility. What Sal gave him was exactly what he needed. At this time, refusing would seem hypocritical. Thrall's actions reminded Leo. And he suddenly thought of Eitrig, who had been asked by Thrall to guard the door. Don't think that Eitrig is just an ordinary guard just because he was sent by Thrall to guard the door. If you think about it, you can understand that Eitrig's status is actually not low. Otherwise, when Thrall discovered that Leo could absorb the power of the prophet, why did he call everyone else away but keep him? There may be many orcs named Eitrig, but there is only one Eitrig, the Orc Swordmaster Eitrig, who can fight against Lord Tyrion Forge Ring. War Chief, I want to ask you something. Leo made his request under Thrall's questioning eyes. Can you let me learn close combat from a powerful warrior? Thrall understood as soon as he heard it. Leo wanted to learn close combat. The shaman ability he activated was obviously an enhancement talent. In terms of teaching ability, Sorfang, who trained Corcrone troops, was a good candidate, but he was purely a warrior style, emphasizes ferocious momentum and a wide range of tactics. Leo himself is a spellcaster and has many pets to cooperate with him. Close combat requires flexibility. Sorfang's training method is definitely not that. It suits him. After thinking for a while, Thrall thought of Eitrig. The fighting style of the Orc Sword Master is obviously more suitable for Leo. And due to the relationship between Eitrig and Fording, the Orc Sword Master is better than most orcs in dealing with humans. Appear friendly. I will let Eitrig guide you in this month. How much you can learn depends on your ability. Thank you so much. Leo saluted Sal, and then said goodbye together with Scarlet and Fuxel. After exiting the gate, Scarlet and Faisal both looked at him, ignoring Grunhold's strange gaze, looking like they wanted Leo to explain something. Based on the two women's understanding of Leo, they are sure that Leo's request is definitely not that simple. Besides, if you want to learn the method of close combat, can't you go back to Stromgarde and learn it again? Why do you have to study here with the orcs? They didn't believe that Leo didn't have any evil intentions. Are there any flowers on my face? Why are you staring at me like this? Leo touched his cheek and put on a silly and innocent look. It's a pity that his expression was enough to deceive others. Scarlet and Fuxel, who had known his true identity for a long time, didn't accept this trick. For sharp eyes that looked like they were piercing him fiercely, insisting on forcing him to do so. You can't give a reason. It's a pity that the two women underestimated Leo's shamelessness. If it were someone else, he might not be able to withstand the pressure. But Leo would act like a normal person, turning a blind eye to the two women's gazes. His expression was calm and composed, which made Sikari and Fuxel were furious. Humph. Forget it if you don't tell me. Just remember to come back early. From Leo's performance, Scarlet already knew that he would not tell the whole story now. The female knight became angry and got angry, took out a positioning teleportation scroll and flew back to Stromgard. Verhisel didn't stop after seeing her. She had to go back to Silvermoon City to inform Lord Themar, Lydron and other high-level officials about the details of the troop dispatch. After giving Leo a warning, "Don't mess around here." After a glance, she also disappeared. Of the 3 people who came to Orgrimmar, Leo was the only one left in less than half a day. Glenhold, I'm going to stay in Orgrimmar for a while. Do you have a place to stay? Leo suddenly thought of an extremely important question. That is, he was going to learn close combat with Eitrigg in Orgrimmar. How would he arrange his accommodation during this month? You can't sleep on the street. If a month goes by like that, he guarantees that his look will become sharper. I'll take you to the inn in Orgrimmar, and I'll say hello to the boss there. Glenhold seems very enthusiastic. In fact, the female warrior is worried. Even though this is a city of orcs, Leo, a human, seems to be alone here. But if he is allowed to wander around in Orgrimmar, I don't know how many impulsive and ignorant people among the orc female warriors clan will be unlucky. But Glenhold, who was leading the way with his back to Leo, didn't see the strange look on Leo's face. The hotel in Orgrimmar was very lively, and the flow of people coming in and out showed how good the business of the owner of the hotel was. However, Leo, who followed Glenhold into the hotel, did not pay attention to these people. His eyes were already focused on a half-tauren hiding in the corner. The half-tauren was kneeling on the ground, putting his hands on his chest, praying silently. No one looked at him seriously, but they just didn't understand why this dirty beggar was here, and why the hotel owner would accept him like this. A monster. This beggar-like half-tauren caught Leo's attention at the first moment, because Leo knew who he was, his origins, and his ability to commit crimes in the future. Gamer, an outcast of the Alliance and the Horde, was looked down upon by everyone before the catastrophe caused by Deathwing. He was a poor man who was ravaged countless times every day. After the catastrophe, countless warriors took pride in challenging him. Gamer, who had grown up during the Twilight Trial, had even more disadvantages. Not only was he immune to immobilization and slowdown, he was also able to charge without distinction or distance limit, and he could kill with one hit. As long as the phrase "my axe is hungry and thirsty" appears, someone will definitely die. Deathwing has not yet appeared, and the cataclysm is a bit far away. Gamer is still in deep thought, and has not come out of his own world. This gives Leo a chance to recruit him. If he didn't recruit someone with such potential for development while he was at the lowest point in his life, Leo would have bought a piece of tofu and killed him. Leo, don't disturb him. Glenhold said hello to the hotel owner and turned around, only to find that Leo had already walked up to Gamer, and she immediately caught up. Leo made a gesture to Glenhold, saying, "Don't worry, I won't cause trouble." He looked at Gamer and murmured, "Tauren? Night elves? Well, mixed blood? The crystallization of love that breaks through racial barriers?" Gamer reacted after hearing Leo's words. He looked up at Leo, and his eyes were full of confusion when he discovered that Leo was actually a human. Although the guards of Orgrimmar can't say that they will kill humans directly on sight, they will never let a human wander around here. Besides, how does this human know his life experience? Ever since he followed his dead mother's words, traveled a long distance from the Night Elf city to Orgrimmar, found his father's good friend Greshka, and was placed here, almost no one paid attention to him. He also took this opportunity to ponder his own question. Why would he be spurned by others because his father was a Tauren and his mother was a Night Elf? Why is there such deep hatred between races? Do you mind if I sit here? After Leo finished speaking, Gamer sat down next to him without waiting for an answer. This kid looked completely familiar to him. Gamer did not express any objection, but instead became slightly interested in this strange human being. I see confusion in your eyes. Let me guess what you are confused about. Someone pretended to look at Gamer and spoke seriously. If Scarlet was here, he would definitely give him a blank look, because the female knight knew that this was a sign that Leo was going to start deceiving people. Love and hatred? Leo raised his eyebrows and said to Gamer, who was waiting for him to continue, "Are you interested in hearing me tell a story?" Chapter 360, All for Deception. Leo wants to fool Gamel. So what kind of story is he going to tell? An interracial love story like Gamel's parents? No. Although Leo knew many stories that could be adapted, such as by Suzhen and Su Xian, or Dong Yong and the Seven Fairies, these could not achieve his purpose. Of course, the more important thing is that Leo is lazy. He is too lazy to change the story before time travel into an otherworldly version, because there is a ready-made story in this world that can be used directly. Remember the war between humans and orcs? After that war, a powerful human paladin returned to his castle. He lived with his beautiful wife and lovely son. If life continues like this is nothing less than a beautiful story about a hero who defeated his enemy and returned home to enjoy a happy life. Although this kind of story is a life that many people yearn for, it would not be very exciting if it were told to others. The real story begins when this hero goes out and discovers a reclusive orc. Considering the relationship between humans and orcs at that time, the paladin immediately drew out his weapon and started fighting with the reclusive orc. Although the paladin is very powerful, the reclusive orc is not weak either. The battle between the two affected the building they were in. The paladin was hit by the collapsed building and fainted. Hearing this, Glenhod gave Leo a roll of his eyes. Who are you trying to fool? Since he is a powerful paladin, will he be knocked unconscious so easily? Even if you are making up a story, you have to have a plot. Leo didn't care about Grunhold's contempt at all. What he cared about was whether Gamel believed it or not. What made him happy was that Gamel was a very innocent kid. He was waiting for Leo to continue talking. When the paladin woke up, he found that he had been rescued back to his castle. And according to the person who rescued him, he was carried back unconscious by a war horse. Although the paladin found it unbelievable, he found out after thinking about it. He discovered that the only one who could help him get on his horse after being knocked unconscious was the orc who fought against him. So the paladin quietly found the orc after he recovered from his injuries. This time, there was no fighting between the two, but they talked to each other. The orcs told the paladin that their race was not as murderous and evil as humans thought. They also had a shamanic culture that had lost their own racial beliefs. This conversation made them friends. Speaking of shaman culture, Glenhold and Gamer naturally thought of Thrall. During those dark days, the orcs were suffering from being defeated and captured and losing their faith. If Thrall hadn't led them to rebuild after recovering the lost inheritance, the future of the orcs is really unimaginable. Maybe they will be completely wiped out by humans. Maybe they will continue to be slaves of humans. Maybe they will be killed by other human authorities after kings like Tarinas and Varian disappear. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. One day, the paladin suddenly discovered that the orcs had been caught by a group of soldiers. The orcs in the cage were being abused and beaten by a group of people. The paladin was angry, and he attacked these soldiers. Then he was accused of treason. Because he was a hero, the kingdom gave him a chance to plead his case. At this time, the paladin was under strong pressure, and even his wife was begging him to take all responsibility. They all blame it on the orc, saying that they were bewitched by his evil. Hearing this, Glenold also became interested. The female orc warrior and gamer looked at Leo together, waiting for him to continue talking. From a hero to a traitor, his loved ones are pleading with him. With the reputation of the paladin, he only needs to shift the responsibility to the orc as people hope, and he can be exempted from blame. What should he do? When Leo said this, he whetted the appetites of the two of them. Glenold looked at Leo eagerly and motioned for him to tell the story quickly, while Gamer was nervously contemplating. Yeah, what to do? The half-dwarf murmured to himself. What would he do in this situation? After giving Gamer some time to think, Leo continued under Glenholder's urging gaze. Just when the paladin was under great pressure, his son, who was only a few years old, asked him, Dad, are all orcs bad people? The paladin remembered the teachings he had given his son. So he touched his son's head and replied, I have seen the most evil humans, and I have also seen the kindest orcs. My son, orcs are not all bad people. The Holy Light teaches us all the time to uphold a heart of justice, and not to be blinded by hatred and prejudice. Okay. Leo admitted that he was shameless. He had tampered with other people's original words a lot. But, all for deception. No! Everyone understands this principle of upholding a heart of justice, and not being blinded by hatred and prejudice. But how many people can do it? Leo's face was full of emotions, but his eyes were constantly observing Gamer in deep thought. In order to teach his son to be an honest person, this paladin set an example. He withstood the pressure and did not put the responsibility on the orc, but argued with reason. What happened? What happened to the paladin and the orc? Leo didn't tell the ending of the story until the end, which made Glenhold anxious. And the female warrior kept asking questions. Does the result really matter? Leo asked back. And Glenhold suddenly fell silent. Yeah. Are the results really that important? Isn't the real meaning of this story made clear? It's not that Leo deliberately manipulated and didn't tell the complete story, but that this story happened to the reclusive old man and the orc swordmaster Eitrig, telling the ending of the story. If someone is interested in pursuing it, Eitrig will be fine. But Tyrion Fordring is afraid that it will be affected, and Leo is not willing to make up a fake story ending. So he should leave this suspense. It's better for them to find out for themselves. People always have to leave some surprises for others to discover. Gamer thought for a long time and looked up at Leo. I have never been in contact with the paladin. I don't understand the holy light. Can you tell me? Asking a warlock who studies dark power what holy light is. Gamer said to other warlocks that he was definitely looking for trouble. But it was different when it was Leo. Are you asking what the holy light is? Some people say that the holy light is a creature called Naru. But my understanding is that the holy light is actually a philosophy. A philosophy of life. It teaches us how to behave. Leo said, as a person who looked exactly like him appeared next to him. It was his paladin clone. The paladin clone stretched out his hand, and golden light appeared in his palm, shining with warm light. Looking at the holy light in front of him, Gamer felt a sense of warmth in his heart. The holy light is very small. Glenhold was shocked. There is still a paladin who dares to say that about the holy light? Its light cannot illuminate the entire night sky. The twinkling holy light is like the stars in the sky. Indeed, it cannot illuminate the night sky. Is this a metaphor that even if the holy light exists, the darkness in the world cannot be eliminated? There was a thoughtful look in Gamer's eyes. The holy light is great. Glenhold thought this was normal. Praising the holy light he believed in was what a paladin should do. It always gives you the courage to move forward in the dark. Because of the guidance of the holy light. Can I see the way forward in the darkness without losing myself? Gamer's eyes were even more thoughtful. Hey. Look. There's a paladin from the Alliance. Damn paladin. You better put away your broken light in Orgrimmar. The movement in the corner finally caught the attention of other people in the hotel. And there was a sudden uproar. If Glenhold hadn't been standing next to Leo, someone would have rushed to him to start training. Leo ignored these people. These guys were just passers-by. They might become corpses on the roadside at some point, contributing to the growth of flowers and plants. What he was concerned about now was whether Gamer was moved by what he said. Even if the whole world inevitably sinks into darkness, don't give up any efforts to make it shine again. The paladin clone put away the holy light in his palm. Leo stood up, patted Gamer on the shoulder, and pointed at his eyes and said, Did you see it? God gave me a pair of black eyes. I can't choose, but I can use them to chase the light. Gamer, I hope my words will be helpful to you. May the holy light I will always protect you. These words touched Gamer's heart. The half-Tauren himself was a hybrid, with a Tauren father and a night elf mother. This was a fact that he could not change. But he had control over how he wanted to go in life. After Leo finished speaking, he was about to leave. It was not good to push him too hard. He gave Gamer some time to think. Anyway, as a member of the tribe, he could only find himself if he wanted to understand the holy light. As the saying goes, if you want to capture something, let it go first. Don't think that you can figure things out clearly if you have time to think. There are many examples of things becoming more confused the more you think about them. This guy Leo is finally leaving. Glenhold breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't understand Leo's purpose now. He actually wanted to let Gamer learn the way of the holy light. This was crazy. When a believer of the holy light appeared in the tribe's camp, Glenhold had never thought of the possibility of such a thing happening. Today Leo had challenged her imagination. Just when Leo and Glenhold were about to enter the upper floor of the hotel, Gamer suddenly ran to the entrance of the stairs and raised his head and asked, Can I follow you to understand what the holy light is? Hearing this, Leo really wanted to look up to the sky and laugh 3 times. Gamer had such a strong desire for knowledge. It was a rare good boy, and his saliva was not in vain. Turning to look at Gamer, in the half-Tauren's longing eyes, Leo solemnly nodded and agreed, the holy light will not reject anyone's faith. After saying that, Leo turned around and entered the upper floor of the hotel. A word from the upper floor of the hotel drifted down leisurely and reached Gamer's ears. May the holy light always fool you. Chapter 361 Let the Tauren believe in the holy light. Eitrig is an orc with strong martial arts skills, which can be seen from his title of Sword Master. Not to mention there is ironclad evidence that he once fought with Tyrion Forge Ring, the Lord of the Silver Hand. The outcome remains undecided. In addition to the usual ferocity and toughness of the orcs, the fighting style of this orc sword master also has sufficient flexibility and skills. Leo didn't know if he could learn the essence of the former, but the latter suited his taste very well, because Leo had already received training in this skill during his time in Stormwind City, and now he was very easy to learn. I wonder if the powerful people in this world all have this habit. They don't like to spend time explaining, but prefer to let people understand it on their own in battle. The method Eitrigg taught Leo was very simple: fight. Let Leo continue to grow in the battle with himself. Or to be more precise, let Leo slowly learn how to fight at close range, while being ravaged again and again. With Leo's martial arts skills, he wouldn't be able to win if Scarlet gave him one hand in close combat. Not to mention that his current opponent was the Orc Swordmaster Eitrigg. During the month he stayed in Orgrimmar, he once again understood how to write the word miserable. Who the hell dug this trap? I am that dad. I was tricked so badly. Whenever Leo returned to the hotel after a day of training, he would curse Eitrigg in his heart. This old boy doesn't know how to be gentle with his hands. He thinks that I don't feel pain when he cuts me with a long sword? Do you really think Thrall can just kill people just because he sent 2 shamans to help? He cursed in his heart. But he actually knew that the old orc was doing it for his own good. The body's reaction was very important in close combat. The movement of the body was faster than the reaction of the brain, which could save lives in many dangerous moments. This was the blood of countless forefathers. Exchanged experience. So no matter how fiercely he scolded him at night, he would report to Eitrigg on time the next day. The ravages suffered were brutal, but the progress made was also obvious. From the beginning, Leo was a rookie who could be easily hit by Eitrigg with a single move. But now, he has been able to defeat Eitrigg with more than 10 moves. The speed of improvement surprised even the Orc Sword Master. However, Leo understood that this was not because his talent was so good, but because the foundations had been laid for him by Fizzle and Passonia in Stormwind City. Leo couldn't help but smile when he thought of Passonia. Dear sister Passonia, you must not have thought that I would appear in Orgrimmar with such arrogance. It is a pity that Lagash is now in Thunder Bluff of the Tauren. Otherwise, I really look forward to meeting you. Leo has made great progress this month, but his progress is nothing compared to another person. The half-touring Gamel. It only took Gamer a month to go from being a low-level warrior to being able to compete with an intermediate-level being. His growth in strength surprised even Leo. You must know that Gamer does not have a golden finger. He has been practicing normally, and his current level is also a low-level warrior, but he can surpass the level to match the middle level. His potential is indeed huge. The more potential Gamer showed, the happier Leo was. During this month, Gamer would come to Leo every day, and Leo was not stingy. He would release the Paladin clone and let the Paladin clone take Gamer to realize the power of the Holy Light. Although the Paladin clone is usually very inconspicuous and completely inherits Leo's bad personality of cheating and mischief, when it comes to understanding the Holy Light, he has a very high level. After all, his body is Morgan, a powerful person. The Silverhand Paladin is more than enough to explain the Holy Light to Gamer at this stage. Besides, what if he didn't know? With Leo's ability to make up lies, how could he still fool a pure kid like Gamer? It's up to you to make the Tauren believe in the Holy Light. When the figures of the Tauren chanting "May the Holy Light always fool you" are running around in Thunder Bluff, who knows that they have been? How would you feel about Mother Earth, who is fooling you? Every time after teaching Gamer the way of the Holy Light, the Paladin clone would give Leo a burst of laughter. An extremely lewd laughter. This laughter made Leo feel disgusted. Why do I have such a bad clone? Leo, today is the last day for you to study with me. There is no need to practice. I have prepared a real battle for you. When Leo saw Eitrigg again, the old orc said this. Leo turned petrified when he heard this. Is there anything wrong? When have I not been fighting during these days of studying with you? You tortured me for a month, and in the end, you refused to admit it. Are you so shameless? Eitrigg pointed at an orc warrior next to him. Leo found that this guy looked familiar. The orc wearing a courage suit made him feel familiar. Wasn't this because he was tricked by him when he first came to Orgrimmar? The miserable guy? Leo became wary when he saw him. Could it be that he was here to seek revenge? He is Kalma the Corcrone Guard, a subordinate of Sorfang. He will be your opponent today. Leo, let me see the results of your training. Eitrigg revealed the identity of the orc warrior. Leo couldn't help but look at the orc warrior again. It turned out that this guy was a member of the Corcrone army. I said that he must have some origins in being able to wear the warrior's courage suit. The Coronation troops are elite soldiers trained by the orc-strong King Sorfang. They are a warrior unit with fierce combat and tenacious fighting will. Their status is comparable to the palace guards of the Kingdom of Stormwind, and they are equivalent to the role of the royal guards. Under the training of King Sorfang, Coronation warriors are all brave and good at fighting, and have a very resounding name throughout the world. If he uses spells and lets his powerful thugs take action, Leo can kill Calm in just a blink of an eye. But Eitrig's intention is obvious. He wants Leo to fight Calm as a melee fighter. Now Leo felt unsure. Let me fight against a Coronation warrior. Eitrig is really creative. But I like this challenge very much. After being brutally tortured by Scarlet a month ago, Calm was depressed for a few days. Then he regained his fighting spirit and trained harder. This time, he was called by Eitrig to fight Leo. The orc warrior was extremely excited. Human. I'm going to beat the hell out of you. Calm held the battle axe and grinned at Leo. Although he spoke arrogantly, there was no flaw in the movements of his hands. He showed contempt for his opponent and valued his opponent in his heart. Leo was carrying 2 big swords, which Eitrig had given him for practice when Leo came to his place. There was nothing special about the big swords except that they were hard and sturdy. The kind that could be transformed from a sword with just a little practice. Leo found the artifact weapon that was not valued by others among the pile of weapons. Leo said that he was envious because he had no luck. However, if Leo really finds 2 powerful weapons among a pile of ordinary weapons, the orc officers responsible for weapons management should put their own eyes on them. If you fight me, I really feel like I'm bullying someone. Leo looked at Calm's expression of reluctance. As he spoke, a shield composed of 3 lightning bolts appeared around him. It was the shaman's lightning shield. 2 green flames burned from the blade of the great sword. The tongue of fire weapon, which was originally a weapon that the shaman added with the power of fire, was quenched by the Necromancer by Leo, turning the tongue of fire into a poisonous tongue. When it comes to the combination of fire spells and poison spells, Leo has been studying it since he was a high-level warlock. The day after he learned the flame tongue weapon, he successfully added poisonous flame damage to the weapon. Being able to learn the shaman's lightning shield and flame tongue weapon so quickly is largely attributed to Thrall. The object he gave Leo that recorded the shamanic culture contained many of his own experiences. Your experience shows that Leo naturally understood it quickly. If he was given more time, he would definitely be able to learn more shamanic spells. Human. You will pay for your arrogance. After Calm finished speaking, he rushed towards Leo. The orc warrior was extremely fast and covered the distance of nearly 20 meters between the 2 sides in the blink of an eye. Using the momentum, Calm bumped into Leo with his shoulder. The usual tactic used by soldiers is to charge and hit people at first, which is a tactic with no new ideas. However, tactics are not afraid of old age, as long as they are effective. Leo must be fully alert to deal with Calm's collision. He turned his body sideways to avoid Calm's collision, and slashed Calm's head with the sword in his hand. The sword was extremely fast, like the passing wind, making it difficult to catch their trajectory, and even more difficult to dodge. As soon as Leo takes action, he enhances the shaman's storm strike. Calm shouted loudly, swung the axe, and his whole body spun like a top. The warrior's whirlwind. Kung! Kung! Amidst the clash of weapons, Leo's slashing sword was deflected by Calm's battle axe. Before Calm could recover, Leo flipped his wrist, and the sword made a small circle in the air, and then turned the rebounding force into a new attack. This is a leveraging technique that Leo learned under the tutelage of Eitrig, a specious Tai Chi combat method. Don't think that leveraging strength is the exclusive preserve of time travelers. In fact, in a world where powerful warriors emerge endlessly, such combat skills are simply the foundation of the basics in the eyes of the strong. If you don't even understand this, do you still want to become a strong person? Sooner or later, he will be tortured to the point of death. Calm began to show his tough side as a Coronation warrior. He ignored Leo's swords and slashed his head with both swords. Instead, he used both hands to sweep the axe towards Leo's waist, intending to die with his opponent. While his head was blooming, he also gave Leo a refreshing cut in half. Is this a practical exercise or a desperate effort? Leo cursed in his heart, but showed no fear despite his momentum. His sword still slashed through without hesitation, and did not give up the attack and switch to defense. At this time, the battle with Calm is all about courage. Whoever changes from offense to defense first will lose in terms of momentum. It's not that Leo really wants to fight for his life, but that he won't be hurt at all. Don't forget that there is Eitrig next to him. Will he just sit back and watch? Even if this happens, do you think Leo's leader mark is just a decoration? Chapter 362 Calm's Invitation. The big sword fell, and the battle axe swept across. But the two people fighting did not give in. Seeing that they were both about to lose, a long sword suddenly thrust in and stopped the two people's attacks. The sword's blade vibrated, and a huge force came from it. Leo and Calm were pushed back 2 steps, and they were separated. The orc swordmaster Eitrig stopped Leo and Calm. Looking at Leo, Eitrig showed a look of satisfaction on his face. The old orc said to him, "This is what I want to tell you today. As a warrior, in addition to being flexible, you must also have the ability to fight for your life. Courage. You did a great job." Leo is a warlock, a branch of spellcasters. As a spellcaster who needs to deal with the enemy calmly, he cannot fight as passionately as a warrior. What he needs in battle is reason rather than blood. This is a fighting method that is different from melee combatants. It emphasizes wisdom rather than the collision of blood and flesh. This is not to say that Leo does not need to know how to fight with his life. On the contrary, he must be very clear about such fighting methods in order to do a better job. Because of the passionate fighting method, Leo, as a caster, does not use it, but his companions can use it, and his enemies can also use it, whether it is from the perspective of cooperating with his companions or dealing with the enemy's combat. Leo has to understand this usefulness. It is different from the way the caster fights. Calm looked at Leo with much friendlier eyes. Orcs have great respect for real warriors. If Leo had dodged just now, he would have looked down upon him. After teaching Leo what he wanted him to know, Eitrig announced that today's training was over. This is how the orc swordmaster is. As long as you achieve the purpose in his plan, you can rest, and the army of the expedition to Zul'Aman will after setting off. He still had his own things to do. Leo had heard that this time, the orc army was led by Eitrig, although the orcs were only auxiliary this time, and the main force was Wajin's dark spear trolls. There were all aspects that needed to be taken into consideration when an army went out. Quite a few. Fortunately, I don't have to lead the army on an expedition. Otherwise it would be annoying to death. Leo was glad that he was not someone else's little brother, and didn't have to be assigned to do things. He could assign trivial tasks to others. Senior Eitrig, if we send out troops now, when will the army arrive at Silvermoon City? It is impossible for the Blood Elves to lend the teleportation orbs inside Silvermoon City to the orcs and trolls to teleport their troops. Historically, the bad relationship between the trolls and elves can be traced back to ancient times. And the orcs and Blood Elves also have a very different relationship. With deep hatred, the orcs who first entered this world and led the Burning Legion killed many Blood Elves. If it were not for the helplessness, the Blood Elves would not be able to join the Horde. Although Silvermoon City is trying to use the power of the Horde to expand its own strength in an attempt to restore Quel'Thalas to its former glory as soon as possible, this does not mean that the Blood Elves will forget the past. In fact, when Leo thought about it, the Blood Elves were a type that the Alliance didn't love themselves and didn't love the tribe. If they had the strength to become a neutral force, it would be the best way out for the Blood Elves. It's a pity that the Lich King's Scourge is like a sharp sword hanging over their heads. And the fundamental problem of the race, magic addiction, has not been solved. So the Blood Elves have to find their own allies. The army will reach the Land of Ghosts in 10 days. After Eitrig left these words, he turned and left. As for the method used to let the army of trolls and orcs pass by in such a short period of time, he did not say. And Leo also knew enough not to ask. Anyway, in addition to shamans and priests, orcs are also very powerful. So it's not surprising that they have their own methods. Eitrig said there are still 10 days. So what should I do in the next 10 days? Return to Stromgarde? Leo was planning his next trip on the way back to the hotel. Before he entered the hotel, he met the Paladin clone and Gamer. Even if he wanted to return to Stromgarde, Leo would definitely take Gamer with him. Otherwise, wouldn't a month's time be in vain? Through this period of observation, Leo had a thorough understanding of the kid game. The half-Tauren was still very innocent, and it was basically impossible to escape from his clutches. Gamer, I will leave Orgrimmar soon. A sage once said that it is better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of books. Are you willing to go outside with me? As Leo expected, Gamer nodded and agreed without any hesitation. With his experience, he was Leo's opponent. After spending a month with the Paladin clone, this poor child was already pursuing the holy light. I was so deceived that I couldn't find the right direction. Gamer, do you have anything to prepare? I can wait for you for 3 days. Leo seemed to be generous and said. In fact, he already knew Gamer's situation. Except for the orc warrior named Greshka, who needed to say goodbye. He didn't know anyone else at all. Not to mention 3 days. Half a day was more than enough. Human. If you are going to stay in Orgrimmar for 3 days, there is something you might be interested in participating in. A voice suddenly broke in. And Leo realized that it was Calm who had been following him. He didn't know what this orc warrior wanted to do. Tell me. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss if you listen to it. Maybe this Calm will bring you some surprises. There is a shadow cleft in Orgrimmar opened by the warlocks. This area was originally used for the warlocks to practice. But its appearance attracted the attention of some guys. The Shadow Council's Burning Blade cult quietly opened there, a rift in space appeared. And these smug fools thought that the chief didn't know. In fact, the chief wanted to use them to dig out the Shadow Council so that they could continue to exist. However, the situation has changed recently. And powerful dark power has been emitted there. I'm ordered to investigate there. Are you interested? Calm's words made a place named Raging Rift appear in Leo's mind. Leo originally thought that this place didn't exist. But he didn't expect that there were people who dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Those guys from the Burning Blade cult really dared to think that they actually built a stronghold in Orgrimmar. Did they really think Thrall couldn't find out? Before going to Zul'Aman, it's a good idea to go to Raging Rift to warm up and find pleasure in torturing people. Leo only thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Calm. I'm very happy to receive an invitation from an orc warrior. You might as well call me when you set off. By the way, do you mind if I bring my companions with me? An orc warrior inviting you to do something together is a way for him to value you and acknowledge you. Of course, Leo will not refuse to maintain a good relationship with an orc from the Korkron army. Not to mention that he also has his own plans. Calm did not refuse Leo's request to call his companions. In fact, entering the territory of the Burning Blade cult would definitely lead to a fierce fight. And he brought many people with him. Calm said he was going to investigate the situation there. But his intention was to catch all these guys with evil intentions. Gamer. It's time for you to try real fighting. Let's go together. After Leo said to Gamer, he turned to look at Calm and said, how about setting off tomorrow morning? Good. After speaking, Calm turned and left. His invitation to Leo was also impromptu. If Eitrigg hadn't brought him in as a sparring partner, Calm would have led his men to attack the Raging Rift today. From now until tomorrow morning, there is still most of the day and one night. There has been nothing important in Stromgarde recently. Enough for Scarlet to deal with the matters at hand and come to Orgrimmar. Let Scarlet come to participate. Yes, this is what Leo had in mind. The Raging Rift seems to Leo to be a place with little challenge. With Thrall's wisdom, he would not put a threatening time bomb in Orgrimmar. Because if the bomb is detonated, there will be consequences. It is unimaginable that Thrall, as the chief of the tribe, would not play such a dangerous game. If there is no challenge, there is no danger. In that case, why not call Scarlet over? You must know that the Burning Blade cult is also a part of the Shadow Council, and belongs to the same camp as Argus Resurrection, which once captured Stromgarde. Leo thought that Scarlet would be happy to participate in this operation to annihilate the cult. As a paladin who walks in the sun, shouldn't he destroy such a dark existence as the Shadow Council? I'll fight hard. Gamer went back to prepare with a solemn expression. You can't go into battle empty-handed. Right? If you don't have armor, you must at least have a weapon that can cut people. Right? There's going to be a battle tomorrow. So I'm going to wipe my father's tomahawk clean and sharpen it. I don't know if Gamer has ever heard of the idiom, sharpening a gun before a battle. There will be a battle tomorrow, and I just started polishing weapons and sharpening axes today. Is this kid's pursuit just unhappy and dull? After watching Gamer leave, Leo entered his room in the hotel, and he quickly contacted Scarlet. Scarlet, if you have nothing to do, come to Orgrimmar. What are we going there for? The day for the orcs to send troops is coming soon. Why don't we go directly to Silvermoon City? The female knight quickly replied, and Leo could hear reluctance in her words. Scarlet was not willing to come to Orgrimmar. Judging from the education the female knight received, it is normal for her not to have a favorable impression of orcs. Although the Holy Light Cathedral will not explicitly state that the orcs of the tribe are an evil existence that must be purified, under the subtle influence of the people who live in it will not have a good impression of orcs. There are still 10 days until the orc army arrives in Zul'Aman. When their army arrives in the Ghost Land, we can just go directly to Disam. We must find something to do during these 10 days. Coincidentally, an orc invited me to join one of their operations. Don't refuse. The target of this operation is one of the members of the Shadow Council, a sect called the Burning Blade Cult. I'm interested. As Leo expected, Scarlet, who originally wanted to refuse, immediately changed her mind after hearing that the target this time was a member of the Shadow Council. What the Argus Resurgence organization, who is also a member of the Shadow Council, did after they captured Strongguard has already angered Scarlet. The female knight hates the Shadow Council very much, and she will never miss the opportunity to deal with these guys. Leo, wait for me. I'll let Adelaide know, and I'll come over. Chapter 363 Raging Flame Rift. The first feeling when entering the Raging Flame Rift is that it is hot. Very hot. As if you are in a big melting pot. Looking around, there is either lava or red magma. No normal person would be willing to visit this place except for creatures who naturally love heat. Today, a team composed of orcs and humans entered this hot land. This place is really unlovable. Fortunately, I was prepared, Leo said as he summoned the Flame Stone Demon. With this stone demon, the heat felt was suppressed at once. Shaman? The appearance of the Fire Stone Demon made the orcs, including Calm, look surprised. They never expected that a human shaman would appear. If you want to use the shaman's ability, you must first learn the shaman culture. No wonder Eitrig will personally teach this human. And this human will also teach Gamer the way of the holy light. So Chief Thrall wants to cooperate with humans again, compared with other orc warriors. Calm, as the captain, thought more. He began to wonder if there were any major changes that could affect the entire world. Otherwise, the Alliance and the Horde would not be able to fight side by side. Although the fact is not that. Calm did think of something. Darien died in Naxxramas, and Ash Lord Mograine completely fell. Such a major event will definitely affect the pattern of the world. There is no love in this place. Leo was right. The underground is full of high-temperature magma, and the poisonous flower vines and a Noxu tower cannot get under it at all. Leo doesn't have the ability yet to let them swim happily in the magma. If Leo remembered correctly, there was a creature called an earth-boring insect in the Raging Flame Rift. Be careful underground. Calm suddenly issued a warning, and the team marching in the Raging Rift stopped. The orc warriors at the forefront took a defensive posture. A large earthworm about 2 meters long emerged from the lava. Their skin was horny. The color was very close to that of rock, and their texture was hard. I don't know if it was Leo's illusion, but he always felt that the triangular heads of these big earthworms made them look cunning and cold. He gave Scarlet a warning, and asked the female knight to be careful to guard against possible attacks. Without Calm's order, the orc warriors rushed towards the big earthworm. When they saw the orc warriors launching an attack on themselves, the big earthworms all opened their mouths and sprayed out streams of unpleasant sour liquid. Being sprayed by the sour and smelly liquid, streams of green smoke came out of the orc warriors, and scorch marks appeared on their bodies. This is the phenomenon of corroded flesh. The acid corroded the body. If it were someone with insufficient willpower, they would be rolling on the ground in pain. However, the orc warriors led by Calm became angry because of their physical injuries. The pain stimulated their nerves and made them furious. Scarlet didn't seem to be interested in dealing with some little bugs, but she didn't do nothing. The female knight turned on the piety aura and cast the king's blessing, which greatly improved the strength of the entire team. Although the orcs are unwilling to admit it, they also understand in their hearts that the strength of a team with a paladin has indeed improved a lot. Not to mention the paladin's own combat power and aura blessing. The king's blessing alone is a great weapon for group improvement. Spraying acid failed to stop the enemy's impact. The giant earthworms bent their bodies and shot fiercely, like javelins thrown one after another, quickly shooting at the orc warriors. Their triangular heads were the tips of the javelins. The orc warriors raised their weapons and slashed hard at the big earthworms, trying to chop the heads of these bugs into pieces. However, they obviously underestimated the resistance of these bugs. Even though the heavy weapons hit them, the heads of the bugs were smashed. They were smashed and dented, but did not give them enough trauma. These big earthworms relied on their thick skin and hard body to not be afraid of being attacked. After landing, they bent down again and shot at the orc warriors like javelins. Damn little bug! The orc warriors roared angrily and struck forward with force again. The big earthworms were struck to the ground again, but they were still unscathed, and then launched a third attack. So again and again. The bugs in the Raging Flame Rift were knocked down again and launched attacks again and again, without giving the orc warriors a chance to recover. Although many bugs failed to withstand the force of multiple collisions between the two sides and were killed. They were shocked to death, But the orc's physical strength was undoubtedly consumed a lot. Gamer. Never underestimate any opponent. As Leo spoke, he cast 2 curses, damage amplification and weakening. The orc warriors who were fighting the giant earthworms found that the defense and attack power of these bugs had dropped significantly, and their pressure was greatly reduced. Gamer looked at the battle ahead and clenched the battle axe in his hand, looking eager to try. Leo did not stop him when he saw this. The intensity of the current battle was not very high, which was suitable for training novices like Gamer. Go up and feel the feeling of fighting on these bugs. With Leo's permission, Gamer roared, brought up several afterimages in the air, and rushed forward with a roar. An unlucky big earthworm became Gamer's target. The tomahawk made a downward slash in the air. The hard horny skin that the big earthworm was proud of did not play any role at all. When the tomahawk struck it, it was crisp and clean. It was broken into 2 pieces. There's something strange about it. Gamer's battle axe looks inconspicuous, but is extremely sharp. It's by no means an ordinary weapon. Leo couldn't help but take a second look at Gamer's battle axe. He didn't have any evil intentions, just pure curiosity. Gamer brought his own weapons, and saved Leo the trouble of finding good weapons for him. Scarlet suddenly drew out her sword and thrust it hard into the ground. The blazing holy light dyed the rocks within a radius of 30 meters golden with her as the center. Amidst the screams of fear, large earthworms came out one after another. These bugs originally wanted to sneak attack Leo and Scarlet by relying on their ability to walk through rocks. But they didn't expect that they kicked an iron plate, and it was the type with sharp spikes that burned red. A sneak attack would not work in reverse. The dedication cast by Scarlet with the power of holy light burned her whole body to the point of melting. As soon as the big earthworms emerged from the ground, this sized shadow arrows struck them head-on. Under the impact of the dark elements, the little heads of these bugs turned into a pile of mushy material. Leo's shadow arrow rain combined with Scarlet's dedication killed all the giant earthworms that wanted to attack in an instant. If they want to attack Scarlet and me, these bugs are too indifferent. And this is not the way to seek death. Now that he has taken action, Leo will naturally not stop there. The dark elements in his hand keep gathering and casting, and waves of shadow arrows are shot out. The black shadow arrows hit the big earthworm like a heavy rain, like a rainstorm, and are fighting with the orc warriors. Under the attack of magic, the heads of these bugs were beaten into paste, and they were being killed in groups. In just a dozen breaths, all the big earthworms turned into corpses on the ground. Sour body fluids flowed from their rotten heads, and a foul stench filled the air. Some orcs used special instruments to collect the corpses of large earthworms that had drained their body fluids and left only their skins. Although the body fluids of these bugs are smelly, their skins are very hard. If they fall into the hands of a leatherworker, they can make a batch of good ones. Leather armor can equip 200 to 300 warriors with good leather armor. Leo and Scarlet did not rush. Although the warriors of the tribe were brave and hot-blooded, their poverty was an indisputable fact. Many warriors did not even have armor when they went to the battlefield. This seemed very manly, but in fact, it was a kind of helplessness. In order to help the orcs, Leo sent the flame stone demon up, and let it use the high temperature of its own flames to evaporate the sour and smelly liquids flowing around one by one, so that the orcs could collect the outer skins of the big earthworms. This move of his won the grateful eyes of the orcs, and made Gamer feel that he was a reliable man with a broad mind. Among the people present, only Scarlet understood that Leo simply didn't want to waste time on trivial matters. That's all. Talking about being broad-minded is all nonsense. After experiencing the first battle, the entire team became cautious. Just a batch of large earthworms consumed a lot of their physical strength. The next enemies will definitely be more difficult to deal with. The Raging Flame Rift is not a place they can defeat just by wandering around. The real version of Raging Rift is many times stronger than the game version. In fact, it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. How dare you go to Liangshan without 3s and 2s? If you don't have certain strength, the Burning Blade cult dares to come to Orgrimmar to cause trouble? During the march, the team came to an open area that looked like a large square. There were piles of rock scattered on the ground irregularly. At the other end of the open area was a piece of magma with no end in sight. Fortunately, there was a rock formation above the magma, and a regular stone bridge about 10 meters wide. Otherwise everyone would definitely be scratching their heads on how to pass here. What people didn't expect was that when the team marched to the center of the open field, the scattered stones suddenly launched an attack on them. Originally they were just piles of disorderly stones, and no one paid much attention to them. But in the blink of an eye, these stones gathered into a human-shaped rock creature and fiercely crashed into the team entering the Raging Flame Rift. It's the lava element in the Raging Flame Rift. These guys are so sinister. They actually pretended to be rocks and waited until we entered here before surrounding us. When will these lava elements, which are not even high-level elemental creatures, use them? Counted? Leo felt strange about the movements of his hands. But without any hesitation, a wave of shadow arrows struck out, returning all the lava elements around him to their original forms and a pile of rocks. The holy light erupted from Scarlet's body, and streaks of golden light shot out like sharp arrows, breaking into pieces the lava elements that tried to get closer. The Holy Knight's holy storm was no less inferior to the shadow arrow rain. A large gap was quickly cleared around the two of them. Smash all these damn rocks. Calm roared angrily and gave his orc warriors a battle cry, leading them to resist the attack of lava elements 3 times his own. A military flag appeared in Leo's hand, and he planted it on the ground. The orcs suddenly felt that their physiques had been strengthened, letting the warriors of the tribe be blessed by the Alliance flag. Although it is not as powerful and domineering as Gamer's father letting the women of the Alliance give birth to the children of the tribe, it is still a very unfair thing in general. Chapter 364 Reign of Evil Flames. What does it feel like to chop rocks with a weapon? No one would do this unless they were so uncomfortable that their balls ached. But now the orc warriors had to do this, because the lava element surrounded them and attacked them. The sonorous impact echoed in the Raging Flame Rift, and Leo couldn't help but worry whether such a loud battle sound would attract the attention of more enemies. Facts have proved that the aura of Pig's feet is very powerful, and whatever comes to mind is not so good. While the team was engaged in a fierce battle with the lava elements, large earthworms of the kind they had encountered before emerged from the ground. These large insects forced their way into the array of orc warriors, catching them off guard. The formation was disrupted. The putrid acid sprayed everywhere, and the corrosive liquid in the giant earthworm's body had a great impact on the orc warriors. But it did not pose a threat to the lava element at all. As a result, the team began to suffer casualties, and several orc warriors were destroyed by the lava element. Big earthworms surrounded and killed. The death of their companions made the orc warriors extremely angry. They roared and waved their weapons desperately. The orcs, whose fighting power exploded, gradually brought back the situation that seemed to be defeated. Scarlet and Leo teamed up to deal with the big earthworms that emerged from around them. The female knight looked at the orc warriors in front of her and pondered for a moment. Golden light flashed in her hands, and she began to use holy light to treat the orc warriors. Golden rays of light were falling, and the wounds on the orc warriors were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Thank you, Paladin." A shaman standing next to Scarlet said that if Calm wanted to attack the Raging Rift, he couldn't bring only warriors. It was inevitable that some people would be injured or even die in the battle. Bringing a shaman along could also deal with the injured in time. Get treatment. It's just that the status of shamans among the orcs is not low after all. Calm tried his best to only recruit 3 shamans. These 3 people were far from enough to take care of the entire team. The shaman is naturally grateful that Scarlet can help her share the pressure. Leo said he was helpless about the healing spell, although he was a shaman and had Thrall's experience notes in his hand. After all, he only got it for a short period of time. So far, he has only learned the lightning shield and flame tongue weapon. He can't use spells such as chain healing yet. Leo still needs to work hard to become a dad. After casting several weakening and damage amplifications in succession, the curse enveloped all the lava elements and giant earthworms, reducing the pressure on the orc warriors. After Leo cast Shadow Arrow Rain again, wave after wave of shadow arrows hit the formation of the orc warriors that was being destroyed. The giant earthworm shot them on the head one by one. Without the trouble of these big bugs, the orc warriors stabilized their position. Leo saw that the warriors in front could withstand him and began to cast group attack spells. Fireballs the size of basketballs fell from the head of the lava element, which was the warlock's rain of fire. There is plenty of fire element in the Raging Rift, making it a good place to cast fire spells. However, if you want to use fire to deal with the lava element that can be bathed in magma, you are totally wrong. Doesn't Leo know this? Fireballs fell like raindrops, and a surprising scene occurred. The lava elements that were not afraid of high temperatures emitted wisps of green smoke, and their bodies melted rapidly, as if they had encountered fossil water. The 3 orc shamans, who were very close to Leo, noticed that the dark elements were also fluctuating when Leo cast Rain of Fire. There was also a sharp-eyed orc shaman, who saw a little concealment in the falling fireballs. Unstoppable green. This human added dark elements and poison to the Rain of Fire he cast. On the surface, these fireballs looked the same as ordinary fireballs, But in fact they were evil flames that carried damage from the three elements of dark, poison, and fire. The warlock's Rain of Fire has been used by Leo into the Rain of Evil Flame. Leo has always been very clear that whether he is a warlock or a shaman, these abilities are not unique to him. Even if he learns all the abilities of the warlock and shaman, he cannot become a unique being. Only the Necromancer. Only the Necromancer's abilities that are not found in this world are unique to him. Only by integrating the Necromancer's abilities with other abilities can he create his own power system. This is what Leo has always thought about. A clear problem is also the direction for which he works hard. Although it is not easy to change existing spells and create new ones, Leo has been making progress in this aspect. Although the pace is slow, the progress is unquestionable. His own strength has grown very fast. In just a few years, he has accomplished things that most people would never be able to do in their lifetime. He has reached a level that many geniuses would have spent more than 10 years to achieve. It is impossible to say that he does not have a sense of crisis in his heart. For the truly strong, legends are nothing but ants. Although Leo is conspicuous, there have been powerful geniuses in this world. However, most geniuses are stuck on the path to becoming legends until they die of old age. At present, the strength of the epic level is not in the eyes of many top experts. But what will happen when he breaks through the obstacles of pseudo-legend and becomes qualified to advance to legend? Once Leo has the qualification to advance to the legendary powerhouse, many people will have to look at him seriously. It is no lie that trouble will come at that time. Leo has an idea, which is to determine his power system before becoming a pseudo-legend and lay the foundation for future strength. Only in this way will he not be misled and become stronger after breaking through the pseudo-legend. Enter the fork in the road. As the saying goes, be prepared for danger in times of peace, and be prepared for a rainy day. A truly smart person who wants to kill someone will not do it himself, unless the opponent really drives him into trouble. In this world where various forces check and balance each other, which peak person dares to wander around? He was so confused that he didn't even know he was being tricked to death. They will only quietly mislead possible threats astray, causing these people to drift further and further away from the road to becoming stronger, and can only become pseudo-strong people throughout their lives. I don't know how many geniuses have been destroyed by this method. Only those who can truly push away the clouds and maintain their true intentions are qualified to reach the top. Leo knew that he might not have the great wisdom to see through all the conspiracies, but he did have various cognitions brought about by traveling through time, allowing him to plan for the next thing in advance. One of the three orc shamans' eyes flickered for an unknown moment, and he was surprised by the rain of evil flames cast by Leo. It seems that this human's talent is indeed high. He has now broken through the first obstacle to advance to the legend. It may not be impossible to break through the second shackles. The existence of such a human is a threat. Fortunately, although his talent is outstanding, his character is flawed. He is arrogant, impulsive, belligerent, and arrogant. This is his fatal flaw, and it is not difficult to deal with him. If Leo knew what this orc shaman was thinking, he would definitely scream that he was wronged. What is arrogance and impulsiveness? Isn't it just that he didn't deal with a group of nobles in Stormwind City when he was in the legendary realm? What is warlike and arrogant? Instead of going on the defensive against Varimathras and his Defiler legions, instead of fighting them, there are always some people in this world who slander others out of envy, jealousy, and hatred when they do something they cannot or dare not do. Leo's attitude towards such people is, I don't care about you and go to HL. Go your own way and let the fools have their way. Some people in the team had secret intentions, but this did not hinder the speed of clearing the lava elements. Leo's rain of evil flames fell, and the lava elements were quickly melted in groups, and slowly solidified on the ground into uneven rocky ground. After 100 breaths, the amount of lava elements has been reduced by 90%. With Leo, a master of group killing, the lava elemental changed from fighting in groups to being beaten by opponents in the beginning. The orc warriors swarmed forward and quickly demolished the remaining lava elements into a pile of rubble. I underestimated the danger here. I didn't expect that the traitor of the Burning Blade can already control elemental creatures. Although all the lava elements were annihilated, several orc warriors died in the battle. The deaths and injuries of his companions made Calm, who led the team, blame himself. He knew that he had underestimated his opponents and was already considering whether to temporarily withdraw to recruit more people. The army came. Leo was also thinking about this. Although this trip to Raging Flame Rift Valley had just begun and the battles had only lasted 2 rounds, the intensity was indeed far beyond his expectation. I originally thought it was an easy torture trip, but now it seems that this place may not be that simple. There have been casualties even before the leader saw it. The difficulty of Raging Flame Rift is far from Leo's impression. It won't be the Raging Rift on heroic difficulty. Right? Someone was thinking in a bad way. And a loud noise suddenly came over. And a group of black shadows came from the end of the irregular stone bridge on the magma. This group of shadows was obviously alerted by the sound of their battle with the lava element. If Leo's rain of evil flames hadn't been powerful enough to kill the group, the team would now have to face another support force from their opponent. As the black shadow quickly approached them, their appearance gradually became clear. Their upper body was naked, and their lower body was tied with a tattered fig leaf made of an unknown material. Their hair was sparse and less than double digits, and their body hair was thick and rough. The height is only as high as an average person's chest. Cavemen. Calm quickly determined the identity of these shadows. They were a group of cavemen. Damn the Burning Blade cult. Calm cursed. These cavemen were obviously cannon fodder for the other party. The orc swung his axe forward. Kill them all. Cannon fodder? Leo doesn't think so. In the eyes of the orcs, a group of cavemen is indeed not enough. They can get rid of them in a few hits. But what if these cavemen have other abilities? Calm would suffer a big loss if he judged the situation in the Raging Rift based on normal conditions. Calm, be careful. There's something weird about these cavemen. The moment the orc warriors rushed forward, Leo reminded them loudly. Could it be too late? Chapter 365 Kill Oddflint instantly. The orc warriors did not take the cavemen seriously, which was not a sign of underestimation. Compared to the orcs, the body of the caveman could only be described as weak. He had no armor on his body, and only had a rough stone weapon in his hand. And even many of the cavemen didn't even have weapons. Facing such an opponent, if the orc warriors didn't dare to rush forward and kill them, would they still be hot-blooded and militant orcs? Leo's reminder was simply unnecessary in the eyes of many orcs. They would definitely kill these cavemen one by one. If they raised the knife and dropped it, there would definitely be cavemen lying down. However, the ruthless reality gave the orcs a blow in the head. Dozens of dazzling lightning strikes hit several orc warriors who were rushing ahead. An electric current flowed through the bodies of the orc warriors, making their bodies unruly. Their bodies that originally rushed towards the stone bridge were crooked. It veered off course and fell into the churning magma. These cavemen actually know how to use magic. The death of his companion made Calm very angry. But he was even more surprised that the caveman, who had always been ignored by him, actually used a spell. And that spell was so familiar to the shaman's lightning bolt. It's probably an illusion. It's just similar. Calm kept comforting himself. But then dozens of lightning bolts shot from the caveman broke his illusion. The reality cruelly and ruthlessly told him that what these cavemen used were the shaman's lightning arrows. How could a caveman possibly use the magic of a shaman? An orc shaman shouted angrily. The Burning Blade cult. It must be the Burning Blade cult. These scum are experimenting on cavemen. They want to cultivate a group of fighting machines. These sinners have insulted the shaman culture. Unforgivable. The shaman's words made the orcs even more angry. The warriors rushing forward roared and killed them at a faster speed. A dozen cavemen were cut into several pieces by the angry orcs. And of course a few orcs were hit by lightning arrows. After that, his body fell uncontrollably into the rolling magma. Leo was surprised by the orc's reaction. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. Perhaps because he was used to climbing in the mountain pass. He felt that it was normal for cavemen to use some of the shaman's spells. But in fact, if he didn't, how could a caveman learn the shaman's magic if he was specially taught by someone? In this way, the Shadow Council's purpose of allowing the Burning Blade cult to infiltrate Orgrimmar was not simple. Could it be that they wanted to cultivate enough caveman shamans, and then throw them away to shake the shaman status among the orcs, and thereby influence the situation? Thrall's authority? You must know that Thrall's current reputation is largely due to the fact that he restored the lost faith for the orcs, and allowed the shamanic culture to spread again among the orcs. If the status of the shaman among the orcs is shaken, and some people deliberately instigate it, the orcs are bound to be turbulent. Once this happens, some black hands hiding in the shadows can take advantage of it. And the turmoil of the orcs will definitely affect the entire tribe. And then the entire world system. When the chaos begins to expand, will the world usher in another major turmoil? Leo discovered that the guys from the Shadow Council are really good at causing trouble. Their method of doing things from point to point will make you fall into trouble if you don't pay attention. But they also prefer to act in secret. If you don't pay attention, you will get into trouble. Being plotted. Waves of shadow arrows hit the cavemen like rain. This is Leo helping the orc warriors clean up the enemies. since the caveman now occupies the only stone bridge that can pass through the magma belt. Leo does not dare to use the rain of evil flames to quickly clean up the caveman. At the same time, the evil flames will inevitably corrode the stone bridge. Snap! 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 3 bolts of lightning flashed around among the cavemen, electrifying each caveman to death. The orc warriors took the opportunity to cut them down one by one. The 3 orc shamans saw that the battle ahead was not going well. The cavemen gathered together again, and they attacked. Using chain lightning was very effective against the enemies crowded together. With the shaman's lightning chain, the orc warriors can kill cavemen much faster, although the lightning arrows shot from time to time will still reduce their numbers. In this special terrain, the orcs can only, after clearing out the ordinary cavemen in front, kill the caveman shaman hiding behind. Just when the battle situation turned to the side of the orc warriors, a shadow of a totem pole suddenly appeared. The orc warriors thought it was the spell of their own shaman and did not pay much attention to it. But the anxious shouts of 3 orc shamans came from behind. Quickly retreat. Some reacted quickly and retreated immediately, while some were furious but ignored it. After a breath, the totem pole suddenly exploded, and a circular wave of hot fire centered on it and destroyed everything within a 30-meter radius. After being pushed out, the orc warriors and some cavemen who did not evacuate were pushed into the magma under the stone bridge by this thrust, and were instantly engulfed by the rolling magma. Totem magic. It is actually a totem spell unique to shamans. The faces of all the orcs present became very ugly. A tall caveman appeared in everyone's sight. This guy made a strange cry that seemed to be mocking. Several orc warriors, who couldn't bear it, rushed towards him, and what greeted them was a chain of lightning, with a crackling sound. These orcs paid the price for their impulse, the price of their lives. Calm felt that the matter had become very serious. The Burning Blade cult actually allowed cavemen to master totem spells. It seemed that their experiment was on the verge of success. Once cavemen who could use totem spells could be produced in batches, what would be the consequences? Carl Mu didn't dare to think about it anymore. Just when the tall caveman was feeling complacent about killing the enemy again, a sledgehammer made of golden holy light suddenly hit him, hitting him with stars all over his eyes. 2 intertwining green mists arrived at this moment, and the tall caveman who was knocked unconscious was hit in the head by the green mist without any suspense. Boom! The tall caveman's head was blown to pieces by the powerful energy blast. Many creatures with strong vitality can still jump around without their heads, but unfortunately the cavemen are not among them. The tall cavemen who lost their heads fell straight down. Scarlet's hammer of punishment combined with Leo's chaos arrow instantly killed the tall caveman who could cast totem spells. The host killed Ogflint. The extraction of magic equipment failed. The extraction of abilities failed. This failure was unexpected by Leo. Ogflint was not considered a strong player for Leo now. It was normal that he did not get extra rewards. If he got it, it was a surprise given to him by Goldfinger. Ogflint was the chief of the caveman tribe living in the Raging Rift. His death caused the cavemen to instantly lose their fighting spirit, and a group of cavemen fled the way they came. The orcs had lost nearly 30 of their companions in the battle with the cavemen. How could the orc warriors let these guys escape? A group of orcs chased them with weapons, and hacked to death all the cavemen who had lost their fighting spirit, pulling up the Union flag that was stuck on the ground. Leo took the opportunity to turn all the cavemen's corpses into the number of corpses stored in the Golden Finger. After doing this, he asked calm, "The situation here is much more serious than expected. Do we want to continue? If we want to continue, it is best to let the wounded soldiers go out first, and let them tell Chief Sal what happened here." Calm replied to Leo solemnly, "Leo, just because the situation here is more serious than expected, I can't just retreat. If you can, please escort these wounded soldiers out and inform the chief." Stretching out his index finger and shaking it, Leo showed an unhappy look on his face. "Calm. Can I think you are insulting me? I am not the kind of person who runs away when he sees danger. These wounded soldiers are indeed you need someone to escort you. But it's not me. Gamer is a brave warrior, and he can do this well, because he discovered the danger here." Calm was asking Leo to leave in disguise. Escorting the wounded soldiers was a good step, but Leo didn't want to go downhill. He took this opportunity to push Gamer out. The Half-Dwarf had great potential, but his current strength was not enough. In the previous battle, if Leo hadn't taken special care of him, he would have been seriously injured by the cavemen. "Yes, I will do my best to do this." Gamer didn't clamor for nonsense like facing danger bravely. He saw the situation very clearly. The next battle was no longer something he could participate in. He was the weakest among the people here. Do you still need to drag down your companions to get care when facing a strong opponent? No. Dragging down your companions is not what a warrior should do. Instead, it made more sense to escort the wounded soldiers and tell Chief Thrall what was going on here. Leo did not leave calm nor force it. He gave Gamer something. Take this to see the chief, and the Corcron guards will inform you. After solving the problem of selecting people to escort the wounded soldiers and report the news, the group began to waiting for the orc warriors who were chasing the cavemen to bring news. Can this irregular stone bridge allow them to smoothly pass through the rolling magma belt? During this period of time, Gamer had left with a group of wounded soldiers, and Leo also quietly communicated with Scarlet. Scarlet was very resistant to what Leo said about teaching Gamer the way of the holy light. Gamer's towered appearance made the female knight very reluctant to teach him as Leo requested. How could the way of the holy light be messed up? Professor? It's okay if Gamer didn't comprehend the holy light. But what if he did? After Gamer understood the way of the holy light and spread it among the tribe, Scarlet couldn't imagine what kind of reaction the Holy Light Cathedral would have. Leo is not as worried as Scarlet. The way of holy light is not so easy to understand. Otherwise, there would not be so few paladins in the Alliance. Besides, regardless of whether the holy light is a treasure now, it won't be long before the Blood Elves will have a way to mass-produce Blood Knights. Although it is a heretical theory, it is an indisputable fact that the Blood Knights have powers similar to the Paladin. Chapter 366 An Unfair Game. Walking on the irregular stone bridge, looking at the churning magma under his feet, and feeling the scorching heat wave coming from below, Leo felt that this scene had a unique flavor. If it had been before the crossing, there would have been absolutely no problem in a place like this where the entire tourist area would be crowded with tourists. Just the ticket for the stone bridge would have cost 200 to 300 yuan. While someone was thinking wildly, the other end of the stone bridge had already appeared in sight, and a group of orc warriors were vigilantly guarding against possible attackers. There are no enemies at the end of the stone bridge. This was originally the territory of the cavemen, but they all died on the stone bridge. How'd it go? In front of the stone bridge is a fork in the road. There are roads on the left, right, and front. At this time, which road to choose is a question before everyone. Leo didn't express any opinions. This was not the time to show off. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it was different from what he knew? The three shamans began to cast spells on the three forked roads. Leo's heart moved. Are they going to use astral vision to explore the road? Astral vision, a spell similar to the hunter's eagle eye, allows the shaman to see far away, which is very good for pathfinding. Go this way. After some exchanges, the three shamans chose the right path. There were dead ends on both sides, and only the right path was the right path. Stone bridge. See stone bridge again. Magma. Also see magma. Not long after traveling, there was another magma zone, and there was still an irregular stone bridge above the magma. If it weren't for the obvious changes in the surrounding environment, everyone would almost think that they had circled back to the previous place. This time the shaman directly used his astral vision to observe the situation ahead. But what he brought was not good news, because there was still no sign of the Burning Blade cult members at the end of the stone bridge, but instead a large amount of chaos accumulated. Stone. Everyone who has been tricked once understands that this so-called large amount of rocks means a large amount of lava elements. If you want to continue exploring the Raging Rift, where the Burning Blade cult is entrenched, you must confront the lava elements again and continue to be consumed by these elemental creatures. Abominable elemental creatures. Damn the Burning Blade cult. Calm cursed and led the team forward. With the last experience, everyone did not rush forward after walking out of the stone bridge. The first time they were fooled by the lava element, it was because they did not understand the situation. If Calm was fooled the second time, he would just jump into the lava and kill himself. After all, lava elements are not advanced elemental creatures, and their intelligence is not that developed. When the orcs adjusted their formation, these lava elements did not take the opportunity to attack because they did not enter their ambush range. This alone was doomed to their defeat. After seeing Calm giving him a sign that everything was ready, Leo began to cast the Rain of Evil Flames. The rain of fire mixed with the three types of dark poison fire damage poured down, and piles of rocks were melted, and each lava element was destroyed before it even got up. Seemingly realizing that his trick had been seen through, the lava element disguised as rubble after killing a dozen companions revealed its true form and launched an attack on Leo and the other intruders. Is it too late to launch the attack now? How long do you think you can stand in my rain of evil flames? Leo was responsible for group killing, and the orc warriors in front were responsible for helping him block the lava elements. Although the lava elements at the end of the stone bridge were several times more than the ones they encountered before, they did not kill even a single enemy. Many lava elements couldn't even get through Leo's rain of evil flames. Leo didn't know if he had an illusion, but he found that the flame stone demon seemed to be very interested in the corpses of the lava elements. Wherever it passed by, the bodies of the lava elements emitting heat would cool down much faster. Having a powerful spellcaster in the party can indeed solve a lot of troubles. Calm was very happy that there was no loss of troops in this battle. Leo's rain of evil flames killed most of the lava elements, and the few that slipped through the net did not pose any threat to the orc warriors, even if a few warriors were injured. He also recovered his fighting strength under the treatment of the shaman. Immediately afterwards, another piece of good news came. A shaman finally saw the orcs of his own clan, the Burning Blade cult, in the Raging Rift through his astral vision. Are you finally going to meet the rightful owner? The emergence of the Burning Blade cult orcs means that all the cannon fodder in the Raging Rift has been eliminated. And now it's time to make these cultists pay the price. The orcs clench their weapons and rush forward. The orcs of the Burning Blade cult look exactly the same as the orcs under Thrall's leadership. The only way to tell them apart is by looking at their skin color. The orcs under Thrall's leadership have green skin, while the orcs of the Burning Blade cult have dark cyan skin. This is the only way Leo can distinguish the two. Intruder. Calm appeared with murderous orc warriors, and a group of Burning Blade cultists discovered them. After sounding a warning, the Burning Blade cultists rushed forward. Kill all these shameful cultists. Calm roared and rushed forward first, followed closely by a group of roaring orc warriors. Two orcs fought in one place with red eyes. Knowing that these dark cyan-skinned orcs were the real masters this time, Scarlet drew her sword and rushed forward, joining the fierce battle. The purpose of the female knight's coming was to kill the members of the Shadow Council. Now that she saw the Burning Blade cultists, how could she not take action? Help the orc warriors heal. Let's wait until Scarlet kills him first, and then talk about it. Leo shrugged to the three orc shamans, with an expression that said there was nothing he could do to her. The pair of young men in Stromgarde are both impulsive and belligerent, so it seems they do not pose a big threat. The shaman who secretly observed made this judgment. Since the two people in charge of Stromgarde have such a flaw, they don't need to be on guard at all times. Leo holds the iron staff, and curse spells are sprinkled down. The damage is deepened. Life is stolen, weakened. The attack backlashes. The resistance is reduced, and the elemental curse is cast. Leo's elemental curse is now also a group curse spell, because his talent points are enough to activate the disaster star in the warlock's curse master talent, changing the effect of the elemental curse from a single target to a ranged cast. 6 curse spells were cast on their bodies, and the strength of the fire blade cultists was greatly weakened. Their strength was originally on the same level as the orc warriors brought by Calm. After being cursed, they were immediately unable to withstand the opponent's attacks and were attacked. They were defeated steadily. Seeing this, the 3 orc shamans cast lightning chains one after another. Lightning bolts rushed among the Burning Blade cultists, electrocuting them until their bodies were numb. The orc warriors took the opportunity to chop these opponents to death with axes. Reduce resistance plus elemental curse. Double curse reduces magic resistance. When faced with magic attack by these 2 curses, the damage suffered by the Burning Blade cultist is not just doubled. Weaker fire blade cultists will even be killed directly by chain lightning. Calm chopped off the heads of the 2 Burning Blade cultists with a series of swings of his axe, and shouted, "This is the fate of traitors." For Calm, who is loyal to Thrall, any action against Thrall is betrayal, and traitors deserve death. Scarlet slashed with her big sword, and in a golden sword shadow, several of the Burning Blade cultists around her were chopped to the ground, making no sound. The female knight's holy light was very dazzling in this battle. Many Burning Blade cultists rushed towards her with gritted teeth. Leo, who was proficient in dark power, discovered the same source of fluctuations in them. These Burning Blade cultists had clearly taken refuge. The devil. Out of the devil's disgust for the holy light, they instinctively hate Scarlet, a paladin, and want to kill the female knight quickly. Paladin, I lost to you last time. I won't lose this time. Calm also discovered Scarlet. He had always been unconvinced by this female paladin, who was obviously a level lower than him, but somehow beat him badly. However, now that the 2 sides were fighting side by side, he could no longer directly to decide the outcome. Calm changed to another method of fighting to kill people. Who has killed more people? Scarlet glanced at Calm, and she replaced her answer with actual actions. The holy light erupted from the holy storm killed the 5 Burning Blade cultists, who rushed up. Then the female knight made an "I'm ahead" to Calm gesture entered the burning blade cultists. Calm showed no sign of weakness. He swept out his big axe and killed the 2 burning blade cultists, and then followed up with a cleave to chop the 3 burning blade cultists behind them in half. Leo was quite speechless when he saw this scene. I said, "Calm, what are you doing? If you have nothing to do, why don't you just play nonsense by yourself? And you actually dragged Scarlet to play a killing contest. Is that ridiculous? You are just ignoring me. This is my wife. Don't lead her astray." Waves of shadow arrows hit the burning blade cultists like a torrential rain. The successive shadow arrows injured the burning blade cultists one by one, under Leo's deliberate control. The focus of the shadow arrow rain attack was on Scarlet. The injured burning blade cultist Lee fought against was easily killed by the female knight. In just 10 seconds, Scarlet's kill count had already exceeded 3, and Calm had not even passed the halfway mark. Hundreds. With Scarlet's successive gestures, Calm found that he was being pushed further and further away from his opponent, and he roared angrily. But the gap was still widening. Leo was secretly happy to see it. "I asked you to drag my wife into a killing contest in front of me. Don't you know that a husband and wife team is not easy to mess with?" Because Leo cast Shadow Arrow very quickly, and he also paid attention to Calm from time to time. The orc warriors inside did not notice anything wrong. Only the 3 orc shamans standing next to Leo did. Something fishy inside. This is why the authorities are confused and the beholder is clear. But the orc shaman saw that Leo was siding with Scarlet and had nothing to say. Is it wrong for Leo to help the orcs kill the burning blade cultists? Without Leo's help, the number of casualties among the orc warriors would have at least doubled. The shamans made a choice between the lives of their kind and Calm's victory or defeat. They could only remain silent except sighing that Calm was destined to lose in this unfair contest. Just as the burning blade cultists were gradually unable to resist, dozens of shadow arrows were fired from behind them, and a group of burning blade warlocks with void walkers and demon imps came out from inside the raging rift. The battle here finally alerted the enemies inside, and a figure several meters tall was rushing towards here. Chapter 367 is indeed heroic difficulty. The situation immediately changed when the fire blade cultists, who were being suppressed and beaten by the orcs, received the help of nearly 100 fire blade warlocks. The warlocks and the demons they summoned could be divided into 2 people. Nearly 30 void walkers rushed forward, and the remaining 50 or 60 demon imps began to cast flame arrows to cooperate with their warlock masters. The burning blade cultists were assisted by nearly 30 warriors and 100 spellcasters. This battle is not easy to fight when Leo is unwilling to show more strength. Roar! Several beast roars sounded, and the giant grizzly bear, Huma, Terraclaw and Crazy Wolf were summoned by Leo. And several beasts roared and joined the battle group in front. Now that Leo's beasts have reached the epic level, the situation has become much better with their addition. While Leo continued to release the shadow arrow rain, he felt a pity secretly. It would be great if he could also change the language curse to a group version. If a group language curse is passed, the threat of these fire blade warlocks will be reduced to a very low level. When the void walkers rushed forward to join the battle between the burning blade cultists and the orc warriors, the Huma Terraclaws and wild wolves suddenly disappeared from where they were, and several beasts appeared among the burning blade warlocks. The fangs of the epic beasts and the sharp claws caused a bloody storm among the fire blade warlock, who was caught off guard. By the time the fire blade warlock reacted, 10 of their companions had fallen, and 4 beasts reduced the fire blade warlock's strength by 1/6. The teleportation talent is really useful for sneak attacks, being killed by 4 beasts with epic combat power. The fire blade warlock could not help his companions in front of him. They had to deal with the threat in front of them. The fire blade warlock, who focused his attention on the 4 Huma beasts, did not notice that there were 2 faint cracks on the rocky ground under his feet. And these 2 cracks were quickly heading towards where they were, while the fire blade warlock was fighting fiercely with the 4 Huma beasts. The rock under their feet suddenly cracked, and a green vine 2 people thick broke through the rock and came out, like a wild snake. It covered all obstacles within a radius of 20 meters. The huge force caused serious injuries to a dozen fire blade warlocks, and a few unlucky fire blade warlocks died directly. The remaining fire blade warlocks were horrified when they saw this. Just as they were about to move aside, a purple spider monster came out. As the spider monster's belly swelled, a large amount of venom was sprayed on the fire blade warlock's pocket. Under the influence of the venom, the burning blade warlock's body began to ache and his movements became slower. It turns out that the venom sprayed by the purple spider monster is not only highly poisonous, but also mixed with a lot of spider silk. Once it is sprayed, the body will stick together quickly. It is strange that it can move quickly. The green vine is the poisonous flower vine, and the purple spider monster is Naxxramas, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the poisonous flower vines and Naxxramas. The 4 Huma beasts launched attacks one after another, clawing and biting each fire blade warlock to death. When these fire blade warlocks finally escaped from Naxxramas' venom, they were furious to find that more than half of their companions had died in the hands of these beasts. In just half a minute, only about 20 of the 60 or so fire blade warlocks were left. Roar! A huge grizzly bear roared and rushed over, much faster than the fire blade warlock expected. The seemingly huge and clumsy body of the grizzly bear was so fast that it could bring out several afterimages in the air. This bear knows how to charge as a warrior. 2 fireblade warlocks were hit by a grizzly bear. The 2 unlucky children didn't even have a chance to scream in agony before their bones were broken and their tendons were broken. They were sent flying backwards, and then fell heavily to the ground. It depends on the situation to vent their anger. Too much air intake and too little air intake, and you won't be able to survive for more than a few seconds. The grizzly bear who crashed into the burning blade warlocks, like a tank at full power, stood up and flapped its 2 bear paws, slapping the 2 burning blade warlocks, who had no time to dodge until their heads cracked and they died. Encountering this ferocious beast, the fire blade warlock could only dodge. Poison flower vine and Huma did not waste the opportunity. They seized the opportunity and killed several more fire blade warlocks, reducing the number of fire blade warlocks to less than 20. The opponent greatly regretted the slaughter of the burning blade warlocks. They could only blame them for being overconfident. If they left a few void walkers to protect their Huma, they would never be able to achieve such results. If you have the strength to pretend to be cheating, it's cheating. If you don't have the strength to pretend to be cheating, that's stupid cheating. This group of fire blade warlocks actually sent out all the void walkers with such arrogance. Isn't this deliberately giving Leo a chance to harvest their lives? Leo withdrew his gaze from the fire blade warlock. The remaining dozen fire blade warlocks could not make any waves under the attacks of Huma and other pets. He did not have to spend his energy on these guys. The huge figure several meters tall was gradually approaching, and Leo was waiting for his arrival. He is 6 or 7 meters tall, with a strong body and rock-like muscles. The armor is as thick as 3 fingers, and weighs no less than 10,000 kilograms. There is a devil's horn standing in the sky on his forehead, and there is a cold light shining on the shoulder armor. A ferocious thrust. A U-shaped bloody door panel giant sword weighing 1,000 kilograms. This guy is clearly a demon guard, the image spokesperson of the violent race among demons. A group of low-level creatures. Lord Taligaman will chop you all into pieces. This demon guard is Taligaman the Hungry. Damn it. Have the traitors of the Burning Blade cult summoned a high-level demon? It seems that the situation is very bad. If they are not stopped, Orgrimmar will face a disaster. Calm looked anxious. They were still late. No one would have thought that these Burning Blade cultists had actually made a deal with the devil. They were not simply against Thrall, but were tempted by the devil and fell. The Burning Blade cult, it has become a pawn in the hands of demons. A pawn that allows demons to enter this world. Kill this demon guard. We must find and destroy the portal through which they summon demons as soon as possible. Calm had forgotten the game between him and Scarlet. The appearance of Taligaman made him realize that there were things many times more important than earning face. Taligaman's fighting power was very bad. The demon guard rushed across a distance of nearly 300 meters with a swish. Before Leo could react, he knocked the giant grizzly bear away for more than 10 meters and let it lie down, unable to get up from the ground. Then the demon guard swung his arm, and the blood-red giant sword on the door knocked away Huma and other pets who wanted to attack him like flies. The power on the giant sword was so great that even the poisonous flower vines could not resist it. Taligaman the Hungry looks fierce. Taligaman's performance surprised Leo. This demon guard was much more powerful than he imagined. Seeing him easily inflict heavy damage on pets such as epic-level giant grizzly bears and Huma, Leo couldn't help but reevaluate his strength. Legend? No. Although the aura is very close, it has not yet reached the level of a legendary powerhouse. However, it is certain that Taligaman has definitely passed the second shackles of the epic advanced legend. He is now stronger than the pseudo-legend and weaker than the legend. As a master, as long as you give him enough time, it will not be a problem for this demon to successfully advance to the legend. Leo was surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful demon in a Raging Rift. It seemed that this time the Raging Rift was indeed a heroic level difficulty. The orcs of the Burning Blade cult were powerful enough. A demon guard whose strength is broken through the pseudo-legend and is heading towards the legend is not easy to deal with. If you don't use powerful thugs to deal with him. I don't know how long it will take. Leo doesn't dare to use the war fortress in terrain like the Raging Rift. Did Dragonikoth have to take action to kill an enemy that wasn't even legendary? However, if Taligaman cannot be eliminated quickly, this demon guard will cause heavy casualties to the team. Should we send a few more Velociraptor bone dragons to attack him? But the terrain here doesn't allow this. Leo was in a dilemma. If he had known there would be such a situation, he would have taken Goddic with him. And it would be easy to deal with a Taligaman with the skills of a Soul Reaper. Taligaman, who severely injured Huma and other pets, did not stop because he had already set his sights on a target. Leo cursed in his heart when he saw the direction he was going. The direction the demon guard was going was exactly where Scarlet was. Because of the demon's hatred of the holy light, Taligaman's target is undoubtedly Scarlet. A paladin, with Scarlet's strength, which has not yet successfully entered the epic. How can she be Taligaman's opponent? Leo was angry. It's so easy for you to pick up a second-generation beautiful girl, isn't it? You damn Taligaman actually wants to deal with my wife. Let's see if I can't kill you. The angry Leo was about to call out Dragonikoth, when his body suddenly paused. Maybe this would be okay. Ilsa, hang on to that demon guard. According to the law of summoning, Ilsa could not disobey Leo's order. Although the succubus knew that her death was in danger, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack Taligaman. Anyway, as long as Leo is alive, Ilsa's soul will not be extinguished. At most, she will lose some strength. This loss is nothing compared to the benefits she gained from Leo. A bone whip with barbs suddenly appeared in the void, and struck the demon guard's calf with a crackling sound. Unfortunately, the armor on the demon guard's body was too thick and hard. This whip did not hurt Taligaman at all, but instead Ilsa was exposed. Succubus, how dare you offend me? Taligaman was angry. In his opinion, Ilsa's attack on him was tantamount to the following crime. A succubus dared to attack a powerful demon guard and rebelled against her. Okay. Ilsa winked at Taligaman coquettishly, trying to use a beauty trap to stabilize the devil guard. Unfortunately, Taligaman, a rough guy, didn't understand the charm, and he ignored Ilsa's temptation. The blood-red door panel sword with strong wind. He slashed down at the succubus. Taligaman's big sword slashed at Ilsa, who failed to seduce her and hurriedly dodged. The devil guard was not willing to let her go. He caught up with Ilsa in a big step, and the door panel was smashed with a big sword sound. Go! Taligaman, who was dealing with Ilsa, had no idea what he would encounter next. A guy who dared to think and do something was gathering mana to do evil things to him. Chapter 368, the third chapter 70, the Demon Master is fully launched. An old lady once said this: if you make me unhappy for a moment, I will make you unhappy for the rest of your life. If this sentence is applied to Leo now, it would be very appropriate. Taligaman wants to attack Scarlet, and the Devil Guard makes Leo unhappy. So he is going to make Taligaman unable to stand up for the rest of his life. Baby, just be obedient and work for me for the rest of your life. Taligaman, who was chasing Ilsa, suddenly felt a spiritual oppression rising from the depths of his soul. This spiritual force wanted to oppress his mind and make him surrender to a certain existence. Following the telepathy, Taligaman discovered Leo, who was casting a spell, and the demon guard knew that something was wrong. Leo is an epic level warlock close to the pseudo-legend, and Taligaman's strength is close to the legend. If Taligaman's strength has reached the true legendary level, even if Leo has the idea, he will not be able to put it into practice. But it happens Taligaman has not yet reached the level of legend, and the appearance of this demon guard is purely a delicious meal for Leo. What does a warlock do? Warlocks are those who study the power of darkness. They control darkness and drive demons. If you want to drive demons, you must study the spell of how to make them succumb to your will. And this spell is called enslaving demons. The spell of enslaving demons has been perfected after countless warlocks' research. It can make demons who are stronger than the warlock succumb to the will of the warlock and become the warlock's thugs. With Leo's current strength not yet reaching the level of pseudo-legendary, his enslaved demons can only succumb to demons below the legendary level. Taligaman is right among them. Taligaman, the hungrier strength, is about the same as what Leo can enslave now. The devil's limit. Leo is using the spell of enslaving demons on Taligaman. As long as he is given enough time, he can successfully subdue the demon guard's consciousness and make him obey his call obediently, and use the rest of his life as a coolie to serve him. Damn warlock. He wants to enslave me. Taligaman was very angry. He knew that with Leo's current strength, he was capable of this. Taligaman was not a demon imp or a low-level creature like a void walker. He was a high-level demon. Taligaman was not. I am happy to be enslaved by a human being. After discovering Leo's plan, Taligaman immediately changed his target. The demon guard nicknamed the Hungry Man quickly rushed towards Leo's direction. He wanted to kill Leo before he could complete the spell of enslaving the demon. The idea is good, but can Taligaman do it? Taligaman turned around and wanted to deal with Leo, but Ilsa stopped running. The succubus wrists trembled continuously, and the bone whip with barbs danced in the air, creating several afterimages, and the sound of snapping sounds was heard. Taligaman was whipped several times on the crook of his leg that was not protected by armor. A strong sense of pain hit Taligaman. The demon guard's legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Even the demon guard could not receive the succubus's painful whip without any damage. Taligaman was furious. This ungrateful little succubus should have laughed happily when he let her go. Now she actually dares to take the initiative to cause trouble for herself. She is impatient. Right? Taligaman turned his head to give Ilsa a powerful look. What greeted him was a pair of big seductive eyes, and a few charming blowing kisses. The demon guard's anger immediately dissipated a lot. A kiss of seduction and comfort. Although Taligaman knew what trick Ilsa was using, his anger gradually subsided uncontrollably. Originally, Taligaman would not be affected by Ilsa, but Leo's enslavement of demons has begun to take effect, and the demon guard's consciousness is not as firm as usual under the influence of the spell. Taligaman also discovered that there was something wrong with him, and the demon guard was shocked. He did not expect that Leo's mental power was so powerful. The spell to enslave the demon had already begun to work before it was completed. This black-haired human must be a human. As a genius-level figure in the world, no wonder he dared to use this spell on himself. The spell had already had such an effect before it was completed. If he could still get it after completing the spell, would he really be enslaved by a human? How can I, Taligaman, a high-level demon, be driven by a human being? No. I will never allow this to happen. Get away, little succubus. Taligaman was not ready to pay attention to Ilsa anymore. He turned and rushed towards Leo. As one of the demons who signed a contract with Leo, Ilsa is very aware of her master's magical abilities. She has discovered the abnormality of this demon guard from Taligaman, and knows that there is something wrong with Taligaman. How could Ilsa let him go? Big guy, don't leave in a hurry. Let my sister come and have fun with you. It will be very comfortable. The succubus had a charming smile on her face, and her voice was sweet, but the strength of her hands did not weaken at all. The bone whip crackled the air, and Taligaman received another painful whipping on the crook of his leg. The legs are bent, and the legs are bent again. Taligaman was extremely angry, but under the effect of the comforting kiss, he had no anger at all. Although he was very angry, he couldn't express any anger, even with the strong body of the demon guard. It was suppressed into internal injuries. Ilsa, a little succubus, who was usually not taken seriously by Taligaman, actually dragged him down at this time, and put him in an extremely dangerous situation. This was something Taligaman never expected. The succubus's painful whip hit other places, but it didn't matter. However, Ilsa found the crook of his leg. The severe pain made it difficult for Taligaman to pick up the speed. He wanted to rush to Leo's side quickly. The idea of interrupting his spell was simply out of the question. The mental oppression coming from the depths of the soul is getting stronger and stronger. Taligaman knows that if he does not interrupt Leo's spell quickly, the consequences will be disastrous. However, with Ilsa's interference, it is impossible for him to do so in a short time. Arriving at Leo's side, Taligaman fell into a deadlock. If someone could help Taligaman hold down Ilsa at this time, the demon guard would be able to get out of the crisis quickly. However, the only ones who could rescue him were the Fireblade Warlocks, who were dragged back to their feet by the giant grizzly bear and Huma. There was no way he could get any help. The strength of Ilsa and the giant grizzly bear is usually not seen by Taligaman at all. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, he was tripped up by these little guys. Sure enough, any enemy cannot be ignored. Even a strong man like Orgrim Doohammer would die at the hands of an unknown human soldier. Isn't this alarming? The mental oppression is getting heavier and heavier, as Leo's spell to enslave the demon is gradually completed. Taligaman's thoughts are also changing. He gradually loses the desire to attack Leo. He feels that this human being is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye and follows him. It's also a good choice to have around. A mysterious smile appeared on Leo's face. He could clearly feel that Taligamon's will to resist was rapidly weakening. This demon guard could no longer escape from his grasp. The 3 orc shamans standing next to Leo also saw Leo's plan. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Didn't they say that Leo was a destruction warlock? How could he think of enslaving a demon guard? Isn't this human afraid that the devil will break free and kill him? This human warlock named Leo is really bold. No. Bold can no longer describe his personality. He is arrogant. So arrogant that he thinks he can control the powerful demon guard. One day this human being will surely die from his own arrogance. The 3 orc shamans reached a consensus and ignored this human warlock who was seeking death. Seeking death? Of course not. With Leo's current mental strength. As long as he subdued Taligamon's consciousness and used a special method to make him sign a summoning contract with him, the demon guard would never be able to rely on Leo's control again. After all, the demon guards are a race known for their physical strength. They are violent killing machines, but not mage-like demons with profound intelligence and strong mental power. Looking at the demons that a warlock can control. Except for the cunning succubus. Which one is not honest? Relative to the race of demons. When the last spell to enslave the demon was spoken from Leo's mouth, Taligamon suddenly became quiet. The demon guard looked at Leo with dull eyes. Taligamon's consciousness had been temporarily suppressed. This is a good time to make a contract. Leo raised his hand, and a light of contract magic lit up on Taligamon's forehead. As the light penetrated Taligamon's eyes, the dullness disappeared, and his eyes became violent again. Seeing this, Leo knew he had succeeded. Thanks to Gacoin. Thank you to the Dark Spirit Binder. This master demon warlock, who has spent his life studying how to enslave and control demons. The magic notes left to Leo are really powerful. Although in Gacoin's opinion there are many things in them, it has no effect, because its success rate is very low and cannot be popularized at all. But Leo is a special case. These magics, which have a low success rate and can only be used by a few geniuses, are prepared for him. From Gacoin's perspective, he is the leader of the Warlock Guild. It is good to develop spells that can be popularized by the Warlock Guild. Although special spells are useful, they are not practical, so he does not pay much attention to them. As for Leo, some of the contents recorded in the magic notes obtained from Gacoin would not be replaced even if they were given artifacts. Taligamon, kill them. Leo gave his first order to his new thug. As you command, my master. The demon guard waved the butcher knife at the orcs of the Burning Blade cult without hesitation. One's own powerful help suddenly turned into the opponent's executioner. The morale of the orcs of the Burning Blade cult dropped significantly, and their defeat was inevitable. Leo was proudly watching Taligamon slaughtering enemies when a voice boomed in his head. The contract between the host and Taligamon. The host gains a new ability, summoning demon guards. The demon master talent is fully activated. The host gains a new ability, demon knowledge. Master of Demonology. Chapter 369 Abnormal Message Entry. Demon knowledge, which is to increase the warlock's control over dark and fire spells through the understanding of the power of demons. To put it simply, it is to increase the spell damage ability of the warlock when casting these two spells. After turning on this ability, a large amount of information flooded into Leo's mind, including the devil imp's understanding of the devil's blood contract and flaming arrows, the suffering and torture of the void walker, the succubus's painful whipping and shadow whipping, the hellhound shadow bite and spell blockade, as well as the demon guard's demonic storm and... Huh? Leo was surprised. There was actually a flaming nova. Demon guard will flame nova? Was there any mistake? Leo scratched his face, and he suddenly thought that flame nova was not a general ability of the demon guard, but a skill that Taligamon himself understood. The knockoff version of Blade Storm, Demon Storm, the knockoff Cleave Legion Strike, and the addition of Fire Nova make Taligamon a violent group fighting machine. Counting the demon guard's powerful one-on-one ability, Taligamon can be regarded as a combo player who is good at one-on-one and group fights. When the demonic knowledge was completely received by Leo, before he could catch his breath, another message flooded into his mind. This was the message flow from the Master of Demonology. However, this message flow was too huge and shocked Leo's mind. The pain was excruciating. His mental strength was damaged, and his face turned pale. Compared with demon knowledge, the scope of information from the Master of Demonology is wider. It benefits Leo more than demon knowledge. It allows Leo to know more about the demons he summons, and can command demons to fight more effectively. Not to mention this, What surprised Leo even more was that he found that the Demon Master talent that had not been effective before had also become effective. For example, after a demon attacks an enemy, the mana feed allows the warlock to recover his magic. The ancient grimoire can control multiple demons in a short period of time. And the doomsday is approaching, which shortens the cooldown of demon transformation. These have been activated before, but have never been activated. Leo felt that the talents that came into play could really be used by him now. The joy in Leo's heart when he thought of the multi-control demon Leo outweighed the discomfort caused by the mental damage. The meaning of multi-controlling demons is that the demons that have signed a contract with the warlock will not appear alone during the battle. Ordinary warlocks can only control one demon at a time due to their mental strength. But the powerful demon master can control multiple demons within a certain period of time. The appearance of a demon gives the warlock more helpers during the battle. For powerful demon masters, what they play is group fights. As for single-on-one combat, in what age are you still doing such inefficient things as single-on-one combat? Group fighting is the way to go. A pair of warm hands gently held Leo, and Scarlet's concerned and anxious face came into Leo's eyes. It turned out that the female knight immediately gave up her pursuit of the Burning Blade cultists, and ran to his side after noticing that Leo's face was pale. Leo had a smile on his face, and he was about to give Scarlet an I'm okay look. The messages that continued to pour into his mind made his face look shocked. The devil's message is being recorded. The host's capabilities are insufficient. The devil's message is being recorded. Before Leo could think about the meaning of this sentence carefully, Goldfinger's next message made him fall into a sluggish state. Corpse on fire, ghost strike, cold enhancement, Baisu Hiroshi, magic resistance, fire enhancement, blood crow, rocket, bone crusher, magic resistance, lightning invalid, icy crow, cold enhancement, lightning invalid, Rekonixu, lightning strengthened, fire ineffective, tree fist, especially strong, especially fast, Griswold, curse attack, poison ineffective, blood countess, fire strengthened, fire ineffective, cold ineffective, especially fast, evil dog, cold strengthening, lightning invalid, ashes, cold strengthening, magic resistance, smith, especially strong, and aerial, poison mist attack, poison mist cloud. The host is not strong enough, and the devil's message input is limited. The message input is completed. Is this really true? The big pineapple demon army from H.L. has invaded. Leo was stunned and speechless. What is going on? How could he get the demonic message in Diablo into his mind? No wonder the flow of information from the master of demonology is so huge that even his own mental power cannot withstand it. This is because of the limited information. If all Big Pineapple's men were recorded, he would probably be turned into a vegetative state by the powerful information flow. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Leo felt lucky for a while. Sometimes lack of strength was also a blessing. Leo, are you okay? The look of concern on Scarlet's face became even more intense. The female knight clearly noticed that something had happened to Leo, and she was afraid that something might really happen to Leo. I'm fine. I just didn't expect that controlling the two demons consumes too much mental power. After Leo finished speaking, he pointed forward. Talagammon and Ilsa were very active. The demon guard's blood-red door panel sword and the succubus barred bone whip have become the nightmare of the orcs of the Burning Blade cult. There are hundreds of them. An orc from the Burning Blade cult fell into the hands of two demons. They were either smashed into pulp by Talagammon, or the flesh of the whole body was ripped apart by the succubus, leaving only a bloody skeleton. Demons are demons after all, and their methods of killing are violent and cruel. Although the orc warriors brought by Calm hate the orcs of the Burning Blade cult, they cannot accept the killing methods of Talagammon and Ilsa. The two demons glared at each other. Human, you better get a hold of your demons. Even an orc shaman couldn't bear to see it. Although the orcs of the Burning Blade cult were against Thrall, they were still orcs after all. Seeing their miserable death, the orc shaman couldn't accept it. Leo rubbed his brows. Under his order, Talagammon and Ilsa, who were eager to kill, retreated. The two demons glanced at the orc shaman, who had spoken before with cold eyes. If it weren't for with Leo here, they would definitely skin and bones the shaman. Stay with me, and don't cause any trouble. Leo gave the order forcefully. He came here to establish friendly contact with the orcs. Wouldn't it be counterproductive if the killing of these two demons had the opposite effect? As you command, my master. Ilsa and Talagammon accepted Leo's order without any objection. As long as the summoning law did not change, they could not go against Leo's wishes. The three orc shamans stayed away from Talagammon without leaving a trace. They thought that this demon guard was now obedient to Leo. If Leo made any negligence, Taligaman would definitely get angry and hurt people. The orcs the shaman didn't want to suffer the same fate as the fish in the pond. No one wanted to stay with a time bomb that didn't know when it would explode. Enslaving demons, especially high-level demons like demon guards, is not as simple as imagined. Unfortunately, the orc shaman didn't know that things were not as they imagined. Leo had already concluded a contract with Taligaman, and the demon guard could not rebel against his master at all. Ignoring the small movements of the 3 orc shamans, Leo was holding Scarlet's hand and flirting with the female knight. Yigosh, you disgusting scumbag actually gave in to the devil. I'm going to tear you apart. Tom's angry voice came from the front. Just as Leo and Scarlet were fighting each other, a group of orcs from the Burning Blade cult joined the battle. Under the leadership of an orc warlock, the Burning Blade cultists, who received reinforcements, were stayed in position. When Tom saw this orc warlock, he knew that he was the leader of the Burning Blade cult here. Supplicant Yigosh. He wielded a big axe and bore Yigosh's curse and the fire of sacrifice, and committed suicide directly to the orc warlock. Just when Calm was about to attack Yigosh, he was attacked by someone. A long knife stabbed Calm in the back. If the courage armor hadn't been strong enough, Calm's heart would have been pierced by this knife. He swung the axe backward with all his strength to push the attacker away, and the silhouette of the attacker came into Calm's sight. Cracked hooves, shaggy lamb legs, goat-like horns, razor-sharp claws, and a long lion tail. This is what the sneaker looks like. It is a satyr. Satyrs are depraved demons who love sadism. They love to cause bloodshed and pain. Like the Naga, the first satyrs were once elves, and were later joined by other races. And the name of this first satyr was Harvey's. He was once a member of the Upper Elf, and the most trusted advisor to the elf queen Azhara at that time. Out of her trust in him, Azhara gave him a very great gift. That's right. It's a pity that this guy was seduced by Sargeras because of his ambition to possess the elf queen. Then Harvey's deceived the elf queen under Sargeras' inducement and introduced the Burning Legion to this world. As the War of the Ancients progressed, he brought increasing suffering to his race. Malfury and Stormrage once killed Xadius, but the latter was resurrected by Sargeras, who thought he was still useful, and became the leader of the Satyr demons in the Burning Legion. The name of the Satyr who attacked Calm was Bazarin. It was he who brokered the deal between the Burning Blade cult and the demons. Otherwise, how could the hungry Taligaman, a high-level demon, show up here and fighting for the orcs of the Burning Blade cult? Although Kil'jaeden was behind all this, the fraudster did not show up. The orcs of the Burning Blade cult were kept in the dark, thinking that they were only working with Satyr demons. Calm was seriously injured after being successfully attacked by Bazarin, but this did not weaken his combat effectiveness. The pain in his body stimulated his nerves, and the fact that he was sneak attacked by Sartre made him furious. Driven by anger, Calm's combat power skyrocketed, and Yigosh and Bazarin were trapped under the wild swing of the big axe. Calm's attack range was exceeded, and the ferocious attack forced the two of them into a panic. Yigosh is a warlock, and is not good at close combat. Bazarin is fine with sneak attacks. Facing Calm head-on will only lead to death. The two bosses in Raging Flame Rift did not expect that Calm's armor is so hard. A sneak attack can't do it. Killing his opponent actually puts him in danger. These two idiots, judging from their looks, originally wanted to kill Calm in a game. Unexpectedly, Calm was too well equipped and Bazarin's sneak attack failed to kill him. Now it's these two guys who are going to die. It's really a waste of money. As a model of failure, they have achieved success. Squeezing Scarlet's little hand, Leo winked at the female knight. Don't pay attention to those rough guys who only know how to fight and kill. It is most practical to talk about life and enhance feelings. Chapter 370 give you a great blessing. When Yigosh and Bazarin's sneak attack failed to kill Calm, but was knocked out of breath by the latter's fierce attack, the Burning Blade cult had lost its final comeback ability. Calm, who was injured in a sneak attack, finally used his bravery to kill Yigosh and Bazarin on the spot. The Burning Blade cultists, who lost their leaders, were all killed by the orc warriors. The Raging Rift, a land rich in fire elements, became a training ground for some orc warlocks who preferred fire spells. The trip to Raging Rift is over. As expected by Leo, Calm didn't get any extra rewards when he killed Yigosh and Bazarin. When these two guys joined forces, even Calm couldn't beat him, which was even more difficult for Leo. A side dish. How could such a weak opponent get extra rewards? Although Leo did not get any additional rewards in terms of equipment and skills from the enemy during this trip to the Raging Rift, The full activation of the Demon Master's talent and the addition of the new Thug Telegammon are enough to be considered good gains. But these pale in comparison to the demonic messages Leo received from Goldfinger. Leo did not stay in Orgrimmar for much longer after the Raging Rift. He took Gamer and Scarlet back to Stromgarde. The appearance of Gamer would have been very conspicuous elsewhere. But in the current Stromgarde, it did not cause any waves. You must know that Stromgarde is currently under reconstruction. Merchants from the Goblin Chamber of Commerce are constantly bringing in various supplies. In order to protect the safety of the goods, the Goblin merchants have to hire bodyguards. Towering with good nature are naturally a good choice. Of course, this is because the Goblins know that the owner of Stromgarde is very open-minded. As long as the Tauren you hire obey the rules, they will not be made trouble. Otherwise, who would dare to take the Tauren belonging to the tribal camp to wander around in human territory? Under Leo's deliberate guidance, Stromgarde already has an atmosphere. An atmosphere where you can come and go freely as long as you don't break the rules here. Goblin merchants have been secretly speculating whether Stromgarde intends to remain neutral in certain aspects, but not in absolute neutrality. After all, there will inevitably be a war between them and the Undercity. With a long breath, Leo sat up from the bed. It had been 6 days since he returned to Stromgarde, and all his energy was spent on recovering his damaged mental strength, because the trip to Zul'Aman was about to come. It's not easy to recover after mental damage. If you weren't mentally strong enough, and with the help of Godic's magical guidance and the potion made by Vislim, you would be able to recover your mental power in just a few days. It's all nonsense. It feels so good to be full of energy. Leo yawned and stretched. Now that his damaged mental strength has been restored, he has the energy to deal with the things that have accumulated over the past few days. As Leo's mind turned, an elf in heavy armor appeared at the teleportation array in the palace of Stromgarde. He showed a token to the guards of the teleportation array and then walked straight to Leo's residence. Dear Master, Faltola sends his regards. The elf in heavy armor is Faltola, the Death Knight sent to the Syndicate by Leo to help the Singer control this intelligence organization. The information collected by the Syndicate was handed over to Leo through his hands. And the things that Leo wanted to pay attention to were also told to the Singer through him. And then the Syndicate went to find out the information. Tell me what's new. Leo was expecting Faltola to bring him good news. Master, this is information about Amaran. Faltola handed Leo a magic stone recording a message. Leo has never given up on why Amaran betrayed Galen. Although this talented commander has always adhered to his duty, he has not given up on the investigation. Leo wouldn't give up until he figured out the reason. He didn't want to be betrayed like Galen. You don't know if you look at it, but at first glance, Leo can only say that it is his own fault. During the era when the Trollbane family was in power, Galen had formulated a series of measures to supplement military expenditures due to financial difficulties caused by successive wars with the Forsaken. And the implementation of these measures would inevitably harm some people. Unfortunately, Amaran's family is one of the victims. The small aristocratic family that Amaran belonged to was already living in a very difficult situation. And after being treated like this by the Trollbane family, the entire family went bankrupt. What follows is a very bloody drama. In order to take care of her elderly parents, the young and beautiful daughter marries a very violent man and begins her miserable life. Later, it became even more bloody. Alien tribes broke into the city. The noble daughter who grew up in adversity killed the man who abused her. She shined in the subsequent battles, and was entrusted with important tasks by His Highness the Prince. Thus, a shining general star rises. Amaran's matter has come to an end here, and we can relax the surveillance on her. After Leo finished speaking, he gave Faltola a gesture to continue. And the Death Knight told the second message. We have obtained the information about Kriskzik you are looking for from the goblins. The matter regarding the source material ingots is being resolved. In addition, according to your wishes, the information has been successfully transmitted to Nefarian of the Black Dragon Throne through Kriskzik. News about Wind Prince sang Rand. Well done. Faltorelio praised him without hesitation for accomplishing what he told him to do. Faltorelio, you did a good job. The matter of the source material ingot must be resolved as soon as possible. Don't interrupt Lysic's contact. Money is not an issue. As long as the goblin reports every move of the Black Dragon Legion to us in a timely manner, we will give him as much as he wants. Wind Prince Sandrand, the son of Alakir the Windmaster, once showed great power in the elemental war. There is no doubt about his strength. He can't handle someone like Kel'Thuzad with one hand. Unfortunately, he died in a sneak attack by the fire demon Ragnaros. In order to prevent Sandrand from resurrecting, Ragnaros divided his head into 2 halves, and sealed them in 2 of his men. This news was originally an absolute secret, and outsiders didn't know about it at all. But with Leo as a time traveler, everything changed. Nefarian of the Black Dragon Legion already had conflicts with the Balrog. So how could he not be moved now that he had learned such news? Killing Ragnaros' men, finding the head of Wind Prince Sunderland, and then absorbing Sunderland's power to increase his strength. Can Nefarian resist such temptation? Leo laughed mysteriously. His Royal Highness the Black Dragon Prince, please don't let me down. I also want to experience the feeling of a mantis catching a cicada and an oriole behind me. The next step is about the whereabouts of Passonia and Wolson. They have arrived in Mulgore, and will reach Thunder Bluff in a month. Nothing will happen to Passonia and Wolson for the time being. They are really fast. Leo originally estimated that it would take them 3 months to reach Thunder Bluff. Unexpectedly, it took 2 months. Any news from Bindle? Leo asked Faltola another question. Bindle, who led the Stromgarde Navy to Booty Bay, in addition to normal navigation, also recorded charts, and even purchased charts from locals. Leo's request from him was for a piece of information that was so detailed that every reef was marked. As long as this trip to Booty Bay goes smoothly, the Stromgarde Navy has truly grown in the battle with the Bloodsail pirates. With a complete sea chart, the Stromgarde Navy can attack any seaside city in the Eastern Kingdom, including Stormwind City. Faltola, you don't need to go to the Syndicate for the time being. Follow me to Zul'Aman. Leo didn't know what would happen during the trip to Zul'Aman. Naturally, the more powerful thugs he brought with him, the better. Anyway, Faltola covered herself tightly, and she wasn't afraid of Liadrin and the others seeing anything. Breakthrough comes. After processing the information about the Syndicate, Leo motioned for Faltola to stand behind him, and he summoned his contracted succubus Ilsa. The succubus looked at her master, who was constantly looking at her, with a charming smile on her face. Her sweet voice teased Leo. Master, are you very irritable now? Leo didn't answer. He continued to look at Ilsa with a playful smile on his lips. As a succubus, Ilsa was naturally not afraid of being looked at by men. But Leo's anomaly also made her feel uncomfortable. Ilsa has been Leo's summoned demon for some time, and she knows her master quite well. He is by no means the kind of man who can charm him with just a few flirtatious glances. Why did the master behave like this? Ilsa's mind was full of questions. And just when the succubus was doubtful, Leo spoke. Ilsa, you have been following me for a while. Have you ever thought about becoming stronger? Become stronger? Of course, Ilsa thought. If it weren't for the purpose of improving her strength, how could the succubus form a contract with the warlock and be driven by the warlock? I have a great gift for you. Do you dare to accept it? Leo said, as he stretched out his index finger and touched Ilsa's forehead. And a vague message was transmitted into the succubus's mind. A beautiful face that makes flowers wither. The wind is silent, and the sun is shy. An attack that can make the earth tremble. A green poisonous mist that destroys all life. A female devil that Ilsa has never seen before. So powerful. Ilsa's face was full of excitement. She was not an idiot. Leo said that he would give her a great fortune. And he also introduced a beautiful and powerful female devil into her mind. How could Ilsa not guess what Leo was going to do? His master clearly intended to cultivate himself. He had a way to cultivate himself into a being as beautiful and powerful as the female devil. If I could become such a being, I could definitely reach the level of a demigod-level succubus. Great master, please give Ilsa a way to become stronger. Ilsa knelt down in front of Leo in a very humble manner. The succubus knew that if she wanted to obtain such great benefits from her master, she had to pay a corresponding price. But the instinct to become stronger made her unable to resist it at all. Even if she would jump down without hesitation, even if she knew it was a trap. Ilsa, I think we need to renew our contract. This time for life. After signing the lifelong contract, Ilsa will completely sell her life to Leo. Even if Leo dies, the succubus will never have the chance to change the family. Yes, Ilsa's forever master. Chapter 371 Marshal's Protection. And Ariel, one of the 4 demon kings of hell, is known as the Queen of Torment and Anguish. The next level up from her is the 3 demon gods of hell. In other words, Andariel's administrative level is very high, and she is second only to the demon god. Leo's message to Ilsa is about the ability of the demon king level figure, Andariel, in the Hell Demon Legion. If Ilsa can grow up, she can become a demon king level powerhouse. Sargeras, the boss of the Burning Legion, is a demon god. The only subordinates of Sargeras after him are figures like Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. both of whom are similar to Anariel in terms of administrative level. Ilsa thinks of the Hell Demon as a being comparable to a demigod. Is she underestimating Anariel too much? Leo had no way of guessing the metaphor of the succubus. He only needed to know that he had achieved his goal. Ilsa had signed a lifelong contract with him, and the succubus could only serve him for the rest of her life. Training Ilsa to become a Demon King level powerhouse is actually just an experiment by Leo. He does not have the strength of the 3 demon gods of H.L. It is impossible to directly turn the caster into a Demon King level existence like Diablo. He can only provide methods and appropriate guidance, allow the other party to have a direction to work towards, and provide guidance at critical moments. If Ilsa goes well here, Leo will not rule out the possibility of turning some of his loyal servants into powerful beings in the demon army of H.L. The Lich King's Scourge? Sardra's Burning Legion? You scumbags. Don't you know that going against me will lead to death? Someone trapped in YY never realized that he already had the potential to become the villain's boss. Viri entered Leo's room, and the leader of the Dragon Blood Guards brought Leo good news. Sir, a blood elf has come to Silvermoon City, saying he wants to give you a congratulatory gift. A congratulatory gift? Leo smiled. Maybe it was not as simple as sending a congratulatory gift, but urging me to go to Dysum as soon as possible. Let her in. The envoy from Silvermoon City was none other than Sylph. Seeing the cold-faced female elf walk in, Leo sighed inwardly. Liadrin, this woman, had caught one of his weaknesses. Sylph, in order to come forward, Leo had to make certain concessions in some aspects. After all, Sylph had saved his life. This is a gift from Silvermoon City to congratulate you on becoming the Marshal of the Kingdom of Arather. Sylph was as cold as ever towards Leo. But Leo, who had long been accustomed to the female elf's behavior, didn't take it to heart at all. Marshal of the Kingdom of Arather. This is the military position awarded to Leo by Scarlet. Unfortunately, it is only valid within the scope of the Kingdom of Arather. Leo has not been recognized as far as the entire alliance is concerned. Leo originally thought that asking Scarlet to designate himself a marshal would unlock the marshal suit in the military system. But reality hit him mercilessly. Goldfinger would not recognize it at all unless he was officially appointed by the entire alliance. Why does the previous appointment from Stormwind Kingdom count, but not Arather's appointment? Isn't this discrimination on the part of Hongguagua? Leo was furious. But he had no choice. The current Stromguard's influence in the entire alliance was indeed not enough. Unless it could replace Stormwind City as the largest force in the human race. If the military rank system is not recognized by Goldfinger, it will not be upgraded. If Leo does not upgrade the military rank system, he will not be able to obtain the corresponding equipment. But this does not mean that Leo cannot get the suit that matches the Marshal's official position. Don't forget that this is a real world. If Goldfinger didn't give it to him, wouldn't Leo ask people from this world to build it for him? Stromguard was once captured by aliens, and was plundered ruthlessly by Falkrist. It is true that there is no epic quality martial suit here. But Silvermoon City is different. After a certain guy shamelessly sent a message to Silvermoon City, informing Liadrin and Lorthimar that he had been promoted to the rank of Marshal in Stromguard, and vaguely hinted at the exquisite equipment made by the elves with advanced enchantments and jewelry skills. After liking it very much, Leo was waiting for the Blood Elf, who had been ripped off, to send him the equipment. A set of epic quality equipment was affordable for the Blood Elves, who had accumulated it for thousands of years. But the Blood Elves were also very unhappy at being ripped off for nothing. Although they followed Leo's wishes and gave him a set. The epic quality military uniform comes. But this military uniform is not the Marshal's ghost pattern magic suit suitable for warlocks, but the Marshal's asylum suit, a plate armor suit worn by Paladin. The gift given to a warlock was Paladin equipment. The Blood Elf's gift this time really choked Leo. The Blood Elves did not cut any corners on the Marshal's protection suit. Various high-level enchantments and various exquisite jewelry that can enhance the wearer's strength have turned this armor into a work of art. Just looking at it will tell you that it will look great on you. Very majestic and stylish. But this is a Paladin's equipment, not a warlock's equipment. If you ask a warlock who uses dark power to wear a Paladin suit to go to the battlefield, isn't that ridiculous? Equipment attributes conflict with your own strength. If you can use 10% of your strength to get 50% of it, you are considered strong enough. Knowing that he had been slightly revenged by the Blood Elves, Leo was very depressed. If someone else had sent the equipment, Leo might have teased him a little. But the Blood Elves came to save his life. Sylph. He only had his teeth knocked out and blood swallowed. Fortunately, there is a Paladin clone, so the Marshal's protection will not be wasted. The clone of the paladin has been mixed up with the epic suit. As the original, I am really embarrassed. Leo had endless resentment in his heart. And it seemed that the blackmail was not so easy to win. The armies of the orcs and trolls have entered Dysum, and are heading towards Dysum. Count Liadrin called me to remind you not to forget the time. As expected by Leo, Sylph's other purpose was to urge him to hurry up and set off. I have already sent someone to invite Queen Scarlet. In fact, we were planning to leave today. Since you are here, why don't we all leave together? Leo and Scarlet would have set out long ago if it weren't for the purpose of recovering their damaged mental power. Now that Leo has fully recovered, he will pass without anyone from Silvermoon City urging him. Scarlet did not let Leo wait. After he summoned the paladin clone and handed him the marshal's protection, the female knight had already arrived. Compared with the first meeting, Scarlet's eyes were obviously wary when she saw Sylph. She already knew that Leo's attitude towards this female elf was very different from others. The female knight was quite different, treating Sylph as a love rival. Sylph maintained her usual indifference towards Scarlet's vague hostility. The female knight regarded Leo as a treasure. This was not the case for Sylph. Leo was no different from an ordinary passerby in front of her, except for improving his strength and major issues related to race. Sylph treated all other matters with indifference. Compared with the scene when Leo left last time, Dysum has changed a lot now. The biggest one is that the zigurat in the city is gone. Since the teleportation array leading to Naxxramas was discovered in the zigurat, the blood elves who took over here dismantled it in order to see if there were other secrets hidden in the zigurat. But the result was obviously disappointing. Disappointing? It's just a zigurat. How can there be so many secrets hidden in it? If there really is a secret inside, doesn't Leo know to take action first? Brother Leo, I have been waiting for you for many days. As soon as Leo stepped out of the teleportation array, he saw a blood elf warrior running over with a happy face. This blood elf warrior was Frelin. At this time, Frelin was wearing heavy armor and carrying 2 heavy swords on his back. There were shallow footprints on the ground where he stepped. This guy was fully armed and turned into a one-man fighter jet. Visual inspection of Frelin's heavy armor definitely weighed more than 200 kilograms. If coupled with the 2 heavy swords, which were no lighter than the armor, Frelin's weight had exceeded 600 kilograms. If it weren't for the weight-reducing enchantments on both the heavy sword and the armor, Leo really doubted that Frelin would be able to fight wearing this equipment. Seeing Leo constantly looking at himself, Frelin laughed. Brother Leo, how are you? Although these 2 swords are not as flavorful as your Silent Crusader sword, they can kill people with ease. Only the ones that are heavy enough weapons are comfortable to use. This guy Frelin must be an alternative among the blood elves. He can't talk without the words killing people and weapons. Frelin, how are you doing these days? Leo smiled and greeted Frelin, and he quietly changed the subject. Leo, the sword of the Silent Crusade has other uses, and it is impossible to give it to Frelin in vain. Leo is not willing to get entangled with Frelin on this issue. Speaking of the days back to Silvermoon City, Frelin found the topic, and the Blood Elf warrior's attention was successfully diverted by Leo. Life here is pretty good, and I'm helping the clan train warriors. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Otherwise life in the clan would be difficult. The gratitude Frelin mentioned was of course that Leo helped Silvermoon City clean up the traces of death and captured Isekai. If these 2 chess pieces used by the Scourge to consume Silvermoon City's strength were still there, how could the Blood Elves live like that? So relax now? Now the Blood Elves don't have to waste their precious manpower on purifying the Death Mark and guarding against the natural disasters of Isekai. The vitality of the entire Silvermoon City is recovering quickly. It would be perfect if the demon addiction problem that plagues the entire clan can be solved. Frelin, aren't you going to Zul'Aman this time? Leo had already learned that Liadrin and Hawksbill had followed the army of orcs and trolls to kill Zul'Aman 2 days ago. If Frelin did not go with the army, could Silvermoon City be preparing to keep him there? Sitting here in Dysum? Frelin's head shook like a rattle. How come I am missing in this kind of battle? Liadrin told me to wait for you here and go on the road with you. After hearing this, Leo understood. This is the reason why this Blood Elf warrior was so happy to see him come to Dysum. Fortunately, I thought you and I had a comrade-in-arms relationship. Chapter 372 Birdie. Zul'Aman is a great name for the forest trolls and a sacred place. Historically, forest trolls once controlled large areas of Lordaeron. Their king was named Zul'Aman. The area named after this king in Ghostlands was once their political center. The territory of the Amani Empire once spanned the entire continent, posing a serious threat to the newly born human nation of Arathor. Thoradin the Great. and the fledgling royal court of Quel'Thalas. But as the High Elves imparted magical knowledge to humans, the two races united to defeat the king of the forest trolls. The Amani Empire lost large areas of its territory and almost collapsed. Human beings also stepped onto the world stage and began to show their power. The poor forest troll became a stepping stone for human beings to become famous. The forest trolls could never accept such a defeat, let alone forget the massacre of them by humans and elves. With the fall of Lordaeron and Quel'Thalas, these trolls saw hope. Under the leadership of Zul'Aman, they are trying to regain the territory and rebuild the Amani Empire. Like all trolls, Zul'Aman's forest trolls have a standard bamboo pole body that is thin and strong. They have long ears, long noses, and protruding canines. They have a rough appearance, and their skin color ranges from dark brown to light green. They wear wooden or bone rough ornaments, necklaces or earrings, nose rings, etc. Most of the male trolls have tall, dyed mohicans, and some have tattoos that look like abstract paintings. With Leo's ability to distinguish trolls, he could only distinguish the Darkspear trolls led by Vol'jin from the forest trolls of Zul'Aman's line based on the color of their skin. Fortunately, the Darkspear tribe in Wujin is a lineage of jungle trolls, and their skin color is very different from the forest trolls. Otherwise, Leo would have accidentally injured one of his own people when using magic. A large army is coming towards Zul'Aman in a mighty manner. No matter how slow the forest trolls are, they know that it is coming for them. Although they don't know why the orcs and jungle trolls have traveled thousands of miles to come and cause trouble for them. Stop your steps. Otherwise the warriors of the Amani Empire will let you know what regret is. When the forward of the army was about to enter the Zul'Aman region, a voice full of hatred came from the darkness of the forest opposite. The forest trolls are a ferocious cannibal race. They regard everyone as their own food, including enemies and their own people. They hate humans and elves. Needless to say, it goes without saying that the orc forest trolls, who once allied with them they also hate that the alliance between the two parties ended because the orcs could not stand their barbaric behavior. The forest trolls believe that the orcs had betrayed them. In short, forest trolls hate everyone, including their own people, seeing everyone as his enemy, hating and hating everyone. This is what the forest troll is now. Regret? The vanguard was the Darkspear trolls under Vol'jin. The Darkspear officer who led the team sneered, and threw the javelin in his hand with a roar. There was a muffled groan from the forest opposite as a sharp weapon was pierced into the flesh, followed closely by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. When Leo passed by here, he saw the body of a forest troll with a javelin on his forehead. Even though the Darkspear tribe and the forest trolls of the Amani Empire are both of the troll family, you would think that the Darkspear trolls would not kill. In fact, intelligent creatures are often more cruel than aliens when dealing with fellow tribesmen who are against them, and ruthless. The Darkspear officer's javelin throw was a response to the Amani troll. From this moment on, both sides had no choice but to fight. There are very few Amani trolls to intercept us in the forest. Along the way, Leo, who was in the center, had no chance to take action. All the enemies were killed by the Darkspear trolls leading the front, leaving hundreds of Amani troll corpses in the forest. There are hundreds of trolls. Such a small number of people account for an extremely small proportion among the Amani trolls. It is not surprising that Leo would say very few things about their trolls who intercepted them. The small number of Amani trolls who came out to intercept them on the road meant that the number of Zul'Aman's men gathered at the altar in the center of Zul'Aman was large, and there would definitely be a fierce battle there. Although the Amani trolls are good at fighting in the forest, Vol'jin's Darkspear trolls are not bad either. Coupled with the help of orc warriors and blood elves, the Amani trolls cannot take any advantage at all. Zul'Aman thought the idea should be to concentrate on guarding the altar in the center of Zul'Aman and use the terrain there to fight us. Eitrigg expressed his thoughts. This is also the view of several leaders in the team on the current situation. Even though the progress is going smoothly now, the real tough battle is still to come. I know. That's why I... Huh? While Leo was talking, he suddenly looked up at the sky, because two of the crows he sent out died. The ones who killed the two crows were a giant eagle and a dragon eagle. Leo's actions attracted everyone's attention. Under the inquiring eyes of Eitrigg and others, Leo pointed to the sky and said with a depressed look, "This trip to Zul'Aman really won't go well. Two of the demonstrators are here." Cracking. Two high-pitched eagle calls resounded through the sky. A huge war eagle and a dragon eagle with the head of a dragon and the body of a hawk flew from the direction of the altar of Zul'Aman. After discovering Eitrigg and others who were leading the army, they hovered above everyone's heads with their mouths in their mouths. It also makes warning calls from time to time. Whoa! What a big bird! Brother Leo, can you help Thetis shoot them down? The underage female elf hunter pointed at the war eagle and dragon eagle in the sky with excitement, as if a child had discovered a new toy. Scarlet glared at Leo bitterly. This soul was flirting everywhere, even underage girls like Thetis. Leo felt that he was more unjust than Do-E. He and Thetis were already very familiar with each other when they were in Dun Motor. Besides, I was a hero saving the beauty. How could it be called a hookup? Ju and Feishua had do not have. Liadrin and Hawksbill posed as if they were watching, showing no intention of stopping Thetis's mischief, and turned a blind eye to Leo's glances. Eitrigg turned his head and discussed with Valjean in a low voice, leaving Frelin alone, who was confused about the situation, looking at the sky with doubts in his mind. Aren't they just two bigger birds? If they hadn't been able to fly, I would have knocked these two beasts down with one strike of my sword. A bunch of cunning guys. Leo was speechless towards his comrades. These guys clearly wanted to see him make a fool of himself. He really despised them. The two birds in the sky are not just a little bigger, whether they are giant war eagles or dragon eagles. The two big birds are more than 100 meters long with their wings spread. In addition, they are entrenched in the sky and want to kill them. They're not that easy. What's more, these are not two ordinary birds. These are two sacrifices. The Condori Kilson and the Dragon Eagle sacrifice Jinalai among the 4 spirit sacrifices of the Amani Empire. Send out the Divine Eagle and Dragon Eagle from the 4 spirit sacrifice. Zul'Aman is demonstrating to us. Leo curled his lips. Was this a warning from the Amani troll? Does Zul'Aman want to convey to us that he has completed the resurrection of the 4 spirits sacrifice through the appearance of a Kilson and Jinalai, so that we can retreat in the face of difficulties? A little warning trying to stop us from moving forward? Do not make jokes. Didn't you see that Valjean went to war in person? The Dark Spear Troll's determination to devour the Amani troll to expand its own strength, and then use its superior force to put down Zalazane's rebellion in one fell swoop, was not something that the 4 divine priests could stop. Zul'Aman made the wrong calculation, glancing at the foreign comrades around him who were waiting to watch the show. Leo suddenly asked Thetis, I heard that there is a Dragon Eagle Knights in Silver Moon City. Do you want me to help you catch a Dragon Eagle? Play? Of course Thetis of the Dragon Eagle Knights knew that, given the rarity of Dragon Eagles, she was not qualified to use them at will. When she heard Leo said that he would help her catch a Dragon Eagle to play with, the little girl immediately became happy. She pointed to the top of her head and said, Brother Leo, this is the biggest dragon hawk Thetis has ever seen. Can you catch it for me? The Dragon Eagle on the head is scratched. It is Jernalii from the 4 spirit sacrifice. Does this little girl think it is just an ordinary Dragon Eagle? Hearing Thetis's words, several Shamonkwash hunters guarding Wajin couldn't help rolling their eyes. The 4 spirit sacrifice is an existence that can rival the legend. Do you think you are just a cabbage on the street? How dare you? A little girl who has never reached the legendary realm speak so brazenly? While a group of people were waiting to see how Leo would respond to Thetis' request, Leo unexpectedly nodded and agreed. Okay, Thetis, I'll catch a bird and give it to you. Looking up at Jinalai hovering in the sky, Leo sneered secretly. Zul'Aman sent these 2 priests to demonstrate was a big mistake. Don't think that I can't deal with you because you are flying high in the sky. It just so happens that the journey is boring. So I should solve the Dragon Eagle sacrifice before arriving at the altar in the center of Zul'Aman. Janelle and Kilson, who were wandering high in the sky, saw a human on the ground suddenly raise his hand, and a large meteorite hugged by 10 people fell from the sky with blazing green flames, and quickly headed towards the human who was wandering in the air. 2 people came crashing down. Egilson and Janelle flapped their wings disdainfully. Although the meteorite was fast, it would be a dream to hit them. Not to mention the extremely fast Egilson, and even Jay, who was not known for his speed. Enel can easily dodge this as well. The Condor Egilson easily flew out of the attack range of the large meteorite. When he was about to scream and laugh at the humans below, he suddenly found that his companion, the Dragon Eagle priest Jinalai, was in danger. Jernale screamed anxiously. The Dragon Eagle priest didn't know what happened to his body when it wanted to flap its wings to get out of the attack range of the large meteorite. Its body stiffened uncontrollably and continued to stiffen. After it regained control of its body, it was unable to fly out of the attack range of the large meteorite in time, as it was not known for its speed. For high-pitched dragon roars sounded, and two large and two small four-skull dragons appeared between Jernail and Eagleson, blocking Eagleson, who was trying to rescue Jernail. The Dragon Eagle Sacrifice, who was unable to escape in time, needed to face the bombardment of the large meteorite independently. And this large meteorite burning with green flames was no ordinary meteorite. Chapter 373: The Tragedy of the Firestone Demon. As the Dragon Eagle Priest among the four spirit sacrifice of the Amani Empire, Jane Nolly was actually called a bird by Leo, and was given to an underage elf as a pet. How could he feel so embarrassed? This was a humiliation for Leo. An undisguised humiliation of Hong Guogua. Even though Jane Nail was dying, he still stared at Leo with extremely malicious eyes, as if he would not give up until he stared Leo to death. The look in Janali's eyes made Leo very unhappy. Do you think you are the kind of evil person who stares at someone who is pregnant? Wrong? You stare at someone who dies? If I don't give you something awesome to see, you won't know what situation you are in now. Boom! Boom! Hellfire stood up, swung his cracked body, held down the defenseless Jernail, and beat him severely. The dignified Dragon Eagle Priest was beaten with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and he felt extremely ashamed and angry. Human, you won't succeed. Jernail knew that Leo wanted to make him surrender, rather than fall into the hands of the enemy and suffer torture. It was better to end it on his own. The severely injured Dragon Eagle Priest didn't know where the strength came from, and it actually lifted the fire with one strong thrust. He flipped it open, then opened his mouth, and a stream of flame shot straight at Leo. This is the flame breath attack that Dragon Eagle Sacrifice is best at. When dealing with hellfire before, Jane Narai had no chance to perform. Now, using it to attack Leo, Dragon Eagle Sacrifice is very sure to kill this human. The scorching flames expanded rapidly after being ejected from Janali's mouth, instantly forming a scorching fire wave. Under the high temperature that distorted the air, the place where the fire wave was turned into scorched earth, and the ground was burned. A layer of glass-like substance emerged. Leo would really be injured if he was hit by this flame. But the prerequisite for injury was that Janali's flame breath could burn Leo. A fire elemental creature appeared in front of Leo, standing between him and the fire wave. The Necromancer's flame stone demon blocked the attack of Jane Narai for Leo. What will happen if you use fire against the fire golem? What is the effect of adding fuel to the fire? The flame spitting out by Janali had the same effect on the flame stone demon. The flame stone demon, who was sprayed by the fire wave, not only did not suffer any harm, but looked up to the sky and roared silently. And a pleasant mental wave was fed back to Leo's mind. A powerful soul. The ability to control fire. Master, what a nourishing delicacy. A voice suddenly sounded in Leo's mind, which was sent to him by the flame stone demon. This stone demon coveted the ability of Jernail and wanted to take it as his own. Is it soul absorption or simply ability transfer? Leo was very surprised. How could his stone demon react like this? The flame stone demon actually had its own intelligence. Wait. Why didn't the stone demon have its own intelligence? Leo suddenly found that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Why couldn't summoned creatures have their own thinking ability? How to do? Leo, who encountered this situation for the first time, really didn't know how to start, kill it, and extract the soul from its body. Its ability is not its own, but that of the soul in its body. I only need to devour its soul. When the flame stone demon said this, Leo suddenly remembered that Zul'Aman's 4 spirit sacrifice were actually 4 forest trolls, who had been impregnated with corresponding souls. But these souls were so powerful that people forgot about their bodies. It's a troll. Originally, Leo planned to collect his body after killing Jernail, and then find an opportunity to resurrect him. Now it seems that this approach is wrong, because the reason why Jernail has the ability to sacrifice the Dragon Eagle is because of the powerful Dragon Eagle soul in his body, not his own strength. If Leo uses rebirth on Jernail's corpse, he will only get a resurrected forest giant. It's nothing more than a demon. Not the Dragon Eagle sacrifice, he wanted it all. If you can successfully extract the Dragon Eagle soul and integrate it into the body of the Flame Stone Demon, you will get an enhanced version of the Flame Stone Demon's Dragon Eagle sacrifice. Leo's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Zul'Aman can put 4 powerful souls into the bodies of his priests, and make them powerful 4 spirit priests. Why can't I? What if I really can't take these 4 souls with my own strength? But what about the Soul Reaper Godic, the master of playing with souls? Leo was tempted. What kind of pleasure would it be if he snatched away the 4 spirit priests of the Amani Empire? Of course, whether this can be achieved depends on Godic's ability. Anyway, don't expect Leo to be able to play with the souls of the 4 spirit sacrifice. His current magical attainments have not yet reached this level. Some things take time to accumulate. Gold fingers can solve many problems, but not all problems. Rotand? Can you do it? Godok appeared next to Leo. And the Soul Reaper replied to Leo after carefully observing Janali, who had sent the final blow, but had no effect at all, and was on the verge of death. Dear Master, the soul in this troll's body is very powerful. If I give him some more time, there is nothing I can do if the compatibility between the soul and the body reaches 50%. But now the compatibility is only 30%. Master and I have worked together to extract this soul successfully. The rate is 80%. 80% is a very high ratio. Many things have to be done even if you are only 10% sure, let alone 80%. Liadrin heard that Leo was plotting against the Dragon Eagle soul in Geneli's body. Godok's sudden appearance surprised her. She already had some speculation in her mind. Since that Nakose's purple-haired young man is not a human but a purple dragon. So the legendary mage named Rotand is probably not a human either. He can't tell what kind of creature it is. Anyway, it's just Leo's pet. Proficient in soul science research and appearing as a mage. This man named Rotand must not be a demon. Right. Leo is a warlock. And his potential is so great. It is normal for a high-level demon to sign a contract with him. Thinking of this, Liadrin looked at Godok very differently. And the Blood Elf Countess' eyes became deeply wary. Godok and Leo were now fully focused on the dying Janali, and had no time to care about Liadrin's thoughts. Even Scarlet didn't say anything about Godok's appearance. The Blood Elf Countess was even less likely to ask. Godok cast a curse on Janali. This was the first time Leo saw him making obvious spellcasting gestures. It was not as easy as it sounds to extract the soul of the Dragon Eagle from the Dragon Eagle sacrifice. A purple mana line connected Leo's right hand to Jernale's body. And Leo was using the Warlock soul-absorbing soul to extract the soul of the Dragon Eagle from Jernale's body. What does it feel like to bite a stone with your teeth? Leo had never tried it before, and didn't know what it felt like. But now he knew it. When the soul-absorbing purple mana line connected to Jernale, Leo felt like he had encountered a stone. A piece of granite. Sadly, he had to drag this piece of granite out with his teeth to absorb the soul. How could this be described as hard work? It's really difficult. However, within 3 or 4 breaths, beads of sweat appeared on Leo's forehead. The Dragon Eagle soul in Jernali's body was very powerful, and it took a lot of effort for him to extract it. Upon seeing this, Scarlet hurriedly gave Leo a king's blessing. Liadrin also did not neglect, and also blessed Leo with spiritual prayers that increased his mental power. With their help, Leo's abilities improved a lot. But these improvements compared to the uncomfortable feeling when extracting the Dragon Eagle soul, it did not play a big role. Fortunately, Soul Reaper Godok is here. This legendary mage who specializes in the way of souls is constantly using soul harvesting curses to weaken the resistance of the Dragon Eagle soul. As time went by, the ability of the Dragon Eagle soul became weaker and weaker under the influence of Godok's curse. And the uncomfortable feeling when absorbing the soul gradually left Leo. When Godok's soul harvesting curse was cast for the 6th time, and the Dragon Eagle soul's ability was weakened to only 40% of its peak, it could no longer withstand Leo's soul-absorbing power. The shadow slowly detached from Jernale's body. This shadow was the soul of the Dragon Eagle. Knowing that the human warlock opposite had no good intentions, the Dragon Eagle soul struggled desperately. Unfortunately, its ability was weakened too much, and it was unable to break free from the purple mana line wrapped around its body. Under the influence of the soul-absorbing spell, he was completely separated from Jernale's body, and became a wandering soul-like existence. It's now the Flame Stone Demon, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, rushed forward without waiting for Leo's instructions, and his whole body rushed into the Dragon Eagle soul. The moment the Flame Stone Demon rushed into his body, the Dragon Eagle soul began to cry. Its wingspan, which reached about 100 meters in size, was rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it quickly shriveled up like a balloon with a hole in it. As the Dragon Eagle soul shrank in size, the Flame Stone Demon in his body began to grow in size. When the Flame Stone Demon grew to 10 meters tall, the Dragon Eagle soul completely disappeared. And at this time, the Flame Stone Demon's appearance also changed. A huge change. He who could only be seen as a vague humanoid turned into a hawk-headed flame monster with 2 wings on his back. In Leo's opinion, the current appearance of the Flame Stone Demon is simply the humanoid version of the Dragon Eagle soul. Dear Master, Gael thanks you for giving me a new life. Gael? In Leo's memory, This should be the real name of the Dragon Eagle Soul. Why is it now used by the Flame Stone Demon? Gailai is the Fire Stone Demon. And the Fire Stone Demon is Gailai. We have become one. Leo curled his lips speechlessly. The Flame Stone Demon previously said that he wanted to devour the Dragon Eagle Soul Gailai. But now it has become the result of the two parties merging into one. This is obviously because it is not powerful enough to eat Gailai. Instead, Lai was assimilated by the other party, which is really a big tragedy. Fortunately, although Gale has assimilated the Fire Stone Demon, the law of loyalty to the Necromancer imprinted deep in the soul of the Fire Stone Demon has not disappeared. Instead, this imprint took the opportunity to be imprinted into Gailai's soul, allowing him to having become Leo's pet. Leo did not suffer. Only the Flame Stone Demon was hiding in a corner and crying secretly. The miserable Stone Demon originally wanted to devour the soul of the Dragon Eagle to make itself stronger. Who would have expected that it was not strong enough to eat people, but was eaten instead? Who could be worse than it? Chapter 374 Leo's Negligence. A Dragon Eagle Priest with the characteristics of a Flame Stone Demon. Haha. He made a lot of money this time. Leo couldn't help but burst out with joy. The fusion of Gailai and the Fire Stone Demon gave him new revelations. Not every enemy he likes needs to spend his rebirth quota. And not every opponent has to let himself go. Their pets will eat them. And merging the two is a new way out. Even if your pet does not dominate the body with the will of the original pet after merging with the other. What are pets used for? Pets are obedient little brothers. Pets are thugs in battles. And pets are cannon fodder in times of crisis. It doesn't matter whose will controls this pet's body, as long as it is obedient and strong enough. To use a very vivid metaphor, pets are fearless party members. Isn't there a saying, if something happens, party members will come? After thinking about this, Leo no longer had any resistance to Gailai's appearance. This kid is really a pragmatist. The summoning of the Fire Stone Demon has undergone a change. The host has gained a new ability, Summon Gailai. Does it replace the summoning of the Fire Stone Demon? This is not a difficult decision. Leo does not feel that he needs to hesitate to replace the original Flame Stone Demon with Gailai, who has the dual abilities of the Flame Stone Demon and the Dragon Eagle Sacrifice. Confirm substitution. After Leo made this choice, summoning the Flame Stone Demon in the Necromancer's talent tree was replaced by summoning Gailai. And then a new message was fed back to his mind. I have to find a way to increase my mental strength. Leo frowned, as if I was in trouble for happiness. Success? Liedrin looked at Gia. For the Blood Elf Countess, if Leo could kill Zul'Aman's 4 spirit priests, she would welcome it. Although Zul'Jin would be able to do so as long as the Amani trolls did not completely destroy Zul'Jin. Create new 4 spirit priests again through witchcraft. But this process is destined to be long. And what the Blood Elves need is time. Are you okay? Scarlet looked concerned, dissatisfied that Liedrin only cared about whether Leo successfully extracted the female knight of the Dragon Eagle Soul. It's okay. It's just normal mental exertion. Of course, things are not as simple as Leo said. The feeling of extracting the Dragon Eagle Soul is dozens of times more uncomfortable than extracting the Dragon Soul of Ectoraz before. This is not to say that the Dragon Eagle Soul is qualitatively stronger than Ectoraz's Dragon Soul, but that it is large enough in quantity. And when extracting Ectoraz's Dragon Soul, Leo extracted it in parts. But the Dragon Eagle Soul is drawn together, so the difficulty is naturally different. Leo first answered Scarlet's words, and then looked at Liedrin. From Liedrin's point of view, it is understandable that her first concern is whether the Dragon Eagle Soul extraction is smooth. But from Leo's perspective looking at the Blood Elf Countess, it seems a little unnatural, especially when compared with Scarlet. Women, it's better to be on your own. Zul'Jin's 4 spirit sacrifice plan seems to have only been completed initially. The fusion rate of the 4 trolls selected as the 4 spirits with the souls of the 4 spirits is very low. They cannot display the powerful strength of the 4 spirit sacrifice at all. Now is a good time to get rid of them. Get rid of the 4 spirit sacrifice. I think you want to use them to expand your strength. Liedrin rolled her eyes at Leo. The Countess knew exactly what he had planned. But could Liedrin refuse? Even though Leo had his own plan, wouldn't it be good for the Blood Elves to get rid of the 4 spirit priests? No. Not only are there benefits, but they are huge. Without the 4 spirit sacrifice, the remnants of the Amani Empire don't know how long it will take to pose a threat to the Blood Elves again. Silvermoon City can just take advantage of this period of time to recover its strength. If it can attack Zul'Aman, this time killing Zul'Jin in action would be even better. Cracking. A shrill eagle cry came. which was the direction where Akilson landed. The Orc Sword Master Eitrig, the Blood Elf Warrior Frelin, and the leader of the Dark Spear Trolls Vol'jin. The Ranger King Hawksbill were already with him. This broken-winged condor was handed over. Judging from the cry emitted by Eaglesund, the situation of the condor sacrifice is not good. Leo pulled Scarlet and ran quickly towards the place where the hawk's cry came, with Liadrin following closely behind. Boom! 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 Thunderbolts as thick as a person suddenly fell from the sky, and the thunder elements violently destroyed everything within a radius of nearly 300 meters. This was a thunderstorm in Eaglesund. Eaglesund's counterattack came suddenly, but Woking and Eitrig were extremely fast. They retreated when they noticed the lightning flashing on Eaglesund. Only Frelin relied on his physical strength to continue the attack. The result was that when Leo came over, he saw that Eitrig and Vol'jin were unscathed, while Frelin was torn apart by the raging thunderstorm. If Hawksbill hadn't kept attacking Eaglesund, preventing the condor sacrifice from continuing to attack Frelin, Frelin would have had a lot of fun. Master, this troll has a higher degree of integration with the soul. It would take a lot more mental power to extract the soul from his body. Goddick whispered to Leo that the Soul Reaper knew his master's thoughts, and he had already made an estimate when he saw Eaglesund. As long as the soul of the condor can be extracted from Eaglesund's body, Leo doesn't care whether he consumes more mental power. As long as the mental power is not damaged, the consumed ones can be quickly replenished through mental recovery potions. That's all. Benefits of gold. Seeing that the thunderstorm did not have much effect, Akilson spat out another bolt of lightning from his mouth, which was the enhanced version of the shaman's lightning bolt's static electricity destruction. Snap! The electric light hit Frelin. Fortunately, Liadrin rushed over. The Blood Elf Countess's power word, shield, blocked the blow for Frelin. Then Liadrin's hand flashed with golden light, and in the mantra technique, before the shield was broken, several quick treatments cured most of Frelin's injuries. There's a saying that goes well: a warrior without breasts is stepped on by everyone, but a warrior with love is stepped on by everyone. A warrior, especially a powerful warrior, can be a terrifying killing machine as long as he receives enough treatment. With a powerful priest like Liadrin healing from the rear, Frelin swung his heavy sword against Akilson's thunder and struck the condor's head with a violent chop, causing Akilson to moan repeatedly. When Eitrig and Wijin saw that the thunderstorm subsided, they immediately went to kill him. However, a tall figure rushed to Eaglesund's side before them. He smashed the blood-red door panel with his sword, making Eaglesund dizzy. Venus is rising. This tall figure was none other than Taligaman. The demon guard immediately ran to the side after landing in Eaglesund in order to avoid the counterattack of the Condor priest before his death. Now that the thunderstorm of the Condor sacrifice has passed, he ran back and continued to attack. He is really like his master. From Taligaman's performance, we can see that Leo, his master, is very cunning in battle. Of course, in Leo's understanding, this is the so-called combat wisdom. Eitrig, Vol'jin, and Frelin are said to be much stronger than Leo's War Fortress. The War Fortress has no chance of winning in a duel with them, but they are not far behind when dealing with Akilson's Condor form. Not as efficient as a War Fortress. Eitrig's long sword, Wijin's spear, and Frelin's heavy sword couldn't make Eaglesund, who was over 100 meters long after spreading his wings, lose the ability to resist for a moment. If the big slap of War Fortress was real, the eagle sacrifice can be calmed down in just a moment, which has been proven when dealing with Jane Narai. Being huge has its benefits. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Eaglesund was entangled by Eitrig and the others, Goddick began to cast the Soul Harvesting Curse, which weakened the ability of the Condor sacrifice. At the same time, a purple mana line shot out from Leo's right hand and shot straight into Eitrig. In Curzon's body, the soul absorption begins. Damn human being. What do you want to do to me as a Condor sacrifice? Eaglesund noticed that the soul of the Condor in his body was showing signs of leaving his body, and he screamed in fear. Warlock's soul drain? Leo actually wanted to pull away the spirit of the Condor from Eaglesund. Eitrig and Vol'jin felt that Leo was too bold, and he was actually planning the Four Spirits sacrifice. Jia. Akilsund, surrender to your master obediently. Gailai screamed strangely and flew into the sky, sealing the sky with Ectors and other four-boned dragons, cutting off the dragon eagle sacrifice's last thoughts. Although the Condor has broken wings, it may not be able to fly again. Who knows if Akilsund has any secret method to save his life? Hearing the Yali's voice, Akilsund had a look of disbelief on his face. He stared blankly at the flaming Gael and shouted in horror, Gaile, what happened to you? taking advantage of Akilson's distraction. Zul'Aman and the others gave him a few hard blows, inflicting several more fatal wounds on the already severely wounded condor. Akilson was injured again. Leo felt that his resistance to absorbing souls had weakened a lot, and a translucent giant eagle was gradually peeling off Akilson's body. This guy can really pull the soul of the condor out of Akilson. Wajin found it incredible. With Leo's strength, it was impossible to do this unless there was a soul master who specialized in dark magic to help him. Thinking of this, Wajin's eyes fell on Godok. He is a very extraordinary human mage. His dark magic is so powerful that I am afraid of him. Wajin looked at Godok deeply and remembered his appearance in his mind. This was a human being who needed to be on guard. Soul of the Condor, stop struggling pointlessly and serve me obediently. The soul of the condor was wailing. But this could not stop Leo from absorbing the soul, and it was gradually detaching from Akilson's body. Leo, what are you going to do with the eagle soul? Hawksbill ran to Leo's side at some point, and the Ranger King asked a crucial question. Leo was horrified. Yes, he just wanted to extract his soul. Who could he transfer it to? But at this time, Leo could no longer think too much. The soul of the condor had been completely extracted from Akilson's body under the soul-absorbing process. If it was not transferred within 10 breaths, the soul of the condor would be destroyed. The eagle soul can break free from the shackles of absorbing souls and escape. But where would Leo find a pet that could absorb the soul of the condor? What should he do? Chapter 375, Flying Crow and Lackey. The greatest ability of the condor's soul is to control thunder and lightning. Only by fusing this powerful soul with a subordinate who can use thunder and lightning can it best play its role. It just so happens that Leo has such a Leo-using kobold under his command. Fortune teller Flintag, Eitrig, Valjean and others only saw a muscular kobold holding a scepter appearing next to Leo. The Orc Sword Master and the Dark Spear Troll leader, who had not seen Flintag, were looking at the kobold strangely. When the people and the earth were being divined, Flintag had already pounced on the soul of the condor. Devouring souls is easy to say and easy to do, but it is very difficult to pursue a perfect result. When devouring souls, you only need to open your spiritual world and forcefully inhale the target. The next step is a contest between two souls. Whoever is more capable will win. The battle of souls is silent, and the battle is based on hard power, and there is no room for opportunism. The most perfect result is to eat the opponent completely like a big tonic, not only absorbing the remaining energy in the opponent's soul, but also turning the opponent's abilities into your own. Of course, this is a perfect result. Since it is perfect, it is very rare. The more common situation of devouring souls is that although the devourer's strength increases, he will also be affected by the soul of the devoured person, changing his physical personality and other aspects. Even if the devourer wins, his soul will be damaged in the battle, and it will take a long time to recover. If something unexpected happens during this period, he will only ask for luck. And since the power swallowed is not your own, you must work hard to assimilate it if you want to completely transform it into your own ability. Precisely because devouring souls is so troublesome, it is not as cost-effective to practice it yourself. So it is almost impossible to see devouring souls happening unless the other party's ability is worthy of your doing. However, the above is for other people, and it is completely different when it comes to Leo, because Leo has an existence named Golden Finger. As long as it is recognized by it, the time for ability fusion and soul repair is extremely short. Be surprised. Being thrown into his body by Flintag, the soul of the condor experienced the same pain that Gailai had encountered before. Its size was rapidly shrinking like a punctured water bag until it was completely submerged in the body of the kobold geomancer. After absorbing the soul of the condor, Flintag did not grow in size, and even his body did not change in any way. Just when Leo was secretly surprised, a miniature version of the condor reached a length of more than 20 meters after spreading its wings. The soul burst out of Flintag's body, and it quickly rose into the air in an attempt to escape. Flintag did not completely absorb the soul of the condor. Leo was taken aback. He didn't expect this to happen. This was not the case when the flame stone demon fused with the dragon eagle soul. Jia, want to escape? Gailai laughed strangely and sprayed out flames, forcing the miniature version of the condor's soul to dodge. A crow took advantage of its dodge and slammed into its body. The shrill cry of the eagle sounded, and the miniature version of the condor's soul struggled painfully. However, it had lost most of its soul and was unable to get rid of the crow's sucking. Leo originally let the crow crash into him because of his mentality of treating a dead horse as a living doctor. He didn't have much expectations at first, But he was simply unwilling to let the enemy escape from his hands. But what he never expected was that the soul of the condor was already so weak that it couldn't even get rid of the crow. If the crow can successfully suck out the remaining condor soul, will it undergo any changes? Leo's 5 crows have been in trouble for a long time. After Leo was promoted to legendary warlock, they had no other role except to explore paths and expand his field of vision. Originally, Leo thought that they would just go away. But now it seems that this will last 10,000 years. The soy sauce party will have a chance to turn around. I have only killed a few minor sidekicks, and I was sent to fight for 10,000 years. The soul of the condor dared to pass weakly in front of me. It was seeking death. The crow ran away with tears of happiness. The soy sauce gang finally wanted to fight. Get ahead. The summoned crow has mutated. The host has gained a new ability, Summon the Storm Crow. Replacing the equipment skill requires energy, and cannot be changed after replacement. Does it replace the summoned crow? Different from the result of the fusion of the Flame Stone Demon and the Dragon Eagle Soul Gaolai. The fusion of the crow and the remaining condor soul actually required additional efforts from Leo. And this process was irreversible. It actually consumes energy. Leo was scratching his head. Goldfinger really wanted money. He just wanted to get a storm crow. Why did he need energy? Don't you know that energy is very precious to me now? It is really difficult for Leo to obtain enough energy to improve his own strength now. He is now at the epic level. His opponents must at least be at the legendary level to have a little bit of energy to obtain. Only epic level enemies are that much better. Only by attacking killing legendary level opponents can bring him more energy. Unless there are big forces like the Scourge and Burning Legion that are enemies of the entire world. How can there be so many epic legends for you to kill? Leo wouldn't go to provoke such a force without recruiting a group of powerful comrades in arms. He didn't want to be killed by the opponent's crowd tactics. Depressed is depressed. And you still have to do what you should do. Confirm substitution. Just by hearing the name. Storm Crow was a lot better than Crow. Leo couldn't just abandon it. He just hoped that Goldfinger wouldn't pump too hard when pumping energy. But Leo's prayers didn't seem to have any effect. And Goldfinger quickly made him understand the price of becoming stronger. Leo's existing energy was drained out in an instant. But this did not satisfy Goldfinger. He suddenly found that the number of corpses he had stored was decreasing rapidly. This was because Leo's energy storage was not enough. Goldfinger was unable to extract more corpses. Get energy. Isn't it just to change an equipment skill? After draining the energy, it is not enough. But it also consumes my corpse reserve. Isn't this reasonable? Someone feels that if the Storm Crow produced this time is not powerful enough, he will definitely suffer a big loss. When nearly 100,000 corpses were consumed, Goldfinger finally stopped extracting. And a new reminder appeared in Leo's mind. Equip the skill Summon Crow to replace success. Summon Storm Crow to activate. Equip Heavy Bracelet to activate. Heavy Bracelet. The name doesn't sound very good, but it has another name, Tago's Claw. Yes, this is the glove component of Tago's incarnation suit. A pair of golden gloves protected Leo's hands. Looking at these gloves, Leo understood why the golden fingers pumped so hard when pumping energy. The leader's mark records the protective spell modified by Leo. And the heavy bracelet is the summoning spell. Summoning crows. Summoning poisonous flower vines. Summoning mad wolves. Summoning grizzly bears, and other summoning spells have all been modified by Leo. To change from summoning crows to summoning storm crows, you must inject energy into these gloves. And this injection the energy must be absorbed by Tago's Claw first. So it is natural to meet the needs of the gloves first before talking about skill replacement. No wonder that in order to extract such a huge amount of energy, it turns out that a piece of equipment needs to be activated by the way. Leo chuckled. How good would it be if this kind of thing could be done more often? With Tago's Claw in hand, Leo feels that he is one step closer to the magic element. As a result, his spell casting speed has become much faster. In addition, poison spells and curses have also become stronger with the increase of these gloves. Many. Not only that, since the heavy bracelet and the Cantor's Mark are both components of Tago's avatar suit, the two suit components are put together to activate some suit attributes, allowing the wearer to increase the speed of mana regeneration and the ability to cast fireballs. Being able to cast big fireballs, it wouldn't be difficult for Leo to play a guest role as a fire mage. The heavy bracelet and the leader's mark have one thing in common. That is, they both exude strong dark power. This is the aura of the magic dragon Tago. This powerful magic dragon still retains its body parts even after death. A detent that belongs to the superior Vol'jin. Eitrig and others were secretly surprised by the aura emanating from the heavy bracelet, and several strongmen paid attention to Leo's hands. With such a strong dark aura, Leo's gloves must not be simple things. Where did he get them? Several people began to speculate. Liedrin, who knew that Leo also hid a skull-shaped object similar to the skull of Gul'dan, was even more curious. Leo had too many good things, and they were all other things. People cannot distinguish calendar objects. Curiosity was curiosity. But no one, including Scarlet, asked. Everyone had their own secrets. It was impossible to say that Leo had some adventure that led to him getting these gloves, and he had no obligation to explain to others. Out of curiosity, Leo summoned a storm crow, and a big black bird appeared next to him. Compared with crows the size of a palm, the storm crow is simply a giant, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. It looks more like a giant eagle than a crow. This big bird looks at the restless wind elements hovering around it. It gives people the feeling that they may explode and hurt someone at any time. Is this the storm crow? Leo thought that this was a Zul'Aman war eagle with black feathers. In terms of size, the storm crow's intimidating power is by no means comparable to that of a crow. But Leo doesn't know how strong it is, and it still has to be tested through actual combat. You can summon 5 crows, and the same number of storm crows. Leo felt something in his heart. Just as he was about to summon the other 4 storm crows, a sharp pain suddenly appeared in his head. What happened? You'd better stop thinking about summoning more pets. Your mental load has already reached its limit. Vol'jin's voice reached Leo's ears, and the leader of the Dark Spear Trolls pointed at Hellfire, Talagaman, Gale, Flintag, Stormcrow, and other pets to remind Leo. In fact, Vol'jin didn't know that War Fortress and Godok were also Leo's pets. Chapter 376 Vol'jin's Purpose. Summoning pets requires sufficient magic power. After summoning pets, controlling them to act according to one's own will and maintaining the pet's existence in this world requires mental energy. In the past, Leo didn't feel much about the consumption of mental power by pets, because his mental power was strong enough. However, as the number of pets increased, his strength became stronger and stronger. But Leo's own strength has never been obtained. If there was too big a breakthrough, his mental power would begin to be strained. So much so that there was a situation that had never happened before where his mental power was not enough to support him in summoning more pets. He had strong combat power, but could not fully display it. Leo, who had already understood the situation under Vol'jin's reminder, smiled bitterly. What happened to him must be very tragic. Seeing Leo smiling bitterly, Liedrin became angry. Everyone else was worried that they didn't have enough pets, and they weren't strong enough. Leo had so many powerful pets, and he wasn't satisfied. Who is this? What qualifications are you not satisfied with? Feeling contempt in her heart, Liedrin reminded him kindly, you have to pay attention to your mental load in the future. Leo, dominating your pet with more mental energy than your own limit will damage your foundation. Your journey to become stronger will become extremely difficult, and in serious cases it may even cost you your life. I understand this, Leo said to Liedrin solemnly. I know that Silvermoon City has enough foundation, and I hope to exchange it for some spiritual equipment from the Sun-Chasing Court's treasury. No problem. But it doesn't fundamentally change your situation. Liedrin's answer was to the point. Leo wants to improve his mental power. In addition to improving his own abilities, there is a shortcut, and that is good equipment. But equipment is not omnipotent, and can only improve part of the strength. It is a foreign object after all. The only real solution for Leo is to make a qualitative leap in his abilities. But how easy is it to achieve the latter? It's difficult to treat the root cause, and we can only temporarily treat the symptoms. Gently hugging Scarlet, who looked concerned, Leo sighed. Why didn't he want to make a big leap in his strength? Vol'jin suddenly interrupted at this time. Even epic quality equipment is unlikely to be of much help to him unless he can get some special items. Everyone looked at the Dark Spear leader strangely, and Eitrig even murmured to himself. Based on his understanding of Vol'jin, this master was not a warm-hearted and good person. What on earth did he plan to do? There is such a special item in Alterac. It is the Crown of Will. Sylvanas once sent her ogre commander Magthor to lead the ogre army to seize it. You must have also have heard about its magic. If Eitrig hadn't known Vol'jin very well, he would have almost thought that the person standing in front of him was an Alliance undercover agent. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to stir up conflicts between Stromgarde and Undercity, and also drag the entire tribe into the quagmire of war? As Vol'jin said, Sylvanas did send her ogres to Alterac to obtain the Crown of Will. But Magthor, a fool, actually wore it after obtaining the Crown of Will. How could he control this magical item with the IQ of an ogre on his own head? The final result was that Mag's soul was controlled by the Crown of Will. And then the entire ogre army, under the control of this magical item. The ogre commander led his men to play the game of claiming the mountain as king. They occupied the castle of the original kingdom of Alterac, threatening the safety of Terran Nil from behind. If it weren't for the need to guard against the humans in Nanhai town, Terran Nil would have sent people to kill them long ago. If you want to seize the Crown of Will, you must enter the hinterland of Terran Nil. This can be done as long as you are careful enough. Then you need to kill Magthor to seize the Crown of Will. It is not difficult to control the Crown of Will with Leo's mental power. But here comes the question, will Leo leave right after he controls the Crown of Will? Wouldn't he use the control of the Crown of Will to let the ogres and Alterac attack Terran Mir? As long as you cooperate with Southsea Town. It doesn't take much careful planning to bring a devastating crisis to Terran Nil, and even capture the Undercity's stronghold in the Hillsbrad Hills. Once Terran Nil is lost, the human military front can be directed towards the Silverpine Forest, where the Undercity is located, and a war will break out between Stromgarde and the Undercity. Although there will be a battle between Stromgarde and Undercity sooner or later. Judging from the current situation, both sides are rationally limiting the war to the Earthy Highlands. Isn't Valjean encouraging the two families to expand the war? It was simply not in the tribe's interest for him to do so. Leo and Scarlet looked at Valjean coldly. They also knew the consequences of getting the Crown of Will. Maybe you can say that Leo could just leave after getting the Crown of Will. But if he just left like that, what will happen to the ogres after Mag's soul dies? That is a Legion-level combat force. With the ogres' habits, they will never stay in the ice and snow of Alterac Castle after losing the control of Magthor. Terran Mill, who is closest to them, will either suffer, either use Sylvanas' prestige to recruit them. Anyway, this is not the first time they have been recruited by the Undercity, so the chance of the latter happening is almost 100%. As a result, Terran Mill's strength has greatly increased. It would be strange for the humans of Southsea Town and the dwarves of Dangarok not to fight Terran Mill to weaken the strength of the Forsaken and prevent them from using this opportunity to expand. Such a war is raging again. Woke up? The burning war in Terran Nil will definitely involve the orcs of the Frostwolf clan, who are competing with the Stormpike dwarves for the Alterac Mountains. Once the Frostwolf clan is involved in the war, can Thrall stand by and watch? When the orcs join the post-war war, the situation will become humans and dwarves versus the Forsaken and the orcs. Will the dwarves stand aside and watch while the dwarves join the war? When things have developed to this point, can Stromgarde stay out of it? Valjean mentioned that Crown of Will was clearly trying to trick Stromgarde. And it also tricked the Horde, because the two sides simply didn't want a camp-based war to break out. Valjean didn't care about all the cold looks. He grinned, of course. In addition to the Crown of Will, there is another item that can help you. The Sand Fury Troll in Tanaris has a magical Crown of the Abyss. Leo interrupted before Valjean finished speaking. This was Valjean's real purpose, to stir up Leo's interest in the Crown of the Abyss, and to join forces with him to deal with the Sand Fury Troll. Because trouble with the Sand Fury Troll would have no impact. Big. Valjean must be addicted to killing people with a borrowed knife. But the benefits of getting the Abyss Crown are not small. So it is worth a try. Leo knew what Valjean wanted to get from the Sand Fury Troll. But unfortunately, he didn't know that the Sand Fury Troll had already tampered with that thing. The leader of the Dark Spear was destined to return disappointed. And I would get all benefits. With a weird smile on his lips, Leo expressed his worries to Valjean. Zul'Farrak Sand Fury Troll is not easy to mess with. And getting the Abyss Crown is not an easy task. If we are a little negligent, what we have to face is the powerful Gazrilla, the guardian of the Sand Fury clan. I am not that capable of dealing with a demigod, an epic warlock. Seeing Leo take the bait, Valjean smiled. I thought we could have a chat about this. No one knows those Sand Fury Trolls better than I. Myself am a troll. He kept looking at Valjean. Leo looked very hesitant, as if he wanted to do something, but was afraid of being cheated. Valjean smiled proudly when he saw this. He said nothing to Leodo anymore. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. And looking at Leo, he couldn't escape from his grasp. It is very difficult to improve your strength after advancing to the epic level. How many people will give up when faced with a shortcut that can quickly improve their strength? Leo is a young human being. And being young means being impulsive and daring to take risks. How can he resist the temptation of the Abyss Crown? This matter of the Crown of the Abyss can be discussed in the long run. Let's deal with Zul'Aman's trolls first. Leo began to change the topic. It was obvious that he didn't want to express his position now. There were all smart people present. So why didn't they understand what he was thinking? Valjean was very proud. The more Leo did this, the more he cared. It seemed that after dealing with Zul'Aman's forest trolls, he would have to prepare for the trip to Tanaris. Once I get that artifact and put down the rebellion of Zalazane in my tribe, I can plan to take revenge for being expelled back then. You scum of the Gurubashi. Valjean, will take the Darkspear trolls to repay you for everything you have done to us. Liedrin was a little strange. The Leo she knew shouldn't fall into other people's schemes so easily. Could it be that caring leads to chaos? Leo lost control when his own interests were at stake? No. The Blood Elf Countess rejected this idea because she saw an inexplicable smile on the corner of Leo's mouth. A very strange and inexplicable smile. This kid didn't fall into Valjean's trap, but was using it to plot something. Because Valjean didn't have much contact with Leo. He didn't know Leo at all. All he knew about Leo was hearsay. He thought Leo was an impulsive, belligerent and arrogant guy. Little did he know that this was all Leo's use. To paralyze others. Not understanding Leo's true face made Valjean make a wrong judgment. The leader of the Darkspear trolls will be in big trouble. But what does this have to do with me? Liedrin pursed her lips. She did not give Valjean any hint. With the relationship between elves and trolls, it was very rare for Liedrin not to take this opportunity to plot against Valjean. Is it possible to expect an elf to give a troll a hint not to be fooled by an illusion deliberately spread by a human? Is this realistic? Do you dare to be more whimsical? Valjean, you will be lucky to work with Leo. The Blood Elves, trolls, humans, the strong men with their own plans, and the orcs who were completely on the sidelines led the army towards Zul'Aman. Leo, who withdrew the fire and summoned a giant grizzly bear as a substitute mount, held Scarlet in his arms, and passed by Liedrin. The Blood Elf Countess looked towards Leo, and her eyes happened to catch Leo's looking at her. The latter winked at her, and said a meaningful blessing. May the holy light fool you forever. Chapter 377 Bear Chicken. Invaders, you have defiled this sacred land. A one-armed, one-eyed troll shouted condescendingly to the tribal coalition that was preparing to attack. With such obvious features, Leo couldn't recognize his identity. He was Zul'Aman, the leader of the Amani trolls. The terrain of Zul'Aman is very beneficial to the defenders, because the Amani trolls use the terrain to build a fortification similar to a city wall on the only road into Zul'Aman. Facing this natural 300-meter-high blocking wall, the tribal alliance composed of the 3 tribes of demon blood elves orcs was blocked. If you want to invade Zul'Aman in such terrain, you can only use siege equipment to fight a battle similar to a siege battle. Fortunately, Liedrin and the others have been prepared for this. How could the Blood Elves, who had been hostile to the Amani Empire for thousands of years, not understand the terrain of Zul'Aman? They had already prepared corresponding countermeasures before the expedition. Oriphalos and 9 magisters began to quickly set up the formation. The precious magic materials were sprinkled on the ground without hesitation. Under the stimulation of magic power, they gradually formed complex patterns. These patterns were continuously combined to form a magic array. Is slowly taking shape. The Blood Elves are taking advantage of their magisters to directly set up a temporary teleportation array at the expense of precious magic materials, and transfer the siege equipment that has been prepared for a long time. If measured in gold coins, the value of the materials consumed in setting up the temporary teleportation array is when it's 1 million gold coins. Silvermoon City is really rich and powerful, and Leo really feels sad for Zul'Aman to have such a mortal enemy. The Blood Elves are a big benefactor, and they can kill people with money. On the other hand, Zul'Aman's Amani trolls. These poor guys are so shabby. And some trolls even have weapons made of wood. Do you think this can be compared? Seeing the Blood Elves arrogantly setting up the magic circle outside, the Amani trolls made a commotion. But under the defense of the 3 tribes' coalition forces, they had no chance to destroy it. Great Zul'Aman, the Amani Empire is in crisis. Do you have any other plans? A troll priest holding a staff behind Zul'Aman asked. Behind the troll stood several servants with blank eyes. It was clear at a glance that their minds had been controlled. The troll priest is followed by 6 servants, ogres, demon imps, dragon beasts, undead, blood elves, and serpents. His identity has been revealed as the powerful priest and magic lord Makaras under Zul'Aman. The witch lord Makaras, a forest troll who studied the high priests of Zandalari, is the most capable assistant of Zul'Aman's for spirit priest's plan. With the help of his witchcraft, Zul'Aman can successfully conquer the 4 beasts. The soul penetrated into the body of the troll under his command. The great Amani Empire will not yield to any enemy. Zul'Aman's tone was decisive. Macaras stopped talking when he saw this. And he quietly retreated. Two malicious rays of light flashed away from where Zul'Aman could see. Zul'Aman is too stubborn. Now is the moment of life and death for the entire kingdom. Those hateful elves clearly want to use the orcs and disgusting jungle trolls to destroy the entire kingdom. Why can't they use other forces at this critical moment? Stubborn thoughts have blinded his supposedly wise mind. Zul'Aman is no longer suitable to be the leader of the Amani trolls. I need to choose a new king for the continuation of the Amani Empire. Macaras gave himself a very good excuse. It is very easy for a person to make excuses for what he has done. A strong troll warrior came into Macaras' sight. The Witch Lord walked up to the troll warrior and said to him, "Takala, follow me." The troll warrior named Naxxramas hesitated for a moment, looked at the situation outside and found that the battle would not start in a short time. He reluctantly followed Macaras. "Master Priest, what can I do for you?" Macaras didn't look back and replied calmly, "Takala, the Amani Empire needs warriors like you. It seems that difficult tasks fall on me. I like challenges." Naxxramas bared his teeth happily and quickly followed Macaras towards the depths of Zul'Aman. A lynx appeared silently next to Zul'Aman. It looked at Macaras' retreating background with unstoppable murderous intent in its eyes. "Lord Zul'Aman, why don't you let me kill this traitor?" It turned out that Macaratha's little actions had long fallen into Zul'Aman's eyes. And the sorcerer lord didn't even know that he had been being watched. Zul'Aman shook his head. In fact, he deliberately let go of Macaras and Naxxramas, because he was not sure that he could withstand the attack of the tribal alliance. In particular, he also sensed that the soul of the condor of Akilson and the soul of the dragon eagle of Jernalai had disappeared. As the leader, he had to plan for the group's future. Let them go. Haraz. This way, even if we defeat the Amani Empire, we still have a chance to make a comeback. Haraz, one of the 4 spirit priests, is fused with the powerful spirit of the lynx. Sneak attacks and assassinations are what he is best at. He said that he wanted to kill the magic lord Macaras, and it was no lie. Although he was very angry at Macaratha's choice to escape at the critical moment. Zul'Aman had already said that, and Macaras had no choice but to hold back his anger and prepare to vent it on the enemies attacking Zul'Aman. Under the full urging of 10 magisters such as Oriphalos, the temporary teleportation array is gradually being perfected. And it seems that it can be set up in less than half a quarter of an hour. It's just that the closer the critical moment is, the less people dare to relax. Zul'Aman's trolls can't just stay on the opposite side and watch the temporary teleportation formation be successfully completed. "What is that?" A dark spear troll pointed at Zul'Aman and said. It turns out that there are dense black spots in Zul'Aman. These black spots are flying in the air and are quickly killing the 2 opposing sides. The dark spear troll's question was quickly answered. Those densely packed black dots turned out to be war eagles with wingspans exceeding 10 meters. They were Zul'Aman war eagles domesticated by the Amani trolls. "Knock them off for me." Zul'Aman planned to use the Zul'Aman war eagle to interfere with and destroy the Blood Elves' temporary teleportation array. He made a mistake. He really regarded the Silvermoon Rangers led by Hawksbill and the Dark Spear Hunters under Zul'Aman as decorations. Can't? There was a whooshing sound in the air. And when Zul'Aman's war eagle flew overhead, javelins 1 meter long were shot out from where the Dark Spear Troll army was gathering. The javelins thrown by the Dark Spear Hunters were extremely penetrating and extremely fast. Nearly 200 Zul'Aman war eagles fell to the ground with a cry. Without exception, they were pierced by the javelins and died. The Dark Spear Troll's javelin inflicted heavy casualties on the Zul'Aman war eagles. And the Silver Moon Rangers did not show weakness when facing the hordes of war eagles. Amidst the sound of bows and arrows, each Zul'Aman war eagle was shot in the head. Seeing the Zul'Aman warhawks all dying with their heads pierced by sharp arrows, Leo and Scarlet were amazed at the Silver Moon Rangers' archery skills. As expected of the famous Silver Moon Rangers, their archery skills are indeed unmatched by human archers. With a sigh in his heart, Leo flicked his fingers, and circles of green mist exploded among the Zul'Aman war eagles. And the Necromancer's poison explosion technique appeared again. The green poisonous mist spread rapidly, and the shrill eagle cry sounded in the sky. It rushed past the javelins of the Dark Spear Hunters, and the sharp arrows of the Silver Moon Ranger. Zul'Aman war eagle thought that he could finally attack the Magister, who was setting up the magic circle with all his strength. They launched an attack. But unexpectedly they encountered a human being who could release poisonous fog. If it were an ordinary poisonous mist, the Amon war eagle could still withstand it. But the poison explosion technique cast by Leo, who had received the claws of Tagio to increase the damage of poison spells, was not an ordinary poison. It was extremely poisonous. See, the blood seal no-throat poison is as strong and effective as this kind of poison. Green smoke emerged from the surface of Zul'Aman war eagles that were contaminated by the poisonous mist. The feathers on the surface of these war eagles were immediately corroded after coming into contact with the poisonous mist. In the bursts of green smoke, the feathers on the surface of Zul'Aman war eagles were rapidly disappearing. But after 3 or 5 breaths, they become naked chickens that have lost their feathers. Can a bird without feathers fly? The answer is of course no. Then the Zul'Aman war eagles suffered a tragedy. These stripped chickens fell to the ground one after another, and it seemed as if there was a rain of chickens in the sky. The great ancestor Oman war eagle was actually turned into a naked chicken. It was really sad. The war eagle of Zul'Aman burst into tears. This was too bullying. What happened to the companions rushing ahead frightened the Zul'Aman war eagles behind them. They flapped their wings and tried to stop their forward bodies. But several clusters of green poisonous mist exploded among the war eagles, and more Zul'Aman war eagles flew forward. The Oman war eagle fell to the ground. In just a dozen breaths, all the Zul'Aman war eagles, which were said to number in the thousands, were killed, leaving only 100 or so frightened birds that fled back to their lair in panic. Attacking Zul'Jin. Orders for them to stay and help the Amani trolls fight were ignored. Without the eagle priest Tikilson, Zul'Jin was not so comfortable commanding the Zul'Aman war eagle. He now began to regret that he sent the 2 priests out to harass the enemy and led to their demise. This poison is good. Zul'Jin looked at the hairless war eagle that fell to the ground and fell half dead, and made this comment on Leo's poisonous mist technique. Although the poison mist spell was very effective against Zul'Aman's war eagle, it was only good in Zul'Jin's eyes. Leo didn't answer. He moved his fingers and felt the touch of the golden gloves with his hands. The heavy bracelet. These 2 claws of Tagio have a great bonus to the ability of poison spells. When casting the poison explosion technique, Leo found that he could accurately control the size and power of the poisonous mist. If it weren't for these gloves and lays, it is impossible for Ao to let the poison explosion just corrode all the feathers of the Zul'Aman war eagles without damaging their bodies. Liedrin. These war eagles are part of the spiritual blessing equipment I used to exchange from Silvermoon City. Leo winked at Liedrin. The blood elves in Silvermoon City can even tame dragon eagles. So of course they can tame these Zul'Aman war eagles. Don't look at the fact that they are now hairless chickens. They won't need their feathers for 2 or 3 months. It will grow. And when the time comes, it will be able to soar into the blue sky. With them, Silvermoon City will have 1 more war eagle troop. Liedrin winked at several nearby blood elf officers. And the knowing officers quickly led their men to capture the war eagle that had not yet fallen to death before the orcs and darkspear trolls took action. Zul'Jin and Eitrig said it was a pity. If they could capture some war hawks and bring them back, they could gradually cultivate their own war hawk troops. There were not many big birds, like Zul'Aman war hawks, that could be tamed and carry people. Chapter 378 Being a Thief. Of the thousands of war eagles, only 100 or so were left in despair and panic. The Amani trolls defending Zul'Aman saw this scene, and their morale dropped a lot. Zul'Jin did not expect that it would end like this. Although Zul'Jin knew when he sent out the war eagles that this time, the losses would definitely be heavy. He expected that thousands of war eagles would bring some trouble to the blood elf magister, who arranged the teleportation array. But the reality was that gave him a hard slap. Who cast those green poisonous mist? It's really abominable. Watching the blood elves take away the injured war eagle, Zul'Jin was shaking with rage. These elves who have killed 1,000 swords clearly want to tame these war eagles, just like they did when they robbed the dragon eagles of the Amani Empire. Soon there will be another war eagle night after Silvermoon City renews the dragon eagle nights. Anger to anger, Zul'Jin still maintained enough sense. And he did not make the wrong decision because of his anger. Even though Haraz kept shouting on the side to kill and give the opponent some color. The enemy is too strong. We can only have a chance to defeat them by taking advantage of the geographical location to defend ourselves. Haraz, go and call Neralak. Neralak, the bear spirit priest among the 4 spirit sacrifice, is thick-skinned, thick-bodied, and extremely powerful. He is a warrior-type priest with high attack and defense. He is suitable for frontal combat, and is perfect for assassination-type link spirits like Haraz. 1 light and 1 dark. As you wish. Haraz was very reluctant, but he could not disobey Zul'Jin's order. So he had to stop trying to persuade Zul'Jin to send people to kill him, and instead went to look for Neralak. Zul'Jin wanted to ask his 2 capable men to explain how to deal with the attack strategy of the Horde Alliance. Why weren't the Horde Alliance discussing ways to attack Zul'Aman? Liadrin Eitrig, Vol'jin and others were gathering together to distribute the tasks of their armies. But Leo and Scarlet stepped aside. Leo was not interested, and Scarlet did not want to participate at all. And besides, there are only 2 of them coming to Stromgarde, so they really don't have to worry about it. Are you wondering why I gave up all the War Eagles to the Blood Elves without leaving some for myself? Looking at Scarlet, who was hesitant to speak, Leo knew what the female knight wanted to say, and he quietly asked her. The knight whispered in his ear, "You and I are the only ones here in Stromgarde. If we catch too few War Eagles, it will be useless. If we catch too many, we won't be able to take them away. Since this is the case, it's better to use them to make deals with Silvermoon City." But Stromgarde is currently short of air power. Scarlet had a question on her face. Since the fall of Stromgarde, Arathar's only remaining Griffin fleet has become history. Due to the tense relationship with Stormwind City, the Lothar family has been unable to obtain the Griffins despite their intentions. This resulted in Stromgarde's air power and even defense being far insufficient. Although the War Eagle is not as good as the Griffin, it is still a force. Right. Leo used it so generously to make a deal with the Blood Elves, and Scarlet couldn't bear it. Leo looked amused. His lips were almost touching Scarlet's ear, and his hot breath sprayed on the female knight's face, making her blush. Silly girl. No one stipulates that to form a War Eagle army, you must catch adult birds. Wouldn't it be more convenient to get a bunch of small eagles to go back to? I don't want to know why I took back the War Fortress and summoned a Noxu Tower and Poison Flower Vine. Scarlet looked at Leo in surprise, and the latter blinked at her. The female knight looked up at the sky, only to find that there was nothing but blue sky and white clouds. Her eyes changed from surprise to surprise, knowing that Leo's dragon-shaped mechanical puppet would hide his body, and that the Twilight Bone Dragon and Dracolic had previously used this ability to sneak attack on Jinalai and Ekilson. Everyone, including Scarlet, everyone thought they were hiding in the sky above the army. But was this really the case? Who else besides Leo dares to say that he knows where the Bone Dragon is? You mean? Before Scarlet could finish speaking, a finger gently pressed her lips, signaling her not to continue. Leo smiled slyly and whispered to the female knight, "As long as you understand it in your heart, it's not good to say it out loud." Wouldn't the result be the same whether you tell it or not? Liadrin and others, who were discussing how to attack Zul'Aman, gave Leo a contemptuous look. Although Leo and Scarlet spoke in low voices, how could they not hear them given the strength of everyone present? Leo clearly did it deliberately to show them. He was telling Liadrin and the others that the eaglets in Zul'Aman belonged to him. And you should stop trying to take advantage of these eaglets. Ah, you damn egg thieves. I'm going to kill you. An extremely angry voice came from Zul'Aman. For bone dragons flapped their wings and flew towards Zul'Aman at high speed. Behind them, hundreds of dragon eagles were desperately chasing after them. Didn't Leo talk about the War Eagle's chick? Why did he offend the dragon eagle? Frelin scratched his head strangely. He clearly remembered that the Divine Eagle Altar and the Dragon Eagle Altar in Zul'Aman were not in the same place, and the distance between them was still quite far, compared to Frelin's doubts. Liadrin, Eitrig, and Vol'jin reacted quickly. The 3 of them glared at Leo bitterly. This kid didn't tell the truth at all. He not only accepted the altar of the Condor, the War Eagle chicks, and even the Dragon Eagle eggs on the Dragon Eagle Altar. Judging from the anger of that voice in Zul'Aman, it was considered good that even one pavilion of the 10 pavilions of Dragon Eagle eggs could be left behind after his raids. Originally, the War Eagle chicks of the Dragon Eagle Altar and the Dragon Eagle eggs of the Divine Eagle Altar were stored in places unknown to outsiders. If it weren't for the Amani trolls of Zul'Aman, it would have taken a lot of effort to find them. But who told Leo to fuse the soul of the Dragon Eagle and the soul of the Condor? Flintag and Stormcrow know the location of the War Eagle chick in the Divine Eagle Altar, and Guyline knows where the Dragon Eagle eggs in the Dragon Eagle Altar are hidden. Are they worried that they can't find it if they lead the way? The Amani trolls never expected that their sacrifices would be melted down. So how could they defend themselves against enemies with evil intentions? As the saying goes, it is difficult to guard against house thieves if you guard against them day and night. If it weren't for the sorcery Lord Makaras, who needed to use a large number of Dragon Eagle eggs to perform some kind of ritual, I'm afraid the Amani trolls wouldn't even know there was something wrong with their altar until the end of the Battle of Zul'Aman, the which Lord Makaras rushed out of Zul'Aman in anger, followed by the strong troll warrior Dakara. Makaras? What happened? Zul'Jin took Karaz and Nararak to stop the two. Seeing that Zul'Jin Makaras's mind was clearer, He pointed at the 4 bone dragons being chased by the Dragon Eagle group and said, "These egg thieves have stolen all the Dragon Eagle eggs from the Dragon Eagle altar. I only had time to kill a purple spider monster and a green vine." No wonder Makaras was angry. But the Dragon Eagle egg was stolen and his plan could not be implemented at all. Zul'Aman glanced at Makaras lightly, and the Sorcerer Lord shuddered. He felt a look that saw everything from Zul'Aman's eyes. All 5,000 Dragon Eagle eggs were stolen. Makaras, you wasted the opportunity one gave you. When Zul'Aman said these words, Makaras had a look of fear in his eyes. It turned out that the leader of the Amani trolls knew his plan well and deliberately gave him a chance. Zul'Aman clearly knows that I want to use the remaining beast cubs from the 4 spirits altar to fulfill Naxxramas, so that he and Zul'Aman can control the power of the 4 spirits. Why does Zul'Aman still acquiesce in allowing me to do that? Makaras thought for a while, with an expression of fear on his face. Zul'Aman was clearly leaving a way out for the Amani Empire. Otherwise, he would have killed himself if he had second thoughts. What do I do? Cold sweat broke out on Makaras's back. Zul'Aman did not deal with his betrayal in order to leave a Naxxramas with the power of the 4 spirits. But now he has failed. Without the Dragon Eagle soul, Naxxramas has no inheritance at all. Imperfect. Will Zul'Aman kill himself? The Sorcerer Lord was afraid. Although Makaras was very powerful, he knew that he had no power to resist against the powerful Zul'Aman, and would not even have a chance to escape. At this moment, a troll hurriedly ran up. The troll's face was full of anxiety. The great Zul'Aman. The respected Makaras? Something has happened at the Eagle altar. Makaras was shocked and was about to ask when he saw Zul'Aman waving his hand to the troll, signaling him to retreat. In the doubtful eyes of the Sorcery Lord, Zul'Aman pointed in the direction of the tribal coalition. Behind the tribal coalition, humanoid mechanical puppets covered in full-body bone armor walked out along a passage opened in the ground. These humanoid mechanical puppets are very similar to undead skeletons. If it weren't for the fact that there is no soul fire in their skulls, no one would be able to distinguish them from undead skeletons. But these are not the focus. The focus is on the biological war eagle chick held in the hands of the mechanical puppet. Damn it. The eagle altar was stolen too. Makaras had a look of remorse on his face. He should have thought of it. After discovering that an enemy had stolen the Dragon Eagle egg at the Dragon Eagle altar. The reason why the purple spider monster and green vines he killed would desperately entangle with him was for convenience. It's to buy time for these mechanical puppets. And because I was afraid that there would be an ambush in the tunnel after killing my opponent. I didn't explore deeply. Otherwise I might be able to intercept these bird thieves. It's just that it's too late to regret now. The Dragon Eagle eggs and War Eagle chicks were stolen. Even if Makaras had great abilities, it would be impossible for Naxxramas to have the power of the 4 spirits. Even if the Giant Bear altar and Lynx altar didn't have if something goes wrong. Naxxramas can only have the power of 2 spirits, and is completely unqualified to challenge Zul'Aman. Without the power of the Condor and the Dragon Eagle, Naxxramas cannot take on the important task of inheriting the Amani Empire, as Zul'Aman expected. So what will he do with me? The Hex Lord was frightened. Zul'Aman did not deal with Makaras. He pointed at the tribal alliance that had set up a temporary teleportation array and said, "The enemy is right in front of you. I will give you a chance to show yourself well." Chapter 379 Naxxramas. Every magic pattern in the teleportation array is glowing. Looking from the sky, you can see a 6-pointed star covering 100 meters, emitting dazzling brilliance. The temporary teleportation array was activated. At the other end of the teleportation array, the prepared blood elves teleported siege equipment one after another. The Amani trolls made a commotion. The appearance of the siege equipment meant that the tribal coalition was about to launch an attack. In order to capture the blood elves of Zul'Aman, Silvermoon City did not dispatch too many troops. But its material support was not compromised at all. The materials sent were enough to support an attack on Stormwind City and Og. Should Zul'Aman feel honored that the war on Rima and other fortified cities is now focused on attacking Zul'Aman? Fortunately Zul'Aman didn't feel it, and there was a lot of resentment towards him. The Blood Elves did not hesitate to spend a lot of materials to support the orcs and jungle trolls in attacking Zul'Aman, clearly with the intention of killing people with a borrowed knife. These elves became more and more cunning after letting go of their unnecessary arrogance. Bang! Bang! Nearly 100 magic catapults started to launch, and huge fireballs with a diameter of more than 5 meters hit the Amani trolls' defense line, and the battle officially began. At the same time, the muzzles of hundreds of magic cannons flashed with light, and dazzling beams of light bombarded the mountain walls where the Amani trolls were blocking the enemy. Under the bombardment of the magic cannons, Rocks flew away. And these rocks rolled down. They are gradually accumulating. And the steep mountain wall is gradually turning into a slope for people to climb. Dry. 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 The huge fireball from the magic catapult burned the top of the cliff, where the Amani trolls were into a sea of fire. Other races would have been unable to endure the high temperature and had to retreat. But the Amani trolls seemed to be fine. This is not to say that fire cannot hurt them. Just look at the scorched black skin of the trolls, and you will know that they must be injured. However, the trolls have an ability to regenerate that is the envy of other races. Regeneration, the racial talent of trolls, is a heaven-defying ability. Trolls with this ability can recover from injuries at an astonishing speed. As long as the troll does not die on the spot, which is fatal to humans, he can rest for a while. I can run around alive in 2 days. Now it is just a layer of skin that has been scorched by the high temperature of the flames. To the troll, this kind of minor injury is nothing at all. Not to mention that there are witch doctors in the tribe. The sound of rattling sounded again, and the second salvo of the magic catapult arrived. Hundreds of huge fireballs completely ignited the cliff where the troll was located. The raging flames occupied every inch of the land. The Amani trolls were in flames. They couldn't bear the burning. But they didn't retreat. Shadows of totem poles appeared one after another. With their appearance, the flames could no longer cause harm to the Amani trolls. The Amani witch doctor cast a protective barrier to protect the trolls. Without the continuous damage of the flames, Amani the trolls' injuries are recovering quickly thanks to their powerful self-healing abilities. The magic catapult seems to have little effect. Seeing the situation at the top of the cliff, Leo was very surprised. The Blood Elves had rich experience in fighting against the Amani trolls. They should not do useless things. Facts have proved that the Blood Elves do not use hundreds of magic catapults to throw fireballs for fun. Although the Amani witch doctor's protective barrier is good, it has its limit. After the 5th volley of catapults, these protective barriers were shattered. The shadows of those totem poles began to dissipate. Seeing this, the Amani witch doctor had no choice but to use the second totem spell to heal the barrier. It is indeed a good idea to use area-wide healing spells to maintain the Amani trolls in the sea of fire. But this only allows the trolls to persist longer, and does not solve the fundamental problem. The duration of the healing barrier was not long. They disappeared automatically when the magic catapult launched its 8th volley. At this time, the top of the cliff was blazing with flames. The flames were several feet high, and even the tribal coalition standing under the cliff could feel their heat. Damn elves. Let's retreat. Zul'Aman reluctantly gave the order to retreat. One can imagine his mood when he was forced to give up on such a natural danger as the cliff. The Blood Elves were hitting people, using money to hit them. Zul'Aman was furious, and the Amani troll was helpless. One volley of hundreds of magic catapults consumes materials worth more than 100,000. And firing 10 volleys is equivalent to millions of gold coins. If you are not rich, you dare to use it like this? War is really fought for money. Leo sighed. The Blood Elves chuckled proudly. And Eitrigg and Zul'Aman looked in agreement. Even the fearless orc warriors and elite dark spear trolls had to choose to avoid the edge in the face of such a sea of fire offensive. The Blood Elves were too rich, and they put aside their arrogant vanity and began to transform into pragmatism. Silvermoon City owned a terrifying force that cannot be ignored. A group of dark spear trolls rushed out first. With their strong skills, they climbed to the top of the cliff in a few leaps among the piled rocks. After confirming that all the Amani trolls at the top of the cliff had evacuated, they conveyed to the large troops that they could rest assured. Message on the march. Lydron immediately ordered his men to stop the attack of magic catapults and magic cannons. Eitrigg and Zul'Aman commanded the orc warriors and dark spear trolls to quickly rush up the cliff. But after they reached the cliff, they were in trouble again. Although the burning sea of fire forced the Amani trolls to withdraw from the natural danger here, it also blocked the progress of the tribal alliance. Olipolos and other 10 Blood Elf magisters caught up, and under the watchful eyes of Eitrigg and Zul'Aman, they jointly cast a special magic, and the raging sea of fire quickly extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zul'Aman and Eitrigg didn't hesitate for a moment. The orc warriors and dark spear hunters continued to march quickly towards the depths of Zul'Aman on the land that was burned by the flames. The Blood Elves stayed behind and restarted the temporary teleportation array, sending the magic catapult and magic cannon back to Silvermoon City. After capturing this natural barrier, the Amani trolls lost their biggest geographical advantage, and the rest of the battle was just fighting. Leo and Scarlet did not rush forward in a hurry. They waited leisurely for the Blood Elves to finish handling the trivial matters before following Lydron into the depths of Zul'Aman. When Leo arrived, the Dark Spear trolls and orcs were already fighting against the Amani trolls. The two sides were fighting fiercely on a stone staircase that was 10,000 meters long, had thousands of steps, and was 1,000 meters wide. At the end of the stone steps, you can vaguely see a 100-meter wide gate. Behind this gate is the real core area of Zul'Aman, the holy land in the heart of the Amani trolls. The sound of sharp arrows piercing the air was heard. After the Blood Elves arrived, Hawksbill led the Silver Moon Rangers to draw their bows and shoot. They did not care about the melee situation ahead. The Silver Moon Rangers, who were very confident in their own arrow skills, did not even think about it. Oolongs such as accidentally injuring friendly forces will appear on oneself. After a round of arrow rain, the Amani troll, who was fighting with the Dark Spear troll, and the Orc warriors was hit by an arrow in the forehead and fell down a lot. The Silver Moon Rangers' archery skills are indeed extraordinary, and they can't easily inadvertently injure friendly forces. Damn elves. Warriors of the Amani Empire, follow me. A giant bear let out a deafening roar, and swept out its huge bare paws. With a brutal sweep, it slapped aside an orc warrior who was blocking him, and then removed the roadblock like a heavy-duty vehicle with full power. The tank rushed straight towards the Silver Moon Rangers' location, knocking away countless orc soldiers and Dark Spear trolls along the way. A big bear like a steamroller. This guy should be Naxxramas, the spirit of the giant bear. Leo chuckled. And before Naxxramas, who had rushed through the obstruction of the orcs and Dark Spear trolls, had time to rejoice, the ground where he was sitting suddenly collapsed. A 10-meter deep pit caused half of his body to sink in, and a 2-person thick rod green vines wrapped around Naxxramas' body, trying to pierce its skin and inject poison into the giant bear's body. The Silver Moon Rangers moved their fingers like flying, and sharp arrows formed a dense rain of arrows. Their targets were all Naxxramas, the spirit of the giant bear. Naxxramas is indeed a typical example of thick skin and thick flesh. The Silver Moon Ranger's arrows can't break through the defense of its skin. The arrows shot at it are all bounced away. No one except Hawksbill can inflict damage to it. Any harm. Roar! Damn rotten grass and vines. Naxxramas, who had been tricked, roared angrily, and the poisonous flower vine was torn into several pieces. The brute force of the giant bear spirit was really terrifying. The penetrating sweet bells echoed in the battlefield, and the crisp sound floated into the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Unfortunately, most of the people were too busy fighting to pay attention, except for Eitrigg Valjean and Leah. Dellen and a few other powerful people noticed the strange sound of the bell. There's something wrong with the bell. The Orc Sword Master and the Dark Spear clan leader looked at each other. The small crystal bell hanging on Leo's body made them feel a little wary, because they found that the strength of the Amani troll dropped significantly after the bell rang. Hawksbill and Frelin, who had fought with Leo in Naxxramas, were even more surprised. They finally understood why Leo wanted Silvermoon City to help him make the silver chain that could cover up the fluctuations in mana. He wanted to learn how to cast curses in the way of the natural disaster expert Goddic. But how did he master the skills? Others were paying attention to Leo's bell, but Lydron's eyes were on the crystal mirror that kept shaking. As the crystal mirror shook, everyone on the battlefield was looking at the crystal mirror. A figure was revealed in the mirror, although it was a common phenomenon for mirrors to reflect objects. Lydron felt that things were not that simple. If the Blood Elf Countess knew that this small crystal mirror was an item called the Mirror of the Soul World, she would be able to deduce the function of this mirror. Leave him to me, and don't interfere. With Scarlet's true sword in hand, and the golden holy light burning, the female knight rushed towards Naxxramas without waiting for Leo to stop her. From Orgrimmar when she faced off against Calm, who was a level higher than her, to now when she challenged the bear spirit Naxxramas, Scarlet rushed forward even though she knew there was a gap in strength between her and the opponent. What on earth did she want to do? The staff in Leo's hand paused lightly on the ground, and an undetectable white light quietly escaped into the ground. Chapter 380 Leo's Little Moves. Naxxramas was originally an Amani troll with pseudo-legendary strength. After inserting the spirit of the giant bear into his body, although he did not become a legend due to the short time and insufficient integration, in terms of physical fitness, he has reached a level comparable to that of a legend. The extent of the person. Now, a legendary human being who has not even broken through to the epic level is rushing towards him. Isn't this looking for death? The human paladins are still so arrogant. Naxxramas looked disdainful. In his opinion, such a paladin could be killed with just one slap. The thick bear paw struck Scarlet with great force. Naxxramas noticed something was wrong after this strike. He was originally very strong, but he could only hit 7 or 8 points. This powerful feeling could not be used. It made him very uncomfortable. Damn it. I was set up. Naxxramas understood that someone had secretly weakened his strength. No wonder a legendary female paladin dared to attack him. But do you underestimate me, who has the spirit of a giant bear, and think that you can send someone to challenge me just by weakening my strength a little? Watch me kill this woman to show you how powerful I am. A cruel smile appeared on Naxxramas' lips. He had already seen the human female knight being patted into a meat pie by him. Is it as simple as Naxxramas thought? It's obviously impossible. Leo won't sit back and watch Scarlet fall into danger. Although the female knight said that she doesn't want Leo to interfere in her battle. Wouldn't it be fine as long as the female knight doesn't discover her little tricks? Just as Naxxramas' giant palm smacked towards Scarlet, a faint white light emerged from the ground without anyone noticing, and invaded the spirit bear priest's body along Naxxramas' soles. Naxxramas' body froze at the moment when the giant palm was about to fall. Scarlet turned sideways to avoid the bear spirit priest's bare paw, slashed horizontally with the golden sword, and slashed hard at the giant bear priest. Chest. Command seal. The big sword slashed at Naxxramas' body, and only a layer of oily skin was cut through the rough-skinned bear spirit priest. What's strange is that such a small injury actually made his eyes show pain, because she didn't understand Zul'Aman's for-spirit sacrifice. Scarlet didn't notice anything unusual about it. The female knight gained the upper hand with one blow, and the sword that struck Naxxramas' chest suddenly erupted, and golden rays of light shot out like sharp arrows. All the arrows hit the chest of the spirit bear priest, and Naxxramas' chest was destroyed into a mess, under the full force of the divine storm. Even if Naxxramas' defense was very strong, he would still be injured. The pain coming from his chest made the bear spirit priest very angry. A small legendary human being actually hurt himself. This female knight actually let it go. As the spirit bear priest, I was injured and cannot be forgiven. Holding back the abnormality in his body, Naxxramas swept his huge palm, intending to give Scarlet a powerful look with a savage sweep. But the female knight, who had long been prepared for his counterattack, took 2 steps back and just avoided this attack. Attack! The sound of swishing sword wind sounded, and a golden cross made of holy light hit Naxxramas' chest. The center of the golden cross hit the wound that Scarlet had cut before. Roar! Damn human being! I will tear you apart. Naxxramas saw blood after the Crusader strike hit his wound. The high defense of the spirit bear priest, who was so righteous and rampant, was actually broken by a legendary female knight who did not take him seriously. How can you make Naxxramas not angry? There's a saying that goes well. Just talk and don't practice tricks. Even though Naxxramas roars fiercely and looks like he wants to eat people, in actual actions, this guy is completely different. I don't know why, but Naxxramas can't see the arrogance and ferocity that he used to charge into the battle among the orcs and dark spear trolls. It often moves a beat slower when launching attacks, which gives Scarlet enough in the reaction time. The bear spirit priest's bare paw, which could seriously injure or even kill the female knight, could not hit the opponent at all. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would be in vain if it couldn't hit the enemy. Naxxramas had a strength that far exceeded Scarlet, but couldn't use it, which made him roar in anger. Hawksbill noticed the pain and struggle that appeared in Naxxramas' eyes from time to time. The Ranger King turned his head and looked at Leo. He seemed to understand something. So when Hawksbill's eyes fell on Naxxramas again, there was actually a trace of pity on Mark. Poor stupid bear. It seems that he was played badly by Leo. Is it miserable? Indeed. Naxxramas was played very miserably by Leo. Even worse than the otaku, who directly degenerated into a caveman when encountering a power outage. Scarlet's attack seemed ferocious, but it could not bring a fatal threat to Naxxramas in a short period of time. The reason why the spirit bear priest was in such a situation was ultimately caused by the uninvited evil guest in his body. Just when Scarlet rushed up with her sword, Naxxramas discovered that his soul was under attack. A soul that broke into his body by unknown means was interfering with his control of the body. It stands to reason that the tenacity and power of Naxxramas' soul that has been integrated into the spirit of the giant bear has reached a terrifying level, and it is impossible for ordinary soul attacks to work on him. However, Naxxramas is a warrior-type troll. He has no research on how to use the power of the soul. Moreover, the integration of the giant bear spirit with him is not high at present. When facing an opponent who is proficient in soul attack, he still has to rely on it, his original soul, to bear. Unfortunately, the soul that invaded Naxxramas' body was a being who was proficient in soul attacks. So a cup named Naxxramas appeared. The bear spirit priest had to fight with the opponent in an area that he was not good at it all, using his own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strong points. The outcome could be imagined. If this battle for souls hadn't happened inside Naxxramas' body, giving the spirit bear priest the home field advantage. And if the soul of the giant bear hadn't made the invading souls extremely fearful, control of Naxxramas' body would have changed hands long ago. Leo raised his chin and watched the battle between Scarlet and Naxxramas. He was very satisfied with the current result. The soul of bones used by the soul of the Lich Dark and was very effective. Under the interference of the soul of bones, Naxxramas, who had been weakened by many curses, had only brute strength, but could not exert even half of his strength. In this way, the thick-skinned live target is perfect for Scarlet to practice her skills on. A clever way to attack the soul. Godok is a discerning person, nicknamed the Soul Reaper. He was amazed by Leo's bone soul. This attack method is terrifying for many people. As long as you get a powerful enough soul, it can be used against those who are not proficient in the soul. To a strong Taoist, the soul of bones is a nightmare-like existence. Think about it. When you are fighting an enemy, you lose control of your body from time to time. How terrible is this? Just like this living example in front of me. Naxxramas, who is comparable to the legendary strongman, was beaten to the point of losing his temper by Scarlet, who had not yet reached the epic level. The reputation of the forced spirit sacrifice was all lost here. Is this scene going to happen? Make Zul'Aman so angry that he vomits blood? Naxxramas, what the hell are you doing? You idiot? Dissatisfied voices came from the Silver Moon Rangers. Hawksbill looked back in astonishment, and the Ranger King's anger was instantly ignited. A huge lynx sneaked over at some point. If Naxxramas hadn't behaved so abnormally that the giant lynx couldn't help complaining, Hawksbill still wouldn't have discovered him. Haraz, the cat spirit priest, who was imprisoned into the soul of the lynx. This guy originally wanted to sneak attack Hawksbill, but unfortunately his impatience exposed him. But after being exposed, Haraz didn't feel anything was wrong. While complaining about Naxxramas' poor performance, it had already entered the Silver Moon Rangers. Moon Ranger died at the scene. The death of his kin stimulated Hawksbill, and the Skyfire Eagle bowstring trembled, and a sharp arrow quickly struck Haraz. Haraz laughed proudly. He felt extremely happy killing the Blood Elves. Thousands of years of war have carved the hatred between the Amani trolls and the Blood Elves into their bones. The sharp arrows shot by Hawksbill were very fast. Although Haraz was not slow, he could not dodge them. But this did not mean that he did not have ways to deal with them. The shadow of a totem pole suddenly appeared, and dazzling lightning shot out from the totem pole. All the sharp arrows shot by Hawksbill were turned into ashes under the bombardment of lightning. A fallen lightning totem that can shoot chain lightning. Hawksbill was anxious. The existence of the fallen lightning totem made it difficult for his attacks to cause effective damage to Haraz. If it was a one-on-one battle, he could also use his own range advantage to slowly kill Haraz. Yes, but now Haraz is wreaking havoc among the Silver Moon Rangers. Every time he delays, one more tribesman will fall. Hawksbill cannot afford to hold him back. A ray of holy light fell on Haraz's head, and the cat spirit priest was confused by the impact. The Silver Moon Rangers took the opportunity to disperse, and before Haraz could react, under the hood of dark elements, the cat spirit priest stood there, under the impact of Shadow's wrath. His mind became confused again. By the time Haraz regained consciousness, the Silver Moon Rangers had already escaped from his attack range. Liadrin and Leo intervened to stop Haraz's rampage. Taligaman rushed forward fiercely, and the blood-red sword of the door panel hit Haraz on the head with a bang, smashing the big lynx until stars appeared in his eyes. As one of the majestic four spirit priests, Haraz was very angry when his forehead was blasted. A red light emerged, and the big lynx entered a state of rage, swinging its claws twice as fast as before. In the afterimages of the claw strikes, there were dozens of half-finger-deep scratches on the heavy armor on Taligaman's body. If the armor on the demon guard's body hadn't been thick and hard enough, Taligaman would have been injured. As the saying goes, don't reciprocate. Taligaman swung his sword across Haraz's attack, splitting the angry big lynx open with a legion strike. You inferior creature. Taligaman and Haraz glared at each other, planning their next attack.